Hey everyone, and welcome back to the channel. Tonight, we're not just camping. We're immersing ourselves in the heart of the forest after dark. Forget everything you think you know about the woods. We're going to build a fire that could rival the stars, cook up a delicious late night meal, and I'll share some of my best tips for feeling safe and comfortable when you're miles from anywhere. This is where the real adventure begins. So, if you've ever wanted to experience the wild and untamed beauty of the forest at night, you're in the right place. Stick around, because it's about to get dark, it's about to get cozy, and it's about to get awesome. Let's do this. My name is Indigo. It's a name Liam always said suited me. Something about the color of my eyes in the twilight. A shade between deep blue and the final purple of a sunset. Now, the name feels like another ghost. A whispered memory from a life that no longer exists. Grief is not a singular event, it is a landscape. For the past 6 months, since the accident that took Liam from me, I have been navigating that desolate terrain. It's a place of profound silence, a hollow chamber where laughter used to echo. Friends and family offered their well-meaning but ultimately useless platitudes. He's in a better place. Time heals all wounds. Their words were like stones skipped across a bottomless lake, disappearing without a ripple. I needed something more substantial. I needed a silence that was not empty, but full. I needed a grandeur that could dwarf my own sorrow. That was why I came to the Grand Canyon. It was a trip we were supposed to take together. Liam had spent months planning it. His excitement a bright, infectious energy. He had bought topographical maps, a new 2-person tent, and a state of the art water filter. He'd traced the winding paths on the map with his finger, his eyes alight with the promise of adventure. Imagine it, Indy, he'd say. Just us and a million years of rock and sky. Now, the brand new tent felt obscenely large for one person, and every piece of gear was a painful reminder of a shared future that had been violently erased. Yet, I felt compelled to make the pilgrimage. It was a promise I needed to keep, a final, solitary journey to the place where our dreams were supposed to converge. I chose the North Rim, less crowded and more rugged than its southern counterpart. I'm no stranger to the wilderness. My father had taught me how to read, a compass before I could read a novel, how to build a fire in the rain, and how to respect the immense, untamable power of nature. That competence was my armor. It was the one part of me that didn't feel broken. I drove for 2 days, the landscape shifting from the familiar green of home to the stark, alien beauty of the desert. When I finally stood at the edge of the canyon, the sheer scale of it stole the air from my lungs. It was not a view, it was a revelation. A vast, silent amphitheater of stone, carved by ounds of wind and water, stretching to a horizon that seemed to belong to another world. Layers of ochre, rust, and bruised purple descended into an abyss, so deep it felt like looking into the past. For the first time in months, my own pain felt small, insignificant against the backdrop of such geological time. I secured a backcountry permit and spent the day hiking to my chosen campsite, a secluded spot not far from the head of the transept trail. The weight of the pack on my shoulders was a comforting, grounding presence. The rhythmic crunch of my boots on the gravel path was a meditation. I saw no one else after the first mile. The solitude was absolute. I set up my camp with practiced efficiency, the tent staked down tight, my sleeping bag and pad unrolled, my small stove ready for a simple meal. As the sun began its slow descent, it set the canyon ablaze. The rock faces glowed with an internal fire, and the shadows that pooled in the crevices were as dark and rich as ink. It was beautiful, terrifyingly so. A beauty so profound it hurt to look at, especially alone. The next morning, I decided to speak with a ranger before exploring the transept trail, mostly to check on water sources and trail conditions. The ranger was a man named Thompson, his face a roadmap of wrinkles, carved by a lifetime under the Arizona sun. He gave me the practical information I needed, but then his eyes, the color of faded denim, lingered on me. "You're out here alone," he stated, not asked. I nodded. I needed the quiet. He gave a slow, understanding nod. "This place has a lot of that, but it has stories too. You being camped near the transept, you ever hear the legend of the wailing women?" The name sent a small, irrational shiver down my spine. "I don't think so." He leaned against the railing of the ranger station, his gaze fixed on the canyon beyond. Story goes, back in the early 1920s, a family was hiking the trail. A husband, a wife, and their young son. A sudden storm rolled in, much like they can do here without warning. The trail got slick. The boy slick, and the father reached for him. They both went over the edge. He paused, letting the weight of the words settle. The air, which had been warm, suddenly felt cool against my skin. "They never recovered the bodies," he continued, his voice low. "The canyon keeps what it takes. The woman, she lost her mind with grief. They said she stayed near the trail for days, just wailing, calling their names. Eventually, she couldn't bear it anymore. She put on her best white dress, the one she was married in, and followed them into the abyss. Some hikers, especially on stormy nights, claim they can still hear her crying on the wind. Some even say they've seen her, a figure in a white dress, searching for what she lost." He pushed himself off the railing and gave me a practical look, as if trying to dispel the ghost story he'd just told. "It's just a story, of course. The wind does strange things in these canyons. And we've got mountain lions with a cry that fool you into thinking it's a woman screaming. Just be careful on that trail. The story is a legend, but the danger is real." I thanked him and walked back toward my camp, the story clinging to me like a fine dust. A woman, broken by grief, haunting the very place of her loss. It was a tragic tale, but it resonated with a terrifying familiarity. I understood the impulse. I understood the all-consuming nature of a sorrow, so deep it could erase the line between the living and the dead. I spent the day in a haze, the ranger's story echoing in my mind. I tried to dismiss it as folklore, a cautionary tale born from the very real dangers of the canyon. But the seed had been planted. Every gust of wind that sighed through the pines seemed to carry a mournful whisper. The shadows seemed to stretch and twist into unfamiliar shapes. I told myself it was my fragile state of mind, that I was projecting my own sorrow onto the landscape. As Liam would have said, I was letting my imagination get the better of me. As dusk fell, the sky began to change. The clear, cobalt blue was swallowed by an army of bruised, heavy-looking clouds that rolled in from the west. The air grew heavy, charged with an electric tension that made the hairs on my arms stand up. The temperature dropped. The first fat drops of rain began to fall, spattering against the taut fabric of my tent like scattered pebbles. Within minutes, a steady drizzle turned into a torrential downpour. The sound was deafening, a relentless drumming that vibrated through the ground. Lightning bleached the world white for a split second, followed by a crack of thunder so immediate and violent it felt like the sky was splitting apart right above me. I sat inside my tent, hugging my knees to my chest, a small lantern casting a warm but fragile glow around me. This was the part of camping I disliked, being trapped and helpless against the fury of a storm. The wind howled, a living thing, clawing at the tent and shrieking through the trees. And it was then that I heard it. Beneath the roar of the storm, faint but unmistakable, was another sound. It wasn't the shriek of a predator or the cry of a bird. It wasn't the wind. It was a sound of pure, undiluted sorrow. A long, drawn-out, keening cry that rose and fell with the gusts of wind. It was the sound of a woman weeping. My heart hammered against my ribs. It's the wind, I told myself, my voice a silent, desperate plea. Ranger Thompson said the wind does strange things, but this was different. This was a human sound, freighted with a pain so profound it felt like a physical blow. It was the sound of a heart breaking over and over again. It was the sound of my own grief given a voice. My heart hammered like a trapped bird against the cage of my ribs. The sound infiltrated the thin walls of my tent, cutting through the roar of the storm. It wasn't just a sound, it was a feeling, a palpable wave of sorrow that saturated the air. It's the wind, the rational part of my brain fought back. Or a mountain lion. I clung to Ranger Thompson's words as if they were a protective talisman, but the lie was flimsy. A mountain lion might scream, but it doesn't sob. The wind might howl, but it doesn't carry the echo of a shattered heart within it. This sound had memory. It had the weight of a million tears shed. I extinguished my lantern in a single, panicked motion. Total darkness suddenly seemed safer, as if sitting in a small circle of light made me an exposed target. In the pitch black, my other senses sharpened. The drumming of the rain on the tent's canvas became a deafening backdrop, and against it, the crying grew clearer. It was no longer directional. It seemed to be circling my campsite, one moment distant, a mournful echo carried on the gale, the next shockingly close, as if the woman was pacing the perimeter of my fragile shelter. Fear is a cold, sharp thing. It started at the base of my spine and sent icy tendrils throughout my body. I sat frozen, barely daring to breathe. My hands clenched so tightly my nails dug into my palms. I thought of Liam. God, I wished he were here. He would have wrapped his arms around me, joked that the ghost was probably just as terrible coffee, found a logical explanation. He would have made the fear go away. But I was alone, and his absence was a part of the encroaching darkness. Then, abruptly, the crying stopped. The silence that followed was 1,000 times more terrifying than the sound itself. It was a loaded silence, pregnant with anticipation. A silence that screamed something was about to happen. I tensed, waiting for a shriek, for footsteps, for anything to break the unbearable tension. But there was nothing. Just the relentless rain and the frantic, percussive beat of my own heart in my ears. Seconds stretched into what felt like hours. I began to relax my coiled muscles, one by one. Maybe it's over, I thought. Maybe it really was all in my head. Perhaps my own grief was so potent, it had projected itself onto the world, creating an auditory hallucination from my pain. The ranger's story had simply given my despair a form, a name and a face. And then the lightning flashed again. It wasn't just a flicker. It was a violent, blue-white detonation of light that turned night into day for one long, terrifying second. In that instant, the walls of my tent became translucent. revealing the twisted silhouettes of the pines and the rain-slicked rocks outside. And there, standing not 10 feet away at the edge of the clearing, was the silhouette of a person. It was an image seared onto my retinas. Even after the darkness rushed back in, an image my mind refused to process at first. The shadow of a woman, tall and slender. But it was more than that. It had a horrifying stillness, an unnatural calm in the midst of the raging storm. Her arms were limp at her sides, her head bowed slightly, as if she were staring at the muddy ground. I began to tremble uncontrollably, not from cold, but from a primal, absolute terror. I didn't see it. I mouthed to myself in the dark, my voice a strangled, soundless whisper. It was a trick of the branches, a trick of the light. But I knew I was lying. The shadow of a branch did not have that perfect, human shape. I waited in agony for another flash of lightning, a confirmation or a denial of my sanity. The minutes crawled by, punctuated only by the distant rumble of thunder. I began to move, crawling slowly, deliberately, toward the front of the tent, as if the slightest sound might draw the attention of the thing outside. My trembling fingers found the cold metal of the zipper on the tent flap. I hesitated, a war of terror and morbid curiosity raging within me. Part of me wanted to burrow into my sleeping bag and pray for morning. But another part, a stubborn and perhaps foolish part, had to know. Taking a ragged breath, I pulled the zipper. The sound of the metal teeth parting was deafening in the charged silence, like a scream in a cathedral. I created a tiny opening, just wide enough to peer through with one eye, and I looked. At first, I saw nothing but the rain-lashed darkness, the downpour a silver curtain in the void. Then another flash of lightning, brighter and longer than the last. And she was there. She was no longer at the edge of the clearing. She was closer now, horrifyingly closer. She stood only a few feet from my tent, and she was no longer a shadow. She was terrifyingly real. A woman in a white dress that might have once been beautiful, but was now soaked through, clinging to her thin frame like a second skin. Mud and pine needles stained its hem. Her dark hair was plastered and wet. Tangled ropes around a face I couldn't see, for she was still looking down. The image matched Ranger Thompson's legend, so perfectly it stole my breath. This was her, the wailing woman, the broken spirit, forever bound to her place of sorrow. But seeing her didn't feel like confronting a folktale ghost. It felt like intruding on a private, profound, and sacred grief. The pain that radiated from her form was so intense it was almost visible, a cold aura of despair that dwarfed the storm around her. And then she moved. It was a slow, deliberate motion. She raised her head. Her wet hair fell away to reveal her face, or what should have been a face. In the third, flickering strobe of lightning, I saw no eyes, no nose, no mouth. I saw only a blurred emptiness, a dark swudge where her features should have been, as if her sorrow had eroded her very identity, leaving behind nothing but a hollow vessel of suffering. A scream lodged in my throat, turning into a dry, choked gasp. I fumbled with the zipper, pulling it shut with clumsy, numb fingers. I scrambled back to the far corner of the tent, pulling my sleeping bag over me as if the thin nylon could offer any protection. But then I heard a new sound, a sound that turned my blood to ice. It was no longer a wail. It was right outside my tent. It was a whisper, as faint as dry leaves skittering across stone, carried on the wind. It spoke a single word, but it was a word that shattered my last defense of reason and plunged me completely into terror. It whispered his name, Lim. The name, his name, hung in the air inside my tent, displacing all the oxygen. It was an impossible sound, a violation of the natural order. Ghosts were supposed to be anonymous, distant echoes of the past. They weren't supposed to know the intimate details of your own heartbreak. They weren't supposed to whisper the name of the man whose absence was a physical ache in your chest. My mind fractured. One part of me, the primal, terrified animal, was screaming, convinced that a malevolent entity was outside. A thing that had somehow plucked the deepest sorrow from my soul and was now wearing it like a mask. But another, more insidious part of my brain began to whisper its own poison. You're losing it, Indy. You've finally snapped. The grief, the solitude, the storm, it's all been too much. You're hallucinating. The thought offered no comfort. The idea that my own mind could conjure such a specific, cruel torment was, in its own way, as terrifying as any ghost. The whisper came again, this time not from a single point, but from all around me, as if the voice was the storm itself. Liam. It was a sigh of longing, a sound of infinite loss, and then a new sound, a soft, wet, dragging noise against the side of the tent. Slap, drag, slap. My blood ran cold. It was the sound of a hand, a palm pressing flat against the wet nylon, sliding slowly, deliberately, across the fabric wall that separated me from it. I scrambled away from the sound, pressing myself into the far corner. My back hard against the cold, damp canvas. I could see the fabric indenting, a vague, hand-shaped pressure moving with the dragging sound. It was searching, feeling. A blind thing in the dark, trying to find me through the thin membrane of my shelter. What do you want? I whimpered, the words barely audible over my own chattering teeth. The dragging stopped. The pressure on the tent wall remained, a single, cold point of contact. The silence stretched, thick and suffocating. And then the whisper answered, no longer a disembodied sound on the wind, but a voice so close it felt like it was speaking directly into my ear, its cold breath seeping through the nylon. The same thing you want, it breathed, to stop the pain. A sob tore from my throat, raw and ragged. It was a confession, because it was true. In the darkest hours of the night, in the empty space in our bed, in the crushing loneliness of the past 6 months, that was the one thought that had returned again and again. The desperate, shameful desire for it all to just end. You can't have him. I cried out, a surge of protective anger momentarily eclipsing the fear. You can't have his name. The pressure on the tent vanished. For a moment, I thought, hoped that my defiance had worked. But then came a new sound, the faint metallic rasp of the zipper on the tent flap. The one I had just closed. It was moving. Slowly, steadily. It was being pulled down from the outside. Ziu-ziu-sip. The sound was the embodiment of dread. My sanctuary was being breached. The flimsy barrier between my world and the word of that thing was being unmade. I was trapped. There was nowhere to run. My mind flashed to the small utility knife in the side pocket of my backpack. It was a pathetic weapon, but it was something. I lunged for it, my fingers closing around the cool plastic handle just as the zipper reached the bottom. The tent flap fell open. The storm raged outside, a chaotic symphony of wind and rain. For a heartbeat, the opening was just a frame of blackness. And then, she filled it. She knelt on the muddy ground, her body halfway inside the tent. The faceless void, where her features should have been, was inches from my own. I could smell the grave on her, the scent of wet earth and ancient sorrow. The lantern I had extinguished was knocked over, and with a flicker and a hiss, it reignited, casting a hellish, wavering glow on the scene. I raised the knife, my hand shaking so violently I could barely hold it. "Get out!" I screamed, the sound thin and reedy against the storm. The wailing woman did not move. She did not recoil. She simply knelt there, a silent, patient statue of despair. The empty space of her face was fixed on me, and in that void, I felt a pull, a terrible, empathetic connection. I wasn't just looking at a ghost. I was looking at a future. I was looking at the end result of a grief allowed to fester, a sorrow so powerful it had consumed a soul. She had stayed here, in the place of her loss, and had become nothing but the loss itself. Her whisper came again, not with menace, but with a chilling, heartbreaking sadness. "He is not here. My son, my husband, they are gone. Just like yours." The knife in my hand suddenly felt heavy, absurd. What was I going to do? Stab a memory, fight a feeling. The terror that had been a sharp, piercing thing began to dissolve, replaced by a wave of profound, soul-crushing pity. Pity for her, pity for myself. We were the same. Two women centuries apart, broken by the same brutal thief death. "I know," I whispered, tears streaming down my face, mingling with the rain that blew in through the open flap. "I know they're gone." She raised a hand, her fingers long and pale. She didn't reach for me, but for the empty space beside me, where Liam would have been sleeping. Her hand hovered there for a moment, and the air grew impossibly cold. "It is easier to join them." The whisper sighed. "It is easier to let the canyon take you too. Then the wailing can stop. You can rest." And there it was. The temptation. The seductive promise of an end to the pain. It was the same dark thought I'd had myself, now given a voice, an invitation. I could simply walk out of the tent, follow her to the edge of the transept trail, and let go. I could become a story, another whisper on the wind. My pain would be over. I looked at her, at the faceless, eternal grief kneeling before me. I saw the empty dress, the endless searching, the hollow existence. This wasn't rest. This was a prison of memory, a hell of her own making that she was now inviting me to share. Something inside me shifted. A tiny, flickering ember of defiance that I thought had been extinguished long ago. It was the part of me that Liam had loved, the stubborn, fighting part. He wouldn't want this for me. He wouldn't want me to become a shadow, to erase myself. He would want me to live, even if it hurt. "No," I said, my voice gaining a strength I didn't know I possessed. "No, that's not rest. That's just nothing." I looked past her, through the open tent flap at the storm. It was still a tempest, but for the first time, I saw it not as a threat, but as a force of life. Wild, chaotic, and powerful. "My pain is mine," I said, speaking as much to myself as to her. "It's mine because my love for him was mine, and I am not going to let it turn me into nothing." As I spoke the words, a final, brilliant flash of lightning illuminated the entire canyon. In that stark, white light, I saw her face, or rather, I saw through it. For a split second, the void was gone, and I saw a woman's face, plain and racked with a sorrow so immense, it was almost beautiful. I saw her eyes, and in them, I saw my own reflection. Then the thunder cracked. A deafening, final roar, and the lantern flickered and died, plunging us back into total darkness. When my eyes adjusted, the space in the tent opening was empty. She was gone. The only sounds were the wind and the rain. But they no longer sounded like they were wailing. They just sounded like the wind and the rain. I didn't sleep. I sat there in the dark, clutching the useless knife, until the first faint, gray light of dawn began to silhouette the canyon rim. The storm had passed. The world was washed clean. I crawled out of my tent. The air was cool and crisp, smelling of wet pine and damp earth. There were no footprints in the mud around my tent, except for my own. I packed my camp with a slow, deliberate purpose. Every action was an affirmation I am alive. I am still here. I looked toward the transept trail, a dark scar on the mountainside. I felt no fear, only a deep, aching sadness. I had come to the canyon to be dwarfed by its grandeur, to lose my sorrow in its scale. Instead, I had met my sorrow face to face. I had looked into the abyss, and the abyss had looked back, and it had whispered my greatest fear and my darkest desire. And I had said no. The healing I had been looking for wasn't here. But the will to start healing, I realized, had been inside me all along. My mistake wasn't bringing a fragile mind to a place of sorrow. My mistake was thinking I was the only one. My name is Dr. Jack Riley, a title I insist upon not out of arrogance, but as a reminder of a life built on logic, evidence, and the tangible world. As a professor of American history, I've dedicated my career to sifting facts from folklore, to understanding the past through documented reality, not whispered ghost stories. My specialty is 19th century medical history, a field filled with grim but rational truths. It was this academic curiosity, this pursuit of the factual underpinnings of a dark chapter in medical history, that led me to the rolling green hills of Kentucky and the yawning maw of Mammoth Cave. I wasn't there as a mere tourist seeking thrills. I was on a research sabbatical, and the primary subject of my interest was the ill-fated tuberculosis sanatorium, established deep within the cave by Dr. John Croghan in 1842. The concept was, from a modern perspective, tragically flawed. The belief that the cave's stable, cool, and perpetually damp air could cure the incurable, consumption. To me, it was a perfect case study. A story of desperation, misguided science, and human suffering, all recorded in letters, journals, and medical logs. I wanted to walk where they had walked, to see the stone huts where they had coughed away their final days, and to connect with the tangible history of the place. The supernatural was not on my itinerary. Our tour group was a typical mix. A family with two overly energetic kids who seemed to view the cave as a subterranean playground. A young couple more interested in taking selfies than in the geological formations, and a handful of quiet, older individuals who, like me, seemed more intent on the guide's words. Our guide was a man named Earl, a lanky local with a weathered face and a slow, deliberate drawl that seemed to have been aged in the very limestone we were about to enter. He had the quiet confidence of someone who knew every crack and crevice of this underground world. As we gathered at the historic entrance, a massive, dark opening in the hillside surrounded by lush, almost unnaturally green ferns, Earl gave his introductory speech. Folks, you're about to enter the longest-known cave system in the world. He began, his voice echoing slightly against the rock. Down there, it's a constant 54 degrees Fahrenheit. There is no natural light. The darkness is absolute. We ask that you stay with the group at all times. Do not touch the formations, and please, do not wander off the path. It's for your own safety and for the preservation of the cave. His eyes, dark and serious, seemed to linger on me for a moment. Perhaps sensing I was more than a casual visitor, I gave a slight, academic nod to acknowledge his warning. I had no intention of wandering. I was here to observe, to document, to feel the weight of history, not to become a cautionary tale. The descent was like stepping into another world. The humid, sun-drenched air of the Kentucky summer was instantly replaced by a profound cellar-like chill that seemed to seep right into my bones. The path, illuminated by a series of strategically placed electric lights, spiraled downwards, and with every step, the sounds of the surface world, the birds, the wind, the distant hum of traffic, faded, replaced by a deep, resonant silence broken only by the scuff of our shoes and the dripping of water somewhere in the darkness ahead. Earl was a masterful storyteller. He spoke of the early explorers, of Stephen Bishop, the enslaved guide who first crossed the treacherous, bottomless pit and mapped vast sections of the cave. He pointed out gypsum formations that glittered like floral bouquets on the ceiling and vast chambers that could have swallowed a cathedral whole. For the first hour, I was captivated, my historian's mind cataloging every detail, cross-referencing it with the accounts I had read. Then, we reached the section I had been waiting for. The main path widened into an area known as Broadway, and there, set back from the main thoroughfare, were the simple, almost primitive structures I had only seen in old sketches. Two of the original stone huts remained, stark and grim against the cavern wall. They were little more than rock enclosures, built to house the dying. Earl gathered us around, his flashlight beam playing over the damp, dark stones. "This," he said, his voice dropping to a more somber tone, "is where Dr. Krogan conducted his experiment. He brought 15 tuberculosis patients down here, believing the pure, unchanging air would heal their lungs." He paused, letting the weight of his words sink in. The kids had finally fallen silent, their parents holding them a little closer. The selfie couple had even put their phone away. "It was a disaster," Earl continued. The constant dampness and chill made their conditions worse. The smoke from their lard, oil lamps filled these small spaces, making it even harder to breathe. They were isolated, trapped in the dark, far from the sun and their families. Their coughs, the terrible, hacking coughs of advanced consumption, would have echoed through these passages day and night. Within a year, 5 of them had died down here. The rest were brought back to the surface, sicker than when they arrived. Dr. Krogan himself, who also had the disease, died a few years later. As he spoke, I felt a peculiar coldness that had nothing to do with the cave's temperature. It was a deep, internal chill. I stared at the dark, empty doorway of the nearest hut. I could almost see it, a spectral tableau from the past. A gaunt figure huddled in blankets, their body racked by a cough that was a death rattle in slow motion. The historian in me was fascinated, but another, more primal part of me was deeply unsettled. I found myself listening, straining to hear something beyond Earl's voice and the rhythmic dripping of water. I thought I heard a faint, whispery sound, like the rustle of dry leaves, but I dismissed it as a trick of the cave's acoustics. I stepped away from the group, drawn by an academic compulsion to get a closer look at the stonework of the second hut. I pulled out my small, powerful flashlight, its beam cutting a clean, white circle in the gloom. I ran my fingers over the cold, rough-hewn blocks, noting the tool marks. This was it. This was real. This was the very stone that had absorbed the final, desperate breaths of men and women long dead. I was so engrossed in the moment, in the connection to the past, that I didn't notice the group moving on. Earl's voice became fainter, the shuffling of feet more distant. When I finally looked up, they were gone. The path ahead was empty. The path behind was empty. The low, yellow glow of the installed lighting curved around a bend 100 feet away. But in my immediate vicinity, there was only the circle of my own flashlight beam. "Hello," I called out, my voice sounding small and thin in the vastness. Annoyance, not fear, was my first reaction. Had they really just left me behind? I started walking, quickening my pace, expecting to catch up to them around the next corner. But the path remained empty. "Earl," I shouted, a little louder this time. The only reply was the echo of my own voice. "Earl, Earl, Earl," fading into nothing. And then, silence. It was a silence unlike any I had ever experienced. It wasn't just the absence of noise. It was a heavy, physical presence. It pressed in on my eardrums. It felt like the world had been muted, all sounds sucked into the infinite blackness that surrounded the narrow, illuminated trail. The darkness beyond my light was absolute, a solid wall of nothing. I turned my flashlight into it, and the beam was simply swallowed, revealing no walls, no ceiling, just an endless void. A spike of genuine fear, cold and sharp, pierced through my academic detachment. This was no longer a research trip. I was alone, deep beneath the earth. My heart began to pound a heavy, frantic rhythm against my ribs. I took a few deep breaths, the logical part of my brain fighting for control. Panicking would solve nothing. The path was clear. All I had to do was follow it. They couldn't be that far ahead. I just had to keep walking. It was then that I heard it. It was not the drip of water. It was not the scuttling of some unseen cave creature. It was a sound that was both horribly mundane and deeply, terrifyingly out of place. From the direction of the stone huts I had just left, a sound drifted through the oppressive silence. A dry, hollow, hacking cough. For a long moment I was paralyzed. Every muscle in my body locked, and the air froze in my lungs. My mind, the disciplined, rational mind of a historian, scrambled frantically for an explanation. It had to be another tourist, I told myself. Someone who had also wandered off, perhaps someone with a cold. A perfectly logical, simple explanation. But the sound, it wasn't the sound of a common cold. It was a deep, rattling, gravelly sound. It was a wet, consumptive sound that spoke of lungs being shredded from the inside out. It was the exact sound Earl had described. The sound that would have been the constant, grim soundtrack to this place over a century and a half ago. My flashlight beam trembled, dancing across the damp rock walls. I forced myself to take a step back, then another, my shoes making soft, scraping noises that sounded like gunshots in the profound silence. I kept my eyes fixed on the darkness, in the direction of the huts, my ears straining. The silence returned, thick and suffocating. Maybe I had imagined it. The power of suggestion. My own academic immersion in the subject. My mind could be playing tricks on me, projecting the horrors I'd been studying into the suggestible atmosphere of the cave. I clung to that thought like a drowning man to a piece of driftwood. It was my own mind, my own imagination. Cough, hack, wheeze. It was closer this time. Distinctly closer. And it was followed by another sound, one that sent a fresh wave of ice. Water dread through my veins. A soft, dragging shuffle. The sound of slippered feet, heavy with exhaustion, scuffing against the gritty cave floor. Logic and reason shattered. They were useless artifacts of a world of sunlight, an order that no longer existed. This was a different world, a subterranean realm governed by its own ancient, terrifying rules. The academic, Dr. Jack Riley, vanished, and in his place was just Jack, a terrified animal trapped deep underground, with a predator he could not see. I didn't make a conscious decision to run. My body simply took over. I spun around and sprinted away from the sound, my heart hammering against my ribs like a trapped bird. I ran along the dimly lit path, my breath coming in ragged, panicked gasps that felt painfully loud. The path twisted and turned, a pale ribbon winding through an ocean of absolute black. The low wattage bulbs seemed to flicker and dim as I passed, casting long, distorted shadows that writhed and danced like specters at the edge of my vision. The coughing followed. It was a relentless pursuit. Sometimes it sounded like it was right behind me, a wet, rasping noise at my heels. Then, the cave's bizarre acoustics would throw the sound ahead of me, making it seem as if I were running towards the very thing I was trying to escape. The shuffling sound was there too, a slow, inexorable rhythm that was somehow more terrifying than a sprint. It was the sound of something that did not need to hurry. It had all the time in the world.
"Leave me alone!"
I screamed, the words torn from my throat, raw and desperate. The only answer was an echo, alone, alone, lone, followed by another hacking cough that seemed to mock my plea. In my blind panic, I made a critical error. I saw a narrow opening in the cave wall, a dark fissure that branched off from the main, illuminated tourist path. A desperate, irrational thought seized me. If I could get off the main path into the true darkness, maybe I could hide. Maybe it was following the lights. Without a second thought, I veered off the trail and plunged into the unlit passage. The change was instantaneous and terrifying. I was engulfed in a blackness so complete, so total that it felt like a physical substance. It was disorienting, and I stumbled, my outstretched hands finding only cold, slick rock. I fumbled in my pocket for my flashlight, my fingers clumsy with fear. The click of the button was deafening, as the powerful white beam sliced through the void. The passage was narrow, the walls closing in on either side. The air was colder here, and thick with the smell of damp earth and something else, a faint, cloying odor that reminded me of old, decaying fabric and sickness. My flashlight beam cut a frantic path ahead of me, revealing a rough, natural tunnel that was clearly not part of any tour. I had no idea where I was going. I was just moving, driven by pure terror. The sounds of my pursuer had faded, or perhaps they were simply lost in the narrower confines of the tunnel. For a moment, I allowed myself a sliver of hope. Maybe I had lost it. I slowed to a walk, trying to quiet my breathing, listening. Drip. Drip. That was the only sound. The familiar, steady heartbeat of the cave. I leaned against a wall, my legs shaking uncontrollably. I had to think. I was lost. Completely and utterly lost, in an unmapped section of the world's largest cave system, being stalked by what? A ghost. A hallucination. The thought was insane, but the sound had been so real. I pushed off the wall and continued forward, moving more slowly now, sweeping my light back and forth. The passage began to widen, opening into a small, grotto-like chamber. In the center of the chamber, my light fell upon something that made me stop dead. It was a small, wooden crate, its wood dark and warped with age and dampness. On top of it sat a tin cup and a tarnished silver spoon. Beside it, lying in the dust, was a small, leather-bound book. A diary. My historian's instincts, buried under layers of fear, stirred faintly. This was a remnant of the sanatorium. A patient must have come here, seeking solitude even from the other sufferers. I knelt, my hand trembling as I reached for the diary. The leather was cold and clammy. I carefully opened it. The pages were stiff, the ink faded but still legible, written in a spidery, elegant hand. The first entry I saw chilled me to the bone. October 12, 1842. The darkness does not help the spirit. The coughing is a chorus from hell. I cannot bear the sound of the others any longer. I have found a quiet place where I can wait for the end in peace. But I am not alone here. There is something else in the dark. Something that watches. Something that waits. A violent shiver racked my body. I slammed the book shut, a cloud of dusty spores rising from its pages. As I did, I heard it again. Shuffle. Drag. It was right outside the grotto, in the narrow passage I had just come through. It had found me. I scrambled backwards, away from the entrance, pressing myself into a small alcove in the far wall of the chamber. My mind screamed at me to run, but there was nowhere left to go. This was a dead end. In a desperate, last-ditch effort, I clicked off my flashlight, plunging myself into the same absolute darkness as my pursuer. My thinking was frantic, primal. If I can't see it, maybe it can't see me. I held my breath, listening. The shuffling stopped at the entrance to the grotto. Silence. A long, drawn-out silence that stretched my nerves to the breaking point. My heart was a frantic drum in my ears. Then the coughing began again. It was no longer a distant echo. It was right there, in the small chamber with me. A wet, ragged, agonizing sound, punctuated by choked, wheezing breaths. It was the sound of a man actively dying, his lungs filled with fluid. And through the darkness, I could smell it now, the odor I had only faintly detected before, now overpoweringly strong. The scent of stale sweat, sickness, and the grave. It was moving inside the grotto, a slow, dragging step, then another. It was hunting for me in the dark. I couldn't take it anymore. The not knowing, the not seeing, was a torture worse than anything I could imagine. With a strangled cry, I thumbed the switch on my flashlight, swinging the beam towards the sound. The light cut through the blackness, and for a fraction of a second, my mind refused to process what I was seeing. A figure stood not 20 feet away, stooped and skeletal. It was dressed in what looked like a thin, tattered nightshirt. One hand, little more than bone and translucent skin, was braced against the cave wall. But it was the other hand that held my gaze. It was raised, bringing a soiled handkerchief to a mouth that was a dark, gaping hole in a face of sunken shadows. As the light hit it, the coughing stopped. The head slowly, deliberately, began to turn towards me. Time seemed to stretch and warp in the beam of my flashlight. The slow, deliberate turn of that head was the most horrifyingly graceful movement I had ever witnessed. It was an eternity of terror packed into a single second. My academic mind, the part of me that could clinically describe the effects of desiccating diseases, was screaming details my soul did not want to process. The skin was like yellowed parchment, stretched so tightly over the skull that it was translucent, revealing the dark web of veins beneath. The cheeks were gone, sunken into hollows of deep shadow. But the eyes, oh God, the eyes. They weren't empty sockets as I might have expected. They were deep, dark pits, but within them burned a faint, phosphorescent glimmer of malevolent awareness. It was the gaze of a trapped and hateful intelligence, ancient and furious. The head completed its turn, and those abyssal eyes locked onto mine. The figure's jaw, a sharp line of bone under the thin skin, unhinged. For a wild moment, I thought it was going to speak, to utter some curse from beyond the grave. But No words came. Instead, a sound erupted from the black hole of its mouth that was 100 times worse than the coughing I had heard before. It was a wet, explosive, full-bodied hack, a torrent of putrescence and despair that sprayed a fine, cold mist into the air. The force of it racked its skeletal frame, and in that instant, I could feel the spray on my face, cold and smelling of damp earth, decay, and something sickly sweet. That was what broke the paralysis. A scream of pure animal terror ripped from my throat. I didn't think I reacted. I threw myself sideways, scrambling over the slick rock floor, my hands and knees scraping against the stone. The diary I had been clutching flew from my grasp, landing with a soft thud somewhere in the darkness. I didn't care. The only thing that mattered was escape. The creature lunged. It wasn't a fast movement, but a lurching, stumbling gait, its slippered feet dragging and catching on the uneven ground. It was the movement of the dying, yet imbued with an unnatural, relentless purpose. Its bony fingers, tipped with yellowed nails, scraped against the rock wall where my head had been moments before. The sound was like claws on a tombstone. I got to my feet and ran, plunging back into the narrow passage I had come through. I held my flashlight out in front of me like a sword, its beam bouncing crazily off the claustrophobic walls. Behind me, the sounds were a symphony from hell, the wet, constant coughing and the awful, dragging shuffle, echoing and amplifying in the tight space. It felt like it was right on my heels, its foul, cold breath on my neck. Panic is a clumsy pilot. My foot caught on a jutting rock, and I went down hard. My chin struck the ground, and stars exploded behind my eyes. The flashlight flew from my hand, skittered across the floor, and wedged itself in a crevice, its beam pointing straight up at the ceiling, casting the passage in a disorienting, theatrical twilight. I was weaponless, half blind, with the monster closing in. The shuffling grew louder. I pushed myself up, my body screaming in protest, and crawled frantically on my hands and knees. I didn't dare look back. I just crawled, my fingers searching for the main tourist path, for the feel of smoother, more traveled ground. My mind was a whirlwind of pure fear. I was going to die here. My body would be found in some unmapped passage, and no one would ever know the truth. I would become just another story, another piece of grim folklore for a future guide to tell. Then, my hand touched something different. Smooth, worn wood. I looked up. In the faint, indirect glow of my dropped flashlight, I saw it a wooden handrail. It was the railing of the main path. I had made it back. With a sob of relief, I pulled myself up and onto the trail. The low, yellow lights of the official path seemed as bright as the sun. I risked a glance back down the dark fissure I had crawled out of. For a moment, there was nothing. Then, a shape began to resolve itself out of the deeper blackness. The skeletal figure stood at the entrance of the passage, one hand braced against the wall, half hidden in shadow. It did not step into the light. It simply stood there, watching me, its head cocked slightly to one side. A final, rattling cough echoed from the fissure, a sound of both threat and bitter disappointment. Then, it receded, melting back into the absolute darkness from which it came. I didn't wait to see if it would change its mind. I ran. I ran like I had never run in my life, following the blessed, electric lights. I ran past stunning formations in vast chambers that I had admired only hours before, but now they were just terrifying, shadow-filled landscapes. Every drip of water sounded like a footstep. Every shadow seemed to writhe and reach for me, After what felt like an eternity, I saw another light ahead. A moving light. A flashlight beam. "Hello," a voice called out. It was Earl. I collapsed to my knees sobbing, unable to form words. Soon, I was surrounded by Earl and a park ranger. They wrapped a blanket around my shaking shoulders and gave me water. I tried to tell them what happened. The words tumbled out, a frantic, incoherent mess of coughing, stone huts, a diary, and a skeletal man in a nightshirt. They exchanged a look, the kind of look reserved for drunks and madmen. "Easy there, son," the ranger said, his voice calm and patronizing. "You took a nasty fall, got turned around. This cave can play tricks on your mind when you're alone in the dark." "No," I insisted, my voice cracking. "It was real. It chased me from a hidden passage back there." Earl shone his light on the wall where I was pointing. It was solid rock. There was no fissure, no passage. "There's nothing there, Dr. Riley," he said gently. "Just solid limestone. You must have been disoriented." They led me out, half supporting me. The long walk to the surface was a blur of shame and lingering terror. They didn't believe me. To them, I was just another tourist who had panicked. A foolish academic who had let his subject get the better of him. Stepping out of the cave entrance into the Hunatucky, night was like being born into a world I no longer recognized. The moon seemed too bright. The sound of the crickets too loud. The world of facts and logic I had inhabited, my entire life felt like a distant country. I had crossed a border into a darker, older world, and I knew, with a certainty that chilled me more than the cave air, that I could never truly go back. Weeks have passed. I am back at my university, surrounded by my books, my papers, my carefully constructed world of rational thought. I have told no one the full story. I have tried to bury the memory, to explain it away as a stress-induced hallucination, a waking nightmare. But sometimes, when the house is quiet and the night is deep, I hear it, a faint, distant echo in my memory. Cough, wheeze. And last night, as I was getting ready for bed, I felt a strange tickle in my chest. It started deep in my lungs, a dry, unfamiliar irritation. I stood before the bathroom mirror, my reflection pale and gaunt, and I held my breath, praying it was just my imagination. But the feeling grew, an unstoppable pressure. My body convulsed, and I leaned over the sink, my hand flying to my mouth as a single, dry, hacking cough tore through the silence of the room. It was a sound I knew all too well. And, in the mirror, for just a second, I could have sworn the eyes staring back at me were not my own. My name is Kai, and for most of my 28 years, I've considered myself a pragmatist. I'm a geologist by trade, a man who believes in evidence, in the tangible world of rock strata and seismic data, the supernatural, the unexplainable. Those were concepts for campfires and late-night movies, not for serious consideration. My world was one of logic and observable phenomena. Animals, for instance, were simply part of a biological system, driven by instinct and predictable behaviors. Raccoons, in my educated opinion, were at the bottom rung of interesting fauna. They were opportunistic, often grubby, and frankly a nuisance. I'd seen them as little more than masked bandits of the suburbs, tipping over trash cans and scurrying away from car headlights. They were pests, plain and simple. I held this belief with the same certainty as I held the knowledge of tectonic plates. I was wrong. Terribly, fundamentally wrong. This realization didn't come to me in a lab or during a lecture. It came to me under a canopy of ancient pines in Yosemite National Park. where the silence is so profound it feels like a physical presence. I had decided to take a solo camping trip for a week. It was a chance to disconnect from the digital noise of the city and reconnect with the raw, unfiltered earth I studied. My chosen spot was a secluded site near a babbling creek, far from the more crowded main campgrounds. For 3 days, it was idyllic. I spent my time hiking, mapping rock formations, and breathing in the crisp, clean air. The nights were cold and clear, the sky a breathtaking tapestry of stars that the city lights always washed out. The only sounds were the gentle murmur of the creek, the whisper of wind through the trees, and the occasional hoot of a distant owl. It was peaceful. It was perfect. The fourth night began like the others. I cooked a simple meal of dehydrated chili over my small camp stove, cleaned my utensils meticulously, and stored all my food and scented items in the bare, proof locker provided at the campsite, just as the park regulations dictated. All of it, or so I thought. As I settled into my sleeping bag, a small pang of regret hit me. I'd forgotten about the half-eaten bar of high-protein dark chocolate I'd tucked into the side pocket of my backpack, which now sat at the foot of my tent. I hesitated for a moment. It was sealed in a wrapper, inside a zipped pocket, inside a zipped tent. The locker was a good 50 yards away, a journey through the pitch, black cold. Laziness won. What's the worst that could happen? A squirrel might chew a tiny hole in my expensive pack. I could live with that. I zipped up my sleeping bag, pulled my beanie down over my ears, and drifted off to the rhythmic sounds of the forest. I was woken by a sound. It was subtle at first, a faint, rhythmic scratching against the nylon fabric of my tent. Scrape, scrape, pause, scrape. In my groggy state, I dismissed it. A branch, probably, swaying in the wind and brushing against the rainfly. I rolled over, trying to find the warm spot in my sleeping bag again. But the sound persisted, growing more insistent. It wasn't the gentle, random brush of a branch. It was deliberate, focused. My geologist's mind, trained to identify patterns, began to stir. This was not a natural sound. I lay perfectly still, my ears straining against the silence. The scratching stopped. For a long moment, the only sound was the frantic thumping of my own heart. Then, a new noise. A soft, wet, snuffling sound, right at the base of the tent, followed by a low chitter. My blood ran cold. It wasn't a branch. It was an animal. Bear, my mind raced. No, the sound was too low to the ground. A deer, unlikely to be so interested in my tent. A raccoon, then. Annoyance quickly replaced my initial fear. Of course. A damned raccoon, probably smelling the chocolate. I was angry at myself for my laziness and at the creature for its persistence. "Hey, get out of here!" I yelled, my voice sounding rough and loud in the enclosed space. I slapped the side of the tent wall hard. Go on. Get. Usually, that's all it takes. Any wild animal, even a bold one, will scatter at the sound of a human voice. But not this time. There was a brief silence, and then I heard a hiss. It wasn't the playful hiss of a cat. It was a venomous, guttural sound that vibrated through the thin fabric. It was a sound of pure aggression. And it was answered by another hiss, and another, from different points around my tent. It wasn't one raccoon. My heart, which had just started to slow, kicked back into overdrive. I fumbled in the darkness for my headlamp, my fingers clumsy with a sudden surge of adrenaline. I found it, strapped it on, and clicked it to its brightest setting. The powerful LED beam cut a stark white cone through the darkness of my small tent. I reached for the heavy, light-duty flashlight I kept by my side, a hefty, metal mag light that could double as a club. My hand closed around its reassuring weight. Slowly, carefully, I army crawled toward the front of the tent. The scratching had started again, but now it was accompanied by a new, terrifying sound, the metallic rasp of claws trying to work their way into the zipper. Not just scratching at the fabric, but actively trying to open the tent. The intelligence of it, the sheer audacity, sent a fresh wave of fear through me. These were not the bumbling pests I knew. I took a deep breath, my knuckles white on the mag light. I positioned the beam of my headlamp on the tent door, and, with my other hand, I grabbed the zipper pull from the inside and tugged it upward. Just an inch. I needed to see what I was dealing with. I pressed my eye to the tiny opening, peering into the oppressive darkness of the Yosemite night. What I saw will be seared into my memory forever. The ground outside my tent was teeming with them. It wasn't a pair or a small family. It was a pack, dozens of them. And in the narrow beam of my headlamp I saw their eyes. A sea of small, glittering points of light, all fixed on my tent. On me. They weren't the curious, slightly fearful eyes of a normal raccoon. They were cold, intelligent, and filled with a chilling, unified purpose. Their fur was matted and patchy in places. Their bodies seemed leaner, more wary than the plump scavengers I was used to. They moved with a twitchy, unnatural energy. One of them, larger than the rest, was reared up on its hind legs, its tiny hand, like paws working relentlessly at the zipper, its sharp claws glinting. When my light hit it, it didn't flinch or scurry away. It stopped, turned its head, and stared directly at me. Its lips peeled back from its teeth in a silent snarl, and a low growl rumbled in its chest. They weren't afraid of the light. They weren't afraid of me at all. They were organized. They were determined. And I was beginning to understand, with a certainty that chilled me to the bone, that they weren't just trying to get to the chocolate bar. They were trying to get to me. Panic is a cold, sharp thing. It bypassed all my rational thought and seized my lungs, making it impossible to draw a full breath. My first instinct was pure animal reflex. I yanked the zipper shut, the sharp zzzip sounding, like a scream in the suffocating silence. I scrambled backward on my hands and knees, crab walking away from the door, until my back hit the far wall of the tent. The flimsy nylon felt like tissue paper, the only barrier between me and the sea of malevolent eyes. My headlamp beams sliced wildly across the interior of the tent, illuminating my sleeping bag, my backpack, and the sheer, terrifying vulnerability of my situation. The hissing outside intensified, rising in pitch and volume. It was a chorus of hate. The scratching at the zipper stopped, but was immediately replaced by something worse. A frantic, widespread clawing all over the tent. It was as if dozens of tiny, sharp, nailed hands were trying to find a purchase, to shred the fabric, to simply tear their way inside. Shadows danced and darted across the tent walls. Distorted silhouettes of the creatures outside, their forms made monstrous by the low light. I could hear their chittering, a cacophony of guttural clicks and snarls, and sounded less like animal communication and more like a strategy session for a siege. My mind, the geologist's mind that prized logic, was desperately trying to find a foothold. This isn't normal. Animal behavior follows patterns. This is an anomaly. Why? And then a word surfaced from the depths of my memory. A word from a park ranger's warning pamphlet I'd glanced at weeks ago. Rabies. The thought was both a relief and a source of profound terror: rabies. It explained the aggression, the complete lack of fear. The disease attacks the nervous system, turning animals into fearless, vicious versions of themselves. It made sense. A pack of raccoons, all infected, a localized epidemic of madness. The logic of it was a small, cold comfort in the face of the unnerving reality. But the comfort was fleeting, because I also knew what rabies meant. It meant the animals were unpredictable, relentless, and would attack without provocation until they were physically unable to move. They wouldn't give up. They wouldn't get bored and wander off. They would keep coming. One of the shadows on the wall grew larger, pressing against the mesh window on the side of my tent. I swung my headlamp beam towards it and stifled a gasp. A face was pressed against the screen, so close I could see every horrifying detail. Its black, masked eyes were wide and unblinking, but clouded over with a milky film. Its nose was wet, twitching, and its lips were pulled back in a permanent snarl, revealing yellowed teeth. A string of thick, foamy saliva dripped from its jaw, clinging to the mesh. My blood turned to ice. It was the classic, textbook image of a rabid animal. Then it lunged. Its claws raked against the mesh screen with a sound like sandpaper on bone. I flinched back, swinging the heavy maglite in a protective arc. The creature hissed, a wet, gurgling sound, and another one appeared beside it, then another. Soon, the entire window was a writhing mass of fur and claws and teeth, all trying to force their way through the fragile screen. "Get back!" I screamed, my voice cracking with fear. I slammed the butt of the maglite against the inside of the tent wall, near the window. The impact produced a dull thud, and the creatures outside shrieked in unison, a sound of fury, not pain. The assault didn't lessen, it intensified. They were throwing their bodies against the tent now, and I could feel the poles straining under the repeated impacts. The entire structure groaned and shuddered. I had to do something. I couldn't just cower here and wait for them to tear their way in. My eyes darted around the small space, searching for a weapon, for any advantage. My backpack. I scrambled over to it, my hands shaking as I tore at the main zipper. Inside, amongst my clothes and gear, was my geologist's rock hammer. It was a solid steel tool with a pointed pick on one end and a flat hammer on the other. It felt heavy and real in my hand, a far more formidable weapon than the flashlight. As my fingers closed around the rubber grip of the hammer, I heard a new sound. A high-pitched, tearing sound. Rip. It was the sound of fabric giving way. I snapped my head toward the source of the noise. Near the bottom of the tent door, where the main zipper met the floor, a single, sharp claw had poked through. It was just a small puncture, but to me, it was a mortal wound. A breach in the hull. The creatures outside must have sensed the weakness, because their efforts focused instantly on that one spot. The single claw was joined by another and another. The small hole widened. I could see their dark, sinewy paws, their dirty, sharp claws working with terrifying dexterity. They were like a team of safecrackers, exploiting the smallest flaw in the vault. My mind was a whirlwind of frantic calculations. The bare locker was 50 yards away. My car 100. Could I make it? I'd have to burst out of the tent and run, but they were everywhere. They were fast. The image of being swarmed, of being pulled down by dozens of tiny, rabid beasts flashed through my mind. I'd be dead before I took 10 steps. No, running wasn't an option. Not yet. I had to defend my position. I had to make the tent a fortress, not a tomb. My gaze fell on the forgotten chocolate bar. The cause of all this, lying half unwrapped near my boot. A surge of pure, unadulterated rage cut through my fear. It was such a stupid, trivial thing to die for. The tearing sound grew louder, more insistent. The hole was now big enough for a head to fit through. I shuffled forward, my back screaming in protest, the rock hammer held tight in one hand, the maglite in the other. I was a cornered animal, my den being ripped apart around me. The pragmatist, the scientist, was gone. All that was left was a terrified man with a hammer, facing a horde of monsters. I positioned myself on my knees, facing the door. I switched off my headlamp to save the battery, plunging the tent into near total darkness, save for the powerful beam of the maglite in my left hand. I would use the light to blind them, to target them, and the hammer to strike. The plan was flimsy, desperate, but it was a plan. A snarling, wet snout poked through the widening gap, its nose twitching, its milky eyes wild and unfocused. It opened its mouth and hissed, a spray of spittle hitting the inside of the tent. Time seemed to slow down. I could hear the pounding in my ears, the rasp of my own breathing. This was it. The barrier had failed. They were coming in. I raised the rock hammer high, the pointed pick aimed directly at the grotesque face in the opening. My world had shrunk to this single, terrifying point in time. The monster in the doorway, and the hammer that was my only answer. The world narrowed to the grotesque face in the opening, and the weight of the hammer in my hand. There was no time for thought, no room for the geologist's analysis. There was only the primal, desperate instinct to survive. I brought the hammer down with all the force I could muster. The pointed pick connected with the creature's skull with a sickening, wet crunch that I felt reverberate up my arm. It was a sound that didn't belong in the natural world, a sound of bone and flesh giving way. The raccoon let out a choked, gurgling shriek and convulsed violently. I yanked the hammer back, a spray of something dark and warm hitting my face. The creature fell backward out of the hole, disappearing into the darkness. For a fraction of a second, there was silence. A stunned, unnatural pause. I thought, with a surge of wild hope, that I had won, that the display of violence had scared them off. The hope was shattered instantly. The silence was replaced by a renewed wave of shrieking fury from the pack. They didn't retreat, they exploded. The hole in the tent, now slick with blood, was suddenly filled with a writhing mass of bodies. They poured through the opening, one after another, a river of rabid hatred. They were no longer trying to get in, they were in. My small tent became a chaotic, claustrophobic arena of death. I swung the hammer blindly, the flat M now, trying to beat them back. The beam of my maglite cut through the darkness, illuminating nightmarish flashes, a pair of milky eyes, bared yellow teeth, a paw with claws extended. I struck one, sending it flying into the side of the tent. Another one latched onto my leg, its teeth sinking deep into the thick fabric of my hiking pants. I roared in pain and rage, kicking out wildly until it was dislodged. They were everywhere, climbing over my sleeping bag, tearing at my backpack, swarming my legs. The air was thick with the coppery smell of blood and the foul, musky scent of their bodies. Their hisses and snarls were a constant, deafening chorus. I was no longer defending a fortress. I was fighting a losing battle in a sinking ship. The tent poles buckled under the weight of the creatures, still trying to get in from the outside, and the ceiling began to sag, pressing down on me. I knew I was going to die here, They would overwhelm me, pull me down, and tear me apart in the suffocating darkness of my own tent. The thought was so clear, so certain, that it paradoxically calmed me. The panic subsided, replaced by a cold, sharp clarity. If I was going to die, I wouldn't die on my knees in a collapsed tent. I would die on my feet under the open sky. I had to get out. I had to run. The car, the image of its steel and glass shell, was a beacon of salvation in my mind. 100 yards. 100 yards of hell to cross. My mind raced, formulating a desperate last-ditch plan. My backpack. It was near the back of the tent, the source of my damnation still tucked inside its pocket. With my left hand, I grabbed the heavy pack. With my right, I swung the hammer in a wide arc, creating a precious few seconds of space around me. I scrambled to the back wall of the tent, the one furthest from the door. "You want it?" I screamed, my voice raw. "Take it." Using the pointed end of the hammer, I stabbed frantically at the nylon wall, tearing a jagged, vertical gash from top to bottom. Fresh night air, cold and clean, flooded into the fitted tent. I shoved the backpack through the new opening and hurled it as far as I could into the darkness, away from the direction of my car. The effect was instantaneous. The chittering and hissing shifted. Several of the raccoons inside the tent, distracted by the new opening and the scent of the bag, scrambled out after it. I heard a wave of them outside change direction, a mad scrabble toward the new prize. It was the diversion I needed. It wouldn't last long. I didn't hesitate. I threw myself through the gash I'd made, tumbling out onto the cold, damp earth. I landed hard on my shoulder, but scrambled to my feet in an instant. The scene was worse than I could have imagined. In the faint starlight, I could see them everywhere. A wreathing carpet of dark shapes. Some were tearing at the backpack, but many were still focused on the tent, and now, on me. Then I ran. I have never known a run like it. It wasn't about speed or endurance. It was about pure, unthinking flight. My legs pumped. My lungs burned. I held the mag light in front of me like a shield, its beam bouncing wildly, offering terrifying, strobe-like glimpses of the path ahead and the horrors at my heels. I could hear them coming, their claws scrabbling on the dirt and rocks right behind me. I felt a sharp, searing pain in my calf as one of them caught me. Its teeth finding flesh, I kicked back without breaking my stride, a guttural sob escaping my lips. The 50 yards to the bare locker felt like a marathon. I didn't dare look back. I just focused on the faint, reflective strip on the locker's handle, and then, beyond it, the dark, solid shape of my car. They were all around me, darting in and out of the flashlight beam, their eyes like malevolent embers in the dark. One lunged and I swatted it away with the heavy flashlight, the impact jarring my arm. I reached the car, fumbling in my pocket for the keys. My fingers were slick with sweat and blood, clumsy and useless. The key fob felt alien in my hand. The raccoons were swarming the car now, climbing onto the hood and roof, their claws making a horrific scraping sound on the metal. One leaped onto my back, its weight nearly sending me to the ground. I slammed myself backward against the car door, crushing it between my body and the hard steel. It shrieked and fell away. I finally found the unlock button and pressed it. The car chirped, and the interior lights came on, a small island of civilization in a sea of primal chaos. I ripped the driver's side door open and threw myself inside, pulling my bleeding leg in after me. I slammed the door shut, just as 3 of them lunged for the opening. Their faces slammed against the glass, snarling and hissing, their hot breath fogging the window. I was safe. I sat there for a moment, hyperventilating, my body shaking uncontrollably. The car was being battered from all sides. They were on the roof, the hood, the windows. I could see their distorted, furious faces peering in at me, their claws scratching uselessly at the glass. I jammed the key into the ignition and twisted. The engine roared to life, and the headlights blazed on, illuminating a scene straight from a nightmare. The pack was a swirling vortex of rabid fur and teeth, caught in the stark white beams. I slammed the car into reverse, the tires spinning on the loose gravel before catching. I backed up blindly, hitting one of the wooden posts that marked the campsite with a loud crunch, but I didn't care. I swung the wheel, put the car in drive, and floored it. I drove straight through the remnants of my campsite, over the flattened ruin of my tent, and onto the dirt access road. I didn't slow down. I drove with a reckless, desperate speed, the car bouncing and sliding, until I hit the paved park road. Only then did I dare to look in the rearview mirror. Behind me, the darkness was absolute. They were gone. I drove for an hour before I found a ranger station, its lights a welcome beacon in the oppressive darkness. I stumbled out of the car, a babbling, incoherent mess of a man, covered in blood and dirt, holding a rock hammer. It took them a long time to calm me down, to understand my story. They found the campsite the next morning. My tent was shredded, my gear destroyed. They found the bodies of the 3 raccoons I had killed. Lab tests confirmed it. Advanced stage rabies. They closed the entire section of the park, but I know they never found the rest of the pack. They had simply melted back into the vast, dark wilderness. I am a man of science. I believe in evidence, in observation, in the tangible world. And I am here to give you my evidence. I have the scars on my leg and back. I have the memory of a sound, a wet, sickening crunch that wakes me up at night. And I have the certain, observable knowledge that there are things in the deep, quiet places of the world that are not pests, not a nuisance, but a pure, concentrated, and intelligent form of terror, waiting patiently in the dark. My name is Leo. Even after 40 years, saying that feels like an admission of guilt. A name whispered in hushed tones in newspaper archives and dusty police files. The face that stares back at me from the mirror is a roadmap of that single, catastrophic night. A web of faded scars across my cheek and a permanent, haunted look in my eyes that no amount of time can erase. What I am about to tell you is not a story I enjoy recounting. It is a burden I have carried every day for 4 decades. A shadow that has clung to me, shaping the man I became and destroying the boy I was. It happened on the shore of Lake Bodm, 40 years ago. Finland in early summer was a place of breathtaking, almost magical beauty. The sun lingered in the sky, casting long, golden rays through the dense pine forests well into the evening, a phenomenon we called the White Nights. For 4 teenagers, fresh from the confines of school and brimming with the invincible energy of youth, it was a siren's call to adventure. There was me, quiet and observant, always more comfortable with a book than with grand plans. Then there was Nils, my closest friend, who was the complete opposite. He was the engine of our group, bold, charismatic, and perpetually restless. It was Nils who bought the worn out map of the Espoo region, who pointed a confident finger at a secluded spot on the shore of Lake Bodm and declared it the perfect site for our first real camping trip without parents. His girlfriend, Anja was the heart of our quartet. With her bright laugh and kind eyes, she could smooth over any of Nils's rough edges and draw me out of my shell. She was the sunlight to his adventurous fire. And finally, there was Matty, the pragmatist. He was the one who made sure we had enough food, a proper first aid kit, and who double-checked the tent pegs. He was the anchor of reason to Nils's impulsive sails. We were a perfect, balanced foursome, inseparable since childhood, standing on the cusp of the rest of our lives. We thought we were invincible. We thought we had forever. The drive to the lake was filled with the kind of easy, unburdened laughter that only exists in memory now. The windows of Nils's beat-up sedan were rolled down, letting the cool, pine, scented air whip through the car as we sang along badly to the radio. Lake Bodm, when we finally arrived, was even more stunning than the map had promised. It was a vast, dark jewel nestled amongst towering forests. The water was still and clear, reflecting the impossibly blue sky like a perfect mirror. We found the spot Nils had chosen, a small, grassy clearing sheltered by a thick stand of birch and pine trees, just a stone's throw from the water's edge. It felt utterly secluded, a private paradise just for us. As we set up camp, the world felt right. Nils and I wrestled with the canvas tent, a clumsy affair of poles and ropes, our frustrations dissolving into laughter. Anja and Matty laid out the sleeping bags and organized our supplies, their movements efficient and familiar. The air was filled with the scent of crushed grass and damp earth. For a few perfect hours, we were just four friends, masters of our own small universe. We swam in the bracingly cold water, our shouts echoing across the silent lake. We skipped stones that danced across the surface before disappearing into the dark depths. There was no hint of the darkness to come, no premonition of the evil that was waiting in the wings of that beautiful stage. As dusk began to settle, the character of the forest started to change. The golden light softened, bleeding into hues of orange and purple. The birdsong that had filled the afternoon air quieted, replaced by the chirping of crickets and the occasional lonely call of a loon from across the water. We built a campfire, and its crackling flames pushed back against the encroaching shadows, creating a warm, flickering bubble of safety. We huddled around it, roasting sausages on sharpened sticks and telling stories. At first, the stories were lighthearted, reminiscing about school, making plans for the future. But as the fire burned lower and the darkness deepened, the mood shifted. Nils, ever the showman, started telling a ghost story, a local legend about a farmer who had drowned in the lake centuries ago. His spirit still, said to roam the shoreline on moonless nights, searching for something he'd lost. Anja shivered theatrically and moved closer to him, while Matty scoffed, dismissing it as childish nonsense. I said nothing, but I felt the first, faint prickle of unease. The woods, which had felt so welcoming in the daylight, now seemed to be listening. The rustle of leaves was no longer just the wind. The snap of a twig in the distance was no longer just an animal. "Did you hear that?" Matty asked suddenly, his voice low. We all froze, straining our ears. There was a sound, a faint rustling from the dense thicket behind our tent, just beyond the reach of the firelight. "It's probably just a fox," Nils said, though his voice lacked its usual confidence. He picked up our heaviest flashlight and aimed its beam into the trees. The light cut a bright, sterile path through the darkness, illuminating a chaotic tangle of branches and undergrowth, but revealing nothing more. See, nothing. We tried to laugh it off, but the spell was broken. The easy camaraderie had been replaced by a quiet, shared tension. The forest no longer felt like our private paradise. It felt like we were intruders in a place with ancient, unspoken rules. The immense silence of the wilderness pressed in on us. Every gust of wind sounded like a whisper. Every shadow seemed to dance with unseen life. The feeling of being watched was palpable, a physical weight on my shoulders. Soon, the cold began to seep into our bones, and we decided to call it a night. After dousing the last embers of the fire, the darkness was absolute. The moon was just a sliver, offering little light, and the stars were brilliant but cold and distant. The lake had become a vast expanse of black, indistinguishable from the night sky. We crawled into the tent, the four of us arranged in a row, our sleeping bags close together. The thin canvas walls felt like a fragile shield against the immense, indifferent wilderness outside. "Good night, everyone," Anja whispered into the dark. "Good night," we all murmured back. I lay there for a long time, listening to the soft breathing of my friends beside me. I could hear the gentle lapping of the lake against the shore and the sigh of the wind in the pines. I tried to push the unease from my mind, telling myself it was just the ghost story, the unfamiliar sounds of the woods. My friends were here. We were safe together. I closed my eyes, my mind finally beginning to drift towards the shores of sleep, completely unaware that in the suffocating darkness outside our tent, another pair of eyes was wide open, watching and waiting. I was oblivious to the fact that, for 3 of the people in that tent, it was their last good night, and for me, it was the end of life as I knew it. Sleep did not come as a peaceful blanket, but as a fractured, suffocating descent. I remember tossing and turning, the thin fabric of the sleeping bag, feeling abrasive against my skin. The silence of the forest was a living entity, pressing in on the thin canvas walls of our tent. The last thing I recall with any clarity was the rhythmic breathing of my friends, a sound that had always been a comfort, but now seemed fragile, a temporary stay against the vast, waiting darkness. Then, nothing. A black, dreamless void. My return to consciousness was not a gentle awakening. It was a violent expulsion into a world of pain and confusion. The first sensation was the cold, damp earth against my cheek. I was outside. A pale, gray light filtered through the canopy of pine trees, the light of a dawn that felt wrong, sickly. A bird chirped somewhere nearby, a cheerful, mundane sound that was an obscenity in the face of the horror that was unfolding within me. My head throbbed with a deep, percussive rhythm, and a sharp, metallic taste filled my mouth. I tried to push myself up, and a wave of agony shot through my face, so intense it made me gasp. My fingers came away from my cheek sticky and dark with blood. Panic, cold and sharp, pierced through the fog in my mind. How did I get out here? The tent flap had been zipped shut. I remembered Maddie making sure of it. My mind was a chaotic swirl of disconnected fragments, like shards of a shattered mirror. I saw flashes of movement, shadows dancing violently against the tent wall, projected by a light from outside. I heard a sound, a high, tearing shriek of canvas, followed by a scream. Anja's scream. It was cut short, choked off with a sickening, wet gurgle. Then came a series of dull, heavy thods. A sound I would later come to understand was the sound of a life being brutally bludgeoned out. And through it all, there was an image, burned into my memory like a phantom afterimage from a camera flash. A shape. A man, tall and broad, silhouetted against the fabric of our tent. He was dressed in black, a void in the surrounding gloom. But it was his eyes that my memory clung to with terrifying clarity. They weren't human eyes. They were 2 points of brilliant, burning red. Like hot coals, they stared, not at me, but through the tent, seeing the terror within. It was a memory so surreal, so nightmarish, that for years I would try to convince myself it was a hallucination brought on by trauma. But I knew, in the deepest, most honest part of my soul, that it was real. I had seen the devil on the shore of Lake Bodm. My own memories of the attack are a black hole. I don't remember being struck. I don't remember the pain of my own injuries being inflicted. My last memory from inside that tent was of the thudding, the awful, rhythmic sound that went on, and the coppery smell of blood, thick and cloying in the enclosed space. My mind, in an act of self-preservation, had simply ejected me. It had thrown me out of the narrative of my own life to spare me the full, unbearable horror of its climax. Stumbling to my feet, the world tilting violently around me, I turned towards our campsite. The sight that greeted me sent another jolt of terror through my system. The tent was no longer the proud, if clumsy, shelter we had erected. It was a collapsed, violated ruin. Long, vicious slashes ran down its sides, the canvas hanging in limp, pathetic ribbons. It was unnaturally still. The cheerful morning bird song had ceased. The forest was holding its breath. Nils. My voice was a raw, broken croak. Anja. Matty. The only answer was the whisper of the wind through the pines. A deeper, more primal fear than I had ever known began to claw its way up my throat. I took a step, then another, my legs feeling like lead. I was moving towards the source of my dread, compelled by a desperate, foolish hope that I was wrong, that this was all some terrible nightmare, from which I would soon wake. I reached the wreckage, and pulled back a torn flap of canvas. The smell hit me first. The hot, metallic scent from my fragmented memories, now overwhelming, sickening. And then I saw. The interior of the tent was a scene of utter carnage, a butcher's workshop. The cheerful sleeping bags were now soaked in dark, crimson stains. For a moment, my brain refused to process the information, to connect the still, broken forms with the vibrant, laughing friends I had shared a campfire with just hours before. Matty, the pragmatist, the anchor, lay nearest to me. His glasses were shattered on the floor beside him, one lens, still perched on the bridge of his nose, at a grotesque angle. His face was a mask of surprise and terror. Beside him was Anja. Her bright, kind eyes were closed, and one hand was outstretched, as if reaching for Nils in her final moments. Her golden hair was matted with blood, and Nils, my best friend, the engine of our group, he lay on his back, his eyes wide open, staring up at the roof of the ruined tent with an expression of shocked betrayal. The blunt force of the attack had been savage, merciless. I didn't scream. The sound was trapped behind a wall of ice in my chest. A low, animal moan escaped my lips, a sound of a creature in its death throes. My legs gave out, and I collapsed to my knees on the damp earth. The world dissolved into a meaningless blur of green and gray. This wasn't real. It couldn't be. In a moment, Nils would sit up and laugh, telling me it was the most elaborate prank he'd ever pulled. Anja would open her eyes and smile. Matty would push his broken glasses up his nose and tell Nils he'd gone too far this time. But they remained still, so terribly, eternally still. I don't know how long I knelt there, the architect of a life that had just been demolished. Time ceased to have meaning. My mind was a blank slate, wiped clean by a horror too profound to record. My next clear memory is of stumbling away from the tent, away from the sight of my dead friends, and down towards the shore of the lake. The water was calm, reflecting the pale morning sky. It looked serene, peaceful, a monstrous lie that mocked the carnage just yards away. I saw my own reflection, a stranger with a face caked in drying blood, eyes wide with a madness I did not recognize. The hours that followed are lost to me. Did I wander the woods? Did I sit by the water? Did I scream until my throat was raw? I have no memory. The next anchor in the storm of my shattered consciousness was a voice. A man's voice, sharp with alarm. "Hey! My God, son! What happened to you?" I looked up to see a fisherman, an old man in waders, his face a mask of shock and pity. He must have been the one who called the police. Because the next thing I remember is the alien sound of sirens, growing closer, their wails tearing through the sacred silence of the forest. Flashing blue and red lights pulsed through the trees, turning our private paradise into a crime scene. They wrapped me in a blanket, their hands gentle but their eyes sharp, questioning. They asked me my name. They asked me what happened. I tried to speak, to tell them about the man in black, about the red eyes, but the words wouldn't form. All I could do was point a trembling finger back towards the ruined tent. I was a victim, a survivor. But in that moment, as they looked from my bloodied face to the carnage, I had somehow escaped. I saw the first flicker of another possibility in their eyes. A suspicion that would grow into a shadow and follow me for the rest of my life. Why him? Why was he the only one? The question hung in the air, unspoken but deafening. The deadliest mistake of my life was not just going camping that night, it was surviving it. The world that followed the sirens was a sterile, white nightmare. I remember the scratchy wool of the police blanket, the antiseptic smell of the hospital, and the endless, muted drone of voices that seemed to come from a great distance. They stitched up my face, the needle pulling my skin together in a grotesque parody of healing. My jaw was broken, my cheekbone fractured. The doctors were kind, their faces a professional blend of concern and curiosity. But it was the police I remember most clearly. 2 detectives, a man named Randa with tired, cynical eyes, and his younger, more eager partner. They sat by my hospital bed, their questions a relentless, gentle probing that felt more invasive than any surgeon's scalpel. I told them everything I could remember, which was terrifyingly little. I told them about the campfire, the feeling of being watched, the rustling in the woods. My voice cracked as I described the sounds from within the tent. Anja's scream, the sickening thuds. And I told them about the man. The tall figure in black, silhouetted against our tent, his eyes burning like red coals. I saw the look that passed between the detectives. It wasn't disbelief, not exactly. It was pity. The kind of look you give a traumatized child who has invented a monster to cope with an unspeakable reality. They wrote it down, but I knew they didn't believe me. To them, the red eyes were a product of shock, a hallucination. The man in black was a phantom. The investigation became a national obsession. The Lake Bodm murders were on the front page of every newspaper, the lead story on every news broadcast. Our faces, mine, Nils's, Anja's, Maddie's, were everywhere. We were no longer people. We were characters in a national horror story. The police scoured the forest. They dredged parts of the lake. They found nothing. No murder weapon. No footprints other than our own. No witnesses, save for a lone survivor, whose testimony sounded like something from a dark fairy tale. The funerals were an ordeal I barely survived. I stood beside the 3 open graves, a pariah amongst the grieving. The parents of my friends, people who had welcomed me into their homes for years, now looked at me with an unbearable mixture of sorrow and accusation in their eyes. They didn't say it, but the question hung in the air, thick and suffocating. Why you? Why did you live? I had no answer for them. I had no answer for myself. Life, as I had known it, was over. I couldn't return to school. The whispers in the hallways, the stairs, the sudden silences when I entered a room. It was a constant living reminder. I was the boy who survived Bodm, a walking ghost. The nights were the worst. Sleep offered no escape, only a return to the shores of that dark lake. I would see the red eyes, hear the screams, and wake up drenched in sweat, my own silent scream trapped in my throat. The years passed. The case grew cold, relegated to the dusty archives of unsolved crimes, a piece of dark Finnish folklore. But for me, it never grew cold. It was a fire that burned within me every single day. I tried to build a life from the ashes. I moved to a different city, got a quiet job as a bookkeeper, and even married a kind, patient woman who knew my past and thought she could heal me. But you cannot heal a wound that is still open. The shadow of Bodm was a third person in our marriage. It sat between us at the dinner table, lay between us in bed. Every time I looked in the mirror, the scars on my face were a reminder. Every time I heard a sudden noise in the night, my heart would seize with the old terror. The man with the red eyes was never far away. Then, nearly 40 years after that night, the past didn't just haunt me. It rose from the grave to devour me. It began with a knock on the door. It was 2 new detectives, younger, more ambitious than the first pair. They had reopened the case. New forensic techniques, they said. A fresh look at the evidence. At first, I felt a surge of hope. After all these years, could they finally find him? Could they finally catch the monster who had stolen my life? The hope was a fool's dream. They weren't looking for a phantom with red eyes. They were looking at me. The prosecution built their case on a foundation of whispers and conjecture. My memory gaps, once seen as a symptom of trauma, were now presented as the cunning lies of a guilty man. The fight I'd supposedly had with Nils hours before the attack, a minor disagreement I barely remembered, was twisted into a motive of jealous rage. They theorized that I had killed my friends in a fit of fury, wounded myself to create a cover story, and hidden the murder weapon so well that it was never found. My story of the man in black, a desperate, childish fabrication. The trial was the second time my life was destroyed. I sat in the courtroom, an old man with a scared face, and listened as they painted a portrait of a teenage monster. They paraded my grief, my trauma, my survivor's guilt before the jury, and called it evidence of a guilty conscience. They took the most horrific event of my existence and turned it into a weapon against me. I looked at the faces in the jury, at the journalists scribbling in their notepads, at the public spectators, and I saw the same look I had seen in the eyes of the first detectives 40 years ago. They didn't see a victim. They saw a story that finally made sense. The lone survivor was the killer. It was a neat, tidy ending to a messy, unsolved crime. In the end, the court acquitted me. There was no new evidence, only new theories. The prosecution's case was pure speculation, a house of cards built on the shifting sands of a 40-year-old tragedy. The judge's gavel fell, and I was declared a free man. But I was not free. The acquittal was just a word. For the rest of the world, the trial had confirmed what they had always suspected. I had gotten away with it. The shadow of suspicion, which had followed me my entire life, now became a permanent shroud. I was legally innocent, but forever guilty in the court of public opinion. It has been 40 years since I went camping on the shore of Lake Bodm. The police never caught the killer. The man with the red eyes remains a phantom, a whisper in the dark woods of my memory. The world has its own version of the truth, a version where I am the monster. But I know what I saw. I know that something evil walked that shore that night. The deadliest mistake of my life was going camping, a mistake that cost me my friends, my face, and my very identity. It stole my past, my present, and any hope for a peaceful future. It left me with nothing but a name. That will forever be synonymous with murder and the chilling, undying memory of two burning red eyes in the finished darkness. My name is Morgan. It's a name that feels solid, dependable, like something you can lean on. I've always tried to be that person for my friends. The steady one, the planner, the one who packs extra batteries and a first aid kit. But nothing can truly prepare you for a place like Dongfan, a place that doesn't care about your plans or your preparations, a place that has its own ancient, unwritten rules. There were 4 of us who ventured into that vast, emerald labyrinth of trees. First, there was Liam. If our group had a leader, it was him. Not because he was elected, but because he moved with a kind of restless, infectious energy that pulled the rest of us along in his wake. He was all sharp angles and quick smiles, the kind of person who believed the best stories were found just beyond the edge of the map. It was his idea, of course, to tackle the unspoiled heart of Thailand, to go somewhere the average tourist wouldn't dare. He'd sold it to us with promises of hidden waterfalls and sunrises that would change our lives. Then there was Chloe. She was the counterweight to Liam's impulsiveness. Where he saw adventure, she saw potential risks. She was thoughtful, artistic, and carried a sketchbook everywhere, her charcoal, smudged fingers constantly trying to capture the beauty she saw in the world. She agreed to the trip, but her excitement was tempered with a quiet caution that I, for one, found reassuring. She was my closest friend in the group, the one I could exchange a silent, knowing glance with when Liam suggested we climb a particularly precarious-looking rock face. And finally, there was Ben. Ben was the court jester, the self-proclaimed realist who masked a deep, seated cynicism with a barrage of jokes and sarcasm. He was Liam's oldest friend, and their dynamic was a constant push and pull of boundless optimism and world-weary skepticism. Ben didn't believe in anything he couldn't see, touch, or explain with science. Ghosts, spirits, legends to him. They were all just stories people told themselves to make a chaotic world feel more interesting. He was coming along for the hiking, the fresh air, and, most importantly, the opportunity to mock the rest of us for believing in magic. Our journey into the Dongfan, Khao Yai Forest Complex, began with a sense of boundless freedom. We left the concrete maze of Bangkok behind, the city's oppressive humidity and noise replaced by the clean, crisp air of the countryside. The further we drove, the more the landscape transformed. Towering skyscrapers gave way to humble wooden houses, and manicured city parks were swallowed by an endless, untamed sea of green. We met our guide, a man named Samchai, at a small village on the very edge of the forest. He was not the smiling, khaki-clad guy we might have expected from a tour brochure. He was a small, wiry man with skin the color of worn leather and deep, set eyes that seemed to hold the wisdom of the trees themselves. He spoke little, and when he did, his English was heavily accented but deliberate, each word chosen with care. He looked us over, his gaze lingering for a moment on Ben's brightly colored, brand new hiking gear and the large, portable speakers strapped to Liam's backpack. He didn't smile. "The forest is beautiful," Samchai said, his voice a low rumble. "But she is old, older than any of us. She demands respect." We all nodded, a little sobered by his intensity. "You must follow my lead," he continued, his eyes fixing on each of us in turn. "Stay on the path. Do not take anything. No flowers, no stones. You are guests here." He paused, and the air seemed to grow still. "And you must be quiet, especially after the sun sleeps. No loud voices, no music. The sounds of your world, they do not belong here. They disturb the ones who rest. The guardians. Ben piped up, a smirk already playing on his lips. "You mean like park rangers?" Samchai's expression didn't change. "No, not park rangers. The spirits. The Jiaothai. They own this land. Every tree, every river. We walk through their home. To be loud is to be arrogant. It is to shout in a stranger's house while they are trying to sleep. They do not like it. It makes them curious. And you do not want their curiosity." The gravity in his voice sent a small shiver down my spine. I glanced at Chloe and saw my own unease reflected in her wide eyes. Liam, however, just clapped Ben on the shoulder with a grin. "Hear that, Benny. Better be on your best behavior. Wouldn't want to get haunted." Ben scoffed. "Right. The ancient spirits of the forest are going to be offended by a little bit of pop music. I'm sure they've heard worse." That was our first mistake. The casual, arrogant dismissal of a warning born from a lifetime of experience. We saw Samchai as a relic, a purveyor of local folklore. We saw the forest as a playground, a backdrop for our adventure. We didn't understand that we were the temporary ones, the fleeting noise in a place of deep, enduring silence. The first few hours of the hike were breathtaking. The canopy above was so thick that sunlight dappled the forest floor in shifting, ethereal patterns. The air was alive with the thrum of insects and the calls of unseen birds. Samchai led us with an economy of movement, his feet seeming to find the path instinctively. We, on the other hand, stumbled and sweated, our city, soft bodies struggling to keep pace. By late afternoon, we reached the spot Samchai had chosen for our camp, a small clearing near a trickling stream. It was idyllic. As we shrugged off our heavy packs, a sense of accomplishment washed over us. We had made it. "All right, team," Liam announced, rubbing his hands together. "Let's make this place home." And that's when the second mistake happened. As we started to pitch our tents, Liam unstrapped the portable speaker. With a tap of his phone, a blast of energetic indie rock shattered the tranquility of the clearing. The sound was jarring, an alien presence in the symphony of the jungle. The birdsong faltered, then stopped completely. I saw Samchai, who was setting up his own small hammock a good distance away from us, stiffen. He turned and gave us a long, hard look. It wasn't angry. It was something worse. It was pity. Then, without a word, he turned his back on us. "Seriously, Liam?" Chloe asked, her voice barely audible over the music. "Did you not hear a word?" he said. "Oh, come on, Chloe," Liam said, turning the volume up a notch.
"We need a little motivation."
"We hiked all day. We deserve it. He's right, Ben added, shouting to be heard. What's the point of camping if you can't have a little fun? Besides, I want to see one of these guardians. Maybe they like the killers. He threw his head back and let out a loud whoop that echoed unnervingly through the trees. I opened my mouth to protest, to say that maybe we should just listen, just for one night. But the words died in my throat. The music was loud. The mood was high, and I didn't want to be the downer. I was the dependable one, the planner. And the plan, it seemed, was to have a party. So, I kept my mouth shut and helped Ben with the tent poles. The synthetic beat of the music a jarring counterpoint to the rhythm of the forest. That was my mistake. My silence was my consent, as darkness began to seep into the forest, painting the edges of the clearing in shades of purple and deep blue. The beautiful landscape started to feel different. The trees were no longer just trees. They were tall, dark figures standing sentinel at the edge of our small circle of light. The familiar, cheerful music from our speaker began to sound thin and desperate, a flimsy shield against the vast, encroaching quiet of the night. We built a fire, its crackle and pop a welcome companion, but it felt like we were on a tiny, illuminated island in the middle of a dark, silent ocean. We laughed and told stories, our voices artificially loud, as if we were trying to convince ourselves that we weren't afraid. But we were. Deep down, beneath the bravado and the bass line, a seed of fear had been planted. We had been warned. We hadn't listened. And as the last sliver of sun vanished below the horizon, plunging Dongfan into absolute blackness, we were about to find out that some rules exist for a reason. The forest was listening now, and it was not pleased. The fire, which had earlier felt like a cheerful beacon of defiance, now seemed to be shrinking, its light pushing back a darkness that felt solid and heavy, like a physical weight. The music from Liam's speaker, once a symbol of our carefree rebellion, now sounded tinny and pathetic, the driving beat that had energized us on the hike felt like a frantic, failing heartbeat against the immense, patient silence of the forest. The natural world had simply muted us. The chirping of crickets, the rustle of leaves, the very breath of the jungle had ceased, leaving only our artificial noise and the oppressive quiet that surrounded it. It was as if the entire forest was holding its breath, waiting for our cheap batteries to die. And eventually, they did. The song stuttered, warped into a low, mournful groan, and then faded into nothing. The silence that rushed in to fill the void was absolute and deafening. It was a physical presence, pressing in on my eardrums. For the first time, we could hear the frantic thumping of our own hearts. We all sat frozen around the campfire, our faces illuminated by the flickering flames, our eyes wide, and searching the impenetrable wall of blackness that encircled our tiny clearing. Well, Ben said, his voice unnaturally loud in the stillness. So much for the party. He was trying for his usual sarcastic tone, but it fell flat, absorbed by the silence. Snap. The sound was sharp, distinct, and terrifyingly close. It was the sound of a dry twig, breaking under a heavy foot, just beyond the perimeter of our firelight. Every head whipped in the direction of the noise. Liam grabbed the heaviest flashlight, its powerful beam, cutting a sharp white tunnel into the darkness. He swept it back and forth across the tree line. The light revealed nothing but a chaotic tangle of roots, ferns, and the silent, watching trunks of ancient trees. There was no animal, no sign of disturbance. Just a boar or a deer, probably, Liam said, though his voice lacked conviction. He kept the beam of the flashlight trained where the spot where the sound had come from. They were probably more scared of us than we are of them. A deer wouldn't be wandering this close to a fire, Chloe whispered, her arms wrapped tightly around her knees. Her sketchbook lay forgotten by her side. There was nothing beautiful to capture here now. Maybe it's one of Samchai's guardians. Ben muttered, but the joke had lost its humor. He was staring into the darkness, his usual smirk replaced by a tight, nervous line. Come to complain about the noise. We tried to laugh, but the sound was hollow and weak. The spell was broken. The illusion of our control, of our safety, had been shattered by a single, simple sound. We decided to turn in. A silent agreement passing between us that the flimsy nylon walls of our tents offered a better sense of security than the exposed clearing. Liam and Ben shared one tent, Chloe and I the other. Samchai remained by his hammock, a still silhouette against the faint glow of the dying embers of our fire. He hadn't moved, hadn't made a sound. His stillness was somehow more unnerving than any of the forest's strange noises. It was the stillness of someone who was waiting for something he knew was coming. Zipping up the tent felt like sealing a tomb. The air inside was stuffy and warm, smelling of plastic and our own fear. Through the thin fabric, the forest felt even closer. Every sigh of the wind through the canopy above sounded like a whisper. Every rustle of a leaf sounded like a footstep. I lay there, my sleeping bag pulled up to my chin, my ears straining to decipher the language of the night. Chloe was a motionless lump beside me, but I knew she was as awake and terrified as I was. That's when we heard it. It started as a faint, rhythmic crunching. Crunch, crunch, crunch. It was the sound of feet. Not the light, scurrying steps of a small animal, nor the heavy, crashing tread of something large like a boar. This was methodical, deliberate. It was the sound of 2 feet walking on the dry leaves and soil, and it was moving in a circle around our camp. I held my breath, my heart hammering against my ribs. I could hear Liam and Ben murmuring in the next tent. They had heard it too. The footsteps would grow louder as they passed our tent, then fade slightly as they moved towards the other, before growing louder again as they completed the circuit. Round and round it went, a slow, patient, inescapable patrol. Morgan. Chloe's voice was a tiny, trembling thing in the dark. I hear it, I whispered back. What is it? I don't know, but I did. It wasn't an animal. Animals don't walk in perfect, endless circles around a campsite. This was intelligent. This was a warning. After what felt like an eternity of this torment, we heard the zipper of the other tent being ripped open. Who's there? Liam's voice boomed, trying to sound commanding but betraying a tremor of fear. The footsteps stopped. The silence that followed was somehow even more terrifying. Show yourself! Liam shouted again. Nothing. Just the ringing in our ears. I heard him fumbling with the flashlight again. I cautiously unzipped our tent flap. Just a crack peering out. Liam was standing in the faint glow of the fire's embers, sweeping the beam of the flashlight in a frantic arc around the camp. Ben was right behind him, holding a large branch like a club. The beam illuminated nothing. The forest was empty. The ground was undisturbed. There were no tracks, no sign that anything, man or beast, had been circling us moments before. There's nothing here, Ben said, his voice a mixture of relief and confusion. We must have been imagining it. The wind, maybe. But we all knew it wasn't the wind. The sound had been too clear, too rhythmic. It was the sound of something walking, and it had been real. They eventually retreated back into their tent, and a tense, watchful quiet fell over the camp once more. I tried to close my eyes, to force myself to sleep, but the image of that empty, watching forest was burned into my mind. The feeling of being observed was a physical sensation, like insects crawling on my skin. I felt naked, exposed, even within the supposed safety of the tent. The beautiful forest had become a place of profound terror, a cage of our own making. And then, a new sound began. It was different from the footsteps. It was a soft, scraping, rhythmic noise. It was the sound of digging. Scrape, scoop. Scrape, scoop. It was coming from the same direction as the first snapped twig, just at the edge of the darkness. It was a patient, industrious sound. The sound of a task being performed. My blood ran cold. My mind, frantic with fear, could only conjure one image: a grave. Something was out there in the dark, just meters from our tent, digging a hole in the forest floor. Was it digging something up? Or was it making room for something new? I looked at Chloe. In the faint moonlight filtering through the tent fabric, I could see that her eyes were wide with the same silent, screaming question. We lay there, paralyzed, listening to the steady, methodical sound of the digging. It went on, a soundtrack to our worst nightmares. We didn't dare to make a sound, didn't dare to peek outside again. We had shouted into the darkness once, and had been answered with silence. We were not foolish enough to try again. We had been warned not to disturb the spirits. In our arrogance, we had filled their sacred home with noise and disrespect. We had shouted into the void. Now, the void was calmly, patiently, and methodically answering back. And it was digging in the dark, just for us. The sound of digging continued for a time that felt both like a fleeting moment and an entire lifetime. Each scrape and scoop of dirt was a metronome marking our descent into madness. Chloe and I lay rigid in our sleeping bags, two statues carved from fear, our breaths held until our lungs burned. To breathe felt like an invitation, a sign of life for whatever was out there in the dark. The sound wasn't angry or frantic. It was methodical, calm, and purposeful, and that was the most terrifying thing about it. It was the sound of a job that needed doing. Then, as abruptly as it began, it stopped. The silence that returned was different from before. It wasn't empty. It was thick, heavy, and pregnant with anticipation. It was the silence of a predator that has finished preparing its trap and is now simply waiting. My ears strained, trying to catch a hint of what would come next, but there was nothing. Only the frantic, silent screaming in my own mind. The feeling of being watched had intensified to an unbearable degree. It was no longer a vague sensation. It was a focused, malevolent glare that I felt pressing on the thin nylon wall of the tent, a pressure against my very soul. And then the nylon moved. It wasn't the wind. It was a slow, deliberate drag against the side of the tent, right next to my head. A sound like rough fabric or dry skin being pulled across the top material. I flinched so violently my teeth clicked together. Chloe let out a tiny, strangled gasp. It moved upwards, slowly, as if something was tracing the outline of my body from the outside. I could see the fabric indenting slightly, dark shape against the faint moonlight. It was formless, indistinct, but it was there. It was real, and it was touching us. My mind refused to process it. I squeezed my eyes shut, hoping that if I couldn't see it, it wasn't real. But then came the whisper. It wasn't a human voice. It was a dry, sibilant hiss, like dead leaves skittering across stone. Yet it formed a sound that was chillingly familiar. Morgan. It was my name, but stretched and broken, as if spoken by a throat that had not been used for centuries. It was a sound that did not belong to the world of the living. Ice flooded my veins. This was not a prank. This was not an animal. This was the curiosity Samchai had warned us about. The ancient, offended spirit of the forest had learned my name. A blood-curdling scream ripped through the night, but it wasn't mine. It came from the other tent. It was Ben. A scream of pure, unadulterated terror, followed by Liam's frantic shouts. "Get off! Get away from us!" That was it. The paralysis broke, shattered by the terror in our friends' voices. The instinct for survival, primal and overwhelming, took over. "We have to run," I gasped, fumbling blindly for the zipper. Now, Chloe was already moving, her hands shaking so badly she couldn't get a grip. I shoved her aside, tore the zipper down with a single, violent pull, and we scrambled out of the tent into the dying glow of the campfire. At the same moment, Liam and Ben burst from their tent, their faces masks of horror in the dim, flickering light. Ben fell to his knees, gasping and clawing at his own arms, as if trying to scrape something off. In that moment of pure chaos, my eyes found Samchai. He was standing exactly where he had been all night, by his hammock. He wasn't looking at us, but at the darkness that encircled the clearing. He was calm. His face held no fear, only a deep, profound sadness. He raised a hand, not to help us, but to simply point down the barely visible trail we had followed to get here. The message was clear. Go. Now, we didn't need to be told twice. We ran. We didn't grab our packs, our phones, or our wallets. We abandoned everything. We ran with the kind of desperate, lung-searing speed that only mortal terror can provide. As we plunged into the darkness of the path, I risked a single, fleeting glance back at the clearing. My heart stopped. The pre-dawn light was just beginning to filter through the canopy, casting the world in a ghostly gray. I could see the hole. It was shallow, more of a wide scrape in the earth than a grave. And laid out neatly beside it were four small, man-like figures. They were crudely woven from twigs, leaves, and what looked like strands of our own hair, likely collected from the brushes we'd left in the tents. One for each of us. 4 effigies, placed beside a freshly dug patch of earth. An offering, a curse, a placeholder. My mind couldn't bear to complete the thought. The run through the forest was a nightmare blur. Every gnarled root was a hand reaching out to trip us, every shadow a pursuing figure. The sounds of the jungle had returned, but now they were menacing. The call of a bird sounded like a shriek of mockery. The rustle of leaves like the footsteps of our pursuer. We didn't dare look back. We just kept our eyes fixed on the back of Samchai, who moved ahead of us with a steady, unhurried pace, a small, lonely figure leading us back to the world we thought we knew. Hours later, we stumbled out of the tree line and into the village, collapsing onto the dusty ground like marathon runners crossing a finish line. We were covered in mud and scratches, our clothes torn, our minds shattered. The villagers who saw us kept their distance, their faces a mixture of pity and fear. They knew. They knew what happened to those who disrespected the forest. Samchai led us to our van. He handed Liam the keys, his dark, ancient eyes meeting each of ours for a moment. He didn't say, "I told you so." He didn't have to. His silence was a more profound condemnation than any words could be. "The things you left," he said, his voice low. your belongings. They are an offering now, a payment. Do not go back for them. Ever, we just nodded, unable to speak. We climbed into the van. The four of us huddling together like frightened children. The drive back to Bangkok was conducted in absolute silence. There were no jokes, no music, no plans for the next adventure. Ben, the hardened skeptic, sat staring out the window, his face pale and empty, occasionally touching his arms, as if he could still feel an unseen grasp. Liam, our bold leader, just gripped the steering wheel, his knuckles white, his eyes fixed on the road ahead, seeing nothing. Chloe quietly wept in the back seat. We never saw anything that night. Not really. We saw no monster, no ghost, no tangible creature. But we felt it. We heard it. We were touched by it. We learned that the world is so much older and stranger than our modern minds can comprehend. We learned that some rules aren't meant to be understood, only obeyed. We had entered Dongfan as arrogant tourists, looking for a thrill. We left as humbled, haunted survivors, leaving pieces of ourselves behind in that dark, silent forest. And sometimes, in the dead of night, when the silence is too deep, I can still hear the sound of digging, and I wonder what would have happened if we had stayed to see the sunrise. I wonder what the forest would have done with the four little figures it had so carefully made in our image. My name is Noah Whittaker. For the better part of my 32 years, the wilderness has been more than a hobby. It has been my sanctuary, my confidante, the one place where the noise of the modern world fades into an irrelevant hum. I am an ecologist by trade, a man who finds more comfort in the language of rustling leaves and birdsong than in casual conversation. My work often takes me to the remote corners of the country, studying the delicate dance of flora and fauna, but my solo hiking trips are purely for the soul. They are a pilgrimage to the heart of what is real and untamed. This particular trip was to the sprawling national forests of the West, a rugged tapestry of ancient pines, granite, faced mountains, and valleys so deep they seemed to hold the very secrets of time. I had spent 4 days exploring its marked trails, but for my final night, I sought something deeper, a path less traveled, that promised a view of the sunset from a ridge known as Titan's Perch. It wasn't on the official park map, but I had found it through old survey charts and whispers from fellow backcountry enthusiasts. It was a challenge, a final communion with the wild before my return to civilization. I set out in the late afternoon, the sun a warm, golden weight on my shoulders. The air was crisp, scented with pine needles and damp earth. My pack was light, containing only the essentials for a night under the stars: a sleeping bag, a small tarp, water, and a modest supply of food. My movements were practiced and efficient, my boots crunching a steady rhythm on the needle-strewn path. I felt a profound sense of peace settle over me. Here I was not Dr. Whittaker, the man with deadlines and responsibilities. I was just Noah, a small, transient part of a vast, living ecosystem. The forest was alive with the sounds of the afternoon. Squirrels chattered indignantly from the high branches of Douglas firs, and the distant, percussive tapping of a woodpecker echoed through the trees. I felt a familiar sense of belonging, a quiet joy that was the very reason I pursued these solitary journeys. The world made sense here. Cause and effect were clear. The strong survived, the seasons turned, and the forest endured. As the sun began its slow descent, the light shifted, painting the forest in long, dramatic shadows. The air grew cooler. The path to Titan's Perch became steeper and less defined, forcing me to rely on my compass and the topography of the land. This was the part I loved most. The raw, unfiltered challenge of navigation, the feeling of being utterly reliant on my own skills. The sounds of the forest began to change, the daytime chorus giving way to the subtle whispers of the approaching night. An owl hooted from a hidden perch, a lonely, haunting call that seemed to hang in the air. It was in this deepening twilight, with the last vestiges of orange and purple bleeding from the sky, that my world fractured. I was stepping over a fallen log, my mind on the final ascent to the ridge, when a sudden, electric, sharp pain erupted in my left ankle. It was not a scrape or a twist. It was a piercing, venomous agony, as if 2 needles heated in a flame had been plunged deep into my flesh. My breath hitched in a choked gasp. I stumbled back, my heart instantly hammering against my ribs like a trapped bird. My gaze shot downwards. In the dim, murky light, I saw it. A dark, slender form, no thicker than my thumb, slithering with liquid speed across the path and disappearing into the undergrowth. The pattern was unmistakable, even in the gloom the stark, alternating bands of black and a pale, ghostly white. A crate. For a frozen second, my mind refused to process the information. A crate. Here. It was highly unusual for this specific region, but not impossible. A wave of cold, chemical dread washed through me, far more chilling than the evening air. I knew its reputation. I knew the terrifying potency of its neurotoxic venom. I knew, with a certainty that stole the air from my lungs, that I was in profound trouble. My training, my years of experience, my rational mind, all screamed a single command: stay calm. Panic was a luxury I could not afford. A racing heart would only pump the poison through my system faster. I forced myself to take a slow, deep breath. Though my lungs felt tight and constricted, I was miles from the trailhead. My phone, as expected, had no signal. There was no one for miles. I was utterly, terrifyingly alone. My first instinct was to run, to flee from the source of my own mortality. But I knew that would be a death sentence. Slowly. I had to move slowly. I unshouldered my pack and fumbled with the side pocket, my fingers feeling clumsy and disconnected. I pulled out my small first aid kit, but I knew it was a futile gesture. I had no antivenom. The best I could do was try to slow the inevitable. I didn't have a snakebite kit with a suction device. I knew from my wilderness first aid courses that they were largely ineffective and could cause more tissue damage. The only prescribed course of action was to keep the limb below the heart and get to a hospital. A hospital that was a lifetime away. I looked at my ankle. 2 small, almost insignificant puncture marks were weeping tiny beads of blood. The skin around them was already beginning to feel tight and hot. I forced myself to stand, putting as little weight as possible on the injured leg. Every beat of my heart was a drum counting down the seconds I had left. I began to walk, a slow, agonizing shuffle back the way I came. Each step was a negotiation with pain and a battle against rising panic. The forest I had loved just moments before had transformed. It was no longer a sanctuary. It had become a prison, its towering trees like the bars of a cage, its deepening shadows filled with menace. The gentle rustle of leaves now sounded like mocking whispers. The hoot of the owl no longer seemed lonely, but predatory. With every excruciating step, the symptoms worsened. A strange metallic taste filled my mouth. My leg began to swell, the fabric of my hiking pants growing uncomfortably tight. A terrifying numbness began to creep up from my foot, a deadening sensation that was somehow worse than the pain. It was the venom's signature, the slow, systematic shutdown of my nervous system. My mistake was a simple one, a moment of carelessness born from comfort and familiarity. I hadn't been watching my steps, my focus on the destination rather than the journey. In an area known for its venomous creatures, even if this one was a rarity, I had let my guard down, and the forest, in its brutal, impartial way, had punished me for it. The pain was a living thing, a fire that licked up my calf, followed by the cold tide of paralysis. My vision began to blur at the edges, the vibrant details of the woods softening into a hazy, threatening mass. A wave of dizziness washed over me, and I had to brace myself against the trunk of a pine, its rough bark digging into my palm. I squeezed my eyes shut, fighting the nausea that was churning in my stomach. The forest I had once cherished, the place I came to feel alive, was now patiently, inexorably waiting for me to die. The sun was gone now, and in the suffocating darkness, my slow, desperate march had only just begun. The darkness that fell was not merely the absence of light. It was a physical presence. It pressed in on me from all sides, thick and suffocating, swallowing the path and the trees, and the very air I was desperate to breathe. My world had shrunk to the small, pathetic circle illuminated by my headlamp, a dancing bubble of clarity in an ocean of black. Every sound was magnified, distorted by the venom, laced fear coursing through my veins. The snap of a twig was a cracking bone. The rustle of leaves was the slither of another snake. The wind whispering through the pines sounded like a chorus of voices, murmuring my name in a language of decay. My leg was a useless anchor of meat and bone. The fiery pain had subsided into a deep, throbbing ache, but the numbness had spread with horrifying speed. It had consumed my foot and ankle, and was now creeping insidiously up my calf, a cold frontier of death advancing on the living territory of my body. I could no longer walk, not even shuffle. I had tried, but my leg had buckled beneath me, sending me crashing to the forest floor. The impact sent a jolt of agony through my body, and a fresh wave of nausea that left me retching dryly into the dirt. Now, crawling was my only option. I was a wounded animal, dragging myself through the dirt and pine needles. My hands, raw and scraped, became my new feet. My pack, once a symbol of my self-sufficiency, was now a dead weight, its straps digging into my shoulders. But I couldn't abandon it. The water, the tarp, they were my last tethers to the faintest hope of survival. Each movement was a monumental effort, a battle of will against a body that was actively betraying me. Drag the right arm forward. Pull the left knee up. Heave the dead weight of my poisoned leg. The rhythm was slow, torturous, and humiliating. I, Noah Whitaker, the seasoned ecologist who could read a forest like a book, was reduced to this primal, desperate crawl. The venom was no longer just in my leg. It was a ghost in my machine, systematically pulling levers and cutting wires. My eyelids felt heavy, as if tiny weights were attached to them. It took a conscious effort to keep them open, to fight the seductive pull of a sleep I knew I would never wake from. A persistent droop began to affect the left side of my face, and when I tried to lick my dry, cracked lips, my tongue felt thick and clumsy. The metallic taste was stronger now, a coppery film coating my entire mouth. Breathing was becoming a chore. Each inhalation was shallow, unsatisfying, as if my lungs could no longer fully expand. The neurotoxin was beginning its assault on my diaphragm. the muscle that gave me life with every breath. Time lost all meaning. Was it minutes or hours that I had been crawling? The moon, a cold, silver sliver, had risen above the treetops, casting long, skeletal shadows that danced and writhed in my wavering headlamp beam. My mind, starved of oxygen and besieged by poison, began to drift. Images flickered behind my heavy eyelids. I saw the face of my younger sister, her expression bright with laughter at some long, forgotten joke. I saw my parents, waving from the porch of my childhood home. I saw my small apartment, the stacks of books, the maps pinned to the wall. A life of quiet purpose that now seemed like a dream belonging to someone else. These flashes of memory were not comforting. They were torturous reminders of everything I was about to lose. Every happy moment, every connection, every plan for the future was being systematically erased by the molecules of poison working their way through my bloodstream. A profound, soul-crushing regret settled over me. It wasn't just about my carelessness in stepping over the log. It was about the arrogance of my solitude. I had always taken pride in my independence, in my ability to thrive alone in the wild. I had seen it as a strength, but now I saw it for what it was, a vulnerability. I had pushed people away, not out of malice, but out of a misplaced belief that I was self-contained. Now, in my final hours, I was desperate for a human voice, a hand to hold, a presence to confirm that I had existed at all. But there was no one. I had ensured my own lonely end. Suddenly, through the cacophony of my own labored breathing and the pounding in my ears, I heard it. A sound, faint but distinct. A low, rhythmic hum. It was mechanical. My heart, which I had been trying so desperately to keep calm, gave a painful lurch. An engine. It had to be an engine. An ATV. Maybe a truck on a remote service road. Hope, fierce and blinding, erupted in my chest. It was an adrenaline surge so powerful, it momentarily cleared my vision and silenced the venom's whispers. I pushed myself up, ignoring the screaming protest from my muscles. I strained my ears, turning my head, trying to pinpoint the direction. There, to the northeast. It was intermittent, fading in and out with the wind. But it was there. With a surge of renewed purpose, I changed my direction. I was no longer just crawling away from death. I was crawling towards life. The pain, the numbness, the exhaustion, they were all still there, but they were secondary now, relegated to the background by the singular, desperate need to reach that sound. I pushed myself harder, faster, my scraped hands digging into the earth, my good leg kicking furiously. The forest floor was a brutal obstacle, course of roots that snagged my clothes and rocks that bruised my knees, but I barely noticed. The hum was my mantra, my salvation. For what felt like an eternity, I crawled towards the promise of rescue. The sound grew slightly louder, more consistent. I could almost feel the vibrations through the ground. I was getting closer. Tears of relief and desperation streamed down my face, mixing with the dirt and sweat. I opened my mouth to shout, but only a strangled, pathetic croak came out. My throat was tight, another casualty of the venom's advance. It didn't matter. I just had to get closer. They would see my headlamp. They had to. I crested a small rise, my body screaming in protest, and pushed through a curtain of ferns. The ground ahead sloped downwards into a small clearing, and in the center of that clearing, bathed in the cold moonlight, was the source of the sound. It was not a truck. It was not an ATV. It was a power transformer mounted on a tall wooden pole, buzzing with electricity. A single line ran to it from the east, and another ran out to the west, disappearing into the darkness. It was part of a utility line, cutting through the vast emptiness of the forest, miles from any road, any house, any person. The hope that had propelled me forward didn't just fade. It was violently extinguished, leaving a vacuum of despair, so absolute it was a physical blow. I collapsed onto the damp earth, the last of my strength gone. The buzzing of the transformer was no longer a sound of hope. It was a mockery, a monument to a civilization I could not reach, a cruel joke played by the forest that held me captive. I lay there, my face pressed into the cold dirt, and for the first time, I did not try to get back up. The fight was over. The forest had won. The buzzing was the only sound in the world, a monotonous funeral dirge for a man who had died long before his heart stopped beating. I lay there, my cheek pressed against the cold, damp earth, my face turned towards the indifferent wooden pole. The buzzing of the transformer was the only constant in a world that was dissolving around me. It was a sound that had first promised life and then delivered only despair, but now it was becoming something else. It was a focal point, a single, unwavering note in the chaotic symphony of my body's final, frantic shutdown. The fight had drained out of me, leaving behind a hollow, strangely peaceful emptiness. There was no more hope to be extinguished, no more strength to be tested. There was only the slow, methodical process of my own unraveling. My breathing had become a conscious, desperate labor. Each inhalation was a thin, shallow gasp that did little to relieve the crushing weight on my chest. It felt as if the air itself had become thick and heavy, too dense for my failing lungs to process. The world seen through my headlamp, which had been my only shield against the oppressive dark, began to flicker and dim, not because of the batteries, but because the connection between my eyes and my brain was fraying. Black spots bloomed in my field of vision, spreading and merging like ink blots on wet paper. The paralysis that had claimed my leg was now a creeping, cold blanket, ascending my torso, stealing the last vestiges of sensation and control. I tried to move my fingers, to feel the grit of the soil one last time, but the command was lost somewhere in the dying corridors of my nervous system. It was then that the buzzing began to change. Or perhaps it was my mind that was changing. The monotonous, mechanical hum started to acquire a rhythm, a cadence. It pulsed in time with the slow, struggling beat of my own heart. It was no longer just a sound. It was a vibration that seemed to resonate deep within my bones, a voice that spoke not in words, but in pure sensation. In the theater of my fading consciousness, the forest was finally speaking to me. It was not a voice of anger or malice. It was far older, far more terrifying than that. It was a voice of immense, dispassionate, and eternal indifference. It showed me things, not memories of my own short life, but memories of the land itself. I saw seasons turn in the blink of an eye, snows falling and melting, summers blazing and fading. I saw the towering pines I had admired as seedlings pushing their way up through the soil over centuries. I saw fires rage through the undergrowth, a destructive, cleansing force that cleared the way for new life. I saw generations of animals born, hunting, and dying, their bodies returning to the earth to fuel the next cycle. The power line, the buzzing transformer. They were revealed to me for what they were, Arzun. A temporary scar, a thin, fragile thread of human arrogance stretched across a landscape that measured time in epochs. My life, my death, my terror, they were less than a single falling leaf in this immense, sprawling, interconnected organism. The crate that had bitten me was not an assassin. It was simply a part of the whole, a gear in the great, grinding machine of existence. No more or less important than the bacteria that would soon begin the work of reclaiming my body. I had come to the wilderness seeking something real, something to cut through the noise and artifice of my own world. I had sought the sublime. Now, I was experiencing it in its most absolute, terrifying, and honest form. I was not just an observer of the ecosystem. I was becoming a part of its ledger, my nutrients a debt to be paid back to the soil that had supported my weight. A strange thing happened. The fear, the regret, the profound loneliness that had haunted my final hours, they began to dissolve. The image of my sister's laugh, my parents' wave, they were still there, but they were no longer sources of pain. They were simply facts, data points in the story of a creature whose time was over. My arrogance hadn't been in my solitude, but in my belief that I was ever truly separate from all this. I had walked through the forest as a visitor, a spectator. Only now, in death, was I being granted true citizenship. The buzzing in my head deepened, becoming a vast, resonant hum that seemed to be the sound of life itself. I could feel the network of roots spreading beneath me in the soil, a subterranean nervous system. I could feel the slow, patient process of decay and rebirth happening all around me. My consciousness, which I had always thought of as being trapped inside my skull, began to expand, to leak out into the world around me. It flowed past the buzzing transformer, beyond the clearing, and into the dark, breathing woods. I was the owl on its silent hunt. I was the beetle burrowing into a fallen log. I was the pine needle, surrendering to the pull of gravity. The last of my own physical sensations was the feeling of the cold earth against my skin, a final, intimate embrace. My breathing, which had been a struggle, simply ceased. The flickering light of my headlamp, a tiny man-made star, finally went out, plunging the clearing into the pure, unfiltered darkness of the moonless night. My name was Noah Wetaker. I was an ecologist who loved the wilderness. I made a mistake, a single careless step. But my story did not end with the venom, or the despair, or the lonely crawl through the dark. It ended with a quiet, final understanding. It ended with a surrender. It ended with my return to the whole. The forest, which had been my sanctuary, then my prison, had now become my grave and my eternity. And in the heart of its vast, patient silence, the transformer continued its steady, electric hum, a sound that no one was left to hear. My name is Olivia Sterling, and for as long as I can remember, the world has spoken to me through the lens of a camera. It's a language of light and shadow, of composition and focus. I'm a professional photographer, a title I've worked tirelessly to earn, specializing in natural landscapes. My work has taken me from the sun, scorched dunes of the Namib to the glacial fjords of Norway, but no place has ever captivated my soul quite like the ancient forests of Japan. There's a profound sense of history there, a spiritual weight that hangs in the moss, scented air. It's a place where the veil between worlds feels thin, where myths and reality seem to intertwine among the gnarled roots and towering canopies. My latest project, the one I believed would define my career, was a photographic exploration of Shunrin, Yoku, or forest bathing. I wanted to capture not just the visual beauty of the woods, but the feeling of being immersed in their life force. And central to this project was the legend of the kodama. Before my trip, I'd spent weeks buried in folklore texts and online forums. The stories were all variations on a theme. Kodama were ancient, sentient spirits that resided within trees, acting as their guardians. They were said to be largely unseen, sometimes appearing as faint orbs of light or small, ethereal figures. The tales were consistent on one crucial point. To harm a tree inhabited by a kodama was to invite a terrible curse. The warnings were stark, speaking of madness, misfortune, and a haunting that would follow the transgressor to their grave. I respected the culture, of course, but from the detached, academic perspective of an outsider. To me, these were beautiful, allegorical tales designed to encourage respect for nature. A curse, a vengeful spirit. I filed it under charming superstition. My focus was on the tangible. The quality of the light filtering through the leaves, the texture of the bark, the intricate patterns of moss on stone. The supernatural was a wonderful theme, a narrative thread to weave through my collection. But I never for a moment believed it was real. That was my first and most critical mistake. I chose a forest in the heart of Honshu, a place less frequented by tourists, renowned for its ancient cedars and tranquil atmosphere. Getting there was an ordeal in itself, involving a series of trains, a rickety local bus, and finally, a long hike into the interior, my gear weighing heavily on my back. But with every step deeper into the woods, the modern world fell away, replaced by a profound and resonant silence. The air grew cooler, thick with the smell of damp earth and decaying leaves. Sunlight struggled to pierce the dense canopy, dappling the forest floor in shifting patterns of green and gold. It was everything I had hoped for. For 2 days, I was in a state of creative bliss. I captured the dance of morning, mist around the trunks of giant cryptomeria, the delicate unfurling of ferns, and the way the setting sun set the autumn leaves ablaze. I felt a connection to the place, a sense of peace that was both exhilarating and humbling. My camera, atop of the line Hasselblad, felt like an extension of my own eyes, and the images I was capturing were, without a doubt, the best of my career. I was in my element, confident and in control. It was on the third afternoon that I found it. The tree. It wasn't the largest or the oldest by any means, but it possessed a character that was utterly magnetic. It was a Japanese maple, its trunk twisted into an elegant, sculptural form, as if frozen in the middle of a slow, centuries-long dance. Its leaves were a fiery crimson, and it stood in a small, sunlit clearing, surrounded by a carpet of vibrant green moss. It was perfect. It was the centerpiece my collection needed, the embodiment of the forest's soul. I set up my tripod with trembling hands, my heart pounding with the thrill of discovery. I framed the shot, my eye pressed to the viewfinder, composing the image with meticulous care. The lighting was sublime, the colors were breathtaking, the composition was almost there, but not quite. There was a branch. A single, insignificant branch, jutting out from the right side of the trunk at an awkward angle. It was thinner than the others, with sparse pale leaves, almost as if it were an afterthought of the tree's growth. But in the context of my photograph, it was a glaring flaw. It disrupted the elegant flow of the trunk, drawing the eye away from the heart of the image. It was a discordant note in a perfect symphony. I tried everything to work around it. I shifted the tripod left, then right. I changed lenses. I tried a lower angle, then a higher one. For over an hour, I wrestled with the problem, but the branch remained a stubborn imperfection. A wave of frustration washed over me, hot and sharp. This was the shot. It was the image that would grace the cover of my book, the one that would hang in galleries. I couldn't let it be compromised. And then, the thought, insidious and practical, slithered into my mind. Just cut it. I had a small hand axe in my pack for clearing brush and hammering in tent pegs. It was sharp. It would take seconds. No one would ever know. The thought was immediately followed by a flicker of unease as the stories of the kodama surfaced in my memory. If you harm a tree with a kodama, you'll be cursed. I laughed it off, a short sound that felt alien in the profound quiet of the clearing. It was ridiculous. It was a single, ugly branch on one tree among millions. It was for the sake of art. My ambition, a powerful and persuasive force, began to rationalize the act. This wasn't malicious destruction. It was a necessary edit, a pruning to reveal the tree's true beauty. I was honoring it, not harming it. The folklore was for children, for a time before logic and science reigned supreme. My decision made, I unzipped my pack and pulled out the axe. Its metal head glinted in the dappled sunlight. It felt cold and heavy in my hand, a tool of purpose and efficiency. I walked to the tree, my boots sinking softly into the moss. I placed a hand on the trunk. The bark was cool and rough, like ancient skin. For a fleeting moment, I felt a strange vibration, a low, almost imperceptible thrumming beneath my palm. I dismissed it as my imagination, a product of my heightened emotional state. I raised the axe. I sighted my target, the base of the offending branch. I took a deep breath, the scent of the forest filling my lungs one last time. The moment the steel bit into the wood, everything changed. It wasn't a loud crack, but a dull, sickening thud that seemed to be absorbed by the entire forest. And with that sound, an absolute and unnatural silence fell. It wasn't just the cessation of noise, it was the absence of it. The gentle chirping of unseen birds, the rustle of leaves in the breeze, the distant hum of insects. It all vanished in an instant. It was as if the world had suddenly been muted, or as if I had been plunged underwater. The air grew heavy and still, pressing in on me from all sides. A chill, completely unrelated to the temperature, snaked its way up my spine. The branch fell to the mossy ground with a soft whisper. The cut was clean, a pale, weeping wound on the dark bark. I looked back at my camera, a sense of grim triumph warring with a rapidly growing dread. The shot was perfect now. The composition was flawless. But as I stood there, axe in hand, staring at the mutilated tree, I didn't feel like an artist. I felt like a vandal. I felt like an intruder. And for the first time, I felt the unnerving sensation of being watched, not by a creature of flesh and blood, but by the silent, waiting forest itself. The weight of 1,000 unseen eyes was upon me, and in their gaze, I felt a cold, ancient judgment. The superstition I had so casually dismissed felt terrifyingly real, and I knew, with a certainty that chilled me to the bone, that I had just made a terrible, irreversible mistake. The silence that followed the fall of the branch was a living entity. It had weight and texture, pressing against my eardrums and smothering my thoughts. My hand, still clutching the axe, began to tremble. The grim satisfaction I'd anticipated was entirely absent, replaced by a hollow, sickening dread. I stood frozen for what felt like an eternity, caught between the wounded tree and the silent witness of my camera on its tripod. The forest was no longer a place of serene beauty. It had transformed into a courtroom, and I was the guilty party standing before a silent jury. My training, my rational mind, fought back against the rising tide of panic. It's just your conscience, Olivia. You feel guilty, so your mind is playing tricks on you. I forced myself to move, the action feeling sluggish and surreal as if moving through water. I laid the axe down gently, almost reverently, by my pack. I couldn't bring myself to look at the severed branch lying on the moss, a piece of evidence marking my crime. My priority was to get the shot and leave. The sooner I was away from this clearing, the better. I walked back to the tripod, my gaze fixed on the ground, avoiding the sight of the tree's fresh wound. Through the viewfinder, the composition was, as I'd known it would be, perfect. The awkward line was gone, leaving only the graceful, powerful form of the maple. But the image felt tainted. The vibrant crimson of the leaves now seemed less like fire and more like blood. The shadows pooling at its base were no longer just an absence of light. They felt deep, watchful, and menacing. I adjusted the settings with numb fingers, my photographer's instincts on autopilot. The click of the shutter, usually a sound of satisfying finality, echoed unnervingly in the oppressive quiet. It sounded like a gavel falling. I didn't take another frame. I packed my equipment with frantic, clumsy movements, my usual meticulous process abandoned. Every snap of a latch, every zip of a bag seemed amplified, a profane intrusion into the sacred silence. I felt an overwhelming urge to apologize, to speak words into the stillness, but my throat was tight with fear. What would I say? And more terrifyingly, who or what would hear me? With my pack secured and the tripod collapsed, I cast one last, fearful glance at the maple tree. The pale scar on its trunk seemed to mock me, a permanent mark of my arrogance. I turned and fled the clearing, not quite running, but walking with a desperate, hurried pace that bordered on flight. The path back to my campsite should have been familiar, but in the deepening twilight and my heightened state of anxiety, it felt alien and threatening. The forest, which had felt so welcoming just hours before, now seemed to be actively working against me. Roots, previously unseen, seemed to snag at my boots. Low, hanging branches, which I ducked under without a thought on my way in, now seemed to claw at my face and hair. The oppressive silence persisted, but now it was punctuated by sounds I couldn't identify. A sharp crack in the undergrowth to my left, a soft, slithering sound to my right. Each time I spun around, my heart leaping into my throat, there was nothing but shadows. The shadows themselves were the worst part. As the last of the sun's rays retreated from the canopy, the forest floor was plunged into a murky gloom. The trees, once majestic pillars, became distorted, hunched figures. The spaces between them were filled with a darkness so profound it felt solid. My mind, feverish with guilt and fear, began to populate that darkness. I saw movement in my peripheral vision, a flicker of motion, a shape detaching itself from a tree trunk, only to melt back into the gloom when I looked directly at it. I told myself it was just the play of light and shadow, the strain of the long day, but the feeling of being followed, of being stalked, was unshakable. By the time I stumbled into the small clearing where my tent was pitched, I was drenched in a cold sweat, my breath coming in ragged gasps. The sight of my small, nylon shelter was the only comfort in a world that had become hostile. I scrambled inside, zipping it shut with trembling hands, as if the thin layer of fabric could protect me from the ancient judgment of the woods. Inside, the darkness was absolute, but it was my darkness, a contained space that I could control. I fumbled for my headlamp, and its bright, clinical beam cut through the black, offering a small measure of relief. My hands still shook as I prepared a simple meal of rehydrated noodles, but I couldn't manage more than a few bites. My stomach was a tight knot of anxiety. Every tiny sound from outside, the groan of a tree branch in a sudden gust of wind, the skittering of some small nocturnal creature, made me jump. The silence from before had been terrifying, but this new chorus of sounds was worse. It felt like the forest had found its voice again, and it was whispering about me. Exhaustion eventually warred with my fear, and I knew I had to try to sleep. I crawled into my sleeping bag, pulling it up to my chin like a child, hiding from monsters under the blanket. I switched off my headlamp, plunging myself back into the blackness. I lay there for what felt like hours, listening to the forest, listening for something more. Just as I was drifting into a state of semi-consciousness, a new sound began. It was a soft, rhythmic scratching against the side of my tent, right behind my head. Scrape, scrape. It was delicate, almost tentative, like the sound of a single, long fingernail being drawn across the taut fabric. My blood ran cold. I lay perfectly still, every muscle tensed, straining to hear. It stopped. Silence rushed back in, heavier than before. I held my breath, my ears ringing. Was it just a branch? An animal? Then it came again, this time more insistent. Scrape, scrape, scrape. It was deliberate. There was intent behind it. I didn't dare move or make a sound. I was paralyzed by a primal fear I had never known. The scratching stopped, and a new sound replaced it. A faint, dry whisper, like the rustling of dead leaves, but it was shaped, almost like a word. A sibilant hiss that I couldn't quite understand. It was a language I didn't know, yet I understood its meaning perfectly. It was a sound of pure contempt. I don't know how long I lay there, rigid with terror, but eventually the abyss of exhaustion claimed me. I fell into a sleep that offered no escape, for it was there that the true horror began. I dreamt I was back in the clearing, but it was night, and the only light came from the wound on the maple tree. It glowed with a faint, sickly phosphorescence, and from it wept a thick, black sap that sizzled as it hit the moss below. As I watched, frozen in place, the shadows around the base of the tree began to coalesce. They swirled and deepened, drawing together into a form that was vaguely human, shaped but utterly unnatural. It was tall and gaunt, its limbs too long, its body semi-translucent, as if it were made of smoked glass or murky water. It had no discernible features, no mouth, no nose, only a smooth blank space where a face should be. And then 2 eyes opened. They were not eyes of flesh, but points of cold, white light like distant, dying stars, and they were fixed on me. In their piercing gaze, I felt a rage so ancient and so profound it was beyond any human emotion. It was the fury of the earth itself, the cold, implacable anger of something that has been violated. The figure did not move, it did not need to. Its stare was a physical force, pinning me, dissecting me, filling me with a soul, deep terror, that was colder and sharper than any axe. I woke with a strangled cry, sitting bolt upright in my sleeping bag. My heart was a wild drum against my ribs. The dream had been so vivid, so real, that the phantom feeling of that hateful gaze lingered. The tent was filled with the gray, pre-dawn light. Morning was coming. I had survived the night. A shaky laugh escaped my lips. A nightmare. It was all just a nightmare, born of a guilty conscience. The scratching, the whispers, the terrifying figure, all products of my overactive imagination. Relief, potent and cleansing, washed over me. To prove to myself that everything was fine, that my art had been worth the momentary lapse in judgment, I decided to look at the photos. I reached for my camera bag, my confidence returning with the growing light. I would see the perfect image of the maple tree, and this whole night of foolish terror would be forgotten. I unzipped the main compartment, and my world fell apart. My Hasselblad, my beautiful, robust $60,000 camera, lay in pieces. The lens, protected by layers of high-density foam, was shattered, a spiderweb of cracks radiating from a central impact point. The carbon fiber body was split open, its intricate internal mechanisms exposed like a dissected animal. And the memory card, the small, tough rectangle of plastic that held the soul of my work, was snapped cleanly in half. There was no rational explanation. No animal could have done this. No fall could have caused such precise, catastrophic damage inside a padded case, inside a zip tent. It was impossible. I stared at the wreckage, the laughter dying in my throat, replaced by the cold, hard certainty that I had been fooling myself. This wasn't my imagination. This wasn't a dream. This was a response, a calculated act of retribution. The superstition was real. The curse was real, and it was just beginning. Time ceased to have meaning as I knelt on the floor of my tent, staring at the ruins of my life's work. The cold gray light of dawn did nothing to soften the brutal reality of the scene. My Hasselblad, an instrument of such precision and beauty, was now just a pile of mangled plastic and shattered glass. The two halves of the memory card lay on the nylon floor like a broken promise. This was not random destruction. This was a message, an execution. Every crack in the lens, every splintered piece of the body, was a word in a language of pure vengeance. The sanity I had clung to, the rational explanations I had tried to build as a fortress around my fear, crumbled into dust. There was no logic for this. No thief would have been so specific in their vandalism. No animal could have performed such a meticulous dissection. My mind, stripped of all its defenses, was left with one terrifying, undeniable truth. The creature from my dream was real, and its rage was not confined to my nightmares. A primal scream built in my chest, but it died in my throat as a new wave of fear washed over me. The fear of being heard. I was not alone. The silence outside the tent was no longer empty. It was patient. It was waiting. My movements became purely instinctual, driven by the singular, desperate need to flee. I was a cornered animal. I scrambled out of the tent, leaving the wreckage behind. I didn't even zip the flap shut. I abandoned everything: the tent, the sleeping bag, my cooking gear, the expensive down jacket I'd saved for months to buy. They were just things, anchors that would drag me down. My only thought was escape. I grabbed my backpack, which thankfully still contained my water bottle, a compass, and a map, and I ran. I didn't look back. I plunged into the trees, away from the campsite, away from the clearing with the violated maple. I ran with the wild, heedless energy of pure terror. Branches whipped at my face, leaving stinging red lines. Thorns tore at my clothes and skin. I stumbled over roots, fell to my knees on the damp earth, and scrambled back up, my breath a raw, burning agony in my lungs. The forest, once my muse, was now my tormentor. It was a living, breathing labyrinth designed to confound and break me. The familiar path I had used for days had vanished, swallowed by the undergrowth. Every direction looked the same, an impenetrable wall of ancient trees and deep, menacing shadows. The sun, now higher in the sky. offered no comfort. Its light seemed to be absorbed by the canopy, and what little filtered through only served to create more confusing, dancing shadows that played tricks on my exhausted mind. The feeling of being watched was a physical presence. It was a pressure on the back of my neck, a prickling on my skin. I would whip my head around, convinced I would see the translucent figure from my dream standing just feet away, its cold, star-like eyes burning into me. But there was never anything there. Nothing and everything. The whispers started soon after. They were not in my head, they were in the wind, a sibilant rustling of leaves that almost formed words. My name, Olivia. It was a dry, mocking sound, the same sound of contempt I'd heard outside my tent. At one point, I stopped, leaning against a massive cedar, trying to catch my breath and consult my map, as my fingers, clumsy with adrenaline, fumbled to unfold it. A sudden, overpowering scent filled the air. It was the smell of freshly cut wood, of weeping sap. The smell of the maple tree. I gagged, my stomach heaving. It was impossible. I was miles from the clearing. But the scent was so strong, so cloying. It was as if I were standing right beside the wound I had created. I looked down at my hands, half expecting to see them covered in the tree's sticky lifeblood. They were clean, but I felt stained, tainted to my very soul. Panic gave my legs a new surge of strength. I abandoned the map. It was useless anyway. The forest was rewriting its own geography around me. I relied on the compass, keeping the needle pointed east, towards where I knew the road and the bus stop must be. For hours I pushed on, my world shrinking to the next tree, the next step, the next ragged breath. The forest was relentless. A sudden, localized downpour started, soaking me to the bone in minutes, making the ground slick and treacherous. The rain wasn't falling anywhere else. It was a personal storm, a curtain of water that seemed to follow me. I saw it then, not just in my peripheral vision, but for a split second, directly in front of me. As I scrambled up a small, mossy incline, the figure was there, standing between two trees. It was just as it had been in my dream, tall, gaunt, made of shadow and smoke. Its featureless face turned towards me, and though it had no eyes, I felt its piercing gaze. I screamed, a raw, animal sound, and scrambled backwards, falling hard. When I looked up, it was gone. But I knew it was still there, just beyond the veil of my sight, enjoying my terror. I don't know how long I walked, ran, and stumbled. Day bled into a twilight that brought with it a fresh wave of horror. The thought of being caught in this forest after dark was more terrifying than death itself. And then, through the trees, I saw it. A line. A straight, unnatural line in a world of chaotic, organic shapes. It was the edge of the road. I burst through the final line of trees and collapsed onto the rough asphalt, sobbing with a relief so profound it was painful. I had made it. I was out. The road was a symbol of order, of humanity, of safety. I lay there for several minutes, kissing the gritty surface. Behind me, the forest stood silent and dark, a wall of green and black. It felt like it was watching me go, its whispers finally fading. A logging truck eventually rumbled down the road, and the driver, a kind, elderly man with a weathered face, stopped for me. He looked at my disheveled state, my torn clothes, my scratched face, my wild eyes, with concern, but he asked no questions. He simply helped me into the cab and drove me to the small town where I had caught the bus. I checked into the first inn I saw, a traditional ryokan. The owner, a small, stooped woman, clucked her tongue at my appearance, but showed me to a simple, clean room with a tatami mat floor and a futon. The feeling of a solid roof over my head, of walls that could not be scratched by ghostly fingernails, was the greatest luxury I had ever known. I stripped off my filthy, damp clothes, took the longest, hottest shower of my life, and scrubbed at my skin until it was raw, trying to wash away the scent of the forest, the feeling of its touch. Wrapped in a clean cotton yukata, I felt almost human again. My terror began to recede, replaced by a deep, bone-wearing exhaustion. I convinced myself that it was over. I had escaped. The curse was tied to the forest, to that specific place. The destruction of my camera was the price I had to pay. A terrible, ruinous price, but a price that had been paid in full. I had learned my lesson. I would never be the same, but I would be alive. I would be safe. That night, I fell into a deep, dreamless sleep. I woke the next morning feeling groggy, but for the first time in 2 days, I didn't wake up with a scream. Sunlight was streaming through the paper screen of the window. It was over. It was over. I went to the small mirror above the wash basin to brush my teeth. I looked at my reflection, at the dark circles under my eyes and the fresh scratches on my cheeks. As I stared, something shifted. For a fraction of a second, the reflection was not my own. The face looking back at me was smooth, featureless, and made of shadow. 2 points of cold, white light opened where the eyes should be. I stumbled back with a cry, knocking over a small table. I squeezed my eyes shut, my heart hammering against my ribs. It's in my head. I'm traumatized. It's just my mind. I forced myself to look again. My own terrified face stared back at me. It had been a trick of the light, a hallucination. That's all. But as I stood there, trembling, a faint scent reached my nostrils. It was the smell of damp earth, of decaying leaves, and of fresh, weeping sap. It was the smell of the forest. And it was coming from me. The curse was not in the woods. It hadn't been left behind at the edge of the road. I had not paid the price. The destruction of my camera wasn't the punishment. It was a declaration. The kodama had taken from me the one thing I valued most, the tool I used to define myself. It had stripped me of my identity as a photographer. And now, it had followed me out of its domain to claim the only thing I had left. My mistake wasn't just disrespecting a belief. It was in thinking the curse had an end. It had just begun. My name is Parker, and I've always believed that the world responds to force. Not necessarily violence, but presence, volume, the sheer unwillingness to back down. It's a philosophy that has served me well, or so I thought. It made me a leader, or at least, it made people listen. In a world full of sheep, I was determined to be a wolf, or at the very least, a very loud and aggressive sheepdog. That Friday, my pack consisted of Liam and Josh. We'd been friends since high school, a trio bound by a shared boredom with our suburban lives and a thirst for something more, even if that something more usually just meant getting drunk in a different location. Liam was the thinker, the one who'd have a flicker of caution in his eyes before it was inevitably extinguished by peer pressure and cheap beer. Josh was the amplifier, a human megaphone for any bad idea, his laughter always a little too loud, his gestures a little too wide. And I was the catalyst, the one who set the tone. Our destination was Blackwood Pines, a sprawling state forest a few hours from the city. It was the kind of place that was beautiful on a postcard, but held a deep, unnerving silence once you were actually in it. We arrived in the late afternoon, the sun casting long, golden fingers through the dense canopy of pine and oak. The air smelled clean, earthy, full of the promise of freedom from our 9 to 5 routines. Right here, I declared, pointing to a small clearing just off the main trail, far enough away that no park ranger is going to bust our balls for the noise. Josh let out a whoop, pulling cases of beer from the trunk of my beat-up SUV with the enthusiasm of a kid on Christmas morning. Liam, ever the practical one, was already starting to unpack the tents, his movements efficient and practiced. We worked with a familiar rhythm, setting up our small nylon kingdom. 2 tents, a fire pit, and a circle of camping chairs. It was our temporary throne room. As dusk began to bleed across the sky, painting the clouds in shades of orange and purple, the forest started to change. The friendly daytime birdsong was replaced by the chirping of crickets and the occasional distant hoot of an owl. The shadows between the trees deepened, seeming to merge into a solid wall of darkness that pressed in on our small circle of light. The fire crackled and spat, a lone beacon of warmth and defiance against the encroaching chill. This was the part I loved. The beer was flowing, the fire was roaring, and the conversation was loud and meaningless. We were kings of our own little world, our laughter echoing into the vast, indifferent wilderness. We were 3 loud, obnoxious heartbeats in a forest that had been there for 1,000 years before us and would be there for 1,000 years after. It was Josh who saw him first. He stopped mid-laugh, his eyes fixed on a point just beyond the edge of our firelight. "Woa? Check it out," he slurred, pointing with his beer bottle. "We've got a neighbor." I followed his gaze. About 50 yards away, where the darkness was almost absolute, another camp was being set up. It was a strange sight. We hadn't heard a car, or footsteps, or any of the usual sounds of arrival. It was as if the man and his small, drab, green tent had simply materialized out of the shadows. He moved with a quiet, deliberate economy, each action precise and without wasted motion. He didn't have a fire. He didn't have a chair. Just the tent and a small pack. "Weirdo," I muttered, taking a long pull from my beer. "Who camps without a fire?" "Maybe he's one of those survivalist nuts," Lime offered, his voice a little more hushed than before. "The kind that eats bugs and drinks his own pee." Josh cackled. "Let's go ask him!" Hey, pee drinker!" The man didn't react. He finished setting up his tent, and then simply sat on the ground, his back against a thick oak tree, facing our direction. We couldn't see his face clearly, just a silhouette against the deeper blackness of the woods. He was unnervingly still. This, for some reason, was an affront. His silence, his refusal to acknowledge us, felt like a judgment. It was a quiet rebellion against the world we had built in our clearing, a world of noise and drunken bravado. And I couldn't stand for it. "What's his problem?" I said, my voice rising. Too good to say hello. The alcohol was singing in my veins now, a siren song of bad decisions. It stripped away the thin veneer of civility and left only raw, arrogant ego. We were here to be loud. We were here to be obnoxious. His quiet presence was a challenge. "Hey, buddy!" I yelled, standing up. The forest seemed to swallow the sound. "You lost? Or are you just enjoying the view?" Still nothing. He just sat there, a statue carved from night. We could just make out the faint outline of his head turning slightly, fixing on our camp. This was the encouragement we needed. His passivity was a green light. Josh emboldened, stood up beside me. "What's the matter?" cat got your tongue. Or did you eat it? Liam said you eat bugs? You eat bugs, you weirdo. The insults started to fly, each one more juvenile than the last. We questioned his parentage, his hygiene, his reasons for being alone in the woods. We were a drunken Greek chorus, performing for an audience of one. With every taunt that was met with silence, we grew bolder, our voices louder, the laughter more forced. We were feeding off each other, a feedback loop of toxic masculinity. I watched him trying to get a read. In the flickering firelight, I could now see his face a little better. He was older, maybe in his late 40s, with a gaunt, weathered face. But it was his eyes that held me. Even from that distance, I could feel them. They weren't angry or scared or even annoyed. They were just vacant, like two dark wells with no bottom, reflecting the firelight without a hint of warmth or life. They were utterly, terrifyingly empty. A sane person would have seen this as a warning sign. A sane person would have felt a prickle of fear, a primal instinct screaming that this was a predator, not prey. But I wasn't sane. I was Parker, fueled by cheap beer and an unshakable belief in my own dominance. His emptiness wasn't a warning. It was a void I felt compelled to fill with noise. "This is boring," I announced, grabbing a half-burned log from the edge of the fire pit. It was heavy in my hand, warm and solid. "He's not going to do anything." With a grunt, I hived the log. It flew through the air in a high arc, trailing sparks like a dying comet, and landed with a heavy thud just a few feet from the man's tent. It was a clear, undeniable escalation. A physical line had been crossed. For the first time, the man moved. He didn't flinch or cry out. He simply, slowly, turned his head and looked directly at me. The firelight caught his face fully for a moment. There was no expression, no anger, no fear. Just that flat, dead-eyed stare that seemed to pierce right through me, seeing not a person but a thing. An insect. Josh and Liam erupted in triumphant laughter. "You see that? He almost pissed himself," Josh howled. But I didn't laugh. For a split second, standing there in the glow of the fire, with his empty eyes locked on mine, I felt a cold knot tighten in my stomach. It was a feeling I wasn't familiar with, a genuine, ice-cold sliver of fear. Then it was gone, buried under another wave of bravado. I scoffed, turning my back on him. "Whatever. Let's get another beer. He's not worth the effort." We retreated to the safety of our chairs, our voices still high with victory. We were the jerks, the bullies, and we had won. We had screamed into the void, and the void had done nothing. As I sat down, I couldn't resist one last glance over my shoulder. He was still there, in the exact same position, his gaze still fixed on our camp. On me, and I had the sudden, chilling thought that our little show wasn't over. We had been the performers, but maybe, just maybe, he had been the one directing. An hour passed, or maybe it was 2. Time had become a thick, syrupy thing, distorted by alcohol and the oppressive weight of the man's silent vigil. We tried to recapture the boisterous energy from before, but it was a forced, hollow effort. The jokes fell flat, the laughter sounded brittle, and the beer tasted like ash in my mouth. Every crackle of the fire, every rustle of leaves in the gentle night breeze, seemed to be amplified by the profound silence emanating from the other camp. It was no longer just an absence of sound. It was a presence, a living thing that watched us from the darkness. Liam had grown quiet, his eyes constantly darting towards the spot where the man sat. He'd wrap his arms around himself, a as if a sudden chill had settled deep in his bones. A chill that had nothing to do with the night air. Josh, on the other hand, went in the opposite direction. He became louder, more obnoxious, a caricature of his earlier self. It was a transparent defense mechanism, a desperate attempt to shout down the fear that was clearly beginning to gnaw at him. "He's still staring," Liam whispered, his voice tight. "Parker, he hasn't moved." "Not an inch. So what?" I snapped, my own nerves frayed. I refused to let him see the fear that had taken root in my gut. Let him stare. What's he gonna do? Bore us to death? This was a bad idea. Lime continued, ignoring me. We shouldn't have messed with him. There's something wrong with him. The only thing wrong is you being a coward. Josh slurred, pointing an unsteady finger at Liam. He's just some lonely old freak. We should go over there and finish it. Tip his stupid little tent over. Shut up, Josh, I said, my voice low and dangerous. The thought of getting any closer to that silent figure sent a jolt of pure adrenaline through me. My bravado had a perimeter, and it ended somewhere in the 50 yards of darkness between our camps. We're done with him. He's nobody. But he wasn't nobody. He was everybody. He was every shadow that flickered at the edge of my vision. Every snapping twig that sounded like a footstep. The forest no longer felt empty and indifferent. It felt like his forest. The trees were his allies, the darkness his cloak. We weren't kings in our little circle of firelight anymore. We were actors on a brightly lit stage, surrounded by a vast, unseen audience of one. My gaze kept being drawn back to him. The fire had burned lower, and his form was less distinct, but the 2 points of reflected light that were his eyes remained. They were like the unblinking eyes of a nocturnal predator, patiently waiting for its prey to exhaust itself. The thought was so sudden and so clear that I physically recoiled, sloshing beer onto my jeans. He wasn't just sitting there. He was waiting. That was it. I couldn't take it anymore. The fun was gone, replaced by a thick, choking anxiety. All right, I'm calling it a night, I announced, trying to sound casual as I stood up and stretched. This is getting old. Josh grumbled something about being soft, but he didn't protest too loudly. Even he seemed to sense that the party was over. Liam looked visibly relieved, practically leaping from his chair. We doused the fire, plunging our campsite into an even deeper darkness, illuminated only by the weak, silvery light of a partial moon filtered through the canopy. The world became a landscape of muted grays and impenetrable blacks. The man's silhouette was now completely swallowed by the shadows. For a moment, I felt a surge of relief. Out of sight, out of mind. What a foolish thought. Liam and I shared one tent, Josh had the other. We crawled inside. The sound of the zipper closing felt unnaturally loud. A final, futile attempt to seal ourselves off from the night. Inside, the air was stale with the smell of beer and sweat. I lay back on my sleeping bag, my heart still hammering against my ribs. You think he's gone? Liam whispered from the other side of the tent. He's probably asleep. I lied, closing my eyes, willing it to be true. Forget about him. But I couldn't. The image of his vacant eyes was burned onto the inside of my eyelids. I lay there, every sense on high alert. I could hear Josh snoring softly in the tent next to ours. I could hear Liam's shallow, nervous breathing. And I could hear the sounds of the forest. The crickets, the wind, and something else. At first, it was barely perceptible. A soft crunch. So faint I thought I'd imagined it. I held my breath listening. Silence. I started to relax, telling myself it was just a squirrel or a raccoon. Then it came again. Crunch. Closer this time. The sound of a dry leaf being deliberately crushed under a heavy boot. My blood ran cold. I sat bolt upright, my eyes wide in the darkness of the tent. Liam had heard it too. I could feel his terror radiating across the small space. Crunch, crunch, crunch. It was a rhythm. Smothered, unhurried. This wasn't the sound of an animal scurrying through the undergrowth. This was the sound of a person walking. A person who wasn't trying to be quiet. A person who wanted to be heard. The footsteps stopped right outside our tent. The silence that followed was worse than the sound itself. It was absolute, suffocating. I could hear my own blood roaring in my ears. I pictured him out there, just inches away, separated from us only by a thin sheet of nylon. I imagined those empty eyes staring at our tent, seeing right through it. Then a new sound. A soft, scraping noise. Shock. It was the sound of the zipper on Josh's tent being slowly, deliberately pulled down. A strangled gasp escaped Lime's lips. I clamped a hand over my mouth to keep from screaming. We heard a low mumble from Josh, the sound of someone being woken from a drunken sleep. It was followed by a wet, gurgling noise and a sudden, heavy thud. And then silence again. A dead, final silence from Josh's tent. My mind refused to process what I had just heard. It couldn't be real. This was a nightmare, a drunken hallucination, but the fear was real. It was a physical thing, a cold, heavy presence in the tent with us. The footsteps started again. 2 slow steps. They stopped directly in front of our tent flap. We were paralyzed, 2 statues of pure terror. I stared at the faint silhouette of the zipper, praying it wouldn't move. But I knew it would. Our little show wasn't over. The second act was about to begin. Slowly, agonizingly, the zipper began to move. The rasping sound was the loudest thing I had ever heard in my life. It was the sound of our world being unmade. An inch of darkness appeared, then 2, then a foot, revealing a vertical slice of the night outside. And then he was there, framed in the opening. He was just a silhouette against the moonlight, but I didn't need to see his face. I knew the emptiness that would be in his eyes. He stood there for a heartbeat, letting us soak in the reality of our situation. The roles had been reversed. We were no longer the bullies. We were the cornered animals. Then he raised his hand. The moonlight caught the polished surface of what he was holding. It was long, and it curved gracefully to a wicket point. A hunting knife. A large one. Our mistake wasn't just being jerks. Our mistake was in thinking this was our movie. We had spent the night harassing a man, yelling insults, and challenging him, never once considering the possibility that we weren't the main characters. We were just the disposable supporting cast in his. Time shattered. The moment the moonlight glinted off that blade, the thick, syrupy passage of the last few hours broke into a million razor-sharp fragments. My mind, which had been sluggish with beer and denial, was now terrifyingly clear. Every detail was etched in stark relief. The man's hulking silhouette, the impossible darkness of the space he occupied, the way the long, curved knife seemed less like a tool and more like a natural extension of his hand. He didn't rush. He didn't need to. He had all the power, and he savored it. He took one slow, deliberate step into the tent. The nylon floor crinkled under his boot, a sound that seemed to echo the final, wet noise we'd heard from Josh's tent. That sound broke the spell. guttural, animalistic cry tore itself from Liam's throat. It wasn't a word, just a pure expression of terror. He scrambled backwards, crab walking into the far corner of the tent, his limbs flailing uselessly. But my fear manifested differently. The arrogant, forceful Parker I had always been was dead, but his ghost, the part of him that acted before thinking, took over. It was pure survival instinct, a cornered animal's last, desperate gambit. My hand closed around the first solid thing it could find, a heavy, metal thermos full of lukewarm coffee. It was pathetic, a child's weapon against a monster. But it was all I had. As the man turned his head slightly, his attention drawn to Liam's pathetic whimpering, I moved. I didn't stand. I lunged forward from my seated position, swinging the thermos with every ounce of strength I possessed. I aimed for his head, his face, anything. The impact was jarring. A solid, meaty thwack that vibrated up my arm. The man grunted, a low, guttural sound of surprise rather than pain. He staggered back a single step, one hand coming up to his face. It wasn't much, it wouldn't stop him. But it was an opening, a sliver of a chance where one hadn't existed a second before. Liam, the back. I screamed, my voice raw. I didn't wait to see if he was following. I threw myself in the opposite direction, away from the opening, away from the man. My hands clawed at the thin back wall of the tent. There was no zipper here, no escape route. We had sealed our own tomb. My pocket knife. I always carried one. My fingers fumbled at my jeans, my movements clumsy with panic. The man was already recovering, his dark shape moving towards us again. The knife was there, clipped to my pocket. I ripped it free, my thumb finding the stud to flick the blade open. I didn't aim. I just stabbed, plunging the small blade into the taut nylon wall and tearing downwards. The sound of ripping fabric was the most beautiful sound I had ever heard. A 3-foot gash opened up, a dark wound in the side of the tent that promised life. I scrambled through, tumbling out onto the cold, damp earth and pine needles. The shock of the cold air on my face was electric. I was out. I was free. I pushed myself to my feet and ran. I didn't look back to see if Liam made it through the hole. I didn't look back to see if the man was following. I just ran, fueled by a terror so profound it felt like it was dissolving my bones. The forest, which had been a place of fun and freedom just hours before, was now a hostile entity. Branches wept at my face like thorny lashes. Roots snaked out of the ground, trying to trip me, to pull me down into the dirt. Every shadow was a monster, every tree a silent, judging observer. The sounds behind me were what kept me going. I could hear him. He wasn't running. His footsteps were the same as before, a steady, unhurried crunching of leaves. He was walking. He knew he didn't have to run. The forest was his home, and we were just terrified intruders. The sound of his calm pursuit was infinitely more terrifying than a frantic chase would have been. It spoke of confidence, of certainty. My lungs burned. My legs were screaming. I risked a glance over my shoulder and saw a sight that will haunt me until the day I die. Liam was about 10 yards behind me, his face a white mask of terror in the moonlight. And behind him, moving at that same relentless pace, was the man. He was gaining on Liam, his long strides easily closing the distance. Liam stumbled, his ankle twisting on a root. He went down with a cry of pain. He looked at me, his eyes pleading.
Parker, help me!
For a fraction of a second, I froze. The old Parker, the leader, the one who was supposed to be in charge, would have stopped. He would have tried to fight, to be the hero. But that Parker was gone, burned away by fear. The thing that was left was just a creature that wanted to live. I turned and ran, leaving him behind. The sound of his scream, cut short by a sickening, wet cough, followed me into the darkness. I didn't stop. I couldn't. His sacrifice, his plea, was now the fuel for my own survival. I ran harder, tears of shame and terror streaming down my face. I was alone now. The sounds of the steady footsteps behind me had ceased. But that was worse. Where was he? Was he right behind me, silent as a ghost? Was he circling around, cutting me off? The silence was a new kind of torture. I dove behind a massive fallen log, pressing my body into the damp, rotting wood, trying to make myself as small as possible. I held my breath, straining my ears, listening for any sign of him. The forest was utterly silent, save for the frantic pounding of my own heart. I stayed there for what felt like an eternity, a lifetime of fear packed into minutes. Did he give up? Did he go back? Then I heard it, a soft snap of a twig. It was to my left. He was flanking me. He was hunting me. He was playing with me. I couldn't stay here. I had to move. Peeking over the log, my eyes scanned the darkness, desperately searching for an escape. And then I saw it. Far, far away through a gap in the trees, I saw a faint, steady glow. It wasn't moonlight. It was artificial light. It was the highway. It was at least half a mile away, an impossible distance. But it was my only hope. I didn't think. I just burst from behind the log and sprinted towards that distant light. I ran with a desperation I had never known. My legs pumping, my arms swinging, my entire being focused on that single point of salvation. I didn't know if he was behind me. I didn't care. To look back was to die. I crashed through the final line of trees and stumbled out onto the hard shoulder of the highway. The sudden roar of a passing truck was deafening, its headlights washing over me, momentarily blinding me. I stood there, gasping for air, my body trembling uncontrollably, a wild, pathetic creature caught in the glare of civilization. I fell to my knees on the rough asphalt, the pain in my scraped hands barely registering. I had made it. I was alive. The rest is a blur of police reports, flashing lights, and the taste of bitter coffee from a styrofoam cup. They found Josh's body in his tent. They found Williams not far from where he fell. They searched the woods for hours, with dogs and helicopters. They never found the man. His tent, his pack, everything was gone. There were no footprints other than ours, no evidence he had ever existed. To the police, he was a phantom, a ghost story to explain a tragic, violent crime. But I know he was real. I carry the proof with me every day. It lives in the tremor in my hands when I'm alone in the quiet. It's in my newfound inability to be in the dark. And most of all, it's in the lesson that was carved into my soul that night. I used to think the world responded to force, to being the loudest voice in the room. But I was wrong. I was a loud, arrogant fool, yelling insults into the abyss. And on that night, in the deep, dark woods, the abyss stared back, and it was holding a knife. My name is Ben. If I close my eyes, I can still smell it, the crisp, clean scent of pine needles baking under the afternoon sun, the damp, earthy aroma of the forest floor, and the faint, sweet perfume of wildflowers hiding in the undergrowth. For 2 glorious days, that was our world. A world away from deadlines, traffic, and the relentless hum of the city. It was supposed to be a sanctuary, a place to reset. It became a hunting ground. There were 4 of us on that trip into the heart of the national park. We weren't novices. We'd been doing these annual camping trips since college. It was a tradition, a sacred ritual. I was the planner, the one who obsessed over maps, checked weather patterns, and packed 3 different ways to make fire. My friends joked that I'd pack a spare forest if I could, but they were always grateful when I was the one who remembered the extra batteries or the first aid kit. Then there was Liam. Liam was our court jester, the charismatic heart of our group. He had a story for every occasion, a bottomless well of terrible jokes, and an infectious laugh that could echo through the trees and make the birds answer back. He saw the world as a grand stage for his amusement, a trait that was usually endearing, but sometimes bordered on reckless. He was the one who, on our first night, tried to convince us he could communicate with owls, a performance that ended with him tripping over a log and nearly falling into the fire. Chloe was the observer, the quiet soul of our quartet. While Liam filled the air with noise, Chloe absorbed the silence. She was an artist, and she saw the world in shades and textures the rest of us missed. She'd spend hours just watching the light filter through the canopy, or the intricate patterns of moss on a fallen tree. She had a gentle spirit, but beneath it lay a sharp intuition. She often felt things before the rest of us understood them, a subtle shift in the atmosphere, a wrong note in the symphony of the wild. And finally, there was Maya. Practical, capable Maya. She was the muscle and the common sense. While I planned, Maya executed. She could pitch a tent in under 5 minutes in the dark, start a fire with damp wood, and identify more edible plants than a park ranger. She was grounded, her presence a comforting anchor. If the world was ending, you'd want Maya by your side. She'd have a plan, a backup plan, and probably a weapon fashioned out of a sturdy branch. Our chosen campsite was perfect, a small, secluded clearing on a ridge overlooking a gentle slope that descended into a thicker, darker part of the woods. We were the only ones for miles, or so we thought. The first night was idyllic. We cooked sausages over an open flame, told stories that made us howl with laughter, and watched the Milky Way carve a brilliant path across the ink. Black sky. The only sounds were the crackle of our fire, the gentle chirping of crickets, and the whisper of the wind through the tall pines. It was peaceful. It was perfect. The second night started the same way. We'd spent the day hiking to a hidden waterfall, our bodies tired but our spirits soaring. As dusk settled, painting the sky in hues of orange and purple, we gathered around the fire pit once more. Liam was in the middle of an exaggerated tale about his battle with a particularly aggressive squirrel, his hands waving wildly. When we first heard it, it was faint at first, a low, rhythmic thumping that seemed to vibrate up through the soles of our boots. "What's that?" Chloe asked, her head tilted, her brow furrowed. Liam paused his story. "Sounds like a car, maybe on the main park road." "The road is 5 miles away," Maya said, not looking up from sharpening a stick for her marshmallows. "You wouldn't hear it from here." I listened, trying to place the sound. It wasn't a car. It was bass. Heavy, distorted bass. The kind that rattles your teeth. It was music, and it was coming from the woods below us. "Someone else is camping down there," I said, a flicker of annoyance rising in me. "They're not supposed to be. This is a designated single-site area." I was a stickler for the rules. The rules were there to preserve the very peace we'd come to find. The music grew louder. The steady, intrusive thump, thump, thump was now accompanied by a cacophony of other sounds. Shouting, Not the happy shouts of people having fun, but harsh, guttural yells. And then a scream. It was high-pitched and ragged, cutting through the music for a brief moment before being swallowed by the noise. We all froze. Okay. That did not sound friendly. Chloe whispered, her eyes wide. She drew her jacket tighter around herself, as if a physical barrier could keep the sound out. Probably just drunk idiots. Liam scoffed, trying to reclaim the lighthearted mood. More beer than brains. They'll pass out in an hour. But even he couldn't hide the unease in his voice. The firelight danced across his face, and for the first time, his smile didn't reach his eyes. The next hour was a slow motion nightmare. The noise didn't stop, it escalated. The music was a relentless assault, a chaotic blend of heavy metal and what sounded like industrial noise, punctuated by the sounds of breaking glass and those terrifying, rage-filled shouts. It wasn't a party. It was a riot. The beautiful silence of our sanctuary had been violated, replaced by a soundtrack of pure aggression that seeped into our clearing and poisoned the air. We tried to ignore it. We tried to talk, to tell other stories, but the noise was a physical presence, an unwanted guest at our campfire. Every conversation faltered. Our words drowned out by a sudden roar, or a blast of static-filled music from the camp below. The sense of isolation that had felt so liberating just hours before now felt menacing. We were miles from any help, with no cell service. The darkness beyond our firelight no longer felt empty. It felt like it was watching us. By midnight, it was unbearable. The noise was a drill boring into my skull. My frustration had curdled into a cold anger. This was our trip, our one escape, and it was being ruined by a group of inconsiderate thugs. We couldn't sleep. We couldn't think. We couldn't even hear each other speak without shouting. "This is ridiculous," Maya said, her voice tight with frustration as she kicked a loose stone into the fire pit. "They're going to attract every predator in the park, two-legged and four-legged. What do we do?" Chloe asked, her voice barely a whisper. "We can't just pack up and leave in the middle of the night." "I could go down there," Liam offered, trying to sound brave. "Tell them to knock it off?" "No," Maya and I said in unison. "You don't know who they are, Liam," I said, my mind racing. "You heard that scream. Something's not right down there." But as another wave of chaotic noise washed over us, a wave of shattering glass, followed by a roar of what could have been laughter or fury, something inside me snapped. The planner. The responsible one. The one who wanted to fix it. My anger and the desperate need to reclaim our peace overrode my caution. I couldn't stand it for one more second. "I'll go," I said, the words coming out before I could stop them. "I'm not going to be like Liam. I'll just be polite. I'll just ask them to turn it down. They're probably just drunk and don't realize how much the sound is carrying." It was a lie, and I knew it. I knew something was deeply wrong down there. But I also felt like if I didn't do something, I was going to lose my mind. I stood up, brushing the dirt from my pants. The faces of my friends, illuminated by the flickering fire, were masks of worry. "Ben, don't," Chloe pleaded. "I'll be fine," I said, forcing a confidence I didn't feel. "I'll be right back." I grabbed my brightest flashlight, its heavy metal casing feeling flimsy and useless in my hand. I gave my friends one last, reassuring nod, and turned away from the safety of our fire. I stepped into the oppressive darkness, my path lit by a single, trembling beam, and began the descent toward the noise. The moment I left the ring of our firelight, the forest transformed. The familiar, Comforting shapes of the trees became monstrous silhouettes clawing at the night sky. Every step I took down the gentle slope felt like a plunge into a colder, heavier world. The air grew thick with the stench of stale beer, cheap cigarettes, and something else. Something acrid and chemical that burned the back of my throat. My flashlight beam, which had seemed so powerful in our clearing, was now a pathetic spear of light, swallowed by an overwhelming darkness that pressed in from all sides. The beam shook in my hand, betraying the terror I was trying so hard to suppress. The noise was no longer just a sound, it was a physical force. The distorted bass vibrated through the ground, a malevolent heartbeat that I felt in my bones. The shouts were clearer now, raw and jagged with rage. They weren't words, just primal sounds of aggression. I could hear the sharp crack of wood breaking, the percussive smash of glass, and a low, rhythmic chanting that was somehow more disturbing than the screams. My earlier annoyance had completely evaporated, replaced by a primal fear that screamed at me to turn back. But my feet kept moving, propelled by a stupid, stubborn pride. I slowed my pace as I neared the bottom of the slope, using the trunk of a massive oak for cover. I peered around its edge, and my blood ran cold. It wasn't a campsite. It was a scene of utter dereliction. A large, tattered tarp was strung haphazardly between two trees, sagging in the middle. Beneath it, a fire sputtered and choked, casting long, dancing shadows that writhed like demons. The ground was a disaster zone, littered with crushed beer cans, broken bottles, and the greasy remains of fast food wrappers. A cheap, portable speaker, the source of the hellish music, sat on a cooler, its casing cracked and vibrating violently. And then I saw them. There were 5 of them, or maybe 6. It was hard to tell as they moved in and out of the flickering, unreliable light. They were large men, hulking figures that seemed too big for the small clearing. They weren't campers. They were dressed in stained jeans and torn shirts, their faces obscured by shadows and grime. They moved with a twitchy, unpredictable energy, like caged animals. One of them was methodically smashing a bottle against a rock, over and over again. Another was pacing back and forth, muttering to himself. A third was hunched over the cooler, his shoulders shaking with what might have been laughter or sobs. My plan to be polite, to reason with them, suddenly seemed like the most naive, idiotic idea in human history. These were not people you reasoned with. Chloe's intuition had been right. Maya's warning echoed in my mind. This was a place of pure menace. I should have turned and run right then. I should have sprinted back up that hill and never looked back. But I didn't. I was frozen, trapped between the instinct for self-preservation and the paralyzing grip of fear. I took a half step back, my boots snapping a dry twig. The sound was no louder than a whisper, but in that chaotic environment, it cut through the noise like a gunshot. Every head snapped in my direction. The music, the shouting, the smashing, it all stopped. The silence that followed was 1,000 times more terrifying than the noise had been. 5 pairs of eyes, gleaming in the firelight like those of nocturnal predators, locked onto me. My flashlight beam found a face, and I wished it hadn't. His eyes were wide, bloodshot, and utterly devoid of reason. His pupils were dilated to black pits, and a thin line of drool trickled from the corner of his gaping mouth. His lips were pulled back in a snarl that wasn't human. "Hello," I stammered, my voice a pathetic squeak. My prepared speech about the sound carrying, about being considerate, died in my throat. My friends and I are camped up on the ridge. The man whose face I had illuminated took a slow, deliberate step towards me. He was massive, a wall of muscle and greasy hair. "The ridge," he repeated, his voice a low, gravelly rumble. He took another step. The others began to spread out, fanning into a semicircle, their movements slow and predatory. They were cutting off my escape. We were just wondering if, maybe keep it down a little. The words felt absurd as they left my mouth. The big man stopped just outside my flashlight beam. I could smell him now. A rank odor of sweat, unwashed clothes, and that same chemical smell, stronger than ever. He chuckled, a dry, rattling sound that held no humor. "Keep it down," he rasped. Before I could react, before I could even process the danger, he lunged forward. His movement was shockingly fast. A fist, like a block of concrete, slammed into the side of my face. The world exploded in a flash of white light and searing pain. I was thrown backward, my head cracking against the trunk of the oak tree I had been hiding behind. My flashlight flew from my grasp, skittering across the forest floor and extinguishing as it hit a rock, plunging me into near total darkness. I lay there, stunned, the coppery taste of blood filling my mouth. The music roared back to life, louder and more triumphant than before. Through the ringing in my ears, I could hear their laughter, cruel, mocking, and utterly terrifying. Panic, pure and undiluted, finally took over. I scrambled to my feet, my vision swimming. I didn't look back. I just ran. I crashed blindly through the undergrowth, thorns and branches tearing at my skin and clothes. My lungs burned. My heart hammered against my ribs like a trapped bird. I could hear them behind me, their laughter and shouts echoing through the trees. I didn't know if they were chasing me, but I didn't dare to find out. I just kept running, fueled by adrenaline and terror, scrambling up the slope on my hands and knees, clawing at the dirt until my fingernails were raw. I burst back into our clearing like a wild animal, gasping for air, and collapsed near the fire. My friends rushed to my side, their faces etched with horror. "Ben, oh my God, what happened?" Chloe cried, her hands fluttering near my face. "Your face?" Liam gasped. Maya was already there, her hands gently probing my jaw, her expression grim. "Hey, hit you. It wasn't a question." "They're insane," I choked out, spitting a mouthful of blood onto the ground. "They're on something, Maya. Drugs, I don't know. They're not just drunk." I recounted the whole story in ragged breaths. The squalor of their camp, the dead look in their eyes, the sudden, unprovoked violence. As I spoke, the reality of our situation settled over us like a shroud. The fear was no longer a distant threat from down the hill. It was here, in our camp, on my swollen face. We were trapped. "We have to leave?" Chloe said, her voice trembling. "We have to pack up and go. Right now." "And go where?" Maya countered, her voice low and steady, though I could see the tension in her jaw. "Hike 5 miles through the woods in the pitch black. With them down there. We don't know the trail well enough to navigate it. Without light, and we'd make enough noise for them to track us easily. Staying on the trail is our only chance, and we can't risk that in the dark. So we just stay here." Liam demanded, his usual bravado gone, replaced by a pale, sweaty fear. "We'd just sit here and wait for them to come up here. They got what they wanted," I said, trying to convince myself as much as them. "They scared me off. They probably think it's funny. They'll just go back to their party." Even as I said it, I knew it was wishful thinking. The look in that man's eyes wasn't about fun. It was about violence. We argued for what felt like hours, our hushed, frantic whispers a stark contrast to the continuing chaos from below. Every option seemed worse than the last. Leaving felt like walking into an ambush. Staying felt like being sitting ducks. We were paralyzed by indecision and fear. We were city people, used to a world with police, with streetlights, with help just a phone call away. Out here, we were utterly, terrifyingly alone. In the end, exhaustion and the lack of a better alternative made the decision for us. We would stay. It was a colossal mistake. A failure of nerve that would haunt me for the rest of my life. We reasoned that they didn't know exactly where our campsite was. We reasoned that climbing the ridge was more effort than they'd be willing to make. We told ourselves that the safest thing to do was to extinguish our fire, hide in our tents, and wait for the first light of dawn. That was our huge mistake. We chose to believe we were dealing with rational people, that their aggression had limits. We chose to hide instead of run, as we doused our comforting fire, plunging our small island of safety into the same oppressive darkness as the rest of the forest. We didn't feel safer. We felt like we were digging our own graves. The last thing I saw before zipping my tent shut was Chloe's face, pale and tear-streaked in the moonlight, her eyes fixed on the dark slope below, waiting. And we didn't have to wait long. Hiding in my tent, I had never known a silence so loud. The absence of our crackling fire was a gaping wound in the night, and every sound of the forest rushed in to fill it. The gentle rustle of leaves became the whisper of someone creeping past. The snap of a distant twig was a footstep. The hoot of an owl was a signal. The darkness inside the thin, nylon walls of my tent felt absolute. A suffocating blanket that offered no comfort, only concealment. My heart hammered a frantic rhythm against my ribs, a drumbeat of pure terror. I lay perfectly still, my sleeping bag pulled up to my chin, every muscle coiled tight, listening. The chaotic noise from the camp below had subsided, replaced by an eerie, watchful quiet. That was worse. The party had ended. What came next? I could hear Liam's ragged breathing from his tent nearby, and a soft, muffled sob that could only be Chloe. Maya was silent, but I could imagine her, wide awake, probably clutching the small hatchet we used for kindling, her mind racing through tactical options that didn't exist. We had made our choice to hide, to become small, to pray the darkness would be our ally. Time stretched and warped. Minutes felt like hours. My throbbing jaw was a constant reminder of the violence that lurked just down the slope. Then, we heard it. It wasn't the sound of the forest. It was the clumsy, heavy tread of men who made no effort to be quiet. A branch cracked loudly, too thick to be an animal. A dislodged rock tumbled down a short incline. They were coming. They were coming for us. My blood turned to ice. The flimsy logic we'd clung to, that they wouldn't bother, that they didn't know where we were, crumbled into dust. I had led them right to us. My trip down the hill had been a beacon. I squeezed my eyes shut, a useless, childish gesture against the encroaching dread. The footsteps grew closer, entering our clearing. I could hear their low, guttural muttering now, the same gravelly voices from before. They were searching. A shadow fell over my tent. I held my breath, my lungs burning. I could hear the fabric of the tent creak as someone brushed against it. Please, just go away. Please, don't see us. A beam of light, weak and yellow, sliced through the thin nylon, dancing over my face before moving on. A flashlight. My flashlight. They had taken my flashlight. Then a sharp curse, followed by a heavy thud. Someone had tripped over one of Maya's expertly placed guy lines. The game was over.
They're in here.
A voice roared. The world exploded. The zipper on my tent was torn open with a single, violent rip. A hand grabbed the front of my shirt, hauling me out of my sleeping bag and onto the cold, hard ground. I looked up into the face of the man who had punched me. In the pale moonlight, his eyes were black holes of madness. The others were doing the same, ripping open Liam and Chloe's tent, dragging them out into the clearing. Maya burst out of her own tent, brandishing the small hatchet, her face a mask of defiant fury. It was a scene from a nightmare. The hulking figures of the men dwarfed us. They moved with a terrifying purpose now. The pretense of a party stripped away to reveal the raw violence beneath. And then I saw the glint of steel. The big man, the one who seemed to be their leader, held a knife. It was a butcher's knife, long and heavy, its blade stained with something dark. Another man, smaller but wiry and twitching with nervous energy, held a paring knife, its small blade looking almost comical, until you saw the way he held it, like an extension of his own hand. "Look what we found," the leader sneered, his gaze sweeping over us. Little piggies hiding in their houses. Liam, ever the talker, tried to reason with them. "Look, man, we don't want any trouble. Take whatever you want. Our wallets, our gear. Just take it and go." The man with the butcher knife laughed, a horrible, grating sound. "We don't want your shit," he said. "We just want to have some fun." He took a step toward Chloe, who shrank back, her eyes wide with terror. That's when Maya moved. She lunged forward, not at the leader, but at the man with the paring knife, swinging the hatchet in a wide arc. It was a brave, desperate move, but she was no match for them. He sidestepped easily and kicked her leg out from under her. She fell hard, the hatchet flying from her grasp. Before they could close in on her, a shout out from the edge of the woods. "Hey, get away from them!" We all turned. A figure stood at the tree line, holding a large, heavy-duty flashlight. It was Tim. Tim was a friend from another college. A guy we met up with on these trips occasionally. His campsite was a mile further into the park, in a different designated zone. He must have heard the screams and come to investigate. He was bigger than me or Liam, a solid, dependable guy. In any other circumstance, I would have been flooded with relief. Right now, all I felt was a new wave of dread. He had just walked into his own execution. His arrival distracted them, but only for a moment. It broke their focus and shattered their sick game. Their expressions shifted from cruel amusement to pure, animalistic rage. They had been interrupted. "Looks like another one wants to play." The leader snarled, turning his attention from us to Tim. He and another man started toward Tim, who stood his ground, holding the heavy flashlight like a club. "I've already called the Rangers on the satellite phone." Tim lied, his voice loud and clear. "They know where we are. They're on their way." It was a good bluff, but it didn't work. These men were beyond reason, beyond fear of consequences. They just laughed and quickened their pace. Everything happened at once. Seeing his chance, Liam tackled the man who had kicked Maya, trying to wrestle him to the ground. I scrambled to my feet and ran toward the struggle, wanting to help, wanting to do anything other than stand there and wait to be killed. I never made it. The man with the paring knife, the one Maya had attacked, intercepted me. He moved like a snake. I saw the flash of the small blade, but I couldn't process it. There was no grand, dramatic moment. Just a sudden, sharp, cold sting in my chest. I looked down. The handle of the knife was sticking out from my sternum. It didn't seem real. There was no immediate, overwhelming pain, just a profound sense of shock and a spreading, wet warmth beneath my shirt. "Ben," I heard Maya scream. My legs gave out. The world tilted sideways, the moon and the trees spinning in a nauseating vortex. As I fell, my last clear sight was of Tim. He had swung his heavy flashlight, connecting with the shoulder of one of the men, who roared in pain. But the leader, the one with the butcher knife, was on him. He didn't feint or posture. He just lunged, a single, brutal, downward thrust. The knife went into Tim's stomach. Tim let out a choked gasp, his eyes wide with disbelief, and crumpled to the ground, the big flashlight clattering beside him. The sight of both of us on the ground, bleeding, seemed to finally break the spell of their rage. Or maybe Tim's lie about the Rangers had finally sunk in. Or maybe, just maybe, this was as far as they had intended to go. The leader looked down at Tim, then at me. He shouted something to his men. And then, as quickly as they had come, they were gone. They melted back into the darkness, their heavy footsteps receding down the slope, leaving behind a scene of carnage and devastation. For a moment, there was only the sound of our own ragged, panicked breathing. Then Chloe was at my side, her hands pressing down on my chest, her tears falling on my face. "Oh God, Ben, oh God." Maya, her own face bruised, was already with Tim, ripping strips from a T-shirt to press against his wound. Liam, bruised and battered but not seriously hurt, was just staring into the darkness where they had vanished, his face a mask of shock. We had survived, but we were broken. The rest of the night is a blur of pain, fear, and the agonizingly slow passage of time. We waited for a dawn that felt like it would never come. We waited for Rangers who weren't coming. We just tried to keep each other alive. When the first gray light of morning finally filtered through the trees, it didn't bring relief, only a clearer view of the horror. We were a tableau of survival. Battered, bloody, but breathing. The hike out was the longest 5 miles of my life, supporting each other, stumbling, and leaving a trail of blood on the forest floor. I still have the scar on my chest. Tim has a larger one on his abdomen. But the physical wounds are nothing compared to the others. The lesson from that night is carved into my soul, a scar far deeper than any knife could make. When you are in the wild, and you see the first sign of danger, when the air feels wrong and your gut screams you that something is off, listen to it. Don't rationalize. Don't hesitate. Don't be brave. Run. Your life depends on it. My name is Alex, and the wilderness has always been my sanctuary. Not the curated, signposted wilderness of national parks, but the raw, untamed expanses you find by tracing forgotten lines on a topographical map. It was a passion my best friend, Jake, and I had shared since we were teenagers, a ritualistic escape from the concrete grid and digital noise of our everyday lives. For us, true silence wasn't the absence of sound, it was the absence of people. This particular trip was Jake's idea. He'd found it on an old Forestry Service map. A small, unnamed lake nestled deep within a sprawling tract of state land, accessible only by a long decommissioned logging road and a subsequent trek on foot. He'd sold it to me with his usual infectious enthusiasm, his eyes wide with the promise of adventure. No trails, Alex. No people. Just us, the stars, and a million fish that have never seen a lure. The The journey itself was a testament to our commitment. We spent 3 hours in Jakey's beat, up but reliable pickup, the pavement giving way to gravel, then to a dirt track that was little more than 2 ruts overgrown with weeds. The truck groaned and complained, its suspension tested by rocks and potholes, until finally, the road dissolved entirely into the forest floor. The last vestiges of civilization vanished with our cell signal 2 hours earlier. We were on our own, just as we'd wanted. We shouldered our heavy packs, the familiar weight a comforting burden, and began the hike. The air, thick with the scent of pine and damp earth, felt clean and alive in my lungs. Sunlight filtered through the dense canopy above, dappling the forest floor in shifting patterns of light and shadow. For 2 hours, the only sounds were the crunch of our boots on fallen needles, our own steady breathing, and the distant chatter of a squirrel scolding us for our intrusion. The lake, when we finally reached it, was a revelation. It was more beautiful than the map could ever suggest. A sheet of polished obsidian, cradled in a basin of ancient rock and surrounded by a silent cathedral of towering pines. The water was perfectly still, mirroring the deep blue of the late afternoon sky. There was no sign that anyone had ever been there before us. No fire rings, no flattened patches of grass, no discarded trash. It was pristine. It was perfect. Told you, Jake said, dropping his pack with a heavy thud. A grin split his face, the kind of genuine, unburdened smile he only ever wore when we were this far from everything. Paradise, right? You picked a good one, my friend. I admitted, my own spirit soaring. The exhaustion from the hike melted away, replaced by a profound sense of peace. We worked and practiced harmony, a rhythm honed over years of similar excursions. The tent went up in minutes, its bright blue dome a small bubble of order in the vast wilderness. While Jake set about gathering firewood, I unpacked our supplies, arranging our sleeping bags, cooking gear, and the small cooler that held our celebratory steaks and beer. I also took out my contribution to our camp's security, a small but reassuringly hefty camping axe, its edge honed to a razor sharpness. I set it by the tent flap within easy reach. Jake had his own form of insurance, a compact .22 rifle he kept mainly for scaring off bears, or on the rare occasion, for plinking at cans. It was more of a noisemaker than a serious weapon, but out here, a loud noise was often all you needed. As dusk began to bleed purple and orange across the sky, we had a crackling fire casting a warm, dancing glow on our small campsite. The smell of grilling steak mingled with the wood smoke, a primal and deeply satisfying aroma. We sat in our camp chairs, plates balanced on our laps, the first beers of the trip cold in our hands. The forest around us came alive, with the evening chorus of crickets and the mournful, haunting call of a distant loon. This was it. This was the reason we came. The silence, the isolation, the feeling of being the only 2 people in the world. It was Jake who saw it first. He paused mid-sentence, his beer bottle halfway to his lips, and squinted at the far side of the lake. "Ha," he grunted. "What do you make of that?" I followed his gaze. At first, I saw nothing but the dark, impenetrable wall of trees on the opposite shore, maybe half a mile away. Then I caught at a tiny, distinct pinprick of light. A flashlight. My initial reaction was a pang of disappointment. Guess we're not as alone as we thought. Must be another camper. Jake mused, taking a long pull from his beer. Though they took a hell of a different route to get here. There are no other roads in for 20 miles. We watched the light for a few minutes. It wasn't the stationary glow of a fellow camper's lantern. It was moving, bobbing and weaving as if someone were walking. It skirted the edge of the water, disappearing for moments behind a thick stand of trees before reappearing further along the shore. There was something methodical about its movement, something that didn't feel like a person simply navigating their way back to their own tent. Strange, I said, a faint prickle of unease starting on the back of my neck. Why would anyone be walking the perimeter of the lake in the dark? Maybe they're looking for a good fishing spot for the morning, Jake offered, though his voice lacked its earlier conviction. He set his plate down and leaned forward, his elbows on his knees, his focus now entirely on the distant light. We fell silent, the cheerful crackle of our fire suddenly sounding inadequate against the vast, dark quiet of the forest. The light continued its slow, deliberate journey. It wasn't wandering aimlessly. It was following the curve of the lake with an unnerving purpose. And with each passing minute, it was getting closer. The initial disappointment had curdled into a low, great anxiety. The wilderness felt different now. The isolation that had been a comfort, just moments before, now felt like a vulnerability. The light reached a small peninsula that jutted out into the water and was suddenly obscured from our view. We waited, our eyes fixed on the spot where we expected it to re-emerge. 1 minute passed, then 2. The silence stretched, taut and heavy. The loon called out again, its cry sounding less mournful and more like a warning. Maybe he stopped, Jake whispered, his voice a low rumble. But I knew he hadn't. I could feel it. A primal instinct, long dormant in the safety of city life, was screaming that something was wrong. Then, it reappeared, and our blood ran cold. It was no longer on the far side of the peninsula. It had rounded the point, and was now significantly closer, maybe only a quarter-mile away. The beam was brighter, clearer. It swept back and forth, no longer pointing at the ground, but casting its beam out across the water, then into the trees, then back to the shoreline. It was searching, and it was heading directly for our camp. The steaks sat forgotten on our plates. The fire, our beacon of warmth and safety, now felt like a spotlight, exposing us in the immense darkness. Jake slowly reached down beside his chair, his hand closing around the stock of his rifle. The shared peace of our sanctuary had been irrevocably shattered. We were no longer alone. We were being hunted. The light kept coming, a single, malevolent eye in the night. It wasn't going around the lake anymore. It was coming for us. The transition from peace to primal fear is shockingly swift. One moment, the crackling fire is a comforting hearth. The next, it's a glaring beacon painting a target on our backs. The approaching light wasn't a friendly wanderer. It was a predator's eye, and we were the prey caught in its gaze. "Kill the fire," I hissed, the words barely a whisper. My voice was tight, strained. Jake didn't need to be told twice. He was already moving, kicking dirt and loose soil onto the flames with a frantic, controlled urgency. The cheerful blaze sputtered, choked, and died, plunging our immediate area into a deeper darkness. The sudden absence of light was disorienting. Acrid smoke stung my eyes, and for a terrifying second, I was blind, my vision filled with the ghost image of the flames. The only light left was the one sweeping through the trees, now alarmingly close. The tent. Jake breathed, his silhouette a darker shape against the dark. "Grab your axe." My hand was already closing around the smooth, worn handle of the axe I'd placed by the tent flap. The cold, solid weight of it was a small, inadequate comfort against the terror coiling in my gut. Jake moved silently to his chair, scooping up his .22 rifle. The small click as he checked the safety was deafening in the sudden silence. We were committed now. We had abandoned our camp, our small circle of civilization, and were choosing to become part of the menacing, shadow-filled woods. "This way," I whispered, pointing towards a dense cluster of ferns and a massive, fallen pine tree, about 30 yards from the edge of our camp. It was far enough to be concealed by the undergrowth, but close enough to give us a clear view of whatever was about to happen. Moving through the woods at night is a different beast entirely. Every snapping twig underfoot sounded like a gunshot. The familiar forest that had felt like a cathedral just an hour ago now felt like a labyrinth designed by a malevolent god. Branches, invisible in the gloom, clawed at our faces and clothes. The cold, damp smell of decaying leaves filled my nostrils. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat against the silent symphony of the night. We reached the fallen pine and crouched behind its immense trunk, the rough bark pressing into my back. We peered through a gap in the roots, our makeshift fortress offering a perfect, hidden vantage point of our campsite. The moon had not yet risen, and the darkness was nearly absolute. The only thing that existed in our world was the approaching beam of light. It sliced through the trees, illuminating trunks and branches in stark, momentary flashes. Then the beam spilled into the clearing. It was followed by the crunch of heavy boots on gravel and twigs. A figure emerged from the tree line. He was just a silhouette at first, a tall, broad-shouldered man backlit by his own powerful flashlight. As he stepped closer to the smoldering remains of our fire, the beam of his light cast an upward, ghoulish glow on his features. He looked to be in his mid-40s, with a weathered, grim face etched with deep lines. His hair was thinning, and his eyes were dark, hollowed-out sockets in the shifting light. But it wasn't his face that held my attention. It was what he was carrying, slung over his shoulder, held with a casual, familiar ease, was a pump-action shotgun. It wasn't a hunting rifle for sport. It was a weapon of brutal, close quarters efficiency. The sight of it sent a fresh wave of ice, cold dread through me. This man wasn't a lost camper. He wasn't a park ranger. He was here for a reason, and he had come prepared for violence. He stood for a long moment over the dead fire, the beam of his light playing over our abandoned camp chairs, the cooler, the plates of half-eaten steak now cold and congealed. He moved with a slow, deliberate purpose that was far more terrifying than any frantic haste would have been. He was in no hurry. He was in control. He swept the light across the front of our tent, the blue nylon glowing eerily. Then, with a chilling nonchalance, he walked to the entrance, unzipped the flap, and stepped inside. A strangled sound escaped Jake's throat beside me. I put a hand on his arm, my grip tight, warning him to stay silent. The violation was profound. This stranger, this armed intruder, was now inside our temporary home, our only shelter, rummaging through our personal belongings. I could hear faint rustling sounds from within the tent. My mind raced, cataloging what was in there. Our sleeping bags, our clothes, our wallets, my car keys. Everything that connected us to the world we had left behind was now in his hands. The feeling of helplessness was suffocating. My knuckles were white where I gripped my axe. Every instinct screamed at me to rush out there, to defend our space, but the cold, hard reality of the shotgun kept me pinned in place. My small axe and Jake's. 22 felt like children's toys against such a weapon. After what felt like an eternity, the man emerged from the tent. He zipped it closed with the same methodical calm. He hadn't taken anything, as far as I could tell. That was somehow worse. This wasn't a robbery. His motive was something else, something darker. He stood in the center of the clearing, a dark monolith against the faint starlight that was beginning to filter through the canopy. He slowly swept the beam of his flashlight in a wide arc, probing the darkness of the surrounding tree line. The beam passed over us, a blinding white light that forced us to shrink further behind the log, to press our faces into the damp earth, and pray the shadows held us. For a heart-stopping moment, the light paused, aimed directly at our hiding spot. I held my breath, certain we had been discovered. My muscles tensed, ready to spring, to fight, to do something, anything. Then, the beam moved on. I let out a breath I didn't realize I'd been holding. Jake was trembling beside me, a low, guttural growl rumbling in his chest. The man let the beam drop to the ground. He clicked the flashlight off, plunging the entire world into an inky, terrifying blackness. The silence that followed was absolute, broken only by the frantic pounding of my own blood in my ears. We were blind, listening, every nerve ending alight with adrenaline. Then his voice cut through the darkness, a calm, conversational tone that was more chilling than any shout. "I know you're out there." The words hung in the air, devoid of echo, absorbed by the infinite blackness of the forest. My blood turned to ice. He knew. He had known all along. The search, the investigation of the tent, it was all a performance. A game. "Why don't you come and say hello?" he called out, a hint of mocking amusement in his voice. We remained frozen, fused to the ground behind our log. To answer was to reveal our position. To stay silent was to cede control, to wait for his next move. We chose silence. It was our only shield. The forest held its breath with us. The silence stretched for a full minute. It was a battle of wills played out in the dark. Then, we heard a sound that shattered the night and our last vestiges of hope. It was a sharp, metallic, and unmistakable sound. Shake, shake. The sound of a pump-action shotgun being chambered. He was done playing. Before we could even process what was happening, a deafening roar ripped through the forest. A brilliant flash of orange erupted from the center of the clearing, momentarily illuminating the entire scene like a lightning strike. The blast was followed by the sound of buckshot tearing through the leaves and branches of the trees. Not 20 feet to our left. Wood splintered, and leaves rained down around us. The concussion of the blast hit my chest like a physical blow. The ringing in my ears was instantaneous and overwhelming. We both flinched violently, pressing ourselves as flat as we could against the unyielding earth. He hadn't seen us. He was just shooting into the darkness, flushing his prey out into the open. Our deadly mistake wasn't just choosing a campsite that wasn't as isolated as we thought. It was in underestimating the nature of the threat. This wasn't a man. This was a monster. And he was just getting started. The world dissolved into a ringing, high-pitched whine. For a moment, I forgot how to breathe. The acrid smell of burnt gunpowder filled the air, a scent that would be forever seared into my memory. Dirt and splintered wood rained down on us. We were alive. That single, shocking fact was the only thought my adrenaline-soaked brain could process. He hadn't seen us. It was a blind, terrifying shot into the dark. Beside me, Jake was making a low, panicked sound, a mixture of a sob and a gasp. We have to run. He choked out, his voice cracking. Alex, we have to run now.
No!
Stay down, I hissed, grabbing his arm with a force that surprised even me. My mind, which had been frozen in terror, was now racing, propelled by a desperate will to survive. He wants us to run. He's trying to flush us out. If we run, he'll hear us. He'll see us. Another deafening roar split the night, this time followed by the sound of buckshot, shredding the foliage to our right. He was bracketing us, using the shotgun blasts to systematically pulverize the darkness, to turn our sanctuary of shadows into a kill box. The logic was as simple as it was horrifying. Whatever wasn't hit by the pellets would be forced to move. And when we moved, he would have us. Shek, shek. The sound of him reloading was now the most terrifying sound in the world. It was the ticking clock of our own mortality. We can't stay here. Jake whispered, his body trembling uncontrollably. He's going to walk right into us. He was right. Staying put was a death sentence. Running was a death sentence. The illusion of choice was gone. All that was left was a desperate gamble. Okay, I breathed, my heart hammering against my ribs. Okay, we move. Not away from him, deeper into the woods. On my signal. When he fires the next shot, we run. The sound will cover us. Don't stop for anything. You hear me? Anything. Jake gave a short, sharp nod. His eyes wide with terror, but now focused, locked on mine. He raised his small rifle, holding it tight against his chest. It looked like a child's toy. We waited. The silence stretched, taut and agonizing. Every rustle of a leaf, every creak of a branch was the monster coming for us. I could hear his heavy footsteps now, crunching on the forest floor as he moved around the edge of the clearing, changing his angle. He was a patient hunter. Then it came, the third blast. A blinding flash, a deafening roar. No, I screamed, and we scrambled to our feet. We didn't run, we fled. It was a blind, chaotic plunge into the abyss of the forest. Thorns tore at our skin and clothes like claws. Low, hanging branches whipped at our faces. We stumbled over unseen roots and rocks, our ankles twisting, our lungs burning. Behind us, I heard the man shout, an enraged, guttural roar. He knew we were moving. The hunt was on. The forest was a black, suffocating maze. All sense of direction was gone. The only guide was the terrain under our feet, sloping downwards, away from the lake. We crashed through the undergrowth, the noise we were making sounding like a stampede. It didn't matter. Silence was no longer an option. Speed was our only prayer. Another shotgun blast echoed behind us, closer this time. He was following, and he was fast. I risked a glance over my shoulder and saw the bobbing beam of his flashlight cutting through the trees. He was gaining on us. This way, Jake yelled, veering to the right where the trees seemed slightly less dense. We ran side by side, our shared terror a grim bond between us. The small axe in my hand felt impossibly heavy, useless. What good was an axe against a shotgun? We burst through a thicket of bushes and found ourselves on the edge of a steep, rocky ravine. A small creek trickled through the bottom, some 20 feet below. It was too steep to climb down safely, especially in the dark and in a panic. We were trapped. Dead end. Jake gasped, his chest heaving as he scanned the ravine's edge. The flashlight beam was getting brighter, closer. We could hear him cursing as he fought his way through the same thicket we had just exited. We had maybe 30 seconds. In the creek, I said, my mind seizing on the only possible option. It's our only chance. He'll expect us to be on this side. Get in the water. It'll hide our scent, muffle our sound. Without another word, we half slid, half fell down the muddy, treacherous bank, landing with a splash in the icy water of the creek. The shock of the cold was brutal, but it jolted me with a fresh surge of adrenaline. The water was only knee-deep, but the current was swift, and the rocks underfoot were slick with algae. We crouched low, pressing ourselves against the rocky wall of the ravine, the overhang providing a small sliver of cover. Seconds later, the man crashed through the bushes at the top of the ravine, right where we had been standing. His powerful flashlight beam sliced through darkness above us, sweeping back and forth. We held our breath, the frigid water seeping into our bones, our teeth chattering silently. I watched the beam, praying it wouldn't dip down into the ravine. He stood there for what felt like a lifetime, a dark silhouette against the night sky. He was listening. We could hear his heavy, ragged breathing. Then, with a frustrated grunt, he turned and started moving along the edge of the ravine, his light disappearing as he followed the bank downstream. He thought we had kept running. We waited, submerged in the freezing water, until the sound of his movements had completely faded. Every muscle in my body screamed in protest, but we didn't dare move. "We have to go," Jake finally whispered, his voice barely audible over the gurgle of the creek. "I can't feel my feet." Slowly, painfully, we began to move, wading upstream, away from the direction he had gone. It was agonizingly slow work, fighting the current, our frozen limbs clumsy and unresponsive. But the ravine hit us. After 100 yards, the banks became less steep, and we were able to haul our shivering bodies out of the water and back onto solid ground. We were soaked, freezing, and utterly lost. But we were alive, and for now we were alone. We had no idea where our camp was, no idea where the truck was. All we knew was that we had to keep moving, to put as much distance as possible between us and the hunter. As the first faint hint of dawn began to gray the eastern sky, we stumbled out of the trees and onto a dirt road. It wasn't the logging road we had taken in. It was another one, unfamiliar. We had no idea where it led, but it was a sign of civilization, a lifeline. Hope, fragile and tentative, flickered within me. That's when we heard it, the sound of an engine. Headlights appeared in the distance, coming towards us. We stood frozen in the middle of the road, too exhausted and relieved to even think of hiding. A vehicle was salvation. As it drew closer, my relief curdled back into pure, undiluted horror. It wasn't a car. It was an old beat-up pickup truck. Jake's truck. It slowed to a stop 20 feet away from us. The driver's side door creaked open, and the man from the lake stepped out. The shotgun was resting in the crook of his arm. In the gray morning light, I could see his face clearly. His eyes were flat, dead, and utterly devoid of emotion. He looked at us, two shivering, pathetic figures standing in the road. He had never been chasing us through the woods. He had let us run, let us exhaust ourselves in the dark, while he simply walked back to our camp, found my keys in the tent, and drove our own truck around to cut us off. He had been playing with us the entire time. Our deadly mistake was never about the campsite. It was about believing we had ever stood a chance. We were just another animal in his forest, and the hunt had just been for sport. He raised the shotgun, the dark, hollow barrel looking like a tunnel into eternity. There was nowhere left to run. My name is Cameron Wallace. It is a name I have found myself repeating under my breath these past few weeks. A mantra to anchor myself to a reality that feels increasingly frayed at the edges. I did not travel to the Aokigahara forest, the infamous A Sea of Trees, sprawling at the base of Mount Fuji, with the morbid intentions that have given this place its grim renown. I came here not to end my life, but to find what was left of it. 6 months ago, a phone call in the dead of night had cleaved my world in two. My wife Elena was gone, a drunk driver, a blind corner. The details are a jagged collection of shards I can't seem to piece together without cutting myself. In the suffocating silence that followed, I thought the profound quiet of Aokigahara would be a balm. A place so removed from the noise of my life, and I could finally hear my own thoughts and begin to heal. I was catastrophically wrong. The forest is a place born of violence. It grows upon a bed of hardened lava from the last major eruption of Mount Fuji in 864 AD. The ground is uneven, a treacherous landscape of volcanic rock, twisted roots, and thick, emerald moss that carpets everything, muffling the world in a blanket of green. This porous, iron, rich lava rock does something to sound. It absorbs it. Step more than 20 feet away from the designated path and the everyday noises of the world. The distant hum of traffic, the chirping of birds, the rustle of wind through leaves, vanish. What's left is an unnatural, oppressive silence that presses in on you. A physical weight on the eardrums. It's a silence that feels ancient and aware. Local legend calls this place the home of the Wairi, the tormented ghosts of those who died with anger, sorrow, or a desire for revenge still clinging to their souls. They say the trees themselves are imbued with a malevolent energy accumulated over centuries of suffering. My greatest mistake, I now understand, was bringing my own grief into a place that does not soothe sorrow, but rather feeds on it, amplifies it, and gives it a voice of its own. I arrived in the late afternoon, the sun already struggling to pierce the suffocatingly dense canopy. The air was cool and damp, carrying the scent of wet earth and decay. I left my car in a small, gravel-strewn lot, shouldered my heavy pack, and walked past the now famous sign at the trailhead. Its message, written in Japanese, is a plea for visitors to reconsider their plans, to think of their families, to seek help. I read the English translation on a smaller plaque beside it and felt a pang of something. Not guilt, but a strange sense of fraudulent trespass. I was not one of them, the souls this sign was meant for. Yet, as I took my first steps onto the path, a chill unrelated to the temperature traced its way down my spine. The plan was simple: hike for a few hours, find a suitable clearing just off the trail, and make camp for the night. I've been camping my whole life. The familiar rituals of unpacking my gear and setting up a tent have always been a source of comfort. But here, every action felt labored. The silence was a constant companion, broken only by the crunch of my boots on the volcanic soil and the sound of my own breathing, which seemed unnervingly loud. I followed one of the many colored ribbons tied to the trees by previous visitors, a lifeline through the labyrinthine woods. After an hour, I found a small, relatively flat area 100 feet or so from the trail, screened by a thick wall of trees. It felt as good a place as any. As I worked, the forest watched. I could feel it. It was a primal sensation, the kind our ancestors must have felt, a prickling at the back of the neck that warns of a predator nearby. I kept glancing over my shoulder, expecting to see a deer or a fox, but there was nothing. Not even a squirrel. The complete absence of wildlife was another layer of wrongness. Forests are supposed to be alive with sound and movement, But Aokigahara was a place of profound stillness. Once the tent was up, I pulled out my compass to get my bearings, a habit ingrained since childhood. I placed it on a flat rock. The needle, instead of settling north, began to spin. It wasn't a slow, uncertain drift, it was a frantic, wild rotation, a blur of red and white. I picked it up, shook it, and set it down again. The same result. I knew about the magnetic anomalies caused by the iron in the lava, but reading about it and seeing it are two different things. It was a visceral demonstration of how the fundamental laws of nature seemed bent and distorted here. My one reliable tool for navigation was useless. I was untethered. As dusk began to bleed through the trees, painting the forest in shades of gray and deep purple, the whispers started. At first, I dismissed it as the wind, even though I couldn't feel a breeze on my skin. It was a faint, sibilant sound, like the rustling of dry leaves. But there were no dry leaves, only damp moss and soil. It seemed to come from all directions at once, a formless murmur at the very edge of my hearing. I tried to focus on my task, preparing a small meal on my portable stove, but the sound was persistent, weaving in and out of the oppressive silence. Sish, fefawav, it was maddeningly indistinct. I stood up and strained my ears, turning my head slowly. Nothing. Just the endless, silent trees, their trunks twisted into agonized shapes, their branches reaching like skeletal fingers towards the darkening sky. The whispers would fade, and just as I'd convinced myself I had imagined it, they would return, a little closer, a little clearer. It wasn't the sound of the forest. I realized this with a sudden, cold certainty. It was the echo of my own despair. The silence here wasn't empty, it was a canvas. And my grief, raw and potent, was the paint. The forest was taking the anguish I carried inside me and giving it an external voice. I retreated into my tent as the last of the light died, zipping it shut, as if that could offer any real protection. Inside, with my headlamp casting a pale circle of light on the nylon walls, the world shrank to a tiny, fragile bubble. But the whispers did not stop. They grew bolder. They were no longer just sounds. They were fragments, the ghosts of words. They slid around the edges of the silence, coiling and uncoiling. Then I heard it. A single, perfectly clear word, whispered from a spot just outside the tent, right behind my head. It was a voice that was both alien and horribly familiar. Cameron. My blood turned to ice. Every muscle in my body locked. It wasn't my voice. It wasn't the wind. It was a woman's voice. And it sounded, for one heart-stopping moment, exactly like Elena. I scrambled back, pressing myself against the far wall of the tent, my heart hammering against my ribs like a trapped bird. My breath hitched in my throat. A strangled, terrified gasp. I stared at the thin wall of fabric separating me from the source of the sound, waiting, listening. The forest listened with me, holding its breath in the suffocating, eternal quiet. Time ceased to have meaning. I remained frozen. A statue of terror carved. In the pale glow of my headlamp, my back pressed so hard against the nylon wall it felt as if I might merge with it. Every nerve ending screamed. The silence that rushed back in to fill the space left by that single, impossible word was somehow heavier, more profound than before. It was a listening silence pregnant with anticipation. My mind, a frantic storm of denial and paralyzing fear, raced through every possibility. It was a hallucination, auditory pareidolia, my grief-stricken brain, starved of sensory input in this sound, deadening vacuum, was simply creating phantoms from the noise of my own circulatory system. It had to be. Because the alternative, that the voice was real, that she was somehow out there, was a thought too monstrous to fully contemplate. But the hope, insidious and cruel, was there too. A tiny treacherous flicker in the overwhelming darkness of my fear. What if? What if some miracle, some tear in the fabric of reality, had brought her back to me? The thought was a poison dart, and the venom was a sweet, agonizing longing. Elena, my Alina. The memory of her voice, not the hollow whisper from outside, but her real voice, warm and full of laughter, flooded my mind. The pain of it was a physical blow, knocking the air from my lungs in a silent sob. This place, this forest, it knew. It knew that the most effective way to torture me wasn't with monstrous shapes or sudden frights, but with the ghost of my own love. Minutes stretched into an eternity. I did not move. My ears strained, desperate to hear the sound again, yet dreading it with every fiber of my being. The whispers at the edge of my hearing returned, but they had changed. They were no longer formless, sibilant hisses. They were taking on shape, coalescing into fragments of memory. Forgot the milk again, Cam? A whisper, faint as a moth's wing against the tent fabric. It was a snippet of a mundane conversation, something she'd said 1,000 times, usually with a playful roll of her eyes. My heart clenched. Just hold me. Another one, this time imbued with a phantom sadness. I remembered that night. I'd come home late from work, stressed and distant, and she had pulled me onto the sofa, her voice thick with sleep, and said just that. The memory was so vivid, I could almost feel the weight of her head on my shoulder. The forest was ransacking the archives of my heart, pulling out moments of intimacy and twisting them into weapons. It was a violation of the most sacred kind. I had to know. The uncertainty was a corrosive acid eating away at my sanity. Staying in the tent, a helpless prisoner of my own memories, was no longer an option. With a surge of adrenaline fueled desperation, I reached for the one thing in my pack that felt like it held any power, my heavy-duty flashlight. Its solid metal casing was a comfort in my trembling hand. Taking a deep, shuddering breath, my fingers found the zipper of the tent door. The sound it made as I pulled it down was obscenely loud in the stillness, a violent tearing of the silence. It felt like a final, irrevocable act. I crawled to the opening, my movements stiff and clumsy, and peered out into the absolute blackness. The world beyond the threshold of my tent was a wall of impenetrable night. The dense canopy above blotted out the stars, the moon, any hint of celestial light. There was only the forest, a breathing entity of shadow. I thumbed the switch on the flashlight. A brilliant, white beam cut through the darkness, startlingly bright. It sliced a path through the trees, illuminating a scene of bizarre, alien beauty. The moss covering the ground and the tree trunks seemed to glow with an internal, phosphorescent light. A vibrant, almost sickly green. The gnarled roots, like the exposed tendons of the earth, crisscrossed the uneven ground. The air was thick with mist, causing the beam of light to look solid. A tangible spear of white I was thrusting into the void. I swept the beam slowly from left to right, my heart pounding in time with the jerky movement. The light caught on twisted trunks, low, hanging branches, and strange volcanic rock formations that looked like crouching figures in the periphery. But there was nothing. No person. No animal. No sign of what had made the sound. The clearing was empty. I held the light steady on the spot, directly behind my tent where I'd heard the voice. The ground was undisturbed. A carpet of thick, damp moss covered everything. There were no footprints, no broken twigs, nothing to suggest anyone, or anything, had been standing there moments before. Relief and a fresh wave of terror washed over me in equal measure. If there was no one there, then the voice had truly been in my head. I was losing my mind. Or, far worse, whatever was out here was something that left no tracks. I was about to retreat back into the tent when the beam of light caught something. A flicker of color, out of place in the monotonous palette of green, black, and gray. It was about 30 feet away, snagged on the thorny branch of a low, lying bush. It was a thin strip of red fabric. A ribbon. At first, I assumed it was just another one of the markers left by hikers. But this one was different. It wasn't the synthetic, weatherproof plastic of the trail markers. It was silk. A deep crimson silk. My blood ran cold. Elena had a scarf like that. A gift I'd given her for our 3rd anniversary. She loved it, wore it often. I had a picture of her in my wallet wearing it. Her head thrown back in laughter, the red silk a vibrant slash against the collar of her white coat. It couldn't be. It was impossible. Her things were in storage, packed away in boxes I couldn't bring myself to open. There was no conceivable way for it to be here, in the middle of this forest, in the heart of Japan. My legs moved before my brain could protest. I was outside the tent, the cold, damp air seeping through my clothes instantly. The flashlight beam was locked on that scrap of red, a beacon in the oppressive dark. I stumbled over a root, catching myself on the rough bark of a tree, my breath coming in ragged gasps. The silence pressed in, broken only by my own frantic sounds. As I got closer, the wrongness of it intensified. It was silk. I could see the sheen of it in the light. I reached out a trembling hand, my fingers brushing against the fabric. It was real. Cold and slightly damp from the mist, but undeniably real. As my fingers closed around it, a new wave of whispers erupted around me. Louder this time, more insistent. They weren't just memories anymore. They were accusations. Why did you let me go? You weren't there. You promised. It was her voice, but stripped of all warmth, all love. It was a hollow, grieving echo, laced with a chilling thread of resentment. My grief was turning on me, being wielded by the forest like a scalpel, expertly dissecting my deepest insecurities. The guilt I had buried, the irrational feeling that I could have somehow prevented the accident, that I should have been there, was being dragged out into the open. I tore the ribbon from the branch and scrambled back towards my tent, tripping and falling to my knees on the mossy ground. I didn't care. I crawled the last few feet and threw myself inside, zipping the door shut with a frantic, desperate pull. I sat there, panting, the red silk clutched in my fist, my knuckles white. The flashlight lay on the floor, its beam pointing at the roof, casting wild, dancing shadows with every shuddering breath I took. The whispers were outside, circling the tent, a vortex of my own sorrow and regret. The forest was no longer just a place of oppressive silence. It had become a gallery of my failures, a theater for my pain, and I was the sole member of the audience. And the show, I knew with dreadful certainty, was only just beginning. The tent had become a cage, the thin nylon walls a permeable membrane through which the forest poison seeped. I sat huddled in the center, the red silk ribbon a burning coal in my fist, a relic of a life that felt a century away. The whispers were relentless now, a constant, overlapping chorus of my deepest regrets. They weren't just outside anymore. They were inside my head, indistinguishable from my own thoughts. The forest had breached my final defense and was now nesting in my mind. You should have come home earlier that night. You were thinking about work when she was talking to you. She was lonely. Each phrase was a perfectly aimed dart, striking with surgical precision at the softest, most vulnerable parts of my memory. It was a meticulous psychological autopsy, and I was the conscious patient. The flashlight flickered, the batteries dying, casting the interior of the tent into a strobing nightmare of light and shadow. In those fleeting moments of darkness, the shape of the tent seemed to warp, the walls pressing inward, as if the forest itself were trying to crush me. I could feel a weight against the fabric, a slow dragging pressure that would slide along the side and then vanish, only to reappear moments later at a different spot. There was no sound associated with it, just the silent, terrifying weight. Sleep was an impossible dream. To close my eyes would be to surrender completely. Hours crawled by, each second a drop of acid. I realized with a chilling clarity that the forest wasn't just reflecting my grief. It was shaping it, weaponizing it. It was an active, malevolent intelligence, and its goal wasn't just to frighten me. It wanted to break me. It wanted me to succumb to the despair, to become another one of its permanent residents, another voice in its spectral choir. The sign at the trailhead wasn't a warning. It was an invitation. A new sound began to cut through the whispers. It was a soft, rhythmic tapping on the tent fabric, right by my head. Tap, tap, tap. It was a deliberate, patient sound. My breath caught in my throat. I imagined a long, skeletal finger, a branch animated by some unseen force, testing the boundary of my sanctuary. I lashed out, slapping the inside of the tent where the sound originated. The tapping stopped. Silence. Then, from the opposite side of the tent, it began again. Tap, tap, tap. It was toying with me, a cat with a cornered mouse. That was the final push. I couldn't stay here. To wait for morning was to wait for my own sanity to be completely eroded. Survival, raw and primal, finally overpowered the paralysis of fear. I had to move. I had to get out. The decision made, a frantic energy seized me. I began to cram my belongings into my pack with shaking, clumsy hands. Sleeping bag, stove, the failing flashlight, everything was stuffed in with a desperate lack of order. I left the tent. It was a contaminated space, a tomb. I would abandon it to the forest. As I shouldered my pack, my hand brushed against the pocket of my jeans. My car keys. The thought of my car, a metal and glass box of normalcy and safety, was a distant, beautiful dream. It was my only goal. Find the trail. Find the car. I unzipped the tent door one last time and plunged into the abyss. The night was even darker, more absolute than before. The mist had thickened into a soupy fog that clung to everything, deadening the world. My new headlamp, which I'd thankfully packed, cut a weak, conical hole in the oppressive gloom, illuminating a swirling vortex of vapor, just inches from my face. Beyond that, nothing. I had no idea which way the trail was. My compass was useless, and in my panic, I had lost all sense of direction. I chose a path at random, guided by nothing more than a desperate hope that I was moving away from the clearing. The red silk ribbon was still clutched in my hand, a talisman of horror I couldn't bring myself to discard. The forest fought me every step of the way. Roots hidden beneath the moss grabbed at my ankles like bony hands. Low, hanging branches, wet with dew, slapped against my face, their touch like cold, dead fingers. The whispers followed me, a mobile cloud of torment. But now, One voice began to distinguish itself from the others. Elena's voice. Not the accusatory echo, but the voice I remembered. Warm, gentle, and full of love. "This way, Cam. I'm over here." It came from my left, a beacon in the cacophony of self-loathing. My logical mind screamed that it was a trap, the most insidious one yet. But my heart, shattered and desperate, betrayed me. I wanted to believe it. I needed to believe it. I turned and stumbled towards the sound of her voice. "You're getting closer, my love. Just a little further." The voice led me deeper into the labyrinth, away from anything resembling a path. The ground became steeper, more treacherous. I was climbing now, scrambling over slick, moss-covered volcanic rocks. The air grew colder. The voice was my only guide. The only thing in this hostile universe that offered any semblance of comfort. After what felt like an eternity of climbing, I emerged from the dense trees into a space that was startlingly open. It was a small, barren plateau on a cliff's edge. The fog was thinner here, and below me, I could see the endless, undulating canopy of the sea of trees, a dark ocean under the faint light of a shrouded moon. The voice had stopped. The whispers had ceased. For the first time since I'd arrived, there was only silence. But this was not the oppressive silence of the lower forest. This was a dead silence. An empty silence. My headlamp beam swept across the clearing and landed on a single, gnarled pine tree growing impossibly from a crack in the rock at the very edge of the cliff. And from its lowest, thickest branch, something was hanging. It was a rope, a noose. The knot was expertly tied. The rope itself was old and weathered, stained dark by rain and time, but it was still strong, still purposeful. It swayed gently in a breeze I couldn't feel. My blood turned to ice. This was a place of finality, a place of despair. The voice had led me here, and then I saw them. Scratched into the rock at the base of the tree were names. Dozens of them. Some were fresh, others so old they were barely legible. And near the bottom, a name that made my world collapse. ELA. It wasn't her handwriting. It was a crude, angry scratch. But it was her name. My gaze lifted from the name back to the noose, and the forest played its final, master stroke. For a fleeting, horrifying second, I saw her there. I saw Alina, her body limp, her head at an unnatural angle, the red silk scarf I had given her tied around her neck, its end fluttering in the phantom wind. I screamed. A raw, guttural sound of pure anguish that tore from my throat. The image vanished as quickly as it had appeared, leaving only the empty noose. But the damage was done. The forest had shown me its ultimate truth. It doesn't just echo your grief. It consumes it. It takes your love and your memories and builds a monument to your despair, inviting you to join it. I stumbled backwards, away from the cliff, away from the tree. My foot slipped on the wet rock. I fell hard, my head striking the ground with a sickening crack. The world tilted, the dark sea of trees below swirling into the sky above. My headlamp went out, plunging me into total darkness. As my consciousness faded, the last thing I heard was a whisper, right beside my ear. It was not Alina's voice this time. It was something ancient, something cold, something hungry, and it was laughing. My name is Dr. Dakota Evans. It is a name that has, over the past decade, become synonymous with the empirical study of the paranormal, a field many of my more traditional colleagues in physics still regard with thinly veiled contempt. They see it as a pseudoscience, a chase for ghosts and goblins better, left to television hosts and charlatans. I, however, see it differently. My background is not in folklore or theology, but in quantum physics and electromagnetic engineering. I do not hunt for spirits. I hunt for anomalies, statistical deviations, energy fluctuations, and temporal distortions that suggest the neat, orderly laws of the universe as we understand them are, at best, incomplete. Our mission to the Hoia Baciu forest in Romania was born from this very principle. It was to be the magnum opus of my research group, a culmination of years spent designing and refining equipment capable of detecting and recording phenomena that defy conventional explanation. We were not a band of amateur ghost hunters. We were a highly specialized scientific team. There was Dr. Ben Carter, a brilliant but doggedly skeptical systems engineer who designed most of our proprietary hardware. To Ben, every anomaly was a puzzle to be solved, a malfunction to be diagnosed, a signal to be debunked. Then there was Dr. Aris Thorne, a historian and folklorist whose encyclopedic knowledge of local legends provided the cultural and historical context for our investigations. He was the counterbalance to Ben's skepticism, a man who believed that human experience and centuries of storytelling held truths that our instruments were only just beginning to perceive. Finally, there was Liam Chen, our logistics and security chief, a former Special Forces operator whose stoicism and unwavering calm were as essential to our expeditions as any piece of technology. Our target was specific to capture definitive, multi-spectrum evidence of the anomalous aerial phenomena for which the forest was infamous. The Bermuda Triangle of Transylvania, the media had dubbed it. The catalyst for our expedition was a photograph taken in 1968 by Emil Barnia, a clear, unambiguous image of a disc-shaped object hovering over a clearing in the forest known as Poiana Rotund. It was one of the most credible UFO photographs in history, one that had resisted all attempts at debunking. We were convinced that with our modern arsenal of technology, we could not only replicate Barnia's sighting, but capture it in such breathtaking detail. Thermal, electromagnetic, radiological, that its existence would be undeniable. This was our great mistake. It was not a flaw in our logic or our scientific method, but a deeper, more insidious flaw: hubris. We placed our faith entirely in our technology. We carried with us high-resolution full-spectrum cameras, sensitive parabolic microphones capable of capturing infrasound, magnetometers, Geiger counters, and a portable atmospheric sensor suit. We believed, with an almost religious fervor, that our equipment was an impenetrable shield of logic and reason, that any mystery the forest held would inevitably yield to our methodical analysis. We were scientists at the pinnacle of our field, armed with the best tools humanity could devise. We were wrong. Our journey from Cluj, Napoca to the forest's edge was marked by a palpable sense of transition. The bustling, modern city gave way to rolling hills and quaint villages that seemed to cling to a bygone era. The warnings from the locals were consistent and delivered with a gravity that transcended mere superstition. They spoke of the forest as a place that was lost, a place where the rules were different. They told us of people who had entered and emerged hours later with no memory of the intervening time, of physical ailments like rashes, nausea, and severe anxiety that appeared without cause. And they all spoke of the unsettling feeling of being watched by unseen eyes. Aris listened intently, recording their tales, while Ben scoffed quietly, attributing their fears to generations of campfire stories. As our 4F4 vehicle rumbled down the final dirt track, the forest loomed before us, a dense, dark wall of vegetation. The moment we stepped out of the vehicle, the air changed. It grew heavy, still, and unnaturally silent. The chirping of birds and the drone of insects that had filled the surrounding countryside ceased abruptly, as if we had crossed an invisible threshold. The trees themselves were a testament to the forest's strangeness. Instead of growing straight towards the sky, many were twisted into grotesque, corkscrew shapes, their branches contorted as if in agony. It was profoundly unsettling. Incredible. Aris breathed, his eyes wide with a mixture of academic fascination and genuine awe. The locals say the trees grow this way because they are trying to escape something. Or there's a unique mineral composition in the soil affecting their phototropism. Ben countered, already unpacking a geological scanner. There's always a rational explanation. We established our base camp in a small, defensible clearing just inside the tree line. Our plan was to acclimate, run our initial diagnostic checks, and then push deeper towards the Poyana, rotund clearing at dusk. The problems began almost immediately. The first casualty was our GPS network. All 4 of our independent units, military, grade and since to multiple satellite constellations, lost their signal simultaneously. One moment we had a precise location, the next nothing. It's a complete signal blackout, Ben announced, his brow furrowed in frustration as he stared at a dead screen. Could be a localized magnetic field, maybe a large iron deposit underground. I'll have to rely on the inertial navigation system and traditional compass readings. It was an annoyance, but not a crisis. We were all trained in land navigation. The second failure, however, was more concerning. Our encrypted, short-range communication system began to malfunction. Liam's check-ins, spaced 15 minutes apart, became distorted, drowned in a sea of hissing static. We could hear fragments of his voice, but the replies from our base camp. Comms were unintelligible. A creeping sense of isolation began to take hold. We were a team of 4, but the forest was making us feel utterly alone. As twilight bled through the canopy, casting long, distorted shadows, the psychological effects the locals had described began to manifest. I felt the first wave of it, a low, grade, persistent nausea accompanied by a strange, prickling sensation across my skin, like 1,000 tiny static shocks. Liam, positioned at the perimeter of our camp, complained over the crackling radio of a splitting headache. It's psychosomatic, Ben insisted, though his voice lacked its usual conviction. He was busy trying to troubleshoot the atmospheric sensor, which was giving impossible readings, suggesting the air pressure was fluctuating wildly from one second to the next. Our minds are suggestible. We've heard the stories, and now we're projecting. But it felt like more than that. The feeling of being watched was no longer a vague notion from a local's tale. It was a palpable, oppressive weight. I found myself scanning the dark spaces between the twisted trees, my heart hammering against my ribs, certain that I would see a pair of eyes staring back. The silence of the forest was a living entity, a suffocating blanket that amplified every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig underfoot. We decided to press on towards the clearing. Our primary mission was to deploy the camera arrays before nightfall. The journey was tense. The beam of my flashlight seemed to be swallowed by the oppressive darkness, just a few feet ahead. The equipment continued to fail in inexplicable ways. The full Spectrum camera's live feed, displayed on Ben's tablet, would flicker, and for a single, terrifying frame, the image of the trees would warp into elongated, nightmarish shapes, only to snap back to normal. Ben couldn't explain it. It wasn't a glitch he had ever encountered. We finally reached the Poiana Rotund, a near perfect circle in the heart of the forest where no trees grew. The air here was even colder, charged with a static electricity that made the hairs on my arms stand on end. As Ben and Liam frantically worked to set up the tripods and power generators, Aris sat down on a fallen log, his face grim in the pale moonlight. "Perhaps now is a good time for a story," he said, his voice low. He knew we needed a distraction, but the story he chose offered no comfort. He told us the most famous legend of Hoia Baciu, the one that truly defined its mystery. He spoke of a 5-year-old girl who had wandered away from her family into the woods. A massive search was launched, but she was never found. Then, 5 years to the day after she vanished, she walked out of the forest, wearing the same clean, untorn clothes she had been wearing when she disappeared. She had not aged a single day. She had no memory of the 5 years that had passed, believing she had only been gone for a few minutes. A profound, bone-deep chill settled over our small group as Aris finished his tale. The story hung in the air, a terrifying counterpoint to our scientific endeavor. It suggested a reality untethered from the linear progression of time, a place where the fundamental laws of physics cease to apply. It was in that moment of stunned silence that it happened. With a series of soft, synchronized clicks, every single piece of our battery-powered equipment died. Our headlamps, our flashlights, the LEDs on the cameras, Ben's tablet, our backup power packs, everything. We were plunged into an absolute, disorienting darkness, broken only by the faintest sliver of moonlight filtering through the dense, claw-like branches above. We were miles deep in a hostile forest, blind and cut off. And from the suffocating blackness that surrounded the clearing, a new sound emerged. It was not the sound of an animal, nor was it the wind. It was a soft, clear, melodic humming, like a child singing a lullaby to themselves in the dark. The humming was the focal point of the universe. In the sudden, suffocating blackness of the Poiana Rotund, it was the only thing that existed. It was a sound that should have been innocent, the mindless, melodic tune of a child. Yet it was laced with an ancient and profound wrongness. It coiled through the freezing air, a thread of sound weaving through the absolute silence, and it paralyzed us. For a scientist, the absence of data is a challenge. For a human being in the dark, the absence of light is primal terror. All my training, my years of disciplined observation and logical deduction evaporated in an instant, replaced by the simple, animalistic fear of a creature left vulnerable in the night. Nobody move. Liam's voice cut through the darkness, a low, controlled growl. It was the voice of a man who had faced death before, a voice that anchored us. I could hear the subtle shift of his weight, the rustle of his tactical gear, as he oriented himself towards the sound. Beside me, Ben was hyperventilating, his breaths coming in ragged, panicked gulps. This was his nightmare. His entire worldview, built on the bedrock of predictable, measurable reality, had been shattered. The machine had not just broken, it had been turned off by an unseen hand. "What is that? What in God's name is that?" he whispered, his voice trembling. "It's the girl." Aris breathed, and the terror in his voice was different from Ben's. It was not the fear of the unknown, but the fear of the known. He had read the legends, spoken to the witnesses. To him, this was not an anomaly, it was a confirmation. The one who never aged. The humming began to move. It wasn't walking. There were no footsteps, no snapping twigs. The sound simply drifted, circling the perimeter of the clearing. It moved with a fluid, unnatural grace, its pitch and volume remaining eerily constant. My scientific mind, fighting to reassert itself, tried to analyze it. Was it a recording? A complex acoustic illusion caused by the strange topography? But my heart knew better. This was not a trick of the environment. This was a presence. As the sound glided through the darkness in front of us, a faint luminescence began to bleed into the air. It was a cold, phosphorescent green, like the bioluminescence of deep sea creatures. It didn't emanate from a single point, but seemed to congeal out of the darkness itself, a formless, shifting cloud of light that moved with the humming. It cast the twisted, skeletal trees at the edge of the clearing in a sickly, otherworldly glow, their branches looking like grasping, skeletal fingers. The sight was mesmerizing and utterly terrifying. We were no longer just hearing it, we were seeing it. "Dakota, are you seeing this?" Ben stammered, his panic giving way to a desperate need for validation. I think my eyes are playing tricks on me. "I see it, Ben," I replied, my voice barely a whisper. The nausea I had felt earlier returned with a vengeance, a churning sickness in the pit of my stomach. The air grew thick with the smell of ozone and damp earth, a scent that was both electric and funereal. The cloud of green light continued its slow, deliberate circuit of the clearing. It was observing us. The feeling of being watched had intensified 1,000-fold. It was no longer a vague paranoia, but a focused, intelligent scrutiny. I felt like a specimen under a microscope, pinned and helpless. The light seemed to pulse in time with the humming, a slow, hypnotic rhythm that made my head swim. I felt a strange sense of dislocation, as if my consciousness was becoming untethered from my body. The edges of my vision began to blur, and dark, fleeting shapes danced in my periphery. Suddenly, the humming stopped. The silence that crashed down upon us was more violent than any sound. The green light vanished, plunging us back into absolute blackness. The abrupt sensory deprivation was disorienting, and I stumbled, my hand flying to my head as a wave of vertigo washed over me. "Stay down," Lam commanded. A new sound broke the silence. A single, soft footstep in the dry leaves at the center of the clearing. Then another. Something was in the clearing with us. My blood ran cold. My mind screamed at me to run, but my legs were frozen, locked in place by a terror so profound it was physical. A sliver of moonlight broke through the clouds, a pale, ghostly beam that sliced through the darkness and illuminated the center of the Poiana Rotund. And there, standing not 20 feet from us, was the silhouette of a small child. It was the shape of a girl, perhaps 5 or 6 years old, with a simple dress and long, unkempt hair. But that's where the resemblance to anything human ended. The figure was not solid. It was a distortion, a hole in the fabric of reality. It was a silhouette of pure blackness, a void that seemed to absorb the moonlight, making it appear darker than the surrounding shadows. There were no features, no face, no eyes, just a child-shaped abyss. From this void, a voice emerged. It was not the humming from before. It was a whisper, a chorus of voices speaking as one, a sound that was both young and impossibly old. The words were not in Romanian, or English, or any language I could recognize. They were a cascade of sibilant, clicking sounds that scraped against my eardrums and seemed to bypass my ears entirely, lodging themselves directly in my brain. The whispers spoke of circles and spirals, of time that did not flow, and of a hunger that was not of the flesh. Ben screamed. It was not a shout of fear, but a raw, guttural cry of a mind breaking. He scrambled backwards, away from the figure, away from the impossible truth standing before him. The silhouette turned its head towards the sound of Ben's scream. The whispers intensified, focusing on him, and the void, like figure, a step in his direction.
That's it! We're leaving!
Now. Liam's voice was a thunderclap of authority that broke the spell. He grabbed Ben by the collar, hauling the whimpering man to his feet. Aris.
Dakota, with me!
Move!
The retreat was a blind, chaotic flight. Liam, with his incredible sense of direction and night training, took the lead, practically dragging Ben behind him. Aris and I scrambled to keep up, stumbling through the pitch, black forest. The grasping branches of the twisted trees, tearing at our clothes and skin. The whispers followed us. They didn't seem to pursue us physically, but they echoed in our minds, a relentless, maddening chorus. The feeling of being hunted was overwhelming. Every shadow seemed to hold a threat. Every rustle of leaves was a monster at our heels. I fell, my foot catching on an exposed root, and crashed hard onto the forest floor. For a moment, the world spun, the whispers in my head reaching a fever pitch. Liam was instantly by my side, his strong hands pulling me up.
Don't stop!
Whatever you do, do not stop. We'd burst out of the dense woods and into the smaller clearing where we had made our base camp. The relative openness should have felt safe, but it didn't. The air here was just as heavy, just as charged with menace. Our tents stood as we had left them, silent and dark. Check the gear. Anything working? I gasped, leaning against a tree, trying to catch my breath. Ben, now catatonic with fear, fumbled for one of the backup flashlights. He clicked the switch. Nothing. He tried another. Nothing. All of it was still dead. We were still blind. They're gone, Aris said, his voice trembling as he stared at the ground. What's gone? Liam asked, his attention still focused on the dark tree line from which we had just emerged. Our footprints, Aris replied, his voice barely audible. The ones we made when we left for the clearing. They're gone. The ground is completely undisturbed. I looked down. He was right. The soft earth of the clearing, which should have been covered in our 4 sets of boot prints, was smooth and untouched, as if we had never been there. It was as if the forest had erased our very presence, our passage through its domain. And then I saw it. Lying on top of my neatly packed rucksack, placed perfectly in the center, was an object that did not belong. It was a small, hand-carved wooden doll, weathered and gray with age. It was crudely made, but its form was unmistakable, a little girl in a simple dress. It looked ancient, like something that could have been carved centuries ago. As I stared at the doll, a single, horrifying thought echoed through my mind, clearer than any of the whispers. It wasn't a thought from my own consciousness. It felt planted. An intrusive, alien idea. You took one of our stories, so we took one of yours. My eyes darted to my teammates. Liam, the stoic soldier. Aris, the haunted folklorist. Ben, the broken skeptic. We were 4. But the thought in my head was singular. One of yours. A cold, dreadful certainty began to dawn. The forest hadn't just taken our footprints. It had taken something else. Frantically, my mind raced, trying to remember the legend Aris had told us. The photograph from 1968. The man who took it. What was his name? My mind went blank. I couldn't remember. I looked at Aris, the historian, the keeper of our knowledge. Aris, I said, my voice shaking. The photo. The one from 68. Who took it? Aris stared back at me, his face a mask of dawning horror. His mouth opened, but no sound came out. He didn't know. He couldn't remember. The name, the catalyst for our entire expedition, had been plucked from our minds. As cleanly and completely as our footprints had been wiped from the earth. The silence that followed my question was a vacuum, pulling all warmth and hope from the small clearing. Aris's face, illuminated by the cold, indifferent moonlight, was a canvas of pure intellectual terror. It was the look of a librarian whose entire library has just been incinerated. But the books were not paper and ink. They were the contents of his own mind. The name was gone. Not just forgotten, as one might misplace a key, but excised, surgically removed from our collective consciousness. We were 4 brilliant minds, and we now shared the same, precise scar in our memory. "This is impossible," Ben whispered, his voice a thin, reedy thread of sound. He had sunk to his knees, his hands clutching his head as if he could physically hold his sanity in place. Memory is neurochemical. It's encoded. It can't just be deleted. But it had been. The forest hadn't just blocked our technology, it had hacked our biology. The thought that had been planted in my mind returned, no longer a whisper, but a declaration of absolute power. "You took one of our stories. So we took one of yours." We had come to capture the story of the UFO, to claim it for science. In return, the forest had taken the story's name, its central character, leaving us with a meaningless, empty narrative. It was a trade, a chillingly elegant act of intellectual vandalism. Liam, ever the pragmatist, broke the spell. "It doesn't matter," he said, his voice sharp and focused. He took a step towards my rucksack and pointed at the small, wooden doll resting on top. "That does."
What is it?
My gaze was drawn back to the object. It was the only thing in the clearing that felt truly real. A solid anchor in a sea of dissolving certainties. I reached out with a trembling hand and picked it up. The wood was smooth and cold, worn down by time or countless hands. It was heavier than it looked. As my fingers closed around it, the whispers in my mind returned. Faint but clear, a single, repeating phrase in that clicking alien tongue. "It's an offering," Aris said, his eyes fixed on the doll in my hand. He had regained a sliver of his composure, the academic in him trying to categorize the horror. Or a token. In many folk traditions, when you enter the realm of the Fae, the Pyrenees as they call them here, you must not take anything without leaving something of equal value. To do so creates a debt. So we have a debt, I asked, my voice hollow. "Worse," Aris replied, his gaze dropping to the undisturbed ground where our footprints should have been. "We have an imbalance. We tried to take something. Evidence. A story, and we failed. Our equipment is dead. Yet the forest, it gave us something. The experience in the clearing, the humming, the figure, and this doll. It has given us a new story, one we didn't ask for. And in return, it took a piece of the old one from our minds to make room for it." His voice dropped to a terrified whisper. "The problem is, I don't think the transaction is complete." A cold dread, sharper and more profound than anything I had felt before, settled deep in my bones. The intrusive thought echoed once more. "One of yours. It wasn't about the story. It was never just about the story." Liam seemed to arrive at the same conclusion through a different, more practical path. "We're exposed. Our gear is useless, and we're compromised," he stated, his eyes scanning the impenetrable wall of trees that surrounded us. "We're leaving. Now. We walk east until we hit the road. No stopping, No looking back. There was no argument. The scientific expedition was over. This was now a retreat, a desperate flight for survival. Liam took a compass from his pouch. A simple, old-fashioned magnetic one that was, blessedly, still functional. He established our bearing, and we began to walk, abandoning thousands of dollars of useless equipment in the silent clearing. I clutched the wooden doll in my hand, unable to bring myself to leave it behind. It felt like a part of me now, a piece of the nightmare that I had to carry. The forest fought us every step of the way. The twisted trees seemed to rearrange themselves as we walked, their grasping branches snagging our clothes, their gnarled roots tripping our feet. The air remained thick and heavy, and the oppressive silence was broken by phantom sounds that danced at the edge of our hearing. The snap of a twig just behind us, a soft giggle that seemed to come from all directions at once, the faint, maddening echo of a child's hum. Ben was unraveling completely. He muttered to himself, a constant stream of broken scientific principles and terrified prayers. He kept stumbling, his eyes wide with a terror that saw threats in every shadow. Liam had to physically guide him, his patience wearing thin. Hours passed. According to Liam's watch, the only other piece of non-electric gear that still worked, we should have reached the road. But we were still deep within the forest. The terrain unchanged, the same grotesque trees repeating in an endless, looping panorama. "This is wrong," Liam said, finally stopping. He shone his compass with a small chemical light stick. The needle was spinning wildly, a frantic, useless dance. The magnetic field. It's in flux. It's everywhere. The forest was playing with us. It had taken our technology, our memories, and now it was taking our direction. We were lost. Truly, fundamentally lost. It was then that I felt the doll in my hand grow warm. A soft, gentle heat that spread through my palm. And the whispers in my head coalesced into a single, clear image at a path. A faint trail of trampled leaves leading off to our left, a path that hadn't been there a moment before. "This way," I said, my voice sounding strange and distant to my own ears. "On what authority?" Liam demanded, his patience finally snapping. I held up the doll. "On hers." He stared at me, his face a mixture of disbelief and desperation. Aris looked from the doll to my face, his eyes wide with a new kind of fear. But we had no other options. We were blind, and the doll was offering us sight. We took the path. The trail led us through a part of the forest that was even darker and more ancient. The trees here were massive, their canopy so thick that it blocked out the moon entirely. We moved in a column, Liam in front, then Ben, then Aris, and me at the rear. The doll held out before me like a strange, pagan talisman. The feeling of being watched intensified, but it changed. It was no longer a general, ambient menace. It was specific. It was focused on the person in front of me. On Aris, I watched his back as he walked, his shoulders hunched. And I began to notice things. Small things. The way he walked seemed different, his gait slightly off. He had always been meticulous, even in the field, but now his clothes seemed disheveled in a way that was subtly wrong. A cold, horrifying thought began to form in my mind, born from the forest's earlier message. An exchange. I tried to remember something specific about him, a personal detail. What was the name of the university in London, where he had taught for 10 years? I searched my memory and found nothing. A smooth, blank wall, just like the one where the photographer's name used to be. I could remember his face, his voice, his role on our team. But the personal details, The things that made Eris were gone. My blood turned to ice. I slowed my pace, letting the gap between us widen slightly. Eris, I called out, my voice trembling. He stopped and turned, and in the faint chemical glow of Liam's light stick, I saw his face. It was Eris's face, but it was wrong. The eyes were the same color, but the intelligence, the warmth, the scholarly curiosity that had always been there was gone. In its place was a flat, hollow emptiness. A terrifying vacancy. "What is it, Dakota?" he asked, and his voice was a perfect imitation of Eris's, but it was just that, an imitation. A recording played back without the soul of the speaker. "Your book," I stammered, my mind racing. "The one you published on Christian folklore in the Carpathians. What was the dedication?" He smiled, but the smile didn't reach his empty eyes. A curious question to ask at a time like this. He didn't know. The man who had poured his heart and soul into that book, who had dedicated it to his late wife, had no memory of it. It wasn't Eris. The forest had made its exchange. It hadn't taken one of us physically. It had hollowed one of us out and left the shell behind. The footprints were gone because, in a way, the man who made them was gone too. We hadn't lost a teammate. We were carrying a monster with us. The thing wearing Eris's face took a step towards me, its empty smile widening. "You should not have asked that question, Doctor." Behind it, Ben let out a final, choked sob and collapsed, his mind finally and completely broken. Liam spun around at the sound, his training taking over as he moved to defend his fallen comrade. And in that moment, I was alone, facing the thing that looked like my friend. The wooden doll in my hand was now burning hot, searing my palm. The whispers in my head were screaming, a torrent of alien language that I now understood with perfect, horrifying clarity. It was a warning. The transaction wasn't over. It had only just begun. My name is Ethan, and if I've learned one thing from the life I've lived so far, it's that arrogance is a gilded cage. You feel safe, powerful, and untouchable within its bars, but you're blind to the vast, untamed world that lies just beyond. My cage was built in the heart of Bangkok, forged from concrete, steel, and the ceaseless hum of technology. My friends and I were products of that environment, children of luxury and logic, who believed that everything in the world could be explained, categorized, and ultimately conquered. There were 4 of us on that ill-fated trip. Liam, with his trust, fun confidence, and a laugh that always a little too loud, was our self-proclaimed leader. He saw the world as a series of experiences to be collected, like expensive watches. Then there was Maya, a freelance graphic designer who viewed every landscape through the lens of her smartphone, convinced that capturing the perfect filter-enhanced shot was the same as truly seeing a place. And finally, Chloe, a law student who argued with the certainty of a seasoned attorney, armed with facts and a deep-seated skepticism for anything that couldn't be proven in a courtroom. We were a tight, knit group, bound by our shared history in the city's most exclusive international schools and a collective disdain for what we considered the primitive superstitions of the countryside. The idea for the trip was born during one of our weekly rooftop bar gatherings, overlooking the sprawling, glittering expanse of the city. We were bored. The urban jungle had lost its thrill. We should do something real, Liam had announced, swirling the ice in his overpriced cocktail. Something raw. Northern Thailand. Camping, no guides, no resorts. Just us and nature. The suggestion was met with immediate, enthusiastic agreement. We envisioned ourselves as modern-day explorers, trading skyscrapers for ancient trees. The forests of the north, we thought, would be a beautiful backdrop for our adventure, a wild stage upon which we would be the stars. We spent weeks planning, but our preparations were a testament to our ignorance. We bought the best gear money could find: high-tech, ultra-light tents, GPS watches with solar chargers, water purifiers that promised to make any stream drinkable, and a Bluetooth speaker powerful enough to host a small festival. We packed gourmet, ready-to-eat meals and expensive craft beer. We were preparing for a comfortable inconvenience, not a genuine encounter with the wild. The drive north was a 5-hour bubble of air-conditioned comfort and loud electronic music. We sped along the highway, watching the urban sprawl gradually give way to rice paddies, and then to the hazy, blue-green foothills of the mountains. The world outside the windows of Liam's luxury SUV was changing, becoming older and quieter, but inside, our world remained the same. We were a noisy, self-contained unit, utterly separate from the land we were traversing. We arrived at a small, dusty village at the edge of the national park in the late afternoon. It was the last outpost of civilization before the forest took over completely. Old wooden houses stood on stilts, and the air smelled of wood smoke and damp earth. Chickens scattered as our vehicle, a monstrosity of chrome and black paint, rolled down the narrow main street. We stopped at a small shop that doubled as a park ranger's office to pay the entrance fee. The ranger was an old man, his skin the color and texture of wrinkled leather. His eyes, small and dark, held a depth that seemed to absorb the light. He looked us over, our bright, synthetic clothing, our expensive sunglasses, our casual, almost flippant demeanor, and a faint, knowing sadness touched the corners of his mouth. "You camp tonight?" he asked, his voice a low, gravelly rumble. His English was slow, deliberate. "That's the plan," Liam replied, slapping a few large bills on the counter. "Best spot to see the stars." The old man ignored the question. He pushed a worn, laminated map towards us but kept his finger on it. "This forest is old," he said, his gaze moving from one of us to the next. "Older than your city, older than your grandfathers. It has rulers. Kapachow Cow. The lords of the forest, the masters of the mountains." Chloe let out a soft, condescending scoff. "Guardian spirits, you mean? Quaint." The ranger's eyes narrowed slightly, settling on her. "You are guests here. When you enter a man's house, you greet him. This is their house. Before you put your tent in their soil, before you break their wood for your fire, you must show respect. A small offering. Some water, some fruit. A few words to ask for permission, for protection." Liam laughed, a booming sound that was jarring in the quiet office. "We appreciate the advice, old timer, but I think we'll be fine. Our GPS is a bit more reliable than local folklore." He tried to pull the map away, but the old man's finger remained firm. "It is not folklore," he said, his voice dropping even lower, carrying a new intensity that cut through our amusement. "They are not stories to scare children. They are a presence, a power. They watch. They listen. They do not like to be mocked. The forest does not forgive disrespect." We left the office, stifling our laughter until we were back in the car. "Chow pa chow cow," Maya mimicked in a high-pitched, spooky voice. "Did you see his face? So serious." "It's a classic rural protection racket," Chloe declared, buckling her seatbelt. "Scare the city tourists into buying some blessed bananas from his cousin's stall." It's economically brilliant, you have to admit. We drove on, deeper into the park, feeling smug and superior. We found a clearing by a stream that looked like it was pulled from a travel magazine. It was perfect. Too perfect. The trees formed a near-perfect circle around the clearing, their branches interlocking overhead like the latticework of a cathedral's dome. The stream gurgled happily. It was idyllic, and we immediately desecrated it. The first thing Liam did was crank up the speaker. A heavy, pulsating bass line echoed through the ancient woods. A profane heartbeat dropped into a sacred space. Birds that had been chirping fell silent, replaced by the synthetic shrieks and drops of our music. We cracked open beers, tossing the bottle caps into the undergrowth. We set up our tents with loud, uncoordinated efforts, shouting instructions and laughing, as we ferns and wildflowers that carpeted the ground. We made no offerings. We spoke no words of respect. Our very presence was an act of defiance, a declaration that our rules, our noise, our world, was all that mattered. As the sun began its descent, painting the sky in fiery strokes of orange and purple, an unsettling change began to creep into our little paradise. The air grew still. The vibrant sounds of the forest, which had been merely muted by our music, now seemed to have vanished entirely. When Liam finally turned the speaker off, the silence that rushed in was profound. It wasn't empty, it was heavy, weighted as if it were listening. "Whoa, it's quiet," Maya said, her voice sounding small and thin without the music to back it up. "It's called peace, Maya," Chloe retorted, but her eyes were scanning the darkening tree line, a flicker of uncertainty in them for the first time. The shadows, which had been ordinary and predictable all afternoon, began to behave strangely. They stretched and bled into one another, pooling in the hollows between the trees. They seemed to writhe, to twist into shapes that were almost recognizable. The silhouette of a hunched figure, the outline of a face with too many eyes, before dissolving back into formless blackness the moment you tried to focus on them. "Is it just me, or are the bugs really bad here?" Liam asked, slapping his neck, but there were no mosquitoes. The air was clear, still. A prickling sensation crawled over my skin, like the legs of 1,000 invisible insects. We gathered wood for a fire, breaking branches with loud cracks that sounded like gunshots in the oppressive silence. The fire caught quickly, but it offered little comfort. The flames leaped and danced, casting our faces in a flickering, demonic light, but the light seemed weak, unable to push back the immense, encroaching darkness of the forest. It felt like we were on a tiny, illuminated island in the middle of a vast, black ocean, and the tide was rising. We sat there, trying to recapture our earlier bravado with jokes and stories. But our laughter was hollow, and our eyes kept darting towards the impenetrable wall of trees that surrounded us. We weren't alone. The old man's words returned to me, no longer quaint, but chilling. They watch, they listen, and as the last sliver of daylight vanished from the sky, I had the distinct and terrifying feeling that the masters of the house had just come home. The feeling was as tangible as a drop in temperature, a sudden pressure in the air that made my ears pop. The forest, which had fallen silent, was now filled with a new kind of sound. It wasn't the familiar chorus of nocturnal insects or the distant call of an owl. This was something else entirely, something ancient and guttural. It began as a low hum, a vibration that seemed to emanate from the very soil beneath us, traveling up through the soles of our expensive hiking boots and into our bones. Then, the individual sounds started to detach themselves from the drone. From deep within the impenetrable blackness came a sound like a monkey's chatter, but it was too rhythmic, too deliberate. It sounded like a warped imitation of human speech, a mocking babble that rose and fell in a cadence that was disturbingly familiar. Then, a different sound joined in. The sharp snap of a heavy branch, followed by a low growl that didn't belong to any predator I knew. It wasn't the roar of a tiger or the snarl of a wild dog. It was deeper, resonant with an intelligence that made the hair on my arms stand on end. What was that? Maya whispered, her face pale in the firelight. She had pulled her knees up to her chest, making herself as small as possible. Probably just a boar, Liam said, trying to sound dismissive, but his eyes were wide, fixed on the darkness beyond our fire. He poked the logs with a stick, sending a shower of sparks into the air, as if the extra light could somehow reinforce our pathetic little fortress. They're all over these mountains. A boar doesn't sound like that, Chloe said, her voice tight. The lawyer's logic was failing her, leaving only raw fear in its place. That sounded wrong. She was right. It was fundamentally wrong. Every sound we heard was a perversion of nature. A bird's call would start normally, then twist and distort into a high, pitched shriek that sounded like scraping metal. The gentle rustling of leaves would suddenly morph into the sound of heavy, dragging footsteps. It was as if the forest itself was being puppeteered by a malevolent entity, using its familiar orchestra to play a symphony of terror composed just for us. The sounds were a language, and the message was clear. You are not welcome here. You are trespassers, and you are being watched. I can't take this, Maya said, her voice trembling. Let's just pack up. We can sleep in the car and drive down the mountain in the pitch black. No way, Liam countered, his leadership reasserting itself out of sheer stubbornness. We're not letting a few weird noises scare us off. We came here for an adventure. This isn't an adventure, Liam. It's a nightmare. Maya shot back, her voice cracking. Let's just take a walk, I suggested, the idea popping my head before I could question its logic. My own fear was a cold knot in my stomach, and I felt a desperate need to do something, to move to prove we weren't trapped. There was that trail by the stream. The ranger's map said it was a short loop, just a kilometer. It'll clear our heads. We'll take our flashlights. We'll see it's all just our imagination. For a moment, everyone stared at me as if I were insane. But the alternative, sitting by the fire, prisoners of the terrifying soundscape, was somehow worse. Action, even reckless action, felt preferable to passive terror. Fine, Chloe said, standing up abruptly. Let's go. It's better than sitting here waiting for whatever is making those noises to come and introduce itself. We grabbed our powerful LD flashlights, their beams cutting sharp, white cones into the oppressive darkness. The trail was exactly where we remembered it. A clear path of packed earth running alongside the gurgling stream. The plan was simple: follow the stream, and it would loop us right back to our camp. It should have been impossible to get lost. We walked in a tight cluster, the beams of our flashlights dancing nervously over the gnarled roots and hanging vines. The air was thick and humid, clinging to us like a wet shroud. For the first 10 minutes, the only sounds were our own footsteps and the steady murmur of the water. The cacophony from the deeper woods seemed to have receded, and a fragile sense of relief began to settle over us. We were taking control. We were proving the old man wrong. Then Chloe, who was in the lead, stopped dead. Guys, where did the path go? We pushed forward to join her. The neat, packed earth trail we had been following had simply vanished. One moment it was there, clear under our feet, and the next, it dissolved into a chaotic mess of tangled undergrowth and thorny bushes. It didn't fade out, it just stopped, as if a giant hand had erased it from the landscape. "This is impossible," Liam muttered, swinging his flashlight beam in a wide arc. "It was right here." "What about the stream?" Maya asked, her voice hitching with panic. "We just follow the stream back, right?" We all turned our lights towards the water. The stream was still there, but it looked different. The gentle gurgle had been replaced by a sluggish, almost silent flow. The water itself, which had been clear enough to see the pebbles on the bottom in the afternoon, now looked dark and oily, reflecting the flashlight beams without revealing any depth. And a smell was rising from it, a faint, cloying sweetness, like rotting fruit and spoiled meat. A wave of nausea hit me. "The food," I croaked, thinking of our supplies back at the camp. We abandoned the non-existent trail and scrambled back through the dense foliage, branches scratching at our faces and clothes. It felt like the forest was actively resisting us, its thorns catching on our sleeves, its roots tripping our feet. After what felt like an eternity, we burst back into the clearing. The fire was still burning, a lone beacon of warmth. We immediately went to our supply packs. Liam ripped open the cooler bag where we'd stored our vacuum-sealed packages of cured meats, cheeses, and gourmet salads. The smell that billowed out was overwhelming, a stomach-turning stench of decay. The food, which should have lasted for days, was a putrid, slimy mess. A package of imported prosciutto was covered in a thick, gray mold, and a container of quinoa salad was bubbling with a foul-smelling liquid. Even the sealed bags of trail mix had been compromised. The nuts were soft and rancid, the dried fruit buzzing with tiny, unseen flies. "How?" Chloe whispered, backing away from the cooler. "It's not possible. The temperature, the seals, everything was perfect. It was a calculated attack, not on our bodies, but on our comfort, on the bubble of civilization we had brought with us. We were being systematically stripped of our resources, our confidence, our connection to the world we knew. The forest was telling us that our technology, our preparation, our money, it all meant nothing here. The strange shadows I had noticed before sunset returned with a vengeance. They were no longer just amorphous blobs at the edge of our vision. They were taking shape in the space between the trees just beyond the fire's reach. They were tall and unnaturally thin, their limbs long and jointed like a spider's. They didn't move like anything physical, but flowed like smoke, coalescing into definite forms for a heartbeat before dissolving again. They were always there, at the periphery, a silent, watching audience to our rising panic. The sound started again, closer this time. The mocking chatter, the intelligent growl, the shriek of twisted nature. They were circling us. We were huddled together by the fire, four modern, logical people, completely besieged by the ancient and the inexplicable. Liam's bravado was gone, replaced by a grim, fearful silence. Maya was openly weeping, her face buried in her hands. Chloe kept muttering about atmospheric conditions and mass hysteria. But her arguments were a flimsy shield against the primal fear that had taken root in all of us. I felt a sudden, overwhelming urge to look up. I tilted my head back, away from the fire, towards the canopy of trees that formed the roof of our prison. The interlocking branches were so thick that only a few patches of the night sky were visible. In one of those patches, I saw a star, and then I saw it move. It wasn't a satellite or a plane. It descended slowly, deliberately, growing brighter. It wasn't a star at all. It was an eye. A single, vast, unblinking eye, looking down at us from the heavens, filled with a cold, ancient, and utterly alien intelligence. I opened my mouth to scream, but no sound came out. My breath was trapped in my lungs. The eye saw me. It focused on me. And in that moment, I understood. We weren't just being punished for our noise and our arrogance. We were being toyed with. We were insects under a magnifying glass. And the Chow Pa Chow Cow, the lords of this forest, were the cruel children holding it. The punishment had only just begun. Time ceased to have meaning. My neck was locked, my gaze fixed on the celestial horror above. The eye was not merely looking, it was dissecting. I felt its cold, ancient consciousness peel back the layers of my identity. Ethan, the city boy, the skeptic, and expose the terrified, primitive creature beneath. It was a gaze of immense, indifferent power, the way a scientist might peer through a microscope at a microbe, moments before introducing a fatal chemical. The scream that was trapped in my throat died, turning to ice in my lungs. A hand grabbed my shoulder, shaking me violently. "Ethan, snap out of it. What are you looking at?" It was Liam. His voice was a raw, ragged thing I barely recognized. I tore my eyes away from the sky, a physical effort that felt like ripping my skin. I looked at my friends. Their faces were masks of pure terror, illuminated by the dying fire. They hadn't seen the eye. They were reacting to something else, something happening on our level. The shadows were no longer content to wait at the edge of the clearing. They were closing in. The spidery. Smoke, like figures, were detaching from the tree line, drifting across the trampled ferns towards us. They didn't have faces, but you could feel their focus. The air grew frigid as they approached, the remaining warmth of the fire sucked away into their void, like forms. The humming vibration intensified, and the mocking, chattering sounds were now coming from all around us, a disorienting chorus of malice. The car, Chloe choked out, her carefully constructed wall of logic now a pile of rubble. We have to get to the car. Now. There was no argument. There was no plan. There was only a singular, primal instinct flight. We abandoned everything. The expensive tents, the useless gadgets, the spoiled food, the powerful speaker that had been the catalyst for our damnation. It was all just dead weight. We grabbed nothing but our flashlights, which now felt like pathetically inadequate talismans against the encroaching dark. We ran. We crashed through the undergrowth in the direction we thought. The road was a frantic, stumbling herd. The forest that had resisted us before now seemed to actively conspire against us. Vines, thick as snakes, snagged our ankles, sending us sprawling onto the damp earth. Low, hanging branches, invisible in the dark, whipped at our faces. The very ground seemed to shift under our feet, a patch of solid-looking moss giving way to slick, treacherous mud. Our flashlights, our only connection to the rational world, began to fail. The sharp, white beams flickered, dimmed, and then one by one, they died. Maya's went first, and she let out a piercing shriek of despair that was swallowed by the woods. Then Liam's, then Chloe's. Mine was the last to go. The beam turned a sickly yellow, flickered twice, and then we were plunged into absolute, primordial blackness. The darkness was a living thing. It pressed in on us, thick and suffocating. We were blind, disoriented, and separated. I could hear the others crashing through the brush nearby, their panicked shouts and sobs sounding both too close and impossibly far away.
Liam!
"Ethan," Maya cried.
Keep moving! Just keep moving!
Liam yelled back, his voice strained with the effort of fighting both the forest and his own terror. The sounds followed us, moving with us. The dragging footsteps were right behind me. A low growl rumbled in my ear. Something cold and slick, like a wet leaf, brushed against the back of my neck, and I screamed, scrambling forward on my hands and knees. The forest was playing with us, hurting us, driving us deeper into our own fear. My mind, stripped of sight, began to create its own horrors. Every rustle was a monster, every shadow a phantom. I don't know how long we ran. It could have been minutes or hours. Time had stretched and compressed into an endless loop of terror. My lungs burned, my legs were leaden, and my body was a canvas of scratches and bruises. I had lost the others. I was alone, stumbling blindly through a kingdom that hated me. The arrogance I had felt just hours before seemed like a memory from another lifetime. The folly of a person I no longer was. I was nothing. A lost, frightened animal waiting for the final blow. I fell, my foot catching on a root, and I didn't have the strength to get up. I lay there on the cold, damp ground, gasping for air, and I surrendered. "Okay," I whispered to the darkness, to the unseen rulers. "Okay, you win." As soon as the words left my lips, a profound change occurred. The oppressive, malevolent presence that had been crushing me began to recede. The cacophony of unnatural sounds faded, replaced by the gentle, normal chirping of crickets. The suffocating darkness thinned, and a soft, silvery light filtered down through the canopy. Moonlight. I pushed myself up. My body ached, but the paralyzing fear was gone, replaced by a hollow exhaustion. Through the trees, I could see lights. Not the cold, watching eye from before, but the familiar, comforting glow of headlights. I stumbled towards them, my legs unsteady. I emerged from the tree line onto the edge of the dirt road. There, parked exactly where we had left it, was Liam's SUV. The doors were open. Chloe and Maya were huddled together on the back seat, wrapped in emergency blankets from the car's first aid kit. Liam was leaning against the hood, his head in his hands, his shoulders shaking. They were all there. Battered, filthy, but physically whole. No one spoke. There were no words to describe what we had endured. We were bound by a shared trauma that was too strange, too personal to ever explain to anyone else. We climbed into the car. The familiar smell of leather and air freshener, a bizarre contrast to the scent of fear and damp earth that clung to us. Liam started the engine. The dashboard lit up, a beacon of our lost world. As he turned the car around, the headlights swept across the entrance to the forest. For a fleeting second, standing just inside the tree line, I saw the old ranger. He wasn't looking at us. He was looking into the forest, his head bowed slightly, a gesture of deep and solemn respect. Then he was gone. The drive back to the city was conducted in absolute silence. There was no music, no laughter, no smug commentary. There was only the hum of the engine and the rhythmic thump of the tires on the pavement. We were four ghosts returning to a world we no longer entirely belonged to. We had left Bangkok as arrogant conquerors. We returned as humbled, haunted survivors. We were never physically harmed, not in the way a predator harms its prey. But we were punished. we were stripped of our pride, our logic, and our sense of mastery over the world. We were shown, in the most terrifying way imaginable, that we were not the rulers of everything, that there are places in the world, ancient and powerful, that operate on rules we cannot comprehend. The forest didn't try to kill us. It didn't need to. It simply taught us our place. It was a reminder that the world is not just a place, but a kingdom, and we had trespassed in the court of its unforgiving kings, the Chow Kyle. It was a lesson I would carry with me for the rest of my life, a cold spot in my soul that would never truly be warm again. My name is Florian. To say I was a novice hunter would be a generous description. A more accurate one would be a city dweller with a romanticized notion of the wild and enough money to purchase the gear. Made me look the part. I was a wildlife photographer by trade, but the quiet patience of waiting for a rare bird or a shy deer had begun to feel mundane. I craved something more visceral, a challenge that would test my limits and strip away the comforts of modernity. That was the grand idea, anyway, that led me to the dense, untamed wilderness of Mae Moi National Park in Thailand. I had chosen Mae Moi precisely because it was less frequented by tourists. I wanted authenticity, or so I told myself. I dismissed the gentle warnings from the elderly guest house owner in the village, a woman with eyes that held the wisdom of generations. She had spoken of the forest's spirits and its guardians, her words weaving tales that felt more like folklore than genuine caution. I smiled, nodded politely, and packed my state of the art rucksack, convinced that my GPS, water purifier, and high, tensile tent made me immune to such ancient superstitions. The hubris of a man who has never truly been alone is a dangerous thing. The first day was exhilarating. The trek from the ranger station was arduous, the air thick with a humidity that clung to my skin like a second layer. The symphony of the jungle was overwhelming at first. A constant, chaotic chorus of unseen insects, the shrill calls of distant gibbons, and the rustle of things unknown in the undergrowth. But as the hours passed, it became a kind of white noise, a living silence that underscored my solitude. I felt powerful, a pioneer carving his own path. I pushed deeper than I had initially planned, drawn by the allure of untouched nature, until the faint trail I was following vanished completely, swallowed by the relentless green. By late afternoon, I found a small clearing by a meandering stream, its water running clear and cool over smooth stones. This, I decided, would be my sanctuary for the night. Setting up camp was a methodical process, a ritual I had practiced in my backyard, but which felt profoundly different here. Every snap of a twig underfoot, every shadow that danced and lengthened as the sun began its descent, seemed amplified. The jungle canopy was so thick that dusk arrived prematurely, a slow draining of light that was replaced by an impenetrable, inky blackness. My campfire was my anchor in that vast, dark ocean. The flames crackled and spat, casting a flickering, golden glow on the immediate circle of my camp. It pushed back the darkness, but also made it seem deeper and more absolute, just beyond the firelight's reach. I sat on a log I'd dragged over, nursing a cup of instant coffee, feeling a strange mix of profound loneliness and immense pride. I had done it. I was alone, deep in the Thai wilderness, surviving. It was the silence that came first. The ceaseless hum of the insects, which had been the soundtrack to my evening, suddenly faded. The chirps, clicks, and buzzes died down, not all at once, but in a slow, rolling wave. as if a switch was being flipped across the jungle. The air grew heavy, still, and cold. I froze, my coffee cup halfway to my lips. Every nerve ending in my body screamed that something was wrong. The silence was not peaceful, it was predatory. It was the silence of held breath, of a predator stalking its prey. I scanned the perimeter of my camp, my heart hammering against my ribs. The firelight threw distorted shadows that writhed like living things. A gnarled root looked like a grasping hand. A cluster of broad leaves became a crouching figure. I told myself it was my imagination, my city-softened mind playing tricks on me. I took a shaky breath, the air tasting metallic with fear. And then, he was there. He didn't emerge from the trees with a crunch of leaves, or the snap of a branch. He simply materialized at the edge of the firelight, as if the darkness had coalesced and given him form. One moment, there was nothing but a wall of black jungle. The next, a man stood there, watching me. He was tall and lean, with the wary strength of someone who had spent their life outdoors. He wore simple, dark clothing that was worn but practical. His face was weathered, etched with lines that spoke of sun and hardship, but his smile was disarmingly warm. It was a smile that should have put me at ease, but it didn't quite reach his eyes. His eyes were dark, intensely so, and they seemed to absorb the firelight rather than reflect it. "Sawasti crap," he said, his voice a low, pleasant rumble. He gave a slight bow of his head. "It is not often I find another soul enjoying the night in this part of the forest." I scrambled to my feet, my mind racing. My survival knife was in my pack, just out of reach. "Sawasti crap," I replied, my own voice sounding strained. "You startled me. I didn't hear you approach." He chuckled, a soft sound that didn't carry far. "The forest teaches one to walk quietly. May I warm myself by your fire? The night grows cold." Every instinct I had was screaming no. The sudden silence. His impossible appearance. It was all wrong. But the ingrained politeness of my upbringing, the sheer awkwardness of refusing a seemingly friendly request in the middle of nowhere, won out. "Of course," I managed, gesturing towards the log opposite mine. "Please." He moved into the circle of light with a fluid grace that was almost unnerving. As he sat, I noticed the bag. It was an old, canvas satchel, stained and patched in several places, and slung over his shoulder. He settled it carefully on his lap, his hands resting protectively on it. He never took it off. "My name is Boone," he said, extending a hand. I shook it. His grip was firm, his palm calloused, but there was an odd quality to his hand. It felt disproportionately large, the fingers thick and powerful. "Florian," I said, "a foreigner." Boone noted, his eyes crinkling at the corners. "You are a long way from home." "A hunter, a photographer," I corrected, feeling a foolish need to be honest. "And an adventurer, I suppose." Boone nodded slowly, his gaze sweeping over my camp. The modern tent, the shiny cooking pot, the brightly colored rucksack. "You have fine equipment, but the forest does not care for such things. It has its own rules." His knowledge of the forest was immediately apparent. He spoke of the sounds of certain animals, the medicinal properties of plants I hadn't even noticed, and the subtle shifts in the wind that foretold rain. He was captivating, his stories weaving a spell that slowly chipped away at my fear. I found myself relaxing, leaning in to hear him better over the crackle of the fire. Yet, a deep-seated unease remained. It was in the way he never looked directly at the flames, but always at the shadows they cast. It was in the way his gaze would occasionally drift to my neck, just for a fraction of a second. And it was in the way he clutched that old bag on his lap, his knuckles white. It was then that a forgotten memory surfaced, a fragment of the guest house owner's warnings. She had spoken of many spirits, but one in particular, a creature of terrifying power and cunning, Suya Saming, the Wertiger. A monster that could take the form of a human, a charming stranger, to lure its victims into a false sense of security. I had laughed it off as a ghost story for tourists. Sitting across the fire from Boone, watching the firelight glint in his dark, unreadable eyes, I wasn't laughing anymore. The tale, which had seemed so absurd in the safety of the village, now felt chillingly plausible. I looked at his large, powerful hands resting on that mysterious bag, and the old woman's words echoed in my mind, a cold whisper of dread in the predatory silence of the jungle. My mistake was not being alone in the woods. My mistake was inviting a stranger to my fire. The crackle of the fire was suddenly deafening. Each pop and hiss a gunshot in the suffocating silence that had fallen between us. The old woman's words about the Suya Saming were no longer folklore. They were a diagnosis. Every piece of the puzzle clicked into place with a horrifying certainty. The predatory stillness of the jungle, Boone's silent arrival, his unnervingly large hands, his intense, possessive watchfulness over the stained canvas bag. My blood ran cold, a stark contrast to the humid air. I was sitting across from a monster wearing a human face, and he was studying me with an intelligence that was far more terrifying than simple bestial hunger. My mind, which moments before had been a placid lake of self-satisfaction, was now a raging storm of panic. Run. The single word screamed through my thoughts. But where? Into the pitch-black, unfamiliar jungle. Away from the fire, my only source of light and feeble protection. I would be dead in minutes, lost and terrified, and he wouldn't even need to chase me. He could simply wait. No, running was a death sentence. My only chance, however slim, was to play the part of the knave. Foolish foreigner he already believed me to be. I had to control the tremor in my hands, the frantic hammering of my heart that felt loud enough for him to hear. I forced a smile, a brittle thing that felt like it might shatter on my face. You know this forest so well, Boone. You must have grown up here. I needed to keep him talking, to keep the fragile illusion of normalcy intact, while I desperately searched for a plan. His dark eyes remained fixed on me, the friendly crinkles gone, replaced by a flat, analytical stare. I have been a part of this forest for a very long time, he said, his voice losing its pleasant rumble and taking on a deeper, guttural edge. Longer than you can imagine. It provides all I need. His gaze flickered towards my throat again, and this time it lingered. I felt a primal fear, the terror of a prey animal locked in the gaze of its hunter. He was assessing me, weighing me. The old woman's story continued to unspool in my memory. What else had she said? It was a jumble of superstitions and warnings, but one detail surfaced, shining like a beacon in my panicked mind. She had been mending a fishing net, her old, gnarled fingers moving with surprising dexterity. She'd said the Suya Saming, for all its power and cunning, was clumsy in its human form. Its spirit was that of a great beast, and its hands, though they looked human, could not perform tasks that required fine motor skills. They were paws disguised in flesh. A plan desperate and incredibly risky began to form. It was a gamble of epic proportions. If I was wrong, I would look like a fool. If I was right, I would expose the monster, and I had no idea what would happen next. But sitting here, waiting for his hospitality to run out, was not an option. The fire, my only ally, was beginning to die down. The logs had burned to glowing embers, and the encroaching darkness felt bolder, inching closer to my back. It was the perfect excuse. "The fire's getting low," I said, trying to make my voice sound casual, even a little lazy. I made a show of stretching my arms. "I'm getting chilled." I rubbed my hands together vigorously. "My fingers are getting stiff. It's always the way with me when the temperature drops." It was a blatant lie. The humidity was still clinging to me, and sweat was trickling down my spine, but I hoped he wouldn't question it. Boone said nothing. He just watched me, his expression unreadable, his large hand still resting on the bag in his lap. I reached into the side pocket of my rucksack and pulled out a small, cardboard box of matches. The logo felt like a talisman from a world of safety and sanity that was now a million miles away. My hand was shaking so badly that the matches rattled inside the box. I prayed he wouldn't notice. I held the box out to him across the dying fire. "Would you mind?" I asked, my voice a dry croak. I cleared my throat. "Could you get the fire going again for me? My hands are frozen stiff. I can't seem to get a good grip." For a long moment the world seemed to hold its breath. Boone did not move. His dark eyes shifted from my face to the small, insignificant box I held in my trembling hand. A flicker of something unreadable passed through them. Suspicion. Annoyance. Or was it confusion? It was as if I had asked him to perform a complex feat of alchemy rather than a simple, common task. The silence stretched, becoming a taut wire of tension. The jungle remained utterly still, a silent audience to our deadly play. Slowly, deliberately, he lifted one of his hands from his bag and reached across the embers. The firelight cast his hand in stark relief, and I saw again how unnaturally large it was. The fingers thick and powerful, the knuckles like rounded stones. It was a hand made for crushing, for tearing, not for delicate work. He took the matchbox from me. His fingers brushed mine, and his skin was cool and leathery, not warm as a human should be. He held the box in his palm, staring down at it as if it were a strange and alien artifact. The air grew thick, charged with a terrifying energy. I could feel it, a low thrumming vibration that seemed to emanate from him, a prelude to violence. He fumbled with the box, his thick fighting, clumsily over the striking surface. He tried to push the inner tray out, but his movements were awkward, uncoordinated. Finally, the tray slid open, revealing the neat rows of tiny wooden sticks. He stared at them. Then, he tried to pick one out. It was a horrifying, mesmerizing sight. His fingers, so clearly designed for brutal strength, were utterly inept at this simple task. He tried to pinch a single match, but his fingers were too broad, too blunt. He managed to snag 2 or 3 at once, his brow furrowing in concentration. A low sound of frustration, a guttural grunt, escaped his lips. He shook his hand, and the matches fell back into the box. He tried again. This time, he managed to isolate a single, fragile stick between his thumb and forefinger. The sight was grotesque. The tiny, delicate piece of wood held in that massive, paw-like hand. He brought it to the side of the box, to the rough striking strip. He swiped. But his motion was all wrong. It was a crude, powerful scrape, lacking any finesse. There was no gentle flick of the wrist. He dragged the match head with far too much force, and the slender wooden stick, unable to withstand the pressure, snapped in two. The red head fell silently into the dirt. He stared at the broken stick in his hand. He looked at the box. Then, slowly, he lifted his head and his eyes met mine. The mask was gone. The pretense of the friendly, weathered traveler had evaporated completely. The warmth, the smile, the hint of humanity, it was all stripped away. What stared back at me from across the fire was ancient, cold, and utterly devoid of anything but predatory hunger. There was no anger in his eyes, no surprise. There was only the calm, absolute certainty of a predator whose prey had just revealed its awareness. He knew that I knew. The game was over. His lips peeled back from his teeth, not in a smile, but in a silent, terrifying snarl. A low growl. A sound that could never have come from a human throat, rumbled deep in his chest, vibrating through the ground. My mistake wasn't just trusting a stranger. My mistake was showing him I knew the truth. The growl was the first thing that broke the spell of my paralysis. It was a sound that belonged to the deepest, most primal parts of the earth. A vibration that resonated not in my ears, but in my bones. It was the sound of a tectonic plate shifting, of a mountain cracking open. The man, the thing, that was Boone pushed itself to its feet, and the very air around him seemed to warp and shimmer in the dying firelight. Time stretched and contorted. What happened next could have taken a minute or an eternity. His body convulsed, a violent, sickening ripple that started in his chest and spread outwards. There was a sound of wet tearing, of fabric giving way, but it was quickly drowned out by the sound of popping, joints and snapping bones. His shoulders broadened, hunching forward as his spine elongated with a series of horrific cracks. The simple, dark shirt he wore ripped apart at the seams, revealing not skin, but a sudden, shocking bloom of coarse, orange, and black fur sprouting from his flesh like a time-lapse video of grotesque mold. His face, the last bastion of his humanity, was the last to go. His jaw unhinged and stretched forward, his nose and mouth fusing into a long, bestial snout. His teeth, which had been ordinary, lengthened into yellowed, glistening fangs that pushed his lips back into that permanent, terrifying snarl. His ears migrated up the side of his skull, becoming rounded and tufted. And his eyes, which had been dark and intelligent, bled into a solid, luminous amber, pupils narrowing to predatory slits that glowed with a hellish internal fire. They held no memory of the man named Boone, only an ageless, insatiable hunger. The transformation was complete. Where a man had sat just moments before, a tiger now stood. But it was no ordinary tiger. It was immense, larger than any I had ever seen in photographs or zoos, its muscles coiling like massive springs beneath its striped hide. It was a monster of myth and nightmare made real, and its glowing eyes were fixed on me. The old canvas bag, the one he had clutched so protectively, fell to the ground beside it, forgotten. My legs finally obeyed the frantic commands of my brain. I didn't think, I reacted. I scrambled backward, kicking away the log I'd been sitting on, my hands sinking into the soft, damp earth. The tiger took a step forward, a low, menacing rumble issuing from its massive chest. Its claws, long and curved like scythes, unsheathed and dug into the dirt. The fire, it was my only chance. With a surge of adrenaline, fueled desperation, I lunged for the largest burning log in the fire pit. The heat was searing, blistering my palms, but I barely felt it. I hefted the smoldering piece of wood and hurled it with all my might at the creature's face. It was a futile gesture against such a beast, but it worked better than I could have hoped. The tiger recoiled with a furious roar, not from pain, but from surprise and annoyance, shaking its massive head as sparks and embers showered its magnificent, terrible face. That split second was all I needed. I turned and ran. I crashed into the darkness, away from the small, dying island of light. The jungle swallowed me whole. Thorny vines ripped at my clothes and skin, and unseen roots seemed to reach up from the ground to trip me. I ran blindly, fueled by pure terror, my lungs burning, my heart threatening to explode. Behind me, I heard a sound that would haunt my dreams for the rest of my life. The sound of the Hoia Baciu giving chase. It wasn't the stealthy tread of a hunting cat. It was the thunderous crashing of an unstoppable force. A beast that had no need for stealth now, that its prey was flushed and terrified. Trees and undergrowth were being torn apart as it bulldozed its way through the jungle after me. Every shadow was a new terror, every sound a prelude to death. I risked a glance over my shoulder and saw its glowing amber eyes, two demonic lanterns bobbing in the darkness, gaining on me with terrifying speed. It was toying with me. It could have caught me in seconds, but it was enjoying the hunt. My foot caught on a root and I went down hard, my face slamming into the mud. The air was knocked from my lungs in a painful gasp. This is it, I thought. This is where I die. I rolled over, scrambling to get up, and saw the tiger burst through a curtain of leaves not 20 feet away. It paused, lowering its head, its tail lashing back and forth. It was savoring the moment, the final pounce. My hand, scrabbling in the dirt, closed around something hard and metallic. My camera. It had been slung around my neck and had swung around in the fall. An idea, born of sheer, hopeless desperation, flashed in my mind. The flash, the powerful, disorienting burst of light. With a trembling thumb, I fumbled for the flash button. The tiger let out a low growl and gathered its haunches, preparing to spring. I aimed the lens at its face and pressed the shutter. The world exploded in a silent, brilliant white light. The tiger roared, a sound of pure agony and rage this time, and reared back, pawing at its face. The sudden, intense light had momentarily blinded its sensitive nocturnal eyes. I didn't wait to see more. I scrambled to my feet and ran again, this time with a direction, a purpose. The stream. I remembered the stream by my camp. If I could get to the water, maybe I could mask my scent. Maybe the difficult footing would slow it down. I could hear it thrashing and roaring behind me, disoriented and furious. I burst through the trees and saw the moonlight glinting on the water ahead. I plunged in without hesitation, the cold shock of the water a welcome jolt. I splashed my way downstream, stumbling on the slippery rocks, the current pulling at my legs. I didn't dare stop. I kept moving, putting as much distance as I could between myself and the monster. After what felt like an hour, my legs gave out. I collapsed onto a sandbar, gasping for air, my body a mass of cuts, bruises, and burns. I was alive. I was shaking uncontrollably, half from cold, half from the aftermath of terror. I listened, straining my ears, but I could hear nothing but the gentle gurgle of the stream and the faint, returning chirp of a few brave insects. Had I lost it? I lay there for a long time, until the first, faint hint of gray began to lighten the eastern sky. Dawn was coming. With it came a sliver of hope. I knew these creatures were of the night. Perhaps the sunlight would weaken it, or force it back into its human form. Slowly, painfully, I got to my feet. I had to get back. Not for my expensive gear, but for one thing only. The bag. What was in that old canvas bag? The question had been nagging at the edge of my mind. I had to know. I moved cautiously, using the rising sun as my guide, retracing my path along the stream. It took me hours to find the clearing. It was a scene of utter devastation. My tent was shredded, my pack torn to pieces, its contents strewn across the ground. The fire was long dead, and there, lying in the dirt where it had fallen, was the bag. With my heart pounding, I limped over and nudged it with my foot. It was heavy. I knelt, my hands shaking, and untied the drawstring. I tipped it over, and the contents spilled out onto the ground. It wasn't gold or jewels. It was a collection of small, personal items. A woman's silver locket tarnished with age. A child's small hand-carved wooden bird. A monk's prayer beads. And a dozen other simple trinkets. Each one a memento. A trophy from a life that had been violently stolen. These were the remnants of its previous victims. A cold dread washed over me as I realized my camera, my compass, or perhaps my watch, was meant to join this gruesome collection. A shadow fell over me. I looked up slowly, my blood turning to ice. It was standing at the edge of the clearing, no longer a tiger. It was Boone. He looked haggard and exhausted in the morning light, his human clothes hanging in tatters from his frame. But the eyes were the same. The cold, predatory amber had faded back to a flat, soulless dark. He was looking at the scattered trinkets on the ground, and then at me. "They are my memories," he rasped, his voice a dry whisper. We stared at each other across the ruined campsite. There was no escape now. But the terror had been replaced by a cold, hard resolve. I would not be another trinket in his bag. My hand reached down and found the hilt of my survival knife, which had been flung from my pack. He saw the movement, and a slow, cruel smile spread across his face. "The forest provides," he whispered again, and took a step forward. My mistake was not my hubris, or my desire for adventure. It wasn't even that I was alone. My mistake was trusting a stranger in the deep woods, and in doing so, inviting the ancient, hungry darkness to my fire. And now, as the sun rose over the jungle, I had to face it. My name is Gabriel, and the forest had always been my sanctuary, not my prison. Before that day, the woods were a place of quiet contemplation, a refuge from the sterile hum of my office and the relentless pace of city life. I considered myself an experienced hiker, not a reckless amateur. I owned all the right gear, I'd read the books, and I'd spent countless weekends exploring the marked trails of Blackwood Creek National Park. I knew its gentle slopes, its babbling brooks, and the way the sunlight filtered through the dense canopy, dappling the forest floor in shifting patterns of gold and green. I loved the scent of damp earth and pine, the satisfying crunch of leaves under my boots. The forest was predictable, a system I understood. That was my first and most dangerous mistake. The plan for that Saturday was simple, almost trivial. A short, 3-hour hike to Whispering Falls, a picturesque cascade I'd visited half a dozen times. It was my go-to trip for clearing my head. This time, however, was different. A particularly grueling week at work had left my mind cluttered and my nerves frayed. I craved solitude with an almost physical ache. It was this craving that led to my second mistake. I told no one where I was going. Not my roommate, who was away for the weekend, nor my sister, who would have insisted on a check-in text. I just wrote a vague note on the kitchen whiteboard. Gone hiking, grabbed my day pack, and left. In my haste, I did a cursory check of my pack, a half-empty bottle of water, my phone, my keys. No extra food, no compass, no first aid kit. Why would I need them? It was just a short hike. The air at the trailhead was crisp and cool, alive with the chorus of birdsong. The familiar sign greeted me, its carved letters detailing the route to the falls. I gave it a cursory glance, my mind already picturing the cool mist of the waterfall on my face. The first hour of the hike was idyllic. The path was wide and well trodden, and I moved with an easy, confident stride. I felt the tension in my shoulders begin to melt away with each step, replaced by the simple, rhythmic pleasure of the walk. The forest was embracing me just as it always had. It was about a mile in that I saw it. A faint trail branching off to the right, almost hidden by a thicket of ferns. It wasn't on the official map, but I recognized it. Or rather, I thought I did. I'd seen these little game trails before, faint paths trodden by deer and other wildlife. Local hikers sometimes called them shortcuts, whispered secrets for those who knew the woods well enough to stray from the beaten path. A flicker of pride, of arrogance, sparked within me. I was one of those people. I knew these woods. I remembered seeing a similar path on a topographical map once, convinced it would shave a good 30 minutes off the journey to the falls. I paused, weighing the options. The main trail was safe, reliable, but boring. The shortcut was an invitation, a challenge. It promised efficiency and a little bit of adventure. My mind, still buzzing from the week's pressures, craved the path of least resistance. 30 minutes faster, I thought. What's the harm? That was the third mistake, the one that sealed my fate. Stepping off the marked trail felt like crossing a threshold. The ground immediately became softer, more uneven. The canopy above seemed to thicken, and the cheerful birdsong was replaced by a deeper, more watchful silence. For the first 10 minutes, I felt a thrill. I was an explorer, charting my own course. The path was faint but discernible, and I pushed through low, hanging branches with a sense of purpose. But the forest began to change. The familiar, friendly trees started to look homogeneous, a monotonous wall of green and brown on all sides. The path grew fainter and fainter, until it was no longer a path at all, just a random scattering of broken twigs and upturned leaves. A knot of unease began to tighten in my stomach. I stopped and looked back, expecting to see the main trail just a short distance away. I saw nothing but more trees. Okay, Gabriel, don't panic. I muttered to myself, the sound of my own voice startlingly loud in the silence. Just retrace your steps. I turned around and walked in what I thought was the direction I'd come from. But every direction looked identical. The sun, my only compass, was now obscured by the thick, overlapping leaves. The dappled light I'd enjoyed earlier had become a disorienting gloom. I pulled out my phone. The screen glowed to life, and for a heart-stopping second, I felt a surge of relief. Then I saw it. No service. Of course. The unease blossomed into genuine fear. I was lost. It was a simple, terrifying fact. I wasn't on a fun detour anymore. I was a man who had willingly walked into a trap of his own making. I tried to control my breathing, to think logically. I was a rational person. I worked in data analysis, for God's sake. There had to be a logical solution. I tried to listen for the sound of other hikers, for the distant rush of the falls, for anything that could give me a bearing. All I could hear was the frantic thumping of my own heart, and the rustle of something unseen in the undergrowth. I spent the next hour, or maybe it was 2, stumbling in circles. The sun began its descent, and the forest's mood shifted from indifferent to menacing. Long, Distorted shadows stretched like grasping fingers across the ground. The temperature dropped noticeably. A chill that had nothing to do with the air seeped into my bones. Every snap of a twig sounded like a footstep. Every gust of wind through the leaves sounded like a whisper. My throat was dry. I finished the last of my water, the plastic bottle crinkling loudly in the oppressive quiet. Panic was a physical thing now, a clawing beast in my chest. I started to walk faster, then to jog, my movements clumsy and desperate. I tripped over a root, sprawling onto the forest floor. Lying there, with the smell of decay filling my nostrils, the full weight of my stupidity crashed down on me. No one knew where I was. I had no food, no water, no way to call for help. I had a phone that was now just a useless block of glass and metal, its battery draining with each futile search for a signal. As the last vestiges of daylight vanished, swallowed by the canopy, a profound and absolute darkness descended. It was a darkness so complete it felt solid, pressing in on me, suffocating me. I was alone. And as the night took hold, I had the chilling realization that the rustling in the undergrowth was no longer just the wind. Something else was out there with me, in the cold, silent dark. The first night was a lesson in a kind of terror I never knew existed. The darkness wasn't just an absence of light. It was a physical presence. It was heavy, thick, and cold, pressing against my skin, filling my lungs. I didn't dare move. I found a large oak, its base a solid wall in the suffocating blackness, and pressed my back against it, trying to make myself as small as possible. Every nerve in my body was on fire. The forest, which had been unnervingly silent, was now alive with a symphony of unseen horrors. The rustling I'd heard earlier was no longer intermittent. It was constant, a dry, slithering sound that seemed to circle my position. Sometimes it was distant, at the very edge of my hearing. Other times, it was so close I could almost feel the vibration through the ground. Was it a single creature or many? I pictured a pack of coyotes, their eyes glowing just beyond my sight. Or maybe a bear drawn by the scent of my fear. But the sound wasn't quite right for any animal I knew. It was too deliberate, too patient. Then came the whispers. At first, I thought it was just the wind, a trick of the mind. But the sound began to take shape, coalescing from the rustle of leaves and the creak of branches into something that almost sounded like a voice. It was a low, guttural murmur, devoid of any language I could recognize, yet it felt intelligent. It felt like it was talking about me. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drum beat in the chilling silence between sounds. I squeezed my eyes shut, as if not seeing would make me invisible. But you can't shut your ears. The sounds were inside my head now, the rustling and the whispering, an endless loop of dread. I have no idea if I slept. I think I just drifted in and out of a state of petrified consciousness, my body rigid, my mind screaming. When the first hint of dawn finally pierced the canopy, it was like being reborn. The gray light crept through the trees, slowly dissolving the oppressive darkness, and I wept with a relief so profound it left me weak. The night sounds had faded with the dark. The forest was once again just a forest. My fear from the night before felt almost foolish in the morning light, a bad dream. Hope, fragile but persistent, began to flutter in my chest. With the sun, I could find my way. I had to. But the forest was a cruel maze. The daylight revealed no landmarks, no familiar features, just an endless, repeating pattern of trees and undergrowth. Every direction looked the same. I tried to use the sun's position, but the canopy was so thick it was hard to get a clear reading. I walked for hours, my initial hope slowly draining away, replaced by the gnawing ache of thirst and hunger. My throat felt like sandpaper, and my stomach was a hollow, cramping knot. The forest was no longer my sanctuary, it was my captor, and its green walls were closing in. By midday, the fear had curdled into something else, a hot, blinding rage. It was an anger directed not at the forest, but at myself, at my arrogance, my stupidity, my pathetic need for a shortcut. I, Gabriel, the data analyst, the man who prided himself on logic and preparation, had been undone by a moment of hubris. The thought was so infuriating, so humiliating, that I let out a guttural scream of frustration. The sound was swallowed by the trees, a pointless gesture that only emphasized my insignificance. It was in this state of impotent fury that I saw the log. It was a large, fallen tree, its wood dark and soft with decay, lying directly in my path. In that moment, it became the physical embodiment of all my failures. It was the obstacle. It was the forest mocking me. With another roar of anger, I drew back my leg and kicked it with all my strength. There was no satisfying crunch of splintering wood. Instead, my boots sank into the rotten pulp, and a searing, white, hot pain exploded in my right leg, just below the knee. I screamed again, but this time it was a shriek of pure agony. I stumbled back, collapsing onto the ground, clutching my leg. When I looked down, my blood ran cold, a stark contrast to the fire in my limb. A jagged piece of wood, dark and slick with sap, was protruding from my shin. It had punched straight through my hiking pants, a grotesque splinter the size of a steak knife. Blood, shockingly red, was already soaking the fabric around it, pulsing in a sickening rhythm that matched my heartbeat. Panic, colder and more absolute than anything I had felt before, washed over me. This wasn't just being lost anymore. This was a critical injury. I had no first aid kit, no antiseptic, no bandages, nothing to clean or dress the wound. Pulling the wood out seemed like the logical first step, but my hands trembled too violently. What if I made it worse? What if I couldn't stop the bleeding? Despair was a physical weight, crushing the air from my lungs. I was going to die here. I was going to bleed out and be consumed by this silent, indifferent forest. All because I kicked a rotten log. I lay there for a long time, drifting between waves of pain and a numb, desolate misery. The anger was gone, burned away by the agony. All that remained was a hollowed-out sense of doom. The sun began to dip again, signaling the approach of my second night. The thought of facing that darkness again, but this time injured and bleeding, was unbearable. And that's when I first heard it. Gabriel. The voice was clear as a bell, cutting through the haze of my pain. It sounded like my sister, Sarah. I snapped my head up, my heart leaping with a desperate surge of hope. "Sarah!" I yelled, my voice cracking.
I'm here! Over here!
I scanned the trees, my eyes darting wildly, searching for a flash of color, for any sign of movement. There was nothing. Just the trees, the deepening shadows, and the silence. Gabriel, there it was again. Closer this time. It was so real, so undeniably her voice. She must be looking for me.
A rescue party!
They were here. I tried to push myself up, but a fresh wave of agony from my leg sent me crashing back down. "I'm here," I screamed, my voice raw. "I'm hurt. Please, help me." I listened, straining my ears, waiting for the sound of her reply. Of footsteps crashing through the undergrowth. But the only reply was the wind, which seemed to mock me with its own whispering sighs. The hope drained away as quickly as it had come, leaving behind a confusion that bordered on madness. Had I imagined it? As dusk settled, the voices started in earnest. It wasn't just Sarah anymore. I heard my roommate, Mark, calling my name as if from a great distance. I heard my father, who had been dead for 5 years, speaking to me in calm, reassuring tones. They were always just out of sight, their voices weaving through the trees, calling my name, beckoning me. Each time, I would call back, a pathetic, hopeful cry into the twilight. And each time, the only answer was silence. My rational mind, the part of me that was still clinging to sanity, knew what was happening. Dehydration, pain, shock, fear. I was hallucinating. But the other part of me, the desperate, dying part, couldn't help but believe. It was a cruel torture, a cycle of hope and despair that was more exhausting than the walking had been. The forest wasn't just a physical prison anymore. It was toying with my mind, dangling the prospect of rescue before me only to snatch it away, leaving me more broken than before. The second night fell, and this time I welcomed the darkness. At least in the dark, I wouldn't be able to see the empty spaces where the voices were coming from. Time ceased to have meaning. The cycle of day and night blurred into a continuous, agonizing loop of pain and phantom sounds. My world shrank to the throbbing fire in my leg and the gnawing emptiness in my gut. The piece of wood was still embedded in my shin. I lacked the courage to pull it out and the strength to ignore it. The skin around the wound had turned an angry, swollen red, streaked with dark lines that crept up my leg like poisonous vines. A fever took hold, leaving me shivering uncontrollably in the midday heat and drenched in sweat during the freezing nights. The hallucinations became my only companions. The voices of my family were no longer comforting. Sarah's calls turned into accusations, her tone sharp with disappointment. "Why were you so stupid, Gabriel? Why did you do this to us?" My father's reassuring voice became a cold, clinical analysis of my impending death. "The infection is septic," his disembodied voice would state calmly. "Organ failure will begin within 12 hours. They were relentless, their ghostly words flaying the last remnants of my sanity. The whispers of the forest grew bolder. They were no longer just unintelligible murmurs. I started to catch words, phrases, spoken in a dry, sibilant hiss that seemed to emanate from the trees themselves. Hungry, so weak. Soon, the rustling sound was ever present, a patient, deliberate circling that never ceased. I started seeing things in the periphery of my vision. Tall, unnaturally thin shapes that moved between the trees, always just vanishing as I turned to look. They were the color of shadow and old bark, and sometimes I thought I saw the glint of pale, numerous eyes. I gave up calling for help. I gave up trying to move. My existence became primal. I licked dew from leaves in the morning, the tiny droplets doing little to quench the raging fire in my throat. I found a patch of moss and chewed on it, the earthy taste a poor substitute for food. But it was something. I think it was the 5th day, or maybe the 6th, when it rained. A slow, steady drizzle at first, then a downpour. I lay on my back with my mouth open, letting the cool, clean water wash over my face and into my parched throat. It was the most exquisite sensation I have ever known. The rain seemed to wash away some of the fever's haze. For the first time in days, I felt a flicker of something other than pain or terror. It wasn't hope, it was something more fundamental. An instinct, the will to not die here. I knew if I stayed by this tree, I would become part of the forest floor. Another rotten log for some other fool to stumble upon. With a surge of adrenaline born from sheer desperation, I reached down and gripped the splinter in my leg. I didn't let myself think. I just pulled. The sound was a sickening wet tear, and the pain was a white nova that consumed my entire consciousness. I blacked out. When I came to, my pants were soaked in a fresh, dark wave of blood, but the wood was gone. I tore a strip from the bottom of my shirt, my hands shaking violently, and wrapped it tightly around the weeping wound. It was a pathetic bandage, but it was all I had. The next few days were a crawl through hell. I didn't walk, I dragged myself across the forest floor. I moved from tree to tree, using them as anchors in a sea of green and brown. My world was a blur of dirt, leaves, and the constant, agonizing pull of my injured leg. The whispers and the shadow, things were still there, my constant audience. They seemed amused by my struggle, their hissing whispers like faint, dry laughter on the wind. It tries so hard, the meat will be tough. I learned to ignore them, focusing only on the next tree, the next foot of ground. I don't know what day it was when I saw it. My head was down, my eyes fixed on the patch of ground in front of me, when a flash of color broke the monotonous palette of the woods. It was a brilliant, unnatural blue. I blinked, certain it was another hallucination, a new trick from the forest. But it remained. I crawled closer, my heart beginning to beat with a forgotten rhythm. It was a plastic bottle cap, a simple, discarded piece of human trash, and it was the most beautiful thing I had ever seen. It meant I wasn't the only one. Someone else had been here, and where there are people, there are paths. I looked up, and for the first time, I saw it not as a wall of trees, but as a direction. The ground here seemed slightly more compressed. There were broken twigs that looked less random, more like the result of footsteps. It was almost imperceptible, but after days of staring at nothing, it was as clear as a highway. A new kind of strength, one I didn't know I possessed, flooded my limbs. I got to my feet, leaning heavily on a thick branch I used as a crutch. Every step was a universe of pain, but I didn't care. I followed the ghost of a trail, my eyes locked on the ground, searching for the next sign. Another bottle cap, a faded candy wrapper. Each piece of litter was a beacon, a promise. The whispers seemed to fade behind me, as if their power was tied to the untrodden parts of the woods. The shadow, things no longer flitted in my periphery. It was as if the simple presence of a human path was enough to keep them at bay. I walked for an hour, maybe more. And then, I heard a new sound. It wasn't the wind or whispers or the voices in my head. It was the sound of rushing water. A sob escaped my lips. Whispering falls. I was close. I pushed through a final thicket of ferns, and there it was. Not the waterfall, but the main trail. The wide, well-trodden, beautiful dirt path I had so arrogantly abandoned 9 days earlier. I collapsed onto it, pressing my cheek against the solid, familiar ground, and I cried. I cried until I had no tears left. I was found an hour later by a pair of hikers who looked at me with a mixture of horror and pity. They gave me water and a protein bar that tasted like a 5-star meal. They called for help. I survived. That's the official story. I spent 2 weeks in the hospital, treated for severe dehydration, malnutrition, and a leg infection that the doctors said came dangerously close to costing me the limb. I told everyone I just got lost. A stupid mistake. I never told them about the whispers, or the things I saw between the trees. How could I? They would have sent me to a different kind of hospital, but my survival came at a cost. The forest is no longer my sanctuary. I can't even look at a picture of a dense wood without feeling a cold knot of dread in my stomach. My mistake wasn't just wandering off the trail or being unprepared. My mistake was believing I understood the forest. I know now that there are places in this world, ancient and deep, that are not meant for us. Places that watch and wait, that hunger. I am back in my sterile office, back in the city with its noise and its lights. But I am not truly safe. Because sometimes, on quiet nights when the wind rustles the leaves of the tree outside my window, I can still hear them. The whispers, and they are waiting for me to come back. My name is Harper Thorne. It's a name that always felt more suited to an author of old leather bound books than to a graphic designer who spends her days in the sterile blue light of a computer screen, manipulating pixels to create a clean, predictable order from digital chaos. For 49 weeks of the year, my world is one of straight lines, hex codes, and client feedback. It's a world I built, a world I am good at navigating. But for 3 weeks, scattered throughout the year, I shed that skin. I trade the city's concrete canyons for actual ones, the drone of traffic for the hum of insects, and the artificial glow of my monitor for the raw, unfiltered light of the sun and stars. I become a different Harper, one who seeks the very wilderness my professional life is designed to keep at bay. This particular escape was planned with an almost desperate precision. The project I had just completed was a monster, a rebranding for a soulless corporation that had sucked every last drop of creative energy from my soul. I felt hollowed out, my edges blurred by stress and sleepless nights. I needed more than just a vacation. I needed a baptism. I needed to be reminded of something real, something ancient and untamable. Kaohai National Park was my chosen sanctuary. Its reputation preceded it, a primeval world of towering trees, hidden waterfalls, and wildlife that still regarded humans as a mitered curiosity rather than a master. The drive out of Bangkok was a gradual decompression. With every kilometer, the oppressive blanket of smog and noise thinned, replaced by a growing expanse of green. The concrete towers gave way to rice paddies, the frantic energy of the metropolis dissolving into the slow, rhythmic pulse of the countryside. I had my playlist of ambient, calming music on, but I soon turned it off, preferring to roll down the windows and let the sounds of nature, the birds, the wind, the distant lowing of cattle, wash over me. A profound sense of peace began to settle in my chest, a feeling of coming home to a place I'd never been. Entering the park itself was like passing through a veil into another time. The air immediately grew cooler, thicker, and sweet with the scent of damp earth, decaying leaves, and 1,000 different kinds of blossoms. The trees formed a dense canopy high above, dappling the road in shifting patterns of shadow and light. It felt sacred. My city anxieties, the deadlines and the demands, seemed trivial here, like petty squabbles in the hall of a king. I found my designated campsite, a secluded spot near a gentle, chattering stream. Setting up my tent was a familiar ritual, a meditation in itself. Each pole clicked into place. Each guy line was pulled taut with practiced efficiency. This was my tiny, self-contained universe, my shield against the vast indifference of the wilderness. As I worked, a family of hornbills flew overhead, their great wings making a sound like rushing air. I stopped, breathless, and watched until they disappeared into the emerald canopy. This was it. This was the reality I had been craving. With my small camp established, the afternoon sun still high in the sky, I decided to explore. I wasn't looking for a strenuous hike, just a walk to immerse myself, to let the forest work its magic. I pulled on a pair of sturdy boots, grabbed a water bottle, and set off on a small, barely their trail that snaked away from the stream. The forest floor was a tapestry of life and death, moss thick and velvety, carpeted fallen logs. Strange, vibrant fungi erupted from the rich soil in alien shapes and colors. The air was alive with a symphony of unseen life, the whir of insects, the rustle of lizards in the undergrowth, the distant, haunting call of a gibbon. I walked slowly, deliberately, touching the rough bark of a centuries-old tree, letting the fronds of a large fern brush against my arm. I sat on a sun-warmed rock, closing my eyes and just listening, feeling the immense, powerful silence that lay beneath all the noise. It was a silence full of life, a silence that hummed with the energy of creation. I must have wandered for a couple of hours, losing track of time completely. The forest has its own clock, and it pays no mind to the frantic ticking of a human watch. As the light began to fade, casting long, distorted shadows through the trees, I turned back toward my camp. I felt a profound sense of calm, of being scarred clean from the inside out. Back at my tent, I made a simple dinner on my small camp stove. As darkness fell, the forest transformed. The familiar sounds of the day gave way to the mysterious chorus of the night. The cicadas began their deafening, electric thrum, a sound so pervasive it felt like the vibration of the earth itself. Every snap of a twig, every rustle of leaves, was magnified in the darkness, sparking brief primal flashes of fear. Was that a predator, or just the wind? I sat by my small lantern, a tiny island of light in an ocean of black, and felt a thrill that was equal parts fear and exhilaration. You are a guest here, I reminded myself, and the rules are not your own. Later, zipped securely inside my tent, I felt a tiny, fleeting itch on my scalp, just behind my right ear. I scratched it absently, my mind still full of the day's beauty. A mosquito, I thought, or perhaps just a strand of hair tickling my skin. I didn't give it a second thought. The gentle murmur of the nearby stream was a lullaby, and I fell into a deep, dreamless sleep, the most restorative I'd had in months. The next morning, I woke to the cool mist of dawn feeling utterly reborn. The air was crisp, the light was soft, and the feeling of refreshment was absolute. I had done it. I had faced the wilderness alone and emerged renewed, my spirit recalibrated. I packed my gear with a light heart, took one last, long look at the majestic wall of green, and began the journey back to my other life. Upon returning to the sterile safety of my apartment, the first thing I did was take a long, hot shower. The camping trip had been perfect, but I was a pragmatist. I knew the forest had its less charming inhabitants. Standing in front of the full-length mirror, I began the careful, methodical ritual of checking my body for stowaways. I scanned my legs, my arms, between my toes and along my waistline. I was looking for the telltale signs of leeches or the dark, embedded bodies of ticks. I was thorough, meticulous even. I ran my fingers through my hair, checking my scalp, feeling the familiar terrain of my own skin. Finding nothing, I smiled, relieved. My perfect escape had been flawless, but I had missed one. In a tiny, almost invisible fold of skin behind my ear, nestled at the edge of my hairline, a creature no bigger than a poppy seed had found its new home. It was a deer tick, a minuscule engine of disease, And it had been there all along, a silent passenger from the primeval world I had so desperately sought. My most critical mistake wasn't underestimating the forest's grandeur, but overlooking its smallest, most insidious threat. The first few weeks back in Bangkok were a blur of productivity. The renewal I had found in Khao Yai wasn't just a fleeting feeling. It was a deep well of energy I drew from every day. The soulless corporate project was a distant memory, replaced by new assignments that felt fresh and exciting. My pixels aligned with perfect precision, my color palettes were inspired, and my clients were happy. I felt sharp, focused, and completely in control. The city's familiar rhythm, once a source of stress, now felt like a comfortable beat to which I could easily dance. The wilderness had done its job. It had reset me, and I had returned to my world stronger than before. The memory of the forest, with its vibrant life and deep shadows, faded into a pleasant, dream-like backdrop, and the tiny, insignificant itch behind my ear was forgotten entirely, a footnote so minor it didn't even register. The change began subtly, so subtly that I didn't recognize it as a change at all. It started with a wariness in my bones, a fatigue that my morning coffee couldn't quite cut through. I blamed it on work, on the long hours I was putting in, riding the wave of my newfound creativity. You're just crashing after a big push, I told myself, opting for an extra shot of espresso. Then came the aches. At first, they felt like the satisfying soreness after a good workout, but they were strange, migratory. One day it would be a dull throb in my left shoulder, the next a sharp twinge in my right knee. I bought a new ergonomic chair, assuming my posture was to blame. I was a master of rationalization, finding a logical, urban explanation for every peculiar signal my body sent. But the signals grew louder, more insistent, a low grade fever began to simmer just beneath my skin, making me feel perpetually flushed and vaguely unwell. It would spike in the late afternoons, leaving me chilled and shivering in the tropical climate of my own apartment. I'd wrap myself in a blanket, my teeth chattering, and tell myself it was just a summer cold I couldn't shake. Yet, there was no cough, no sore throat, none of the usual symptoms. There was only this persistent internal heat and a growing sense of unease. The true terror, however, began not in my body, but in my mind. My work, once a source of pride and effortless skill, became a struggle. I would sit staring at my screen, the cursor blinking on a blank canvas. My mind a complete void. The straight lines and clean designs I was known for became elusive concepts. I'd search for a word, a simple, common word like synergy or integrate, and it would vanish from my mental vocabulary, leaving a frustrating, empty space. I started making clumsy mistakes, transposing numbers, misaligning text boxes. It was as if a thick fog had rolled into my brain, slowing my thoughts, dulling my focus, and shrouding my creativity. For a graphic designer, this was more than just an inconvenience. It was an existential threat. My mind was my greatest tool, and it was failing me. Panic began to set in, a cold, creeping dread that was far more terrifying than the nocturnal sounds of the forest. I started double checking, then triple checking all my work, my anxiety mounting with every project. Sleep offered no escape. I was plagued by vivid, feverish dreams and would wake up tangled in sweat-soaked sheets, my heart pounding, the headache that was now my constant companion, already throbbing behind my eyes. Then, one Tuesday morning, about 5 weeks after my trip, I saw it. I was getting out of the shower, wiping the steam from the bathroom mirror, when a peculiar mark on my thigh caught my eye. It wasn't a bruise or a simple rash. It was a perfect circle of pinkish, red skin, about 3 inches in diameter, and in the very center of that circle was a smaller, angrier-looking red dot, surrounded by a ring of my normal, pale skin. It looked like a target. A bull's eye. I stared at it, my blood running cold. I had never seen anything like it. It didn't itch. It didn't hurt. It was just there, a silent, ominous symbol printed on my body. My mind raced, trying to find a logical explanation. An allergic reaction. A spider bite. But no spider bite I had ever seen looked so geometrically perfect, so deliberate. That night, I did what every modern person does when faced with a medical mystery. I turned to the internet. Typing, circular rash bull's eye, into the search bar, I felt a knot of dread tighten in my stomach. The results flooded my screen. And one phrase appeared again and again, in bold text, in medical journals, in personal blogs filled with horror stories, Lyme disease. I clicked link after link, my heart hammering against my ribs. The symptoms listed were a terrifying checklist of my life for the past few weeks. Fever, chills, headache, fatigue, migrating muscle and joint pain, cognitive impairment, or brain fog. It was all there. I was reading a biography of my own suffering. And then I saw the cause, the bite of an infected black-legged tick, commonly known as a deer tick. Suddenly, a memory, ghost-like and faint, surfaced from the depths of my mind. The tent, the darkness, the gentle sound of the stream, and the tiny, fleeting itch behind my ear. My hand flew to the spot, my fingers frantically searching the hairline. There was nothing there now, of course. The minuscule creature had likely had its fill and dropped off days, or even weeks, ago, its mission complete. But the memory of that tiny irritation, so easily dismissed, was now screaming at me. The self-check. The meticulous scan in the mirror. How could I have been so thorough, yet so blind? I had been looking for something I could see, a leech or an adult tick, not a creature the size of a poppy seed, hidden in the one place I couldn't easily inspect. The pieces clicked into place with a horrifying finality. The idyllic escape, the spiritual baptism in the wilderness, the feeling of being reborn. It was all a lie. The forest hadn't just renewed me. It had invaded me. It had sent a tiny, silent emissary to plant a seed of chaos within my cells. The next morning, I could barely get out of bed. The brain fog was so thick I felt like I was moving through water. The ache in my joints had sharpened into a stabbing pain. The bull's eye on my thigh seemed to mock me, a clear and undeniable declaration of war. I called a clinic, my voice trembling as I tried to explain my symptoms to the receptionist. Sitting in the sterile, air-conditioned waiting room of the doctor's office felt like being in another dimension. It was a world of fluorescent lights, antiseptic smells, and quiet efficiency, the complete antithesis of the wild, organic world where my problem began. When Dr. Aristhorn called my name, I walked into his office feeling like a fraud, my collection of strange, seemingly disconnected symptoms, sounding like the ramblings of a hypochondriac. I recited my list: the fevers, the migrating aches, the crushing fatigue, the terrifying mental lapses, and finally, the rash. I pulled up my trouser leg to show him. He looked at it intently, his expression serious. "That's a classic erythema migrans," he said, his voice calm and professional. "Have you been traveling recently? Spent any time outdoors? Hiking, camping?" "Yes," I whispered, the word catching in my throat. "I went camping in Kaoyai about 5 maybe 6 weeks ago. Any insect bites that you can recall? He asked, looking at me over the top of his glasses. And there it was. The final, damning question. I think so. I stammered, the memory now crystal clear. A tick. I think I was bitten by a tick. It was tiny. I didn't even see it. I felt an itch. Dr. Aristhorn nodded slowly, his eyes full of a grim understanding. He put down his pen and looked at me directly. Harper, based on the rash and the symptoms you're describing, combined with the tick bite, it's highly probable that you have Lyme disease. The words hung in the air, heavy and suffocating. Lyme disease. It wasn't a summer cold. It wasn't burnout. It was a name, a diagnosis. It was a label for the invisible enemy that had been systematically dismantling my life from the inside out. My deadliest mistake wasn't facing down a large animal in the jungle. It was overlooking the smallest, most patient predator. I had walked out of the forest feeling refreshed and victorious, but I had not walked out alone. And I had a terrifying feeling that this was not the end of a battle, but the very beginning of a long, arduous war. The name of the disease, Lyme, echoed in the sterile quiet of Dr. Aristhorn's office. It felt foreign, alien, a word that belonged in a medical textbook, not in the narrative of my life. For a moment, I felt a strange sense of relief. The enemy had a name. My suffering wasn't just in my head. It was real, quantifiable, a recognized medical condition. But that relief was fleeting, quickly swallowed by a wave of cold, heavy dread. The doctor explained the treatment, a long, aggressive course of antibiotics. He handed me a prescription, his expression one of professional sympathy. The key is that we caught it relatively early, he said, his words meant to be reassuring. With this treatment, most patients see a significant improvement. I clung to that word, improvement. It became my mantra. I left the clinic clutching the prescription like a holy relic, a tangible weapon against the invisible invader. The first few days of treatment were almost miraculous. The high dose of doxycycline was a chemical carpet bomb, and for a while, it seemed to be working. The low-grade fever that had been my constant companion finally broke. The bull's eye rash on my thigh began to fade, its angry red slowly receding until it was just a pale ghost on my skin. I started to feel a flicker of my old self returning. I managed to complete a small design project without feeling like I was wading through mental quicksand. Hope, bright and brilliant, began to bloom in the barren landscape of my anxiety. I thought, this is it. I'm going to beat this. It was just a brief, terrifying chapter, but it's over now. But the disease was more cunning than I could have imagined. It was a guerrilla warrior, not a soldier who met its enemy on an open field. As the weeks of antibiotics wore on, the initial improvements plateaued, then began to subtly reverse. The fatigue came creeping back, no longer just a simple tiredness but a profound, cellular exhaustion that left me feeling heavy and leaden. The migratory ache has returned, settling deep into my joints like shards of glass. Some mornings my hands would be so stiff and painful that holding a coffee mug was a challenge, let alone the precise, delicate movements required of a Wacom pen. The most terrifying part was the return of the brain fog. It was no longer a gentle mist, but a thick, suffocating blanket. My short-term memory became a sieve. I would walk into a room and forget why I was there. I'd lose my train of thought mid-sentence, the words dissolving on my tongue. My work suffered catastrophically. The career I had built on a foundation of sharp intellect, creativity, and an eye for detail was crumbling. How could I design a clean, intuitive user interface when my own internal interface was so chaotic and broken? I started missing deadlines. The feedback from clients, once glowing, became laced with confusion and disappointment. "This isn't your usual standard, Harper," one long-term client told me gently over the phone, and his kindness felt more painful than any criticism. The true horror of Lyme disease, I discovered, is its invisibility. On the outside, I looked fine. I didn't have a cast on my arm or a visible wound. To my friends and colleagues, I just seemed off. I became withdrawn, canceling plans because the thought of holding a conversation for 2 hours felt as daunting as running a marathon. "You just need to get more sleep," a well-meaning friend advised. "Maybe you should try yoga." They couldn't see the war being waged inside my body. They couldn't feel the fire in my nerves or the relentless fog in my mind. The isolation was profound. I was adrift on a lonely sea of symptoms, and everyone else was standing on the shore, waving and shouting advice that couldn't possibly reach me. My apartment, once my sanctuary, became my prison. The world outside, with its noise, its demands, and its relentless pace, became too much to handle. The vibrant city of Bangkok, a place I had loved for its energy, now felt like a constant assault on my frayed senses. Bright lights were painful. Loud noises were jarring. The simple act of navigating a crowded supermarket could leave me feeling drained and disoriented for hours. The antibiotics course ended after a month. There was no ceremony, no declaration of victory. There was only a quiet, terrifying uncertainty. For a few weeks, there was a fragile peace, but then the symptoms came roaring back, more entrenched and defiant than before. It was clear now that the bacteria, Borrelia burgdorferi, had not been eradicated. It had simply retreated, burrowing deeper into my tissues, my joints, my nervous system, waiting for the chemical assault to end. This was the beginning of the true battle. The battle against what doctors call post-treatment Lyme disease syndrome. A clinical, sterile term for a living hell. It was a battle fought on multiple fronts. Against the disease itself. Against the skepticism of a medical community that often dismisses chronic Lyme as a psychological issue, and against the crushing weight of my own despair. My life became a blur of specialist appointments. Blood tests that always came back maddeningly normal, and experimental treatments that offered glimmers of hope only to snatch them away. I lost my career. I couldn't, in good conscience, take on clients when I couldn't trust my own mind to deliver the quality of work they deserved. My savings dwindled, eaten away by medical bills and the cost of living. The Harper Thorne who confidently set up her tent in the wilds of Khao Yai was gone. That woman was fearless, capable, and in control. I was now a ghost haunting her former life, defined not by my talent or my ambition, but by a list of debilitating symptoms. I never thought that one night of camping, one moment of communion with nature, would lead to this. I never imagined that my greatest challenge wouldn't be a confrontation with a bear or a venomous snake, but a lifelong war against an enemy I couldn't see, an enemy that came disguised as a speck of dust. The wilderness I now navigate is not one of ancient trees and hidden waterfalls, but an internal landscape of chronic pain and cognitive chaos. The deadliest mistake of my life wasn't a misstep on a forest trail, but the simple, tragic act of overlooking the smallest of all threats. The tick is long gone, but it left a part of the wild inside me. a relentless, microscopic predator that continues its silent, devastating hunt to this very day. My battle with the forest didn't end when I drove out of the park. It had only just begun. My name is Elizabeth, though everyone in my life has always called me Betsy. To say my family is from Robertson County, Tennessee, would be an understatement. We are not merely from the land. In many ways, we are the land. Our history is etched into the rings of the ancient oaks, our secrets buried beneath the roots of the hickories, and our blood has long since mingled with the clay soil that turns a deep, unsettling red after a hard rain. For generations, the Deans, my mother's side, have owned a sprawling piece of property that sits uncomfortably close to the infamous grounds of the Bell family. And with that proximity comes the whispers, the stories passed down not in history books, but in hushed tones around dying campfires and on shadowed porches during humid summer nights. The old folks, my great aunts and uncles with their wrinkled hands and eyes that held the weight of a century, always insisted we were connected by more than just geography to the Bells. They claimed a direct lineage, a splinter of that cursed family tree that had somehow survived and taken root in our own. For most of my life, I dismissed it. To me, the Bell Witch was a local legend, a ghost story, a story that gave our sleepy corner of Tennessee its single claim to fame. It was a tale of a vengeful spirit named Kate, who tormented John Bell and his family in the early 1800s. A haunting so severe it allegedly resulted in his death. It was fascinating, to be sure, but it felt distant, like a chapter from a dusty, forgotten book. The idea that this spectral malevolence was part of my own heritage seemed absurd, a bit of morbid romanticism that the older generation clung to. I lived in Nashville, worked a respectable, if unexciting job in logistics, and paid my taxes on time. My life was one of spreadsheets and traffic jams, a world away from spectral torment and frontier curses. But the land has a way of calling you back. Last fall, I found myself at a crossroads. A long-term relationship had ended. My job felt like a dead end, and the city, once a symbol of escape and opportunity, now felt like a cage. I felt a profound, aching need to disconnect, to strip away the noise, and find some semblance of my own foundation. The family property was the first and only place that came to mind. It was a place of quiet solitude, a place where the only sounds were the wind and the rustle of unseen things in the undergrowth. I decided, with a conviction that felt both liberating and slightly reckless, to camp there. Alone, and I knew exactly where I wanted to set up my tent, in the large, open field that bordered the dense, dark woods, the very spot where family lore claimed the original Bell cabin had once stood, before being lost to time and fire. The drive out from the city was a gradual shedding of a skin I no longer wanted. The highways gave way to country roads, the concrete towers to rolling hills, ablaze with the fiery colors of autumn. By the time I turned onto the gravel path leading to our property, the air itself felt different. Thicker, heavier, scented with damp earth and decaying leaves. I parked my truck near the old hunting shed and carried my gear the rest of the way, the half-mile trek feeling more like a pilgrimage. The field was just as I remembered it from childhood. Visits a wide expanse of tall, golden grass bordered on three sides by a formidable wall of trees that seemed to lean in, as if sharing a secret. It was late afternoon, the sun casting long, distorted shadows across the grass. The air was still and cool, and a profound silence had settled over the landscape. It wasn't a peaceful silence, it was a heavy, expectant one. I began the familiar ritual of setting up camp. The rhythmic snap of the tent poles and the crinkle of the nylon fabric feeling like a small act of defiance against the oppressive quiet. As I hammered the last stake into the ground, I straightened up, stretching my back, and scanned the perimeter of the field. And that's when I saw it. At the farthest edge of the clearing, right where the tall grass met the deep shadows of the tree line, stood an animal. My first thought was that it was a stray dog, perhaps a coyote. It had the lean, muscular body of a large canine, covered in dark, almost black fur that seemed to absorb the fading light. It was poised with an unnerving stillness, its body low to the ground. But it was the head that made my blood run cold. It was utterly, grotesquely wrong. Where the head of a dog or a wolf should have been, there was, unmistakably, the head of a rabbit. I could see the long, slender ears held erect and alert. I could see the shape of its skull, the twitch of its nose, even from that distance. It was a nightmarish chimera, a creature stitched together from two different, warring parts of nature. We stared at each other across the field for what felt like an eternity, though it was probably no more than a minute. The world seemed to shrink until it was only me, my tent, and this impossible thing. It didn't move a muscle. Its gaze fixed on me with an intensity that felt intelligent and ancient. There was no curiosity in its posture, only a calm, unnerving observation. My mind scrambled for a rational explanation, a trick of the light, a bizarre genetic mutation. But my heart knew better. A cold, forgotten memory surfaced from the depths of my childhood, a fragment of a story my great-uncle had told me. He said that right before the torment began, John Bell himself had seen a creature in the woods that he described as having the body of a dog and the head of a rabbit. It was the omen, the harbinger. Just as suddenly as it had appeared, it was gone. It didn't bolt or run away. It simply turned its head, took one step back, and the forest seemed to swallow it whole. It didn't recede into the shadows. It vanished into them, as if the darkness itself was an entity that had claimed it. The space where it had been was now just empty grass and trees, but the image was burned into my retinas. The air, which had been still, now felt charged with a malevolent energy. The setting sun now seemed less like a beautiful spectacle and more like a final, desperate retreat, abandoning me to the coming night. I tried to laugh, a short, sharp bark of a sound that held no humor. It had to be a story, my mind playing tricks on me, primed by the location and the family folklore. But the fear was a physical thing, a cold knot in my stomach that refused to dissolve. I fumbled with the zipper on my tent, my hands shaking, and crawled inside, zipping it shut as if that thin layer of nylon could offer any real protection. The golden light outside faded to a bruised purple, and then to an inky, starless black. I was alone in the heart of my family's land, at the very spot where the curse was born, and I had just seen its herald. The real terror, I knew with a certainty that chilled me to the bone, had not yet begun. The inside of my tent, which I had chosen for its promise of shelter, quickly transformed into a claustrophobic prison of nylon and fear. Every nerve in my body was alight, attuned to the symphony of the night, a performance I had desperately wanted to hear just hours before. Now, every sound was amplified, distorted by the terror that the rabbit-headed dog had ignited within me. The gentle sigh of the wind through the pines sounded like a mournful whisper. The distant hoot of an owl felt like a warning. I lay perfectly still in my sleeping bag, my breath held tight in my chest, straining to listen past the frantic drumming of my own heart. My logical mind, the part of me that navigated spreadsheets and city traffic, fought a losing battle against the primal fear flooding my system. It was a trick of the light, it reasoned. A deer seen from a strange angle. Your mind was primed by the old stories, and you saw what you expected to see. But the image was seared into my memory. The lean, dark body, the impossible head, the intelligent, unwavering stare. It was no trick. It was a harbinger. Hours crawled by. I must have drifted into a shallow, fitful state of near sleep, because the first new sound jolted me back to full, heart-pounding awareness. It was a scratching. At first, it was light and feathery, the sound of a small branch skittering against the side of the tent in the breeze. I told myself that's all it was, a branch. I squeezed my eyes shut, praying for it to stop, for the wind to die down. But it didn't stop. The sound changed. It became more deliberate, more rhythmic. Scrape. Scrape. It wasn't the random touch of nature, it had intent. It was the sound of claws, long and sharp, testing the fabric of my shelter. It moved slowly along the side of the tent, starting near my feet and working its way up towards my head. I imagined a raccoon, its clever paws exploring this strange new object in its territory. But the sound was too slow, too methodical for a curious animal. There was a patience to it that was deeply unsettling. It knew I was inside. It was examining my cage. Then, the scratching stopped. For a blissful moment, silence returned, broken only by my own ragged breathing. I allowed myself a sliver of hope that whatever was had moved on. The hope was shattered by a new sound, one far more terrifying than the first. It was a heavy, dragging noise. It was the sound of something immense being pulled through the dry leaves and dirt, just outside. It wasn't the footfalls of an animal, but a continuous, laborious shuffling, punctuated by the grating sound of rocks being scraped across one another. It sounded like someone was hauling a heavy sack filled with stones, or perhaps something heavier, something that didn't want to be moved. The sound circled my tent, a slow, menacing perimeter check. My mind conjured images of a massive snake, a disfigured bear, or something worse, something not of this world, dragging its broken body through the darkness. The sheer weight and effort implied by the sound made the thin nylon walls of my tent feel as fragile as paper. I was exposed, vulnerable, and whatever was out there was big. I pulled the sleeping bag up over my head, a childish instinct to hide from the monster in the dark. The air inside grew hot and stale, thick with the smell of my own fear. I tried to regulate my breathing, to make no sound, to become so small and insignificant that the thing outside would overlook me. The dragging sound paused directly beside my head, so close I felt I could feel a faint vibration through the ground. I held my breath, my entire body rigid, every muscle coiled tight. I waited for the sound to resume, for it to move on, to go away. Instead, the world exploded into pure, unadulterated terror. Something grabbed the bottom of my sleeping bag. It wasn't a nudge or a bump. It was a firm, powerful grip that seized the thick fabric and tugged. It was a sharp, violent, downward pull, yanking my feet a full foot towards the edge of the tent. A scream tore from my throat, raw and involuntary. It was a sound of pure animal panic, the sound of prey that knows the predator has finally struck. The grip released as soon as I screamed, but the violation was absolute. The barrier had been breached. It had touched me. It knew I was here, and now it knew I was afraid. My scream died in my throat, choked off by what came next. Whispers. They erupted from the space just outside the tent, where the dragging sound had stopped. It wasn't one voice, but two, speaking in hushed, urgent tones. They were not the whispers of the wind. They were human, or human-sounding, filled with a cold, sharp intelligence. And they were arguing. Their words were a dizzying, overlapping babble, a cascade of archaic language that was hard to follow. But the subject was unmistakable. They were arguing about scripture.
The wages of sin is death.
One voice hissed, the words sharp and accusatory. It was a dry, crackling voice, like autumn leaves skittering across pavement. But the gift of God is eternal life. A second voice countered, this one deeper, smoother, yet filled with a chilling, mocking condescension. Does the blood of the covenant not wash away the stain, brother?
The stain is in the blood itself.
It is a canker, a blight passed from the father to the son, unto the generations. The first voice spat back, its pitch rising with fervor. Judge not, lest ye be judged. The second voice crooned. For with what judgment ye judge, ye shall be judged die, and with what measure ye mete, it shall be measured to you again. Their voices twisted around each other, a blasphemous duet in the suffocating darkness. They quoted verses and tore them apart. Their theological debate a mockery of faith, performed for an audience of one. It was the sound of madness, a reenactment of some ancient bitter conflict. And as I lay there, paralyzed, listening to their venomous exchange, the final, horrifying pieces clicked into place. The stories my great-uncle told, the whispers of the old folks. The haunting of the Bell family didn't just involve physical torment, it was characterized by these very things. Disembodied voices, arguing, quoting and twisting scripture. It was Kate the witch, tormenting John Bell, a famously religious man with his own faith. This wasn't a random haunting. This wasn't a stray ghost in the woods. This was specific. This was historical. I was hearing the beginning of it. The echo of a 200-year-old curse. The creature in the field was the omen. The scratching and dragging were the overture. And now, the performance had begun. The whispers weren't just for anyone. They were for me. I was not just a random camper who had stumbled into the wrong place. I was a descendant. The curse, I realized with a wave of nausea that threatened to choke me, was tied to this land, and it was tied to my blood. The realization that the curse was not only real, but was also mine, a dark and twisted inheritance, did not bring clarity. It brought a new kind of paralysis, a cold, cognitive dread that was somehow worse than the animal panic I'd felt moments before. My mind, which had been racing, now felt sluggish and thick, drowning in the historical weight of what was happening. I was no longer Betsy from Nashville. I was a Bell, or something adjacent to one, and the sins of the past had finally come to collect their due. The whispers outside continued their unholy debate, the words weaving a tapestry of damnation around my flimsy shelter. They were no longer just sounds. They were the voices of my own cursed history, reawakened and hungry. Time ceased to have meaning. I lay there for minutes or an eternity, a prisoner in my own sleeping bag, listening to the spectral argument rage on. Then, the texture of the attack changed once more. The whispers faded, replaced by a new, more intimate horror. A low, guttural laugh echoed from the right side of the tent. It was the deeper of the two voices, a sound full of gravel and malice. It was a laugh that knew it had won, that reveled in my terror. Simultaneously, on the left side, the higher, crackling voice began to weep. Not with sadness, but with a horrifying, theatrical despair that was somehow more frightening than the laughter. I was trapped between mockery and feigned sorrow, a psychological assault designed to shatter what little remained of my sanity. Then, the physical torment resumed, but with a terrifying new focus. A single, sharp finger. I knew it was a finger. I could feel the shape of the nail and the pressure of the knuckle. Began to poke rhythmically at the tent fabric, directly against my ribs. Poke. Poke. It was slow, deliberate, and deeply personal. It wasn't just an attack on the tent, it was an attack on me. With each prod, I flinched, my body convulsing. It felt like being prodded by a corpse's stiff finger, cold and unyielding. I scrambled backward, crab walking in my sleeping bag until my head pressed against the far side of the tent, but the poking followed me, relentless. Suddenly, the entire tent sagged downward, as if a great weight had been dropped on top of it. The nylon pressed down on my face, suffocating me, smelling of damp earth and something else, something acrid and foul, like spoiled meat. The dragging sound returned, but this time it was on the roof, a heavy, scraping weight moving back and forth, pinning me to the ground. Panic, sharp and electrifying, finally broke through the paralysis. I was going to die here. I was going to be crushed or suffocated in this nylon coffin. My death a mere footnote in a 200-year-old ghost story. That thought was the catalyst. A surge of adrenaline, pure and potent, flooded my system. I wasn't going to die here. I wasn't going to let these things win. With a guttural roar that was part fear and part rage, I fought back. I thrashed and kicked, pushing upward against the crushing weight. My hands, clumsy and shaking, clawed at the zipper of the tent door. The zipper was jammed. For a heart-stopping second, I thought I was trapped for good. I pulled again, with all my strength, and the teeth finally gave way with a sound like tearing cloth. I spilled out of the tent and into the night. I was on my hands and knees in the cold, damp grass, gasping for air. The weight on the tent vanished the moment I was free. The night was utterly silent. No whispers, no laughing, no crying, no dragging. The moon had risen, casting a pale, sickly light over the field, illuminating a scene of perfect, undisturbed tranquility. My tent stood silhouetted against the sky, looking mundane and ordinary. For a dizzying moment, I wondered if I had imagined it all, if I had suffered some kind of waking nightmare. But then I looked at the ground. Circling my tent, etched into the damp earth and crushed grass, was a deep, continuous furrow, as if a heavy plow had been dragged around it. And beside the tent door, where the poking had occurred, were two deep, unnaturally long footprints in the soft soil. They were barefoot, but the shape was wrong. Too long, too narrow, with toes that seemed to end in points. I didn't wait to see more. I scrambled to my feet and I ran. I abandoned everything. My tent, my sleeping bag, my gear. None of it mattered. My only goal was the distant, dark shape of my truck, parked half a mile away near the old hunting shed. I ran with a desperation I had never known, my lungs burning, my legs pumping numbly. The field seemed to stretch on forever, the tall grass clutching at my ankles, trying to hold me back. I didn't dare look behind me, terrified of what I might see. The silence was somehow more menacing than the noise had been. It was the silence of a predator that has flushed its prey from cover and is now enjoying the chase. I could hear the frantic pounding of my own feet, the ragged gasps of my breath, and then another sound. A soft, rhythmic thudding on the ground behind me. It was gaining on me. I pushed myself harder, tears of terror streaming down my face. The hunting shed was getting closer. I could see the faint glint of my truck's windshield in the moonlight. Just a little further. I burst through the tree line and into the small clearing where my truck was parked. My hands were shaking so violently, I could barely fit the key in the lock. The click of the door unlocking was the sweetest sound I had ever heard. I threw myself inside, slammed the door, and fumbled with the locks, pressing the button down with a convulsive jab. I was safe. I was surrounded by steel and glass. I jammed the key into the ignition and twisted. The engine roared to life. As the headlights flashed on, they cut a brilliant swath through the darkness, illuminating the gravel path ahead and the edge of the woods I had just fled. And standing there, at the very edge of the light's reach, was the rabbit-headed dog. It wasn't observing me this time. It was panting, its long ears laid back against its skull, its rabbit nose twitching furiously. It looked like it had just finished a long run. As I stared, frozen, it lowered its head and began to pace back and forth, its movements fluid and predatory. It was not a harbinger anymore. It was a guard, a wolf on the fold. It was Kate's dog. I slammed the truck into reverse, spun the wheel, and stomped on the accelerator. The tires screamed on the gravel as I swung the truck around and sped down the path, away from that impossible nightmare. I didn't slow down. I drove with my eyes fixed on the path ahead, refusing to look in the rearview mirror. But as I careened onto the main country road, I risked a glance in my driver's side mirror. For a terrifying 100 yards, it was there, running alongside the truck, keeping pace effortlessly. Its dark body was a blur of motion, but its head was perfectly clear in the moonlight, its long ears flattened by the wind. Then, as if its point had been made, it veered sharply and vanished back into the darkness of the Tennessee woods. I didn't stop driving until the sun came up and I was back in the concrete heart of Nashville. I never went back to the property. My family can have it. I know now that the old folks were right. The stories are true. I didn't just have a scary camping experience. I survived a reawakening. The curse that has slept for generations is now awake, and it has my scent. It's in my blood. And some nights, when the wind is just right, I can almost hear whispers on the edge of hearing, arguing about scripture. I escaped the land. But I don't think I'll ever escape the haunting. My name is Garrett. To whoever might be reading this, that name probably means very little. I'm not a man of any great importance, not a scientist with a string of letters after his name, or an explorer whose exploits are chronicled in glossy magazines. I am, by trade and passion, an amateur geologist. A rockhound, as my father used to call me with a wry smile. For me, the grand, ancient spine of the southern Appalachian Mountains is more than just a landscape. It is a cathedral of stone, a library of deep time, and my own personal paradise. The endless layers of gneiss and schist, the rich veins of quartz, and most of all, the countless limestone caves that honeycomb the mountains. These are the things that call to me. I've spent the better part of 15 years wandering these hills. I know their moods and their seasons. I know the scent of damp earth and pine after a summer rain, the feel of the crisp autumn air that bites at your lungs, and the profound, heavy silence of a winter snowfall. I'm comfortable in the wilderness, more so than in any city. I can read a topographic map like a novel, navigate by the sun and stars, and make a camp that is both secure and leaves no trace. I am not a man easily spooked. I've encountered bears, startled rutting bucks, and been woken by the scream of a bobcat that sounded chillingly human. These are the natural and expected parts of the wild. What I am about to recount is not. This particular expedition, late last autumn, took me to a remote section of the Nantahala National Forest in North Carolina. It was an area I'd been studying on maps for months, a rugged confluence of ridges and valleys that was notoriously difficult to access. The old logging roads had long since been reclaimed by the forest, forcing me to leave my truck and hike for the better part of 2 days, bushwhacking through dense rhododendron thickets and following the faint trails left by deer. The isolation was total. It was exactly what I was looking for. My goal was to investigate a series of promising limestone outcrops that, according to my geological surveys, had a high potential for speleogenesis, cave formation. On the third day, I was following a small, unnamed creek as it tumbled down a steep ravine. The air grew cooler, filled with a fine mist and the steady roar of falling water. Pushing through a final curtain of ferns, I found the source, a beautiful 30-foot waterfall cascading over a moss-covered cliff face into a crystal-clear pool. It was an idyllic spot, the kind of place that makes you feel you're the first human to ever lay eyes on it. I sat for a while, eating a ration bar and refilling my canteen, simply soaking in the raw beauty of it. It was as I stood up to leave that I noticed it. A slight darkness, a shadow behind the curtain water that didn't quite belong. It wasn't the solid black of the rock face, but a deeper, more absolute void. My heart gave a little flutter of excitement. It's a common trope in adventure stories, the cave hidden behind a waterfall, but in all my years, I'd never actually found one. Carefully, I picked my way across the slick algae, covered rocks at the base of the falls. The roar of the water was deafening, and a cold spray soaked my jacket. As I slipped behind the cascade, the world transformed. The sound was instantly muffled, replaced by a low, resonant hum. I was in a wide, dry rock shelter, and directly in front of me was the unmistakable, dark maw of a cave entrance. It was a perfect arch, about 10 feet high and 15 feet wide. Clearly not a product of simple erosion. A thrill, sharp and electric, shot through me. This cave wasn't on any of my maps, not on the official USGS surveys, not on the local caving grotto charts, not anywhere. It was a virgin cave. Pulling my headlamp from my pack, I strapped it on and clicked it to life. The powerful LED beam cut through the gloom, revealing a passage that sloped gently downwards. The air that flowed out was cool and carried a strange, dry, dusty scent, like a tomb that had been sealed for centuries. I took a few cautious steps inside, my boots crunching on the gravelly floor, and then I saw the walls. Just beyond the entrance, lining both sides of the passage for about 50 yards, were low, crude stone walls. They were about 3 feet high, constructed of flat, irregular stones stacked without any mortar. They were a type of primitive fortification, a defensive chicane I'd only ever read about in archaeological texts describing ancient European sites. I had never seen anything like it in North America. My geologist's mind was racing, but the amateur historian within me was screaming. I knelt, running my light along the base of the wall. There, lying in the thick, undisturbed dust, were artifacts. A few rounded, Smooth stones that fit perfectly in the palm of my hand. Hammerstones or grinding tools. A piece of worked flint that might have been a scraper. They were simple, crude, but undeniably the work of human hands. My breath caught in my throat. The style, the construction of the walls, the type of tools, it all felt wrong for this region. It looked pre-Cherokee, potentially by thousands of years. The implications were staggering. To find an undocumented cave is a discovery. To find a major, potentially paradigm-shifting archaeological site is the dream of a lifetime. I was ecstatic, my mind a whirlwind of thoughts. I knew I couldn't disturb anything further. This was a scene for professionals, for archaeologists with their delicate brushes and methodical grids. My job was to document and report. I spent the next hour just at the entrance, taking dozens of photos with my digital camera, capturing every detail of the walls, the tools, the passage. The sheer, profound silence of the cave was unnerving. Most caves have a pulse. The drip of water, the scuttling of insects, the flutter of a bat's wings. This one had nothing. It was utterly, unnaturally still. Finally, with the light beginning to fade outside, I backed out of the entrance, my heart still pounding with the thrill of discovery. The thought of sleeping right there, at the mouth of such a significant place, felt almost sacrilegious. I decided to set up my camp a few hundred yards away, in a small, level clearing I had passed on my way down to the creek. It was far enough to be respectful, but close enough that I could be back at the cave at first light. I went about my evening rituals on autopilot, pitching my small, one-man tent, filtering water, and preparing a simple dehydrated meal over my small camp stove. But my mind was elsewhere. It was back in that silent, ancient passage, with the stone walls and the dust of ages. As I ate, the sun dipped below the ridge, painting the sky in fiery strokes of orange and purple. The familiar evening chorus of the Appalachians began. The chirping of crickets, the deep, resonant thrum of bullfrogs from the creek, the distant call of a whip-poor-will. These were the sounds of my paradise, the lullaby of the wilderness that had so often sung me to sleep. That night, I crawled into my sleeping bag, feeling a sense of triumph and exhilaration, unlike any I had ever known. I was on the cusp of rewriting a small piece of history. I fell asleep with a smile on my face, completely unaware that my presence had already been noted, and that my discovery had also discovered me. I have never been a particularly light sleeper in the wild. The gentle, rhythmic sounds of the forest are a comfort to me, a natural white noise that usually guarantees a deep and restful slumber. So when I woke up, it wasn't due to a sound, but the profound and utter lack of it. One moment I was dreaming of geological charts and ancient riverbeds. The next my eyes snapped open into the deep blackness of my tent, my heart thudding against my ribs with a primal, inexplicable dread. The silence was the first thing I registered. It was absolute. Not just quiet, but a heavy, oppressive vacuum of sound. The constant, reassuring chorus of the crickets and frogs was gone. The rustle of leaves from a nocturnal scavenger, the hoot of a distant owl, the whisper of the breeze through the pines, all of it had vanished. It was as if the entire forest was holding its breath. I lay perfectly still in my sleeping bag, every nerve ending alight, straining my ears against a silence so complete it felt like a physical pressure against my eardrums. This was wrong. This was the kind of silence that precedes the pounce of a predator, the kind that signals a fundamental disruption in the natural order. My mind, conditioned by years of experience, immediately cycled through rational explanations. A sudden drop in temperature could silence the insects. A large predator, a bear or a mountain lion, passing through could momentarily hush the smaller creatures. But this felt different. This was a stillness that felt ancient and aware. Slowly, carefully, I unzipped my sleeping bag, moving with a deliberation that betrayed my growing fear. The nylon made a sound like a gunshot in the dead air. I froze, listening. Nothing. Just that crushing, expectant silence. I reached for the zipper on the tent flap, my fingers fumbling and clumsy. The small metal tab felt ice, cold to the touch. I pulled it down just an inch, creating a tiny slit through which I could peer outside. The moon was full, or very near it. A brilliant cold disk hanging in a star-dusted sky. It bathed the small clearing in a pale, ethereal light, casting long, distorted shadows from the trees. The world outside my tent was rendered in shades of silver and charcoal. My campfire was long dead, a circle of gray ash. My pack and stove sat where I had left them. Everything looked normal, yet the profound sense of wrongness only intensified. And then I saw them. My camp was full of figures. At first, my brain refused to process the sight. They were so still, so silent, that they seemed like strange, slender rock formations or an odd play of moonlight and shadow. But then one of them moved, a slow, fluid turn of its head, and the illusion shattered, replaced by a wave of cold, paralyzing terror. There were at least a dozen of them, scattered throughout the clearing. They were small, none of them taller than 5 feet, and unnaturally slender, with long limbs that seemed almost fragile. They were humanoid in shape, but with a grace that was utterly alien. They moved with a silent, eerie purpose, examining my belongings with a focused, childlike curiosity. One of them was running along, pale finger over the fabric of my backpack. Another had picked up my metal cooking pot and was tilting it back and forth, mesmerized by the way the moonlight glinted off its surface. A small group of them stood around my tent, their heads cocked as if listening to my frantic heartbeat from within. Their skin was the most unsettling feature. In the stark moonlight, it was so white it was almost translucent, a stark bloodless pallor that seemed to absorb the light rather than reflect it. They all had thick, matted beards that fell to their chests, the hair as white as their skin. They were clothed in what looked like simple, woven garments of a pale, indeterminate color, but their limbs and faces were bare. They were a silent congregation of pale, wraith-like beings, moving through my camp as if they had all the time in the world. I was frozen, my eye pressed to the tiny opening in my tent, my breath trapped in my lungs. My scientific mind was struggling to find a foothold, to categorize what I was seeing. They weren't animals. They weren't human, not in any way I understood. My fear was so profound, it was almost a religious experience. A terror that stripped away all logic and reason. Then one of them, standing near the center of the clearing, slowly turned its head toward my tent. It was as if it had sensed my gaze, a single, focused point of fear in the silent dark. And I saw its eyes. The sight broke something inside me. They were huge, far too large for their small faces. They were perfectly round, like 2 polished stones, and they glowed. Not with reflected light, but with a soft internal luminescence. They were a startling luminous blue, the color of a gas flame, and they stared directly at me with an expression of placid, unnerving intelligence. There was no pupil, no iris, just that solid, radiant blue. In that moment, a fragment of forgotten lore. A story I'd read years ago, in a dusty book about Appalachian folklore, surfaced from the depths of my terrified mind. A Cherokee legend. The story of the Nunhe, the spirit people, and of another, more mysterious race they had driven from these mountains. A race of small, pale, skinned people who lived in subterranean caves and could only come out at night because their sensitive eyes could not bear the sun. The Cherokee called them the Yunwi Sunsdi, the little people. But they also had another name, a name derived from their most prominent feature, the moon-eyed people. My blood ran cold. The cave, the ancient walls, the profound silence within. It wasn't a tomb, it was a home. My bumbling, arrogant presence, my loud, crashing entry into their world, had driven them from their subterranean sanctuary. These weren't ghosts or demons. They were refugees, and I was the invader. The realization galvanized me. The paralysis broke, replaced by a surge of adrenaline. I fumbled frantically inside my tent for my headlamp, my most powerful tool, my one source of artificial daylight. My fingers closed around its plastic casing. With a trembling hand, I flicked the switch. A brilliant 1,000 lumen beam of pure white light sliced through the darkness of the tent and shot out through the small opening. The effect was instantaneous and violent. The figures recoiled as if struck. A collective, sibilant hiss filled the air, a sound like steam escaping a cracked boiler. They threw their long, fingered hands up to shield their faces, their movements suddenly jerky and panicked. The one with the luminous blue eyes squeezed them shut, a look of agony on its pale face. They scrambled back, retreating with that same unnatural, silent grace, moving away from the piercing beam of my light. They flowed like water to the edge of the clearing, a ring of pale, slender shadows, just beyond the reach of my headlamp's halo. And there they stopped. They didn't flee into the forest. They didn't vanish. They just stood there, a silent, watching council of ghosts at the periphery of my world. I could see the faint, luminous glow of their eyes, dozens of pairs of soft blue lights, blinking in the darkness. They began to whisper to each other, a sound that barely carried to my ears. It wasn't a language of vowels and consonants, but of soft clicks and whistles, like the chittering of bats, or the communication of dolphins. It was a sound that was both beautiful and deeply, fundamentally alien. They were talking. They were observing. They were waiting. And as I sat there, huddled in my tent, my hand shaking as I kept the beam of light pointed toward them, a final, horrifying thought crystallized in my mind. They had recoiled from the light, but they hadn't left. They knew what it was. They knew it was artificial. And they knew that, like all things of my world, it was temporary. They were waiting for my batteries to die. Time lost all meaning. It could have been minutes or hours that I huddled there. A cold that had nothing to do, with the night air seeping through my sleeping bag, a bone, deep chill born of pure, abject terror. The hand gripping my headlamp trembled uncontrollably, the beam dancing in time with my frantic heartbeat, stroking the circle of pale shadows that stood at the edge of the light. They did not advance, but they did not retreat. They simply stood, still as ancient statues, their luminous blue eyes glowing in the dark, a constellation of death fixed upon me. The thought that they were waiting for my batteries to die became a mantra of doom. This headlamp, normally a simple tool, had become my lifeline, a fragile wall of photons between me and the incomprehensible. I tried to slow my breathing, to think rationally through the fog of fear. The batteries. my spares. In my pack, right beside me, was the small pouch where I always kept them. 4 fresh AAs for the headlamp, 2 more for my GPS. To get them would mean averting my gaze, and the beam for a precious second. The thought sent a fresh wave of cold sweat down my temples. I had to risk it. I swept the beam quickly across their line, making them flinch, then pressed the light against the floor of the tent, illuminating the interior in a dim, reflected glow. I scrambled for the pack, my numb fingers fumbling with the top zipper. The sound tore through the silence. I plunged my hand in, searching for the small plastic bag, the familiar cylindrical shapes. I grasped it, turned, and thrust the headlamp beam back out of the opening. They had moved closer, only by inches, perhaps, but in the supercharged tension of the night, it felt like miles. Their clicking, whistling whispers had risen in pitch, taking on an excited, anticipatory edge. I clutched the spare batteries in my hand. They were both a comfort and a curse. Each one was a small stay of execution, but the sentence was still the same. The night crawled on, an eternity of torment. The moon tracked its slow, indifferent path across the sky, turning the clearing into a ghastly stage. I never took my eyes off them, staring into those glowing blue voids, trying to decipher an intent that wasn't there. There was no malice, no anger, just a vast, bottomless patience, as if they could stand there for 1,000 years. It wasn't their hostility that was so terrifying. It was their utter indifference. I was an anomaly, a temporary nuisance in their timeless world. I began to feel the gnawing tendrils of exhaustion. My eyelids were heavy as lead, my thoughts sluggish. I bit my lip to stay awake, knowing that to drift off for even a moment would be fatal. I tried to think of the outside world, of warm coffee shops, and the sound of human laughter, of everything that existed beyond this cursed forest, but it all felt like a distant dream. The only reality was the cold tent, the slowly dying beam of my light, and the watchers in the dark. Then, I heard a change. Their clicks and whistles grew faster, more agitated. They began to shift restlessly, glancing toward the east, where the treetops were just beginning to resolve as black silhouettes against a changing sky. I followed their gaze, and my heart swelled with a desperate, fragile hope. Dawn. The first light of dawn was coming. The eastern sky began to bleed from black to a deep indigo, then to a bruised purple. A gentle, forgiving light began to slowly push back the oppressive dark. The reaction from the moon-eyed people was immediate and dramatic. They began to retreat from the clearing, a hurried, orderly withdrawal. Their whispers became a low, mournful keen, a sound of pure agony. They no longer looked at me. Every eye was fixed on the advancing light as if it were their mortal enemy. This was my chance. I knew I had to run. Now. I didn't care about my gear. I didn't care about the archaeological find of a lifetime. The only thing that mattered was survival. Taking a deep, ragged breath, I summoned every last ounce of courage and ripped the tent zipper fully open. I exploded out of the tent and ran. I didn't look toward the cave, didn't look at the fleeing figures. I just ran, scrambling back up the ravine I had descended the day before. My lungs burned, my legs felt like lead, but fear was a merciless fuel. I crashed through undergrowth, branches whipping at my face and arms, feeling no pain. I didn't dare look back, but I could feel a pursuit, not of footfalls, but of silence, a sense of something pacing me, moving through the woods with an unnerving speed and quiet. Cold prickling on the back of my neck told me I was being stalked. More light filtered through the canopy. The first birdsong of the morning erupted, a clear, cheerful sound. It was the first normal, living sound I had heard all night, and it was the most beautiful thing I had ever heard. It meant my world was returning, and theirs was fading. Finally, I stumbled out onto the old logging road I'd hiked in on. I turned back for the first time. The forest behind me was serene and normal, bathed in the warm, slanted light of early morning. There was no sign of the moon. Eyed people, nothing to suggest the horror that had transpired. It was as if it had all been a terrible, vivid nightmare. I didn't rest. I staggered for miles down that road until I reached my truck. I threw myself into the driver's seat, locked all the doors, and just sat there shaking as the sun climbed higher into the sky. I drove away from that place and never looked back. I never reported the cave. I deleted all the photographs. I have tried to forget, but I can't. Every night when I close my eyes, I see those luminous blue orbs staring out of the darkness. I hear their clicking, whistling whispers. I know they are still there, in the silent dark of that cave behind the waterfall, waiting for the night. I trespassed in their world, and I saw something I was not meant to see. I escaped, but a part of me will forever remain in that moonlit clearing. A prisoner of the silence and the watchers in the mountains. My name is Jinsey Thorn, and I make my living by sitting in silence, waiting for monsters. That's a dramatic way to put it, I suppose. The masthead on my website and the bio in the magazines that occasionally publish my work would say, wildlife photographer. It's a respectable, almost gentle title. It conjures images of patient people in khaki vests, communing with nature. And for the most part, that's true. I've spent weeks in the misty highlands of Scotland, waiting for a stag to emerge from the fog, and months in the Rockies tracking the ghost, like movements of a snow leopard's distant cousin, the cougar. My work is built on a foundation of patience, respect for the wild, and an almost obsessive understanding of animal behavior. But beneath the professional veneer, the truth is a little darker. I'm not drawn to the graceful deer or the vibrant songbirds. I'm drawn to the predators, the hunters, the creatures that embody the raw, untamed, and often brutal heart of the wilderness. There's an honesty in the eyes of a wolf, a terrifying clarity in the coiled power of a snake. Capturing that on film is more than a job. It's a compulsion. It's a way of looking into the abyss, and not just seeing something looking back, but understanding it. This particular compulsion had brought me to the Cherokee National Forest in the sprawling, ancient heart of the Appalachian Mountains in Tennessee. The Appalachians are old. Older than the Rockies, older than the Himalayas. They're worn down, smoothed by thousands of wind and rain. But that age gives them a weight, a presence that newer, sharper mountains lack. The forests here are dense. The valleys, or holers, as the locals call them, are deep and shadowed, and they hold secrets. You feel it the moment you step out of your vehicle, and the scent of damp earth, decaying leaves, and something else, something wild and loamy, fills your lungs. My target for this trip was a bobcat, a notoriously elusive and clever predator, a perfect challenge. But if I were being honest with myself, I was hoping for more. The deep woods of the Cherokee are home to a healthy population of black bears, and the thought of capturing a full, grown male, magnificent and formidable, was a siren song I couldn't ignore. I drove for 2 hours from the nearest town, the paved road giving way to gravel. Then to a rutted dirt track that was more of a suggestion than a road. Finally, I parked my truck where the track dissolved into the forest floor, hoisted my 60-pound pack, and began the real journey. The hike was arduous. A 3-mile trek into a section of the forest I'd scouted on satellite maps. A place where a narrow creek cut through a steep, sided valley. Game trails, faint as whispers, crisscrossed the area. It was a perfect bottleneck, a natural highway for any creature moving through this territory. Setting up took another hour of quiet, methodical work. I chose a spot 20 yards from the creek, nestled in a thicket of rhododendron that offered excellent natural cover. I unfolded my pop, up blind, a camouflage dome just big enough for me, my stool, and my gear. Inside I assembled my primary camera, a Canon R5 with a heavy 600 damier telephoto lens mounted on a gimbal head atop a sturdy tripod. This was my eye, my connection to the world I was observing. As a final precaution, I set up a small, motion-activated trail cam on a tree about 30 yards down the creek, angled back towards my blind. It was a backup, a silent witness in case anything interesting happened while I was focused elsewhere or changing a battery. With everything in place, the wait began. This is the part of the job that tests you. The world shrinks to the narrow view through the mesh window of the blind. Every sense goes on high alert. The frantic rustle of a squirrel becomes an event. The lazy drone of a bumblebee is a symphony. The gentle gurgle of the creek is the forest's heartbeat. For the first hour, that was all there was. The sun dappled through the thick canopy, painting shifting patterns on the forest floor. A chipmunk, bold and curious, investigated my blind before scurrying away. It was peaceful, serene. But as the second hour began to crawl by, the serenity started to feel wrong. It was too quiet. The usual chatter of birds had faded. The squirrels were gone. There was a stillness, a held, breath quality to the air that hadn't been there before. The forest felt empty, as if it were waiting for something. I've been in the wild long enough to trust my instincts, and they were screaming at me that I was no longer alone. The feeling of being watched prickled the skin on the back of my neck. It could have been the bobcat, I told myself, or a bear. They can move with impossible silence. This was the moment. This was why I was here. To break the stalemate, I decided to try a call. I reached for my electronic predator caller, a small device loaded with a library of sounds. I scrolled through the options. Coyote pup, fawn in distress, woodpecker, and settled on one of the most effective, the high-pitched, frantic squeal of a rabbit in its death throes. It's a brutal sound, but it's a dinner bell for anything with teeth and claws. I took a deep breath, placed the speaker just outside the blind's opening, and pressed play. The shriek that tore through the air was thin and reedy, a pathetic digital cry that felt profane in the ancient silence. It played for 10 seconds, then stopped. I held my breath, my finger hovering over the shutter button, my eye pressed to the viewfinder, scanning the trees and undergrowth. The silence that followed was absolute. It was a heavy, profound emptiness that was 1,000 times more unnerving than the quiet before. The creek seemed to have stopped murmuring. Not a leaf stirred. The entire valley, the entire world, was holding its breath with me. And then, the answer came. It wasn't the cautious approach of a bobcat or the crashing arrival of a bear. It was a sound that had no place in nature, no entry in any zoological textbook. It erupted from the top of the ridge to my left. A sound that clawed its way through the valley and ripped the very fabric of the afternoon apart. It was a scream, but it was a scream of two minds, two throats horribly intertwined. The base of it was the shriek of a woman in mortal terror and agony, a sound that speaks to the most primal part of the human brain. But woven through it, twisting around it like a thorny vine, was the snarling, guttural roar of a huge cat, a panther, a lion. The two sounds were one, inseparable, echoing off the ancient hills with an unholy resonance. It was a sound of pure, undiluted hatred and pain. Every animal in the forest, if there were any left, went dead silent. Every hair on my body stood on end. A comical dread flooded my system, turning my blood to ice water. My hand, which had been steady on my camera moments before, began to shake so violently, I had to grip my knee to stop it. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drum against the horrifying silence. I sat frozen in my blind, a prisoner of my own making. The scream had not been a call. It had been a declaration, a warning, a territorial claim from something that did not belong here. I stared out the mesh window, my multi-$1,000 camera forgotten. I was no longer a photographer. I was prey. For a full hour, I didn't move a muscle. The sun continued its slow descent, and the shadows in the holler deepened, turning from gray to inky black. I saw nothing, heard nothing more. The forest remained locked in its terrified silence. Eventually, the primal need for safety overrode the paralysis. Shaking, fumbling with my gear with clumsy fingers, I broke down my setup, stuffing it haphazardly into my pack. I didn't care about being quiet anymore. Every snap of a twig under my boots sounded like a gunshot in the stillness. The 3-mile hike back to my truck was the longest of my life. I didn't look back. I felt eyes on me the entire way, a malevolent presence lurking just beyond the veil of the trees. When I finally burst out of the tree line and saw the familiar, solid shape of my truck, a sob of pure relief escaped my lips. I threw my pack in the back, jumped into the cab, and locked the doors, my breath coming in ragged gasps. Only then, as I sped away, leaving the darkening forest behind, did I allow myself to truly think about the sound. It wasn't an animal. It couldn't have been. It was something broken, something cursed, something ancient and full of rage. And I had called out to it. The drive back was a blur of gravel and adrenaline. My knuckles were white on the steering wheel, and I flinched at every shadow the setting sun threw across the narrow dirt road. The rational part of my brain, the part that knew animal vocalizations and atmospheric acoustics, was trying desperately to assert itself. It was a cougar, it insisted. A panther with a laryngeal deformity. Or maybe a fox. Their screams can sound uncannily human. But the other part of my brain, the ancient, primal part that had been awakened in that silent holler, knew better. That sound wasn't made by an animal. It was the sound of a soul being torn apart, a sound that had been echoing in those mountains since before the trees were old. I didn't stop until I hit the asphalt of the main highway. The smooth hum of the tires on pavement was a lifeline, a connection back to a world of logic and reason, a world where monsters were confined to folklore and horror movies. I checked into the first cheap motel I could find, a sad little place with a flickering neon sign that promised color TV. I didn't care. I just needed 4 walls and a lockable door. Sleep was impossible. I sat on the edge of the lumpy bed, the room lit only by the sickly orange glow from the parking lot, and replayed the scream in my head. Each time, it was more vivid, more terrifying. The woman's shriek of pure agony. The guttural, furious snarl of the cat. They weren't layered, they were one. I tried to drink the lukewarm water from the bathroom tap, but my hands were still shaking too much. I felt a profound sense of violation, as if that sound had scraped away a layer of my sanity, leaving the raw nerves exposed. For 2 days, I barely left that room. I ordered pizza, watched mindless television, and tried to forget. I tried to convince myself it was a hallucination, a trick of the mind brought on by exhaustion and the profound silence of the deep woods. I was a professional, after all. I'd been in situations that were dangerous, even frightening. I'd been bluff, charged by a grizzly, stalked by a pack of wolves in the Yukon. But this was different. This wasn't a physical threat. This was a spiritual one. It felt like I had accidentally eavesdropped on a conversation between the devil and the damned. On the third morning, as the weak sunlight filtered through the grimy window, a thought cut through the fog of my fear. It was a small, practical thought, but it was enough to anchor me. The trail cam. In my panicked flight, I had completely forgotten about the silent witness I'd strapped to that tree. My primary gear was safe in the truck, but the trail cam, with its precious SD card, was still out there, still watching. The thought of going back was nauseating. The forest no longer felt like a place of beauty and wildness. It felt like a lair, a place that was actively hostile to me. But the need to know was a burning fever. Was I going crazy? Or was there something tangible, something real, that could explain the sound that had shattered my world? I had to have proof. I had to have an answer. My return to the forest was nothing like my confident, purposeful hike in. I parked my truck in the same spot, but this time, the familiar scent of damp earth felt menacing. The woods were silent, but it wasn't a peaceful silence. It was the watchful, waiting silence of a predator. I moved quickly, my senses on a razor's edge, my hand hovering over the canister of bear spray on my belt. Every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig, sent a jolt of ice through my veins. I found the tree, unstrapped the camera with fumbling fingers, and almost ran back to the truck, my heart pounding in my ears. I didn't look back. I didn't dare. Back in the motel room, the camera felt like a malevolent artifact in my hands. I slid the SD card into my laptop, my breath held tight in my chest. The folder opened. A series of short video files, neatly time-stamped. I clicked through them, my dread mounting with each one. 1:15 p.m. see a squirrel, its tail twitching, dashes across the frame. 1:47 p.m. a doe and her fawn, cautiously picking their way to the creek for a drink. 2:30 p.m. nothing. Just the leaves dancing in the breeze. My own logs told me I had used the predator call at approximately 3:05 p.m. The scream had followed minutes later. My finger trembled as I moved the cursor to the next file. 3:09 p.m. I clicked play. The video flickered to life. The same scene as before: the creek, the trees, the sun-dappled leaves. For a few seconds, nothing happened. I could feel a strange mix of disappointment and overwhelming relief washing over me. It was nothing. I was crazy. And then, it padded into the frame from the left. At first glance, my professional eye took over. Mountain lion, puma concolor, a big one. Its movements were fluid, silent, a river of muscle flowing through the undergrowth. It was beautiful, magnificent. This was the kind of shot photographers dream of. But as it moved further into the center of the frame, the relief curdled into confusion, and then into pure, cold horror. The proportions were wrong. The gait was strange, a subtle, awkward drag I couldn't immediately place. As it passed through a patch of shadow, the camera's low light mode engaged. The world shifted to monochrome, and the creature's eyes ignited. They weren't the simple, passive reflection of an animal's eyes in infrared. They glowed with a sickening, internal yellow light, like two embers fanned in the pits of hell. Then I saw it, the source of the awkward gait, the reason for the wrongness. Dangling from its torso, just behind its powerful front legs, was an extra pair of limbs. They were smaller, withered, and dragged uselessly through the leaves. They were covered in the same tawny fur, ending in the same dark paws, but they were a grotesque, nightmarish deformity. A third pair of legs on a creature that should only have two. My mind recoiled. A birth defect. A mutation. No, this felt like something else. Something unnatural. The creature paused, its head cocked as if it heard the faint, high-frequency whine of the camera's electronics. It turned its head slowly, deliberately, and looked directly into the lens. And for one single reality, bending second, its face melted. It wasn't a trick of the light or a pixelated artifact of the low-resolution video. The feline muzzle seemed to recede, the whiskers dissolved, the pointed ears softened. The illusion of cat was stripped away, and I was staring into the contorted, hate-filled face of a human woman. Her eyes, burning with that same impossible yellow light, were wide with an ancient, undying fury. Her mouth was twisted into a silent snarl, a perfect visual echo of the horrifying scream I had heard. It was a face from a nightmare, a face that belonged to something that had been wronged so profoundly that its rage had warped its very flesh. The moment passed. The features blurred back into the form of the great cat, but the image was burned onto my retinas, seared into my soul. My blood ran cold as a forgotten piece of lore, something I'd read on a local history website while researching the area, surfaced from the depths of my memory. A Cherokee legend, the story of the Wampus cat. It told of a woman consumed by jealousy and a thirst for forbidden knowledge, who disguised herself in the skin of a cougar to spy on a sacred hunting ceremony performed only by the men of her tribe. When she was discovered, the shaman did not kill her. He cursed her, binding her spirit to the very beast she was imitating, transforming her into a hideous monster, half woman, half cat, an abomination with 6 legs, doomed to wander the Appalachian mountains for eternity, consumed by rage and sorrow. I stared at the frozen image on my laptop screen. The glowing eyes, the snarling human-like face trapped within the beast, the sickening, useless extra limbs. I hadn't just captured an image of an unknown animal, or a so-called cryptid. The file on my computer wasn't evidence of a new species. It was evidence of a curse. I had captured proof of a woman's soul trapped in a living hell. And now, I had her picture. For how long I sat there, I don't know. Time had lost its meaning, compressed into the single, horrifying frame frozen on my laptop screen. The cheap motel room, with its stained carpet and water, damaged ceiling, faded away. My world had shrunk to the size of that 14-inch display, to the glowing yellow eyes that stared out of it. Not at the trail camera, but at me. The initial shock, the adrenaline-fueled terror, had subsided, replaced by something colder and heavier. It was the chilling weight of impossible knowledge. I was a photographer of the tangible world, a world governed by biology and physics. I dealt in facts, in shutter speeds and apertures, in the predictable behavior of flesh and blood creatures. But the image on my screen defied all of it. It wasn't a photograph of an animal. It was a portrait of a tormented soul. The legend of the Wampus cat wasn't just a story told around a campfire. It was real. And I had the proof. My first instinct was to delete it. To drag the file to the trash icon, empty the trash, and maybe even smash the laptop for good measure. I could go home. Tell my friends I'd had a bad trip, that the isolation had gotten to me. I could try to bury the memory of the scream and the face in the digital static. But I couldn't. My finger hovered over the trackpad, but I was paralyzed. Deleting the image felt like a betrayal. It felt like turning my back on that woman, leaving her to her eternal, raging torment in the dark woods. It also felt utterly, terrifyingly useless. I knew with a certainty that defied logic that the image wasn't the problem. The problem was that I had seen. The curse wasn't contained on my SD card. It was now imprinted on my mind. My second instinct was to share it, to upload it to the cryptozoology forums, to send it to paranormal investigators, to blast it across the internet and shout, "See, it's real." But what would that accomplish? I could already picture the comments. Fake. Photoshop. Cool story. Bro. I would be dismissed as a hoaxer or a lunatic. My professional reputation, carefully built over years of patient, serious work, would be destroyed overnight. Even if a few people believed me, they would see it as a monster to be hunted, a trophy to be claimed. They wouldn't see the hate-filled, tragic face of the woman trapped inside. They wouldn't understand the sorrow at the heart of the horror. No, I couldn't share it. This knowledge was a burden, and it was mine alone. I closed the laptop. The sudden darkness in the room was a relief. But it didn't last. The image was still there, burned onto the inside of my eyelids. The glowing yellow eyes. The twisted, snarling mouth. The useless, withered limbs. That night, the haunting began. It started with sound. As I lay on the lumpy bed, staring at the ceiling, I heard it. A faint, high-pitched whine on the edge of hearing, like the sound of the wind whistling through a keyhole. But it wasn't the wind. It was a sliver of the scream, a single attenuated thread of that horrible, dual-voiced shriek, carried on the night air. I sat bolt upright, my heart hammering. I rushed to the window, peering through the grimy glass into the empty parking lot. There was nothing there but my truck and a few other lonely-looking cars under the orange security lights. I told myself it was my imagination, auditory pareidolia. My brain was creating patterns from random noise. But then came the scratching. A soft, rhythmic scrape from just outside my door. It sounded like a dog pawing at the wood, but it was too slow, too deliberate. It was the sound of long, hard claws being dragged across the painted surface. I froze, every muscle tensed. I didn't breathe. I didn't move. The sound continued for a full minute, a patient exploratory scratching, before it stopped as abruptly as it had begun. I waited for what felt like an eternity, my eyes locked on the door, expecting the handle to turn, expecting the wood to splinter inwards. But nothing happened. Sleep, when it finally came, was no escape. It was a gateway. I dreamed I was back in the blind, the digital rabbit squeal echoing in the oppressive silence. But this time, when the scream answered, it came from right behind me. I turned, and the Wampus cat was there, its body filling the tiny space. Its yellow eyes burned into mine, and the face of the woman was clear, her features contorted in a mask of indescribable rage. She opened its mouth, and the shriek tore through my dream, a physical force that threw me back. I woke up gasping for air, my own throat raw as if I had been screaming myself. The next day, I fled. I checked out of the motel before dawn, throwing my gear into the truck and driving without a destination. Just a desperate need to put miles between me and that place. I drove for 10 hours straight, heading west, away from the ancient, brooding mountains. I crossed state lines, the landscape flattening out into plains, the dense forests giving way to open sky. I thought I could outrun it. I was right. In another anonymous motel room, hundreds of miles away, I saw it again. I was washing my face in the bathroom, splashing cold water on my sleep-deprived eyes. When I looked up into the mirror, for a split second, my own reflection was wrong. My eyes glowed with that same sickly yellow light. My mouth was twisted into a snarl. I stumbled back with a cry, crashing into the shower curtain. When I looked again, it was just me, pale, terrified, but me. It was toying with me, stalking me. The creature wasn't confined to the Cherokee National Forest. It was tied to me. By capturing its image, by witnessing its curse, I had somehow become entangled in it. I had become the new focus of its eternal, boundless rage. I was no longer the photographer, the observer. I was the prey. The realization hit me with the force of a physical blow. Running was pointless. Hiding was impossible. Deleting the file would do nothing. This thing, this spirit, this cursed soul, had latched onto me. It would follow me to the ends of the earth. It would haunt my waking hours and poison my dreams until it drove me mad or worse. A new kind of fear took root then, a fear that was colder and sharper than anything I had felt before. But beneath it, something else stirred. A tiny, hard ember of defiance. I was a wildlife photographer, yes. I tracked predators. I learned their habits, their territories, their behaviors. I learned how to see without being seen, how to anticipate their movements. I had spent my life hunting for images of monsters. Now, a monster was hunting me. The roles had been reversed, but the game was the same. My fear was real, a constant, sickening thrum beneath my skin. But my compulsion, my obsession with looking into the abyss, was stronger. I couldn't run. So I would have to turn and face it. I had to understand. What was this curse? Who was the shaman that had cast it? And who was the woman who had been condemned to this eternal hell? My survival depended on finding the answers. Sitting in that sterile motel room, with the empty plains stretching out into the darkness outside, I made a decision. I opened my laptop, booked a flight back to Tennessee, and began to search. Not for cryptozoologists or ghost hunters, but for Cherokee historians, for cultural centers, for elders who might still know the old stories, the real stories, the ones not written down on websites. I was done being the prey. My hunt had just begun. I had to find out how to break a curse, not just to save myself, but to free the woman trapped in the eyes of the beast. I had her picture. Now I had to learn her name. My name is Eugene Thorne. When the events I'm about to recount took place, I was 17 years old, teetering on that precarious edge between the naivety of youth and the hard realities of the adult world. It was the tail end of a long, humid summer in Braxton County, West Virginia, a time when the air itself feels thick with unspoken history, and the nights are as black as pitch. For me and my two closest friends, Dale and Mikey, the sprawling, ancient expanse of the Appalachian woods was our kingdom. A place to escape the suffocating watchfulness of our parents and the monotonous rhythm of small town life. This particular camping trip, deep in the woods, near the sleepy town of Flatwoods, was meant to be just another one of those escapes. It was supposed to be about cheap beer, poorly told ghost stories around a crackling fire, and the simple, unadulterated freedom of being young and unsupervised. It turned into something else entirely. The Appalachians have a soul of their own, a presence that you can feel pressing in on you the deeper you venture into their embrace. The trees, ancient and gnarled, stand like silent sentinels, their leaves whispering secrets on the wind that you can't quite decipher. The ground is a soft, damp carpet of fallen leaves, and moss muffling your footsteps and making you feel like an intruder in a sacred space. There's a weight to the silence out there, a profound quiet that's occasionally punctuated by the snap of a twig in the undergrowth or the distant, mournful call of a whippoorwill. Locals trade stories, some in jest, some in hushed, serious tones, about things seen in the periphery, about strange lights and sounds that defy explanation. They talk about the land as if it remembers everything that has ever happened on it. We, in our teenage arrogance, dismissed these as folk tales, the rustic charm of a place left behind by the modern world. We were wrong. Our campsite was a small, crudely cleared patch of earth nestled in a hollow between two gently sloping hills. We'd pitched our tent, a faded blue hand, me, down, and had a respectable fire blazing by the time the sun dipped below the jagged line of the treetops, painting the sky in fairy strokes of orange and purple. Dale, ever the pragmatist and the most cautious of our trio, was methodically turning hot dogs on a stick over the flames, his brow furrowed in concentration. Mikey was leaning back against a log, idly strumming a beat-up acoustic guitar, the clumsy chords echoing softly in the twilight. I was lying on my back, watching the first stars begin to the darkening canopy of the sky, feeling a perfect sense of contentment. The air was cool and smelled of pine, damp earth, and wood smoke. It was peaceful. It was the kind of moment you wish you could bottle up and save for later. As the night deepened, so did the darkness. It was an absolute, consuming blackness that the flickering light of our campfire could only push back a few feet, creating a small, warm bubble of civilization in a vast, indifferent wilderness. We talked about everything and nothing. Girls, cars, our shared frustrations with school, our vague, unformed dreams for the future. The conversation eventually lulled, and we fell into a comfortable silence, mesmerized by the hypnotic dance of the flames. It was just after 10 p.m. when the peace was shattered. It wasn't a sound that alerted us, but a light. At first, I thought it was a shooting star, a fleeting silver streak against the velvet black. But this was different. A point of brilliant, pulsing red light emerged from behind the crest of the western hill. It didn't streak across the sky like a meteor. It moved with a deliberate, unnatural slowness. It arced gracefully, silently, across our field of vision, its crimson glow seeming to paint the underside of the clouds with a bloody hue. The light pulsed with a steady, rhythmic beat, like a malevolent heartbeat in the chest of the night. It was utterly silent, which was perhaps the most unnerving part. There was no engine roar, no sonic boom, just this silent, luminous object moving with an impossible purpose. We watched, frozen, as it descended behind the next hill over, the one directly to our east. The pulsing red light illuminated the treetops for a moment, making them look like skeletal fingers reaching for the sky, and then it was gone, leaving an afterimage, burned onto our retinas, and a profound, ringing silence in its wake. For a long moment, None of us moved. The only sound was the crackle and pop of the campfire. Mikey had stopped strumming his guitar, his hand hovering over the strings. Dale had let his hot dog fall from its stick into the fire, where it sizzled and blackened, forgotten. What in God's name was that? Mikey whispered, his voice thin and reedy. Dale was pale, his eyes wide and fixed on the hill where the light had disappeared. A plane crash, he offered, but his tone lacked conviction. No sound, no explosion. He shook his head slowly, a dawning fear in his eyes. That ain't right, Eugene. That ain't natural. He was right. Every instinct I had screamed, what we just witnessed was fundamentally wrong. It didn't belong to the world of planes, helicopters, or weather balloons. But where my friends felt fear, I felt an electrifying surge of something else, an intense, all-consuming curiosity. My mind raced with possibilities, each more fantastic than the last. It was the call of the unknown, an irresistible pull towards the heart of the mystery. I'm going to check it out, I announced, my voice sounding steadier than I felt. Dale turned to me, his face a mask of disbelief. Are you insane? No way. We're staying right here, by the fire. We don't know what that was. It's probably just some weirdo with a drone or something, I argued, trying to convince myself as much as them. It landed just over that hill. It's not far. I'll just take a look. No, man. Listen to Dale. Mikey chimed in, his voice trembling slightly. This feels bad. Let's just pack up. Let's just go home. But the idea of leaving, of never knowing, was unbearable to me. It felt like a personal challenge. The world had just shown me something impossible, and I couldn't turn my back on it. I'm not going to get hurt, I said, trying to project a confidence I didn't fully possess. I'll just go to the top of the hill, see what it is, and come straight back. I'll be quick. I grabbed my heavy-duty flashlight from my pack, its metal casing cold and solid in my hand. I'll be right back, I repeated, more to myself this time. Without waiting for another argument, I turned and strode out of the circle of firelight, plunging into the oppressive darkness of the woods. The air immediately grew colder, and the familiar sounds of the night seemed to amplify around me. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat of fear and exhilaration. As I began the ascent of the hill, the ground soft and treacherous under my feet, I couldn't shake the feeling that I had just made a terrible mistake. Every shadow seemed to twist into a menacing shape, and every rustle of leaves sounded like something large and unseen tracking my progress. I was about halfway up the incline when the smell hit me. It was thick and acrid, rolling down the hillside to meet me in a foul, invisible wave. It was a chemical, industrial stench, a nauseating combination of burnt metal, sulfur, and something vaguely like rotten eggs. It was a dead smell, a smell of sickness and decay that had no place in the clean air of the forest. My eyes began to water, and a gag reflex rose in my throat. At the same time, I saw it. A thick, oily mist was pouring down the hill, moving with the same unnatural purpose as the light had. It wasn't a natural fog. It was dense, opaque, and clung to the ground like a shroud. It swirled around the trunks of the trees, deadening all sound and creating a claustrophobic, disorienting world of gray. I hesitated for a second, my hand on the trunk of an oak tree for support, my senses screaming at me to turn back. But I had come this far. I had to know. Taking a deep breath and holding it, I pushed forward, stepping into the cloying, foul-smelling mist. It was like walking into another world, The air was heavy and difficult to breathe, coating my tongue with a bitter, metallic taste. My flashlight beam, which had seemed so powerful moments before, was now a pathetic cone of light that barely penetrated the swirling vapor. I was blind, disoriented, and choking on the poisoned air, but I kept climbing, one step at a time, drawn inexorably towards the crest of the hill and the source of the silent, pulsing red glow. I could now see faintly through the oppressive haze. Breaking through the top layer of the oppressive mist was like surfacing from a deep, polluted body of water. I gasped, and for a glorious second, the air was clean and sharp in my lungs. I had reached the crest of the hill. Before me lay a small, perfectly circular clearing, perhaps 50 feet in diameter. The unnatural fog I had just waded through formed a solid, churning wall around this space, isolating it completely from the rest of the woods. The silence here was different from the peaceful quiet of the forest. It was a dead, heavy silence, the kind that presses in on your eardrums. The air hummed with a low, inaudible vibration that I felt more in the fillings of my teeth than heard with my ears. It was like standing in the heart of a powerful, unseen machine that was currently idle. And in the exact center of this strange arena, the source of the pulsing red glow stood waiting. It wasn't a fire, and it wasn't the wreckage of anything I could recognize. My mind, desperate to categorize what I was seeing, cycled through a Rolodex of earthly possibilities and came up empty. It was a shape, tall and vaguely conical, tapering towards a point some 10 or 12 feet off the ground. It was a dull, dark color, almost black, but it seemed to drink the light from my flashlight, revealing very little of its surface texture. Steam, or some kind of vapor that looked like heat haze, rose from it in lazy, silent plumes, dissipating into the cold night air. The only light came from a point near the top, a deep blood, red glow that pulsed with that same steady, hypnotic rhythm we had seen from our camp. It was a calm, rhythmic beat that was profoundly at odds with the frantic hammering of my own heart. I took a hesitant step forward, my boots making no sound on the strangely barren ground of the clearing. The foul, metallic smell was stronger here, thick and cloying, and it was mixed with the scent of ozone, like the air after a lightning strike. I raised my flashlight, determined to get a better look, to find some detail that would make this thing make sense. I needed a seam, a rivet, a cockpit window, anything to prove it was manufactured, something from our world. The powerful beam cut through the gloom, and for the first time, I saw the surface clearly. It wasn't smooth. The dark material was arranged in a series of overlapping horizontal folds, like a tightly pleated skirt, or the layered plates of some bizarre insect's carapace. It looked like dark, oiled metal, yet it seemed to shift and subtly undulate in the light, as if it were breathing. My blood ran cold. This wasn't a machine. It was a shell. And as that horrifying realization dawned on me, the thing in front of me began to change. From the shadows near the top of the conical body, something emerged. It wasn't a hatch opening. It was a form separating itself from the main structure, as if a piece of the darkness had decided to peel itself away and take on a life of its own. This new form rose, and rose, and rose, until it towered over the conical base. It was then that I understood. The conical object wasn't the creature. It was merely the lower half of it. I shone my flashlight beam upwards, my hand trembling so badly that the light danced wildly. The light finally steadied, cutting through the mist and illuminating the being that stood before me. The sight that met my eyes is seared into my memory, a perfect, horrific image that time has not faded. It was easily 10 feet tall. Its body, the dark, pleated material I had seen, was a deep, sickly green-black, like corroded copper. But it was the head that defied all logic, the head that sent a jolt of pure, primal terror through my system. It was a massive spade-like shape, the shape of the ace of spades from a deck of playing cards, but rendered in three-dimensional, living flesh and blood. The color was a horrifying, wet, arterial red, and it seemed to throb faintly in time with the pulsing light that emanated from within it. And then there were the eyes. Set within that grotesque, spade-shaped head were two enormous, luminous orbs. They were not like any eyes I had ever seen. They were huge, perfectly round, and glowed with an intense, fiery orange light, like the searchlights of a locomotive cutting through a midnight fog. They didn't seem to have pupils or irises, just those two burning, malevolent discs of light. As my flashlight beam hit them, they swiveled in their sockets with a smooth, mechanical precision and fixed on me. In that instant, I felt utterly and completely seen, not just observed, but analyzed, cataloged, and dismissed as insignificant. A wave of nausea, so intense it made my knees buckle, washed over me. It had no discernible mouth, no nose, no features at all on that blood, red spade other than the two burning eyes. But it was not silent. A sound began to emanate from it, a high-pitched, piercing hiss that drilled directly into my skull. It wasn't a biological hiss, like a snake or a cat. It was electronic and sharp, like the sound of a massive capacitor discharging. And it grew in volume until my ears rang, and the air itself seemed to vibrate with the noise. Long, impossibly thin arms hung from its sides. They were spindly and out of proportion with its massive torso, ending in gnarled, claw-like hands. The fingers, if you could call them that, were long metallic talons that twitched and flexed, catching the orange light from its eyes. For a moment that stretched into an eternity, we were frozen in a terrifying tableau. The boy with the flashlight, and the monster from the stars. My mind simply refused to accept what my eyes were seeing. It was a violation of every law of nature I knew. Animals didn't look like this. Things weren't shaped this way. The combination of the industrial, metallic stench, the searing orange eyes, the spade-shaped head, and the ear-splitting hiss was a sensory assign to break the mind. It was wrong. It was a thing of sheer, unadulterated wrongness. Then, it moved. It didn't walk. It didn't take a step. The creature began to glide towards me, its pleated, conical base floating just inches above the barren ground with a terrifying, silent grace. There was no disturbance of the air, no sound of propulsion, just a smooth, inexorable advance. The air around it began to shimmer, distorting the trees behind it, as if I were looking at it through a powerful heat haze. The sheer alien nature of its locomotion was the final straw. The part of my brain that had been trying to rationalize, to find an explanation, simply shut down, leaving only raw, animal fear in its place. I didn't even scream. A scream would have required thought, a conscious act of expelling air. My body reacted on a level far deeper than conscious thought. It was a pure, instinctual flight response. My legs, which had been locked and trembling, suddenly unlocked. I turned, not with a deliberate pivot, but with a clumsy, panicked scramble, my feet tangling with each other. I stumbled, catching myself on one hand before lurching into a desperate, headlong sprint. I ran blindly, away from the clearing, away from the light, away from the impossible thing that was gliding silently towards me. I plunged back into the thick, choking wall of mist. The sound of its piercing hiss following me, echoing in my head long after I had left it behind. The descent down the hill was a chaotic symphony of blind panic. I didn't navigate the terrain, I simply fell through it. Branches whipped at my face and arms, leaving stinging red welts. Thorns tore at my clothes and skin, but I felt no pain. My only reality was the desperate need for forward momentum. The thick, oily mist I had ascended through was now my tormentor, clinging to me, filling my lungs with its foul, chemical stench. I was running blind, the beam of my dropped flashlight now just a memory. Every shadow was the creature. Every rock was an obstacle sent to trip me and deliver me to the silent, gliding horror that I knew was somewhere behind me. The piercing, electronic hiss was gone from the air, but it continued to reverberate inside my skull, a phantom echo that spurred me onward. My lungs burned, not just from the exertion, but from the poisoned air I was inhaling. Each gasp was a fresh wave of nausea, a fresh taste of burnt metal. I'm not sure how long I ran. Time had dissolved into a meaningless concept, replaced by a frantic sequence of stumbles, falls, and desperate scrambles back to my feet. Then, through the swirling gray fog, I saw a new light. It was a warm, flickering orange. The campfire. Hope, fierce and desperate, surged through me. I burst out of the tree line, and the wall of mist with the force of a spooked deer, collapsing onto the ground at the edge of our small circle of light. I lay there, gasping and retching, my body trembling uncontrollably. The clean, pine-scented air of the campsite felt like the purest thing I had ever experienced. But my throat and lungs were so raw that every breath was agony. Dale and Mikey rushed to my side, their faces etched with a mixture of confusion and alarm. "Eugene, what happened? Where have you been?" Dale yelled, grabbing my shoulder. I couldn't form words. I could only point, my trembling finger aimed back at the dark, mist-shrouded hill. Thing, up there, eyes. I choked out, my voice a ragged, broken whisper. My appearance must have told them more than my words ever could. My face was pale and streaked with dirt. My eyes were wide with a terror they had never seen before, and I reeked of that same unnatural, metallic odor that had permeated the hilltop. Mikey's face went ashen. "The smell, it's on you," he stammered, backing away slowly. That was all it took. The fear that had been simmering in them since they saw the light in the sky now boiled over. My raw, visceral terror was contagious. Dale, the pragmatist, didn't ask another question. His face hardened with resolve. "We're leaving. Now." There was no argument. The next few minutes were a blur of frantic, clumsy activity. We didn't pack, we just grabbed things. The tent was abandoned. Sleeping bags were shoved into arms. Coolers were dragged, and loose gear was left where it lay. Every snap of a twig from the direction of the hill sent a fresh wave of panic through us. I kept glancing back, my heart seizing with fear every time, fully expecting to see those two burning orange searchlights emerge from the mist. The woods, which had felt like our kingdom just an hour earlier, now felt alien and hostile, a cage closing in around us. The journey back to the car, normally a 10-minute stroll, felt like a miles-long ordeal through enemy territory. The moment we tumbled into the relative safety of Dale's beat-up Ford pickup, the doors were slammed shut and the locks were punched down. Dale fumbled with the keys, his hands shaking almost as badly as mine. The engine turned over with a roar. That was the most beautiful sound I had ever heard, He threw the truck into gear, and we tore away down the dirt track, leaving a cloud of dust and our abandoned campsite behind us. The drive back to town was conducted in absolute, suffocating silence. I was slumped against the passenger's side window, my body racked with violent shivers despite the humid night. The nausea was getting worse, and a splitting headache was beginning to pulse behind my eyes. I could still taste the ozone and burnt metal on my tongue. I didn't sleep that night or the next. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw it: the blood, red spade of a head, the pleated, shifting body, and the terrible, burning orange eyes that saw right through me. The physical symptoms intensified. I was constantly nauseous, unable to keep much food down. My throat was raw and swollen, as if I had gargled with acid. My voice was a hoarse croak. My parents, seeing my condition, assumed I had a severe case of the flu and confined me to my bed. But I knew this was no flu. This was a sickness from the hill. It was a poison I had brought back with me. For days, I was trapped in a feverish haze of sickness and terror. I tried to tell Dale and Mikey what I had seen in detail, but the words felt inadequate, insane. How do you describe something that has no earthly frame of reference? They believed I had seen something. My terror had been too real to fake. But the specifics sounded like the ravings of a madman. They grew distant, uncomfortable. I think, in a way, they were afraid of me, afraid of the horror I had brought back with them. Our friendship, once the bedrock of my world, was fractured by the unexplainable events of that night. It was about a week later, when I was finally able to sit at a computer without the room spinning, that I started to search. I didn't know what I was looking for. I typed in Flatwoods, strange lights, tall creature, and then I found it. Article after article, some from crackpot UFO sites, others from more serious historical archives, all telling the same story. September 12, 1952. A group of local kids and a mother, Kathleen May, witnessed a bright object streak across the sky and crash on a local hill. They went to investigate. They encountered a thick, metallic-smelling mist. And then they saw it: a 10-foot, tall creature with a glowing, spade-shaped head and claw, like hands that glided towards them, emitting a piercing hiss. My blood turned to ice as I read the final part of the account. In the days following their encounter, the witnesses all fell ill. Their symptoms were described in detail: intense nausea and vomiting, and severe irritation and swelling of the throat. The exact same symptoms I was suffering from. It was a moment of terrifying validation. I wasn't crazy. I hadn't imagined it. What I had seen was real. It had been there before, decades ago, leaving the same poison in its wake. The knowledge was both a comfort and the deepest horror imaginable. This wasn't just a monster, it was a local legend, a recurring nightmare that haunted these ancient hills. I never went camping in those woods again. I never could. The Appalachians, once my sanctuary, were now a place of profound dread. The memory of that night has never left me. It's a dark corner of my mind that I try not to visit. But sometimes, on a quiet night, I can still hear the faint, electronic hiss in the silence. I saw something that wasn't from this world. Something that defied the laws of God and nature. It left its mark on me. A physical and psychological poison that serves as a constant, terrifying reminder that we are not alone, and that some mysteries are better left unsolved.
My name is Trammell Evans. Or, well, it was. Now, I suppose I'm more of a whisper on the wind out here in the vast, sun-scorched expanse of Joshua Tree. Another cautionary tale to be shared around digital campfires, a fading headline, another soul claimed by the thin places where the veil between worlds feels almost non-existent. But before I became just a story, I was a man who loved the desert, and this is the story of how the desert, my desert, decided to keep me. Let me take you back to April 30th, 2023, Joshua Tree National Park. If you'd asked me then, I would have told you the desert was my church, my most sacred proving ground. It was a place that stripped away the superficial, demanding a raw honesty from anyone who dared to venture into its depths. I wasn't some weekend warrior, mind you, stumbling into the wilderness with a brand new pack and a prayer. I was an experienced hiker, a long-distance backpacker. The rhythm of my boots on the trail was as familiar to me as my own heartbeat. I'd logged more miles than I could easily count, learned the subtle language of the arid lands, the shift in the wind that signals a coming storm, the tracks that tell of unseen nocturnal life, the deceptive allure of a cool morning that can quickly turn into a furnace. I understood the thirst, the oppressive weight of the heat, the stark, brutal beauty of these places. I respected them deeply. But respect, I've learned with a chilling finality, isn't always enough. Sometimes the desert demands more than respect. Sometimes it demands a part of you. Or, as it turned out, all of you. I was on a solo trek, a journey I'd been planning for months. The idea was to be dropped off near Black Rock Campground, then hike east, cutting a path through the heart of the park before swinging south. It was an ambitious route, deliberately chosen for its challenge and its remoteness. The kind of trek that tests your limits, forces you to rely on nothing but your skills and your will. And I was prepared, or so I believed. My water caches were meticulously planned, GPS coordinates logged, buried deep to protect them from the sun and thirsty wildlife, with backups considered for each. My gear was top of the line, checked and double checked, every strap cinched, every buckle secured, every seam inspected. I carried a personal locator beacon, of course. I wasn't reckless. I was a planner, a survivor. I knew what I was doing. That particular thought, I know what I'm doing, echoes back to me now with a hollow, mocking tone. The first few days were everything I'd hoped for. Better than good, they were sublime. The Southern California sun beat down, yes, but it was a familiar pressure. The air was crisp and clean, carrying the faint, spicy scent of creosote and dust. The Joshua trees, those iconic, Sushin figures with their twisted, supplicating arms, stood like ancient, gnarled sentinels against the vast, cerulean sky. In those initial days, they seemed to welcome me, to beckon me deeper to the heart of their silent, watchful domain. Their silhouettes against the fairy sunsets were breathtaking, each one unique, a testament to a slow, patient existence in an unforgiving land. The silence out there is something you can't truly comprehend until you're immersed in it. It's profound, a living entity, almost a presence in itself. It was broken only by the rhythmic crunch of my boots on the sandy, gravelly soil, the whisper of the wind as it snaked through the scrubby bushes and over the weathered rock formations, and the occasional, lonely cry of a hawk circling lazily in the thermals far overhead. This was what I came for, this profound solitude, the stripping away of the unnecessary, the constant chatter of the modern world, leaving only the core of being, the simple act of moving through an ancient landscape. There's a purity in that, a sense of connecting with something fundamental. It was around the fourth or fifth day, I think. Time begins to warp when you're alone for that long, measured not in the ticking of hours on a watch, but in the slow, inexorable crawl of shadows across the canyon floor and the shifting intensity of the sun. I was deep in the park by then, far from any marked trail or the casual footprints of day trippers. I was navigating through a less traveled area, a wild, untamed labyrinth of immense granite boulders. These weren't just rocks, they were monolithic sculptures, carved and shaped by millennia of wind and flash floods into fantastical, almost impossible forms. Some were piled precariously, looking as if a breath could send them tumbling. Others formed narrow passages, shadowed and cool. It was a playground for giants, or perhaps a fortress built for something else entirely. That's when I started to feel it. Not just feel it in a vague, uneasy way, but know it in that primal, instinctual part of your brain that still remembers being prey, the part that screams danger long before your rational mind catches up. The watching. It wasn't the familiar glance of a coyote slinking through the brush at dawn, its eyes briefly catching the light before it vanishes. It wasn't the cautious, assessing gaze of a bygone sheep perched on a distant, inaccessible crag, observing my slow progress from a safe remove. I'm used to that kind of attention, even welcome it. It's a reminder that I'm a visitor in their world, a guest in their home. This was different. Utterly, terrifyingly different. It was a pervasive, prickling sensation on my skin, a feeling of being intensely observed by something unseen. Something that didn't feel animalistic, not in the way I understood it. It felt like it was part of the rocks themselves, part of the shimmering heat haze that distorted the distant landscape, part of the ancient, patient, and utterly indifferent desert. I'd stop abruptly, my heart suddenly hammering against my ribs like a trapped bird, the hairs on the back of my neck standing on end. I'd slowly, deliberately scan the full 360 degrees of my surroundings, the jumbled rock piles that offered 1,000 hiding places, the deep, impenetrable shadows that pooled between the monolithic stones, the stark, empty horizon. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Just the relentless baking sun, the profound silence that now felt charged, heavy with an unspoken tension, and the ever-present Joshua trees. Their arms, which had once seemed so welcoming, so supplicating, now appeared outstretched as if in warning, or perhaps in supplication to whatever unseen entity shared this desolate space with them. Their silhouettes against the bruised purple of the setting sun started to look less like praying figures and more like grasping claws reaching out. The Yucca Man. The name drifted into my mind then, unbidden, like a fragment of a half, forgotten, unsettling song from childhood. That's the local legend here, isn't it? Southern California's own contribution to cryptozoology, our regional boogeyman, an answer to Bigfoot, or the Sasquatch of the Pacific Northwest. Tales whispered around flickering campfires, stories shared by grizzled old-timers in dusty roadside diners of a tall, hairy, shuffling beast. Its eyes reputed to glow faintly in the dark. It's been reportedly sighted all over the high desert, from Lancaster near the Poppy Reserve to the desolate stretches around Edwards Air Force Base, and yes, even within the sprawling, mystical boundaries of Joshua Tree National Park itself. A shaggy 8-foot creature. More shadow than substance for most who claim to have seen it. Just a story I'd always thought. Entertaining folklore. Campfire tales designed to spook the tourists, to add a little frisson of fear to the quiet of the desert night. Nothing more than a figment of overactive imaginations, fueled by isolation and the strange tricks light can play in these vast, empty spaces. But as that undeniable feeling of being watched intensified, as the silence seemed to press in on me, no longer peaceful but heavy and expectant, the stories didn't feel so distant anymore. The desert, I was beginning to understand, has a way of stripping away more than just the unnecessary. It strips away your certainties, your comfortable disbelief, leaving you raw and exposed to possibilities you'd never have entertained in the safe confines of civilization. And I was very, very far from civilization. The uneasy truce I'd maintained with my own rational mind began to crumble. That persistent, unnerving feeling of being watched didn't fade with the morning light as I desperately hoped it would. Instead, it clung to me like the desert dust, a constant, oppressive weight on my senses. Every waking moment became an exercise in forced composure, a battle against the rising tide of primal fear. I tried to reason it away, of course. I told myself it was the solitude, the vast emptiness of the landscape playing tricks on a mind unaccustomed to such profound isolation. It was the heat, shimmering off the rocks, creating mirages and distorting shapes in my peripheral vision. It had to be fatigue. The cumulative effect of days under the relentless sun, the physical exertion. I'm a scientist by training, a man who believes in evidence and logical explanations. But the desert, It seemed had its own older logic, one that didn't easily yield to scientific method. The subtle sounds of the wilderness, which I usually found comforting, now seemed amplified, each one carrying a potential threat. The rustle of a dry leaf wasn't just the wind, it was stealthy movement. The snap of a distant twig wasn't a jackrabbit, it was a heavy footfall. Even the silence, once a source of peace, transformed into a listening, waiting void, pregnant with unspoken menace. I found myself scanning the ridgelines, not for the beauty of their silhouettes, but for any shape that seemed out of place, any shadow that moved too quickly, or in a way that defied natural explanation. The Joshua trees, in particular, became almost unbearable to look at for long periods. Their twisted limbs seemed to follow me, their spiky leaves like 1,000 accusing eyes. My sanctuary had begun to feel like a trap. One evening, as twilight bled purple and orange across the western sky, I made camp in a small, bowl-shaped canyon. It was partially sheltered by a massive overhang of granite, a dark maw in the rock face that promised some protection from the cooling night air. The stars here, far from the light pollution of any city, are usually a spectacle that fills me with awe, a diamond dust scattered across an infinite canvas of black velvet. I built a small fire, more for its psychological comfort than for warmth. As the flames danced, casting flickering, erratic shadows on the canyon walls, I saw it. Or thought I did. A flicker of movement at the very edge of the firelight, just beyond the point where the light surrendered to the deeper darkness of the overhang. A shadow that was too tall, too upright to be a coyote or a deer. It was there for a heartbeat, a vaguely humanoid shape that seemed to melt back into the rock itself before I could fully register it. Hello. I called out, my voice sounding pathetically small and shaky against the immense silence of the desert. Is anyone there? Only the sharp crackle of the fire answered, the sound suddenly loud and intrusive. But the feeling of being watched, which had been a constant companion for days, now spiked with an almost unbearable intensity, and it was closer, much closer. As if whatever lurked in the darkness had taken a step forward, curious or perhaps emboldened. I spent the rest of that night with my back pressed against the cold rock, my largest knife in my hand, jumping at every skittering sound, every shift in the wind. Sleep, when it finally came in exhausted, shallow bursts, was no refuge. It was filled with a chaotic maelstrom of disturbing images. Twisted trees with grasping branches, their forms morphing into shadowy figures that moved with an unnatural, shuffling gait among the moonlit boulders. I dreamt of immense, dark shapes with eyes that glowed with a faint, internal luminescence, watching me from the tops of cliffs. I'd wake with a gasp, heart pounding, the phantom sensation of breath on my neck, only to find myself alone, the dying embers of the fire casting a feeble, orange glow on my small, vulnerable camp. The lack of real rest began to fray my nerves even further, leaving me irritable and jumpy, my judgment clouded by exhaustion and a pervasive sense of dread. The next day, pushing myself harder than I should have, I reached the location of my second water cache. I'd buried it near a distinctive pile of sun-bleached rocks, marking the GPS coordinates with meticulous care. A wave of relief washed over me as I spotted the familiar disturbance in the sand. Water meant life. It meant I could keep going. But as I knelt to dig, the relief curdled into a cold, sickening lurch in my stomach. The cache had been disturbed, but not by animals. Coyotes or kit foxes would have clawed at the containers, perhaps chewed through the heavy-duty plastic, desperate for the moisture within. The containers were intact, a full 5-gallon jug and several smaller bottles, but they had been moved neatly, as if someone or something had carefully unearthed them, examined them, and then placed them back slightly to the side of where I'd left them, almost like a deliberate message. And then I saw the prints. There, in the fine, soft sand that had been sheltered from the wind by the rocks, were several impressions. They were large. Shockingly so. Definitely barefoot. But they were not human. Not quite. The general shape was there, a heel, an arch, toes, but the proportions were all wrong. The foot was too long, too broad at the ball, and the toes were longer, thicker than any human's, splayed in a way that suggested immense weight. There was an odd, almost claw-like indentation at the tip of where the big toe had pressed down. I traced the outline of one with a trembling finger. My own boot, a size 11, looked dwarfed beside it. There were only 3 clear prints leading away from the cache towards a jumble of boulders, their stride unnaturally long. Panic, I've always told myself, is a luxury you can't afford in the desert. It clouds your judgment, leads to fatal mistakes. But what I felt then wasn't hot, scrambling panic. It was a cold, seeping dread, an icy certainty that I was no longer just dealing with the harshness of the environment. I was dealing with something unknown, something that had now given a tangible sign of its presence. I forced myself to collect the water, my hands shaking so badly I nearly dropped one of the bottles. My mind raced.
What was it?
The Yucca Man. It seemed impossible, a legend come to life. But those prints I pushed on, much faster now, all thoughts of appreciating the scenery gone. The beauty of the place was still there, undeniable, but it was overlaid with a new, sinister quality. Every towering rock formation, every shadowed alcove, seemed to hide a watcher. Every twisted Joshua tree seemed to point an accusing finger, their spiky leaves like barbs, their supplicating arms now appearing as if they were trying to hold something back, or perhaps usher me towards an unseen fate. The sun beat down, the heat was oppressive, and the silence, once broken only by my own sounds, now felt like it was actively listening to my ragged breath, my hurried footsteps. Did I imagine some of it? The sheer intensity of the feeling, the malevolence I imputed to the landscape. The desert heat, the profound solitude, the lack of sleep, they can unquestionably play tricks on the mind. Of course, they can. I clung to that thought for a while. But the disturbance of the cache, those unsettling prints in the sand, those felt undeniably real, tangible evidence. The native peoples of this land, the Cahuilla, the Serrano, the Chimwevi, they lived in this desert for thousands of years before any of us arrived with our maps and our gore. Texts. They knew its secrets, its spirits, its dangers, in a way we modern interlopers, with all our technology, can barely comprehend. We come with our GPS devices and our satellite phones, thinking we've mastered the wilderness, that we can tame it or at least navigate it safely. But the desert is old, so incredibly old, and it remembers things we've long forgotten, or perhaps never knew. It remembers a time before us, and it holds its secrets close. I was beginning to fear I'd stumbled upon one of those secrets, one that didn't appreciate being disturbed. The sun, now past its zenith, began its slow, relentless descent towards the western horizon, painting the sky in hues of blood orange and bruised violet. My own descent was into a narrow, winding canyon, a jagged scar gouged into the desert floor. It wasn't on my planned route, not really. But the open terrain, with its endless vistas, had started to feel too exposed, too vulnerable. The canyon, I reasoned with a logic increasingly frayed by fear and exhaustion, offered a more direct path, perhaps even a shortcut south. Or maybe, deep down, some desperate, cornered part of me thought its tight confines might offer a place to hide, or at least a place where whatever was stalking me couldn't approach from all sides. How wrong I was. The walls of the canyon rose steeply on either side, layers of ancient rock pressing in, making the sky a distant, shrinking ribbon of light above. My satellite phone, which I checked religiously each morning and evening, showed no bars. I wasn't surprised these deep canyons are notorious dead zones. Still, I fumbled with it, my fingers clumsy, and typed out a short message to my emergency contact, my brother, starting my descent into a deep canyon. Might be out of service for a bit. All okay for now. All okay. The lie felt like ash in my mouth. I hit send, knowing it likely wouldn't go through until I cleared the canyon, if I cleared it. It was the last communication I ever sent. My personal locator beacon felt like a lead weight in my pack. I should have triggered it. Any rational hiker, any sane person feeling what I was feeling, seeing what I thought I'd seen, would have pressed that button without hesitation. But a sliver of pride, or perhaps denial, still held me back. What if it was all in my head? The thought of a rescue team finding me babbling about giant footprints and unseen watchers was a humiliation I couldn't quite face. Not yet. As I ventured deeper, the air grew cooler, the shadows longer and more profound. The silence in the canyon was different from the open deserts. It was heavier, more claustrophobic, amplifying the sound of my own ragged breathing and the frantic thumping of my heart. Every pebble I dislodged, every scrape of my boot against rock, seemed to echo unnaturally, as if the canyon itself was listening, memorizing my passage. Then I started hearing other sounds. A faint skittering from high up on the canyon wall, like loose stones being dislodged by something heavy. A soft, shuffling sound that seemed to mirror my own footsteps, always just around the next bend, or lagging slightly behind. Once I froze, convinced I heard a deep, guttural exhalation like the breath of a large animal very close by. I spun around, knife gripped so tightly my knuckles were white. Nothing. Just the oppressive ancient rock and the deepening gloom. The walls seemed to lean in, the fantastical shapes carved by erosion taking on monstrous forms in the fading light, leering faces, grasping claws, silent, frozen sentinels. The feeling of being watched was no longer a prickling on my skin. It was a palpable pressure, an almost physical weight that made each step an effort. Caught fleeting glimpses of movement out of the corner of my eye. A dark shape, impossibly tall, vanishing behind a massive boulder far ahead. A silhouette against the fading light on the canyon rim above, too broad, too still to be a trick of the light, before it simply wasn't there. Were these real, or was my mind finally succumbing to the terror, conjuring phantoms from the rock and shadow? I didn't know. I couldn't trust my own senses anymore. The path, if you could call it that, became more treacherous, littered with loose scree and sudden drop-offs. Several times, the canyon seemed to lead to a dead end, forcing me to backtrack, my frustration and fear mounting with each wasted effort. It felt as if the very landscape was conspiring against me, turning me in circles, guiding me deeper into its maw. I remember rounding a particularly sharp bend, the canyon walls here almost touching overhead, creating a tunnel-like passage. The air was cold, damp, and carried a strange, musky odor I hadn't smelled before, like wet animal fur and decaying earth. And then I saw it. Not a fleeting glimpse this time. Standing not 30 yards away, partially obscured by the deep shadow of an alcove, was a figure. It was tall, much taller than any man, at least 7 or 8 feet. Its form was bulky, covered in what looked like matted, dark hair or fur that blended seamlessly with the surrounding gloom. I couldn't make out a face, only a massive, indistinct head, but I felt, with a certainty that froze the blood in my veins, that it was looking directly at me. 2 points of faint, dull red, like dying embers, seemed to glow from where its eyes should be. It didn't move, it didn't make a sound, it just stood there.
Watching, waiting.
My mind simply fractured. I don't remember screaming, though I think I must have. I turned and ran, blind panic finally overwhelming every other instinct. I scrambled back the way I came, slipping, falling, tearing my clothes and my skin on the sharp rocks. I didn't look back. I couldn't. The image of that towering, silent figure was burned into my retinas. The canyon, which I'd entered seeking refuge, had become a death trap. I have no clear memory of how long I ran or what happened next. There's just a kaleidoscope of terror, pain, and the overwhelming presence of that thing. I recall a sickening lurch, the ground vanishing beneath my feet, a brief, searing pain, and then darkness. A profound, encompassing blackness. I never came out of that canyon. Did I succumb to the elements? A fatal fall while trying to escape? Dehydration finally claiming a mind already ravaged by fear? Those are the logical explanations, aren't they? The ones they'll likely put in the official report? If my body is ever found amidst these ancient, unforgiving stones, those are the comfortable answers that will allow the world to keep spinning, to keep believing that the desert is just rocks and heat and silence. Or did the watcher, the patient sentinel of the high desert, finally step out from behind the rocks and decide its vigil was over? Did the Yucca man, the creature I'd dismissed as mere folklore, decide I'd seen too much, trespassed too far into its domain? Or was it something even older, something nameless, something woven into the very fabric of Joshua Tree itself, a primal spirit of the place, something that doesn't like to be disturbed in its ancient, silent kingdom, and has its own ways of dealing with those who linger too long, or see what they shouldn't? I went for a walk in the desert I loved, a place I considered my church. And the desert, with its staring Joshua trees and its watchful, ancient silence, decided to keep me. I am an echo now, a whisper in the wind that sculpts the granite and sighs through the twisted branches. Another story for the digital campfire, a chilling footnote in the long list of unexplained losses. Another soul claimed by the thin places, forever bound to the stark and brutal beauty I once revered, and now am a part of. Listen closely when you're out here alone. You might just hear me. My name is Frank. Well, they used to. Frank Mulligan, Senior SAR Officer, 30 years carving trails through every godforsaken national park this country boasts, from the Rockies' jagged teeth to the humid, whispering forests of the Smokies. Now I'm just Frank, the guy with a bad knee and too many memories that like to creep in when the house is quiet, usually around 3 in the morning, when the sensible world is asleep. I traded my Ranger truck for a porch swing, my emergency radio for the chirping of crickets. You'd think it'd be peaceful. Sometimes it is. Other times, the silence out here in the sticks just gives the echoes more room to play. I've seen a lot. People get lost. It happens. They underestimate the terrain, overestimate their abilities, forget to tell anyone where they're going. We find most of them, dehydrated, maybe a broken ankle, scared witless but alive, or sometimes not. Nature doesn't pick favorites, and she's got a mean streak a mile wide when she wants to show it. Those you can usually understand. A fall, exposure, an animal. Tragic, but the pieces fit more or less. But then there are the others, the ones that don't fit. The ones where the official report ends with circumstances undetermined, or lost to the elements. But everyone on the ground, everyone who spent days, weeks, combing through dense undergrowth or rappelling into shadowed canyons knows there's a piece missing from the puzzle. A big, jagged, edged piece that leaves a hole you could fall into. Those are the stories that keep the porch swing company on these long nights. The Park Service, bless their bureaucratic hearts, doesn't like to talk about these. Bad for tourism, you understand. Unexplained isn't a word that sits well on glossy brochures. But ask any seasoned ranger, any old-timer SAR volunteer off the record, and they'll have one. A story that makes the hairs on their arms stand up, even years later. A disappearance that just felt wrong. I guess I'm writing this down because, well, maybe getting it out will quiet the echoes a bit. Or maybe it's because people should know that these vast, beautiful wildernesses we cherish hold more than just scenic vistas and picnic spots. They hold secrets, and sometimes they don't give them back. The first one that really got under my skin, the one that peeled back the comfortable veneer of everything has a rational explanation, was a little girl named Lily Brewer. 8 years old, pigtails the color of corn silk, bright as a new penny. This was back in '98, I think. Yosemite, not deep back country, not some treacherous peak. She vanished from a crowded, well-maintained picnic area, maybe 50 yards from her parents. It was a perfect sun-drenched Saturday. Families everywhere, charcoal smoke in the air, kids laughing. The Brewers were setting up their blanket. Mrs. Brewer said Lily wanted to see the squirrels by a specific, large ponderosa pine just at the edge of the clearing, easily visible. She looked away for, and I quote, no more than a minute, Frank, I swear, no more than a minute, to get a juice box out of the cooler. When she looked back, Lily was gone. Just gone. No scream. No struggle. None of the other picnickers saw a thing out of the ordinary. One moment, a bright pink T-shirt by a tree. The next, nothing. As if the forest had just inhaled her. We were on site within 30 minutes. Standard procedures secure the perimeter grid search. The dogs were brought in, 2 of the best bloodhounds in the state, Buck and Bess. They picked up her scent instantly at the ponderosa pine. led us straight to the edge of the thicker woods, about 20 feet in, and then they stopped. Dead. I've worked with dogs my whole career. I've seen them lose a trail in water, or if the wind is too strong, or if too much time has passed, but this was different. Buck just sat down, whined, a low, mournful sound that vibrated in your chest. Bess circled, nose to the ground, then back to the same spot, increasingly agitated, letting out these little frustrated yelps. It was like hitting an invisible wall. Her scent, fresh as it was, just evaporated right there. No diverging trails, no indication she'd been dragged or carried. It just ceased to exist. The lead K9 handler, a grizzled veteran named Marcus, looked at me, his face pale under his tan. Never seen anything like it. Frank, he muttered. It's like she flew. We searched for 3 weeks. Hundreds of volunteers, National Guard, helicopters with thermal imaging. We combed every inch of that area, radiating outwards for miles. We searched places a seasoned hiker would have trouble reaching, let alone an 8-year-old girl in sneakers. We found nothing. Not a shoe, not a ribbon from her hair, not a single thread of that pink t-shirt. It's a particular kind of horror, searching for a child. Every rustle of leaves, every shadow, your heart leaps, thinking, this is it. And then it isn't. Over and over. The media descended, of course. Wild theories flew: abduction, animal attack. Though no evidence of a large predator was ever found, no blood, no torn clothing. The parents were, as you can imagine, destroyed. We interviewed everyone in that picnic area multiple times. No one saw anything. It was like trying to catch smoke. The weirdest part, about 6 months later, some hikers found one of Lily's sneakers. It was miles from the picnic area, in a part of the park that was incredibly rugged, almost inaccessible without climbing gear. An area we had, in fact, searched, though perhaps not with the fine, tooth comb we'd used closer to the point of disappearance, because it seemed so improbable. The sneaker was sitting perfectly upright on a flat boulder, almost as if it had been placed there. It was clean. Too clean for having been out in the elements for half a year. No mud, no animal bites, no mildew. Just there. Like a breadcrumb dropped by something that didn't understand how breadcrumbs worked. The official report chalked it up to her wandering off, getting lost, succumbing to the wilderness, the shoe perhaps carried by an animal later. But none of us who were there, who saw those dogs stop, who felt that particular cold dread settle in on that sunny afternoon, ever truly bought it. Lily Brewer wasn't just lost, she was taken. By what or how, the echoes in the silence never say. And that, my friends, was just the beginning of my collection. There are more. So many more. That business with Lily Brewer's sneaker. It's stuck in my craw, you know, like a splinter you can't quite get out. It defied logic. But then again, a lot of things out in the deep wild do. You learn to accept that nature has its own set of rules, and sometimes she doesn't bother to share the playbook with us humans. But this felt different. This felt like a rule was broken, then deliberately, almost mockingly, highlighted. After Lily, I started paying more attention to the odd ones. The cases where the files were closed a little too neatly, where the official explanation felt like a poorly patched hole in a much bigger, darker canvas. It wasn't that I went looking for them, not at first. It was more like they started finding me. Maybe it was the look in my eyes. When you've stared into that particular kind of abyss, I suppose others who've glimpsed it can recognize a fellow traveler. A few years later, we had a case up in the North Cascades. Beautiful, brutal country. All jagged peaks, ancient glaciers, and forests so dense they swallow the sunlight 100 feet from the trail. This time it wasn't a child. It was a man, an experienced hiker named Alistair Finch. Mid-40s, an engineer, meticulous in his planning. He wasn't some weekend warrior who'd wandered off in flip-flops. Alistair knew the backcountry. He'd hiked sections of the Pacific Crest Trail, summited Rainier. He was the kind of guy who carried 2 compasses and a GPS and knew how to use them. He was doing a solo 3-day loop, a challenging but well-documented route. Signed in at the trailhead, left his itinerary, everything by the book. When he didn't show up at his designated exit point, his wife called it in. We weren't immediately panicked. Delays happened. A swollen creek crossing, a minor injury slowing someone down. But by day 2 post, due date, with no word, we kicked off a full-scale search. The weather for the Cascades in late September had been unusually mild leading up to his hike. Clear skies, cool nights. But the day he was reported missing, a storm front rolled in like an angry god. Snow at the higher elevations, torrential rain in the valleys. It hampered air support, turned gentle streams into raging torrents, and washed out trails. We knew our window was closing fast. We found his campsite on the second day of the search, right where he'd planned to be on his first night according to his itinerary. Tent neatly pitched, sleeping bag aired out. His stove and a half-eaten meal were there. His backpack was inside the tent, containing his wallet, keys, and one of his compasses. The other compass and his GPS were gone, presumably with him. It looked like he'd just stepped away for a moment, a call of nature, maybe, or to fetch water. The search teams fanned out. The dogs this time had a scent, but it was erratic. It led them from the campsite towards a nearby creek, a logical place to get water. The scent followed the creek bank for about a quarter of a mile. And then, just like with Lily Brewer, it vanished. Not faded, not obscured. One step scent. Next step, nothing. The dogs got confused, agitated. Same damn invisible wall. One of the younger Sarah guys, a kid named Danny, fresh-faced and eager, said maybe he crossed the creek frank. The rain could have washed the scent away on the other side if he got soaked. It was plausible. Possible? But the creek was running high and fast by then. It would have been a risky crossing, and Alistair wasn't a risk taker. Not according to his wife or his hiking buddies. And still, the abruptness of the scent disappearing had nagged at me. We searched for 10 days. The weather cleared eventually, then turned foul again. We found nothing. No sign of a fall. No broken branches indicating a struggle or a misstep down a steep embankment. No discarded gear. His route would have taken him over a couple of passes, through some talus fields. We scarred them. We had climbers check crevices. Nothing. Alistair Finch had walked away from his tent and evaporated into the thin, cold mountain air. The official cause was lost presumed deceased due to environmental exposure. Standard Tatey. But about a year later, some through hikers on a completely different trail system, a good 30 miles away as the crow flies across 2 mountain ranges and a major river valley, found a GPS unit. It was tucked inside a hollow log, wrapped in a plastic bag. It was Alistair's. The batteries were dead, but the forensic tech guys in the lab managed to get some data off it. The last recorded coordinates were from the edge of that creek, near his campsite the day he disappeared. No surprise there, but the last few waypoints entered manually were bizarre. They weren't on any known trail. They led deep into an area of incredibly dense, old-growth forest, a place marked on maps as largely unexplored due to impenetrable terrain. Why would an experienced hiker like Alistair, on a planned route, suddenly divert so drastically into such a forbidding place? Without his pack, without his main supplies. And why wrap the GPS in plastic and hide it? Was he trying to leave a clue? Or was he trying to make sure it wasn't found by something or someone? The thing that really chilled me, though, was something his wife mentioned when we did the initial interviews. She said Alistair had a recurring nightmare for years about being lost in a forest where the trees had faces and whispered his name. He'd usually laugh it off as just a silly dream. But standing there, in that silent, ancient forest, with the dogs whining and the scent gone cold, I couldn't shake the image of those whispering trees. These parks, these vast expanses of nature, they're older than us by millennia. We come in with our maps and our gore, techs and our GPS devices, thinking we're masters of it. But we're just guests. And sometimes, I think, the host decides a guest has overstayed their welcome or wandered into a room they weren't meant to see. It wasn't always about people vanishing completely, either. Sometimes it was about where they were found, or how they were found. There was a case in the Great Smoky Mountains, a place steeped in its own kind of folklore and shadow, but that's a story that deserves its own telling. What I started to see was not just isolated incidents, but faint, disturbing lines connecting them, like the almost invisible threads of a spider's web, strong enough to hold you, to keep you, if you weren't careful. And the more I looked, the more threads I saw. The Great Smoky Mountains. The name itself conjures images of rolling blue ridges, ancient forests, and that ever-present haze that gives them their famous, ethereal beauty. It's a different kind of wild down there compared to the stark grandeur of the West. Older, somehow. Deeper. The trees crowd closer, the shadows are thicker, and the silence in the deep hollows isn't empty, it feels watchful. The Cherokee people, the original inhabitants, have stories about these mountains, tales of spirits and hidden places. After my time there, I started to think those stories held more truth than most folks were willing to admit. The case I mentioned, the one that added another dark thread to the tapestry of the unexplained, involved a young man named Samuel Ramsey. He was in his early 20s, a college student, quiet, a bit of an artist. He'd come to the Smokies to hike a section of the Appalachian Trail and do some sketching. This was in the fall when the colors are breathtaking, but the weather can turn on a dime, and turn it did. Samuel was last seen by other hikers near a shelter called Icewater Springs, a fairly popular spot. He was in good spirits, reportedly a little mesmerized by the views. He told them he was planning a short detour off the main AT to sketch a particular waterfall he'd read about Laurel Falls, but a less trafficked, smaller cascade deeper in, not the main tourist trail. It wasn't an extreme deviation, maybe a mile or two off the primary path, along a faintly marked secondary trail. He was equipped for a day hike, light pack, water, snacks. He didn't return to the AT. When he failed to check in at his next planned stop a couple of days later, the alarm was raised. The search started under challenging conditions. A thick, cold fog had rolled in, blanketing everything. The kind of fog that's common in the Smokies, clinging to the trees, muffling sound, reducing visibility to a few feet. It's disorienting even if you know the area. For someone on an unfamiliar side trail, it could be a nightmare. We focused our initial efforts around that secondary trail to the supposed waterfall. The terrain was steep, slick with fallen leaves and damp from the fog. Creeks and small rivulets crisscrossed the area, their sound amplified and distorted by the mist. It was slow, painstaking work. The dogs were brought in, but the persistent dampness and the sheer number of old, crisscrossing animal paths made their job incredibly difficult. They'd pick up faint, intermittent scents, then lose them, leading the teams in frustrating circles. Days turned into a week. The fog persisted, sometimes lifting partially only to clamp down again. We found a few of Samuel's things, and that's where it got strange, in a way that echoed Lily Brewer's sneaker, but with a more unsettling, almost stage quality. About half a mile from where he was last seen, on a large, moss-covered rock right beside the faint trail, we found his sketchbook. It was open, a charcoal drawing half finished a fairly accurate depiction of the very waterfall he'd mentioned. The charcoal stick itself was laid neatly beside it, as if he just set it down to take a break. But the sketchbook was bone dry. In that soaking fog, where every leaf dripped and the air itself felt like water, a paper sketchbook left out for any length of time should have been warped, the drawing smudged. This looked pristine, like it had been placed there moments before we found it. Then, 2 days later, about a mile uphill from the sketchbook, in a dense rhododendron thicket well off any discernible path, an area we were certain we'd already covered, one of the teams found his boots. Both of them placed side by side, laces still tied. Again, they were relatively clean and dry, considering the conditions. Samuel Ramsey was an experienced enough hiker to know you don't take your boots off and leave them in the middle of nowhere, especially not in rough, cold, wet terrain. The search continued, growing more desperate. We were now looking for a young man, barefoot, in increasingly cold conditions. The theories flew hypothermia leading to paradoxical undressing, but why so neat? Why the dry sketchbook? A sudden mental break, no history of it. Even foul play, but no evidence, no ransom, nothing. We found Samuel Ramsey on the 10th day, or rather, a part of the team practically stumbled over him. He was in a place that made no sense at all. He was located in a shallow depression, almost a small ravine, several miles from where his boots and sketchbook were found. It was an area that had been searched thoroughly, at least twice before. The search leader for that sector swore up and down his team had been through that exact spot. Samuel was deceased, as we'd sadly come to expect. The medical examiner later determined the cause of death as hypothermia. But there were inconsistencies. He was curled up as if sleeping, but he was wearing only his shirt and jeans. His jacket, a good quality waterproof one, was found folded neatly and placed under his head like a pillow. Barefoot, of course. His socks were gone. The area around him was strangely undisturbed. No signs of a struggle, no indication he'd thrashed about in delirium, as often happens with severe hypothermia. It was almost peaceful, if you didn't know the grim reality. And the final small detail that never made it into any official report, but which the first responders on that scene spoke about in hushed tones, scattered around him in a rough circle were small, ripe berries, the kind that grow on low bushes in the Smokies. Not a huge amount, just a few here and there, looking almost like they'd been deliberately placed. Berries in an area we'd already searched, around a body that appeared almost composed. It was the berries that got me. Lily Brewer was found near berry patches, according to some of the very early, unconfirmed reports before things got buttoned up, though that was quickly dismissed. Alastair Finch's wife had mentioned he'd been foraging for berries on previous hikes, a little hobby of his. It was probably nothing. Coincidence. Hikers are in areas with berries. People get lost, they get desperate, they eat what they can find. Or maybe it wasn't about eating them. But the patterns, those disturbing lines I mentioned, were becoming harder to ignore. People vanishing in an instant, often from near others. Search dogs losing sense abruptly, hitting those invisible walls. Items of clothing or equipment found miles away, inexplicably clean or purposefully placed. And often, these disappearances happened in areas with dense foliage, rugged terrain, and often berries. Or near water sources, creeks, small lakes. Sometimes strange weather phenomena like sudden, localized fog or storms seemed to coincide. I started keeping my own notes unofficial, tucked away, cross-referencing cases from different parks, different years. The official explanations always found a way to make them fit a known box: misadventure, animal attack, exposure. But when you laid the odd details out, side by side, the boxes started to look like they were deliberately constructed to hide something bigger, something that didn't want to be categorized, something ancient and patient dwelling in the silent, forgotten corners of our pristine wildernesses. And the scariest part was the dawning realization that whatever it was, it seemed to have an intelligence, a pattern of its own, almost like it was toying with us, or selecting. I left the service not long after a particularly troubling cluster of cases up in the Pacific Northwest, each with its own unique brand of wrongness. My knee was giving me trouble, sure, but mostly it was the weight of the unanswered questions. The echoes were getting too loud. Even now, on my porch swing, miles from any national park boundary, I sometimes feel a chill, a sense that the wild places remember me too, and that their secrets are still out there, waiting.
My name is Dr. Penelope Thorne. I feel it's important to state my credentials from the outset, not from a place of arrogance, but to establish that I am, by nature and by trade, an observer of details. I hold a doctorate in architectural history, a field that has trained me to see the stories etched into stone and timber, to understand the logic of structures, and to respect the indelible marks left by time and human hands. My husband, Quentin, is a man of a different, though equally logical, discipline. He's a senior software engineer, a person who lives in a world of code, data, and rational processes. If it cannot be quantified or explained by an algorithm, Quentin is inclined to dismiss it as an anomaly, a glitch in the data set. It was this fundamental difference in our worldviews, I believe, that made what happened to us in the Gila National Forest so uniquely terrifying for each of us. Our trip was meant to be an escape, a hard reset from the relentless pace of our lives in Chicago. We had spent the better part of a year submerged in our respective careers. Me, in a grueling project documenting pre-war civic buildings, and Quentin, in the launch of a major software platform that had demanded 80-hour work weeks. We were frayed, disconnected from each other and from the natural world. The plan was simple: a 3-week road trip through the Southwest, a pilgrimage to the vast, sun-scorched landscapes that felt like another planet compared to the steel and glass canyons of the city. The Gila Wilderness in New Mexico was to be the heart of our journey. It wasn't just a random pin on a map. I had been drawn to it for years, fascinated by the Gila cliff dwellings, a testament to the ingenuity of the Mogollon, people who had made their homes in the high, volcanic cliffs over 700 years ago. For me, it was a professional pilgrimage. For Quentin, it was the promise of true, unadulterated remoteness. No cell service, no emails, no digital tethers to the world we were so desperate to leave behind. The drive into the forest was a gradual shedding of civilization. The highways narrowed to 2-lane roads, which in turn gave way to winding dirt tracks that kicked up a plume of red dust behind our SUV. The air grew thin and crisp, scented with pine and dry earth. The scale of the place was humbling, almost oppressive. Jagged peaks clawed at a sky of impossible blue, and the valleys between them were choked with dense forests of ponderosa pine and juniper. We drove for nearly 2 hours without seeing another soul, the only sound the crunch of gravel under our tires and the low rumble of the engine. "This is it, Pen," Quentin said, his hands relaxed on the steering wheel for the first time in what felt like months. "This is properly the middle of nowhere." He was right. It felt ancient, untouched, a land that operated on a geological timescale, indifferent to the fleeting concerns of humanity. We eventually found the campsite I'd researched, a secluded spot nestled in a gentle curve of the Gila River's West Fork. It was perfect, almost unnervingly so. A small, flat clearing was shaded by towering cottonwood trees, their leaves whispering in the slight breeze. The stream, no more than 20 feet away, was so clear we could see every smooth, multicolored stone on its bed. It gurgled and chuckled, a constant, soothing presence. The first day and night were idyllic, a balm to our city-worn souls. We set up our tent, a sturdy 4-season model Quentin had insisted on. We cooked steaks over an open fire, the taste of the smoke and the char a primal delight. As dusk settled, the forest didn't just get dark. It was consumed by a profound and absolute blackness, unlike anything I had ever experienced. The stars, free from the polluting glow of city lights, were a revelation. They weren't just scattered points, they were a thick, shimmering blanket. The Milky Way a brilliant, cloudy sash across the heavens. We sat in our camp chairs, mugs of tea in hand, and just watched. The silence was broken only by the crackle of the fire and the murmur of the stream. It was the deepest peace I had felt in years. We slept soundly, cocooned in our sleeping bags, the gentle sounds of the wilderness a lullaby. The second day, we hiked to the cliff dwellings. The trail was steep and rugged, but the destination was worth every breathless step. Standing inside those rooms, carved from the very rock of the cliff face, was a profound experience. I ran my hands over the cool, soot-stained stone above a hearth, imagining the families that had huddled there for warmth, the stories they told, the lives they lived. It was a place of deep history, of survival and community in a harsh, beautiful land. Quentin, ever the pragmatist, was more interested in the structural engineering of it all. But even he was silenced by the sheer antiquity and the palpable sense of presence in that place. As we hiked back to our camp in the late afternoon, I felt a strange, lingering sense of being an intruder, a visitor in a place that held secrets far older than my own civilization. That evening, the atmosphere felt different. The peace of the previous night was still there, but it was thinner, more fragile. We built our campfire, the flames a cheerful orange beacon against the encroaching twilight. The air grew still, the leaves of the cottonwoods hanging motionless. We were talking about something mundane, a project at Quentin's work, when he suddenly stopped mid-sentence, his gaze fixed on the sky above the ridge opposite our campsite. "What is that?" he whispered. I followed his gaze. At first, I saw nothing but the deepening indigo of the sky and the first pinpricks of evening stars. Then I saw it. It was a light, but not like any I had ever seen. It was a single intensely bright point of white, far brighter than any star or planet. And it was moving. It wasn't the steady, predictable path of a satellite or the blinking, purposeful crawl of an airplane. It moved with a shocking, unnatural agility. It would dart left, stop on a dime, then shoot to the right at an impossible speed. It ascended and descended in sharp, angular movements, as if it were a frantic insect trapped behind a pane of glass. It was utterly, completely silent. No hum of an engine, no thrum of rotor blades. Nothing to explain its presence in the vast, empty sky. We stood there, necks craned, our dinner forgotten. The light continued its bizarre, silent dance for what must have been 10 minutes, though time seemed to have warped and stretched. It moved with a kind of intelligence, a purpose we couldn't begin to fathom. It wasn't random, it was erratic, a pattern of chaos. I felt a cold knot of dread form in my stomach. This was wrong. My historian's mind, trained to find patterns and precedents, found nothing to latch onto. Quentin, the engineer, was cycling through explanations, his voice a low murmur. It's not a drone. Too fast, too high. The battery life would be impossible. Not a conventional aircraft, there's no sound. Maybe some kind of experimental military tech. We're not that far from White Sands. His words trailed off, his rationalizations sounding hollow even to him. As we watched, mesmerized and deeply unsettled, the light performed one final, breathtaking maneuver. It hovered motionless for a second, a brilliant, cold diamond in the sky. Then, it shot straight up, accelerating from a dead stop to an incredible velocity in an instant. It didn't fly away into the distance. It simply vanished, as if a switch had been flipped. One moment it was there, a stark violation of the natural order, and the next it was gone. The sky was empty again, save for the indifferent stars. The silence it left behind was heavier, more profound than before. It was a silence that was now filled with our unspoken fear. We tried to laugh it off, our voices sounding forced and brittle in the quiet. Quentin clung to his military drone theory. I nodded along, wanting to believe it, wanting a simple, terrestrial explanation for what we had just witnessed. But as we cleaned up our campsite and prepared for bed, the image of that silent, dancing light was burned into my mind. The wilderness no longer felt peaceful. It felt watchful, and we were very, very small. Sleep, which had come so easily the night before, was now a distant shore I couldn't reach. I lay perfectly still in my sleeping bag, my eyes wide open in the suffocating darkness of the tent. Every rustle of leaves, every distant snap of a twig, sent a fresh jolt of adrenaline through me. The rational part of my brain, the part that Quentin so admired, tried to soothe me. "It's just the forest," it whispered. "You're on edge." It was a drone, a weather balloon, a trick of the light. But the more primal part of my mind, the part that had felt the ancient weight of the cliff dwellings, knew better. The silence that had once been a comfort now felt predatory, a held breath waiting to be released. Quentin, beside me, was a solid presence of warmth and feigned calm. I could tell from the rigid set of his shoulders and the controlled rhythm of his breathing that he was no more asleep than I was. He was running his own diagnostics, trying to fit the evening's event into a neat box of logic and reason. But the box was too small, and the event was too large, too strange. I must have drifted into a shallow, uneasy doze, because the sound, when it began, seemed to rise out of the depths of a dream. It was a low, resonant hum, so subtle at first that I thought it was the blood rushing in my own ears. It was a bass note, a frequency felt more than heard, like the distant thrum of a power plant. I lay there, listening, trying to place it. It wasn't the wind. It wasn't an animal. It was steady, monotonous, and it seemed to be coming from everywhere and nowhere at once. Slowly, almost imperceptibly, the volume began to increase. The hum grew from a subtle vibration in my inner ear to a tangible pressure against my eardrums. It was a clean, pure tone, devoid of any mechanical coarseness. It didn't sound like an engine. It sounded like the air itself was vibrating. I reached out a trembling hand and shook Quentin's shoulder. He was awake instantly, his body tensing. "Do you hear that?" I whispered, my voice barely a thread of sound. He didn't answer for a moment, just listened. The hum grew louder still, a deep, resonant thrum that seemed to be sinking into the very ground beneath us. "What in God's name is it?" He finally breathed, his voice tight with a fear he could no longer rationalize away. The sound was no longer just in our ears, it was in our bones. We could feel it through the thin mattress of our sleeping pads, a low frequency vibration that made the fillings in my teeth ache. It was an invasive, physical presence. The gentle murmur of the stream, the rustle of the leaves, all the natural sounds of the forest were swallowed by this overwhelming, synthetic drone. It was the sound of immense, controlled power. We lay there, frozen, our hearts hammering against our ribs in a frantic, panicked rhythm that was completely at odds with the steady, implacable hum from outside. My mind raced, trying to find a terrestrial explanation. A generator from another campsite. Impossible. We were miles from anyone. A low, flying aircraft. No, the sound was too stationary, too pure. It was centered on us. It felt deliberate. And then came the light. Without any warning, our tent was flooded with a brilliant, searing white light. It was not the warm, flickering glow of a flashlight or a lantern. This was a sterile, surgical brilliance, so intense that it bleached all color from the inside of our tent, rendering everything in stark shades of white and razor, sharp black. It was brighter than noonday sun, brighter than a lightning strike next to our tent. We flinched, throwing our arms over our faces to shield our eyes from the painful glare. Through the fabric of my eyelids, the world was a pulsating, blood-red canvas. The light was as silent as the one we had seen in the sky, but it was accompanied by the now deafening hum. The vibration was so intense that the tent poles buzzed with it, and small particles of dust danced in the incandescent air. We were inside a drum, and something was beating it with a relentless, terrifying rhythm. Then, a new sound began, sharp and distinct against the low drone. It was a dry, chitinous clicking. Click-clack, click-clack. It sounded like a giant insect, something with hard, jointed limbs moving deliberately on the dry ground, and stones just outside our thin nylon walls. It was a sound so alien, so fundamentally unnatural in this wilderness of fur and feather, that my mind recoiled from it. My imagination, a tool I had always cherished, became my tormentor, conjuring images of some monstrous, multi-limbed creature inspecting our temporary home. The clicking moved around the tent. We could track its progress. Click-clack near the front vestibule where our boots were. A pause. Then the sound of something brushing against the tent fabric, a dry, rasping scrape that made every muscle in my body clench. Click, clack moving along the side where Quentin lay, so close he could have reached out and touched whatever it was, were it not for the thin barrier between them. He let out a small, choked gasp, and I felt him press himself against me, seeking the primitive comfort of another human presence in the face of the incomprehensible. We were trapped. To move, to make a sound, to even breathe too loudly felt like a death sentence. We were specimens in a jar, being observed by something we could not see, something that operated by rules we could not understand. The terror was absolute, a pure, distilled essence of fear that stripped away everything else. My intellect, Quentin's logic, our shared history. We were just two frightened animals hiding in a burrow, praying a predator would pass by. The light and the humming and the clicking seemed to last for an eternity, a suspended moment of pure horror. Every second stretched into a minute, every minute into an hour. I was acutely aware of every sensation, the rough texture of my sleeping bag against my cheek, the stale taste of fear in my mouth, the frantic bird-like flutter of Quentin's heart against my back. I thought of the Mogollon people in their cliff dwellings. Did they ever see this light? Did they hear this sound? Was this the ancient secret the land held? A presence that had been here long before them, and would be here long after us. Then, as suddenly as it had all begun, it stopped. The light vanished, plunging us back into a blackness that now felt even deeper, more absolute. The intense, bone-jarring hum ceased, and the silence that rushed in to fill the void was deafening. The clicking was gone. The forest was utterly, preternaturally still. Not even the stream seemed to be making a sound. It was a dead silence, the silence of a vacuum. We didn't move. We barely breathed. We lay there in the crushing dark, our bodies rigid, listening. Listening for the hum to return, for the light to flash, for the clicking to start again. But there was nothing. Only the ringing in our ears and the frantic, painful thumping of our own blood. Minutes passed. Neither of us spoke. There were no words for what had just happened. No explanation Quentin could offer. No historical context I could provide. We had been touched by something utterly alien, and the experience had shattered our understanding of the world. We remained in our sleeping bags, pressed together in the cold, silent dark, until the first, faint, gray light of dawn began to filter through the fabric of the tent. Only then did we dare to move. Only then did we begin to contemplate the final terror, going outside. the transition from the absolute blackness of the tent to the gray. Pre-dawn light was not a relief. It felt like an exposure. For hours, the thin nylon walls of our tent had been our only sanctuary, a fragile membrane between us and the incomprehensible. To leave it felt like a surrender. We sat up slowly, our bodies stiff and aching from hours of coiled tension. We didn't speak. We communicated with our eyes, a shared glance that conveyed a universe of terror and a single, urgent question: what now? It was Quentin who finally moved. With a slow, deliberate motion that belied the tremor in his hands, he reached for the zipper on the tent door. The sound, a simple zezazip, was obscenely loud in the dead silence, a tearing of the veil. He pulled the flap aside, and we peered out into the morning. The air was cold and sharp, carrying the clean scent of pine and damp earth. The stream gurgled softly, its voice having returned at some point during our vigil. The sky was a pale, washed-out lavender, bleeding into a soft orange at the horizon. In any other circumstance, it would have been beautiful. But the beauty of the scene was grotesquely at odds with the violation we felt. Our campsite was a wreck, but it was a quiet, orderly kind of chaos that was far more disturbing than a simple mess. Our two camp chairs were not knocked over. They were placed side by side, facing the cold, gray ashes of our fire pit, as if they were empty seats at a viewing. The cooler had been opened, its contents not eaten, but removed and placed in a neat, deliberate row on the ground: 2 bottles of water, a package of cheese, a bag of apples. Our cooking pot was upside down on the picnic table, with the spatula and tongs laid carefully across its base. Our hiking boots, which had been left just outside the tent door, were now standing in the center of the clearing, side by side, pointing towards the river. It was as if our small, temporary world had been examined, its components cataloged by a curious, alien intelligence that had no concept of their intended use. We crawled out of the tent, our movements stiff and cautious, like elderly people navigating a field of ice. The ground was damp with dew, and our bare feet were instantly cold. Quentin, the engineer, the man of logic and process, walked slowly through the site, his face a mask of stunned disbelief. His mind, which had been so desperately trying to find a rational explanation, had finally crashed. There was no algorithm for this. "It makes no sense," he whispered, his voice hoarse. "A bear would have torn everything apart. A person. Why would a person do this? It's meticulous." He was right. It was the meticulousness that was so terrifying. This wasn't vandalism. It was an inspection, an inventory. And as my eyes scanned the damp earth around the clearing, I saw the tracks. They were everywhere. In the soft dirt near the riverbank, in the dust around the fire pit, in the patch of ground where our cooler had been. They were 3-toed, long and slender, pressed deep into the soil. But they were not the tracks of any bird or reptile I had ever seen or studied. There was no arch, no soft pad of flesh. They were sharp, angular, almost geometric in their precision, as if a tripod made of blades had been pressed into the ground. Each of the 3 toes ended in a perfect, sharp point. There were no claw marks, no sign of webbing or flesh. They were simply impressions, clean, deep, and utterly alien. I pointed, my hand shaking. "Quentin." He followed my gaze and knelt down beside one of the tracks. He touched its edge with his finger, as if testing its reality. He looked up at me, his eyes wide with a fear that had finally eclipsed his skepticism. The world he knew, with its predictable physics and logical rules, had been irrevocably broken. But the tracks were not the worst of it. The true horror lay in the center of our campsite, in the very spot where we had sat by our fire the night before, talking and laughing under the stars. There, burned into the dark, rich earth, was a symbol. It was a perfect circle, approximately 6 feet in diameter. The ground inside it was scorched black, but not like a normal firewood. The edges were too clean, too precise, as if drawn with a compass, and then cauterized with a laser. The soil was fused into a hard, glassy crust. Within the circle was a series of intricate, interlocking geometric patterns. There were triangles within triangles, sharp, intersecting lines, and delicate, web-like structures that seemed to hum with a kind of complex, unknowable mathematics. It was a design of stunning complexity and perfect symmetry. It was a message, a signature, a brand. I am a historian of structures. I understand symbols. I have studied the petroglyphs of ancient peoples, the sacred geometry of cathedrals, the sigils of forgotten religions. This was none of those. It felt older, colder, more intelligent. It was a language my human mind could not parse, but my soul could understand. It spoke of immense power, of unfathomable knowledge, and of a complete and total indifference to us. I reached down, my hand hovering over the surface of the burned circle. I could feel a distinct, palpable heat radiating from it, even in the cool morning air. It was still warm. The thought of the energy required to do this, to fuse earth into glass with such precision, made me feel dizzy and small. That was the breaking point. The silent, shared understanding passed between us. We had to leave. Now, the frantic energy that seized us was born of pure, animal panic. We didn't pack, we shoved. The tent was collapsed, its poles snapping out of their joints, the fabric bundled into a chaotic heap, and thrown into the back of the SUV. Sleeping bags, cooking gear, the neatly arranged food. Everything was hurled in after it. We moved with a desperate, clumsy haste, our hands fumbling, our breath coming in ragged gasps. We didn't speak a word. The only sounds were our frantic movements and the steady, indifferent gurgle of the stream. Finally, it was done. We scrambled into the car, locking the doors with a loud, definitive clunk. Quentin jammed the key into the ignition, and the engine roared to life, shattering the morning stillness. He threw the car into reverse, spinning the wheels in the dirt, and we lurched back onto the track. He didn't look back. I did. I took one last look at the clearing, at the strange, silent tableau of our abandoned campsite and the stark, black symbol burned into the heart of it. It felt like a scar on the land, and I knew, with a certainty that chilled me to my core, that it was also a scar on us. The drive out was a blur of terror. The beautiful, rugged landscape that had so captivated us on the way and now seemed menacing alien. Every twisted juniper looked like a crouching figure. The shadows in the canyons seemed to hide watchful eyes. The vast, silent wilderness was no longer a place of peace and solitude. It was the domain of something else. We had been trespassers, and we had been warned. We never told anyone. Not our families, not our friends, not the authorities. What would we have said? Who would have believed the story of the architectural historian and the software engineer? They would have called it a prank, a hallucination, a shared delusion brought on by the isolation. They would have tried to fit it into their neat, logical boxes. But we knew that we're not alone in the Gila wilderness that night. We had been visited by something not of this world, something ancient and powerful. And it had left its mark on us, and on the sacred, silent land of the Jilla, a mark that we would carry with us, in the quiet, watchful corners of our minds, for the rest of our lives. My name is Luna. To understand the story I'm about to tell, you need to understand something about my sister, Sierra, and me. We aren't casual weekend campers who stick to well-marked, heavily trafficked loops. We are, for lack of a better term, students of the wilderness. Our father, a geologist, had us scrambling over rocks and identifying trees before we could properly ride a bike. Hiking wasn't just a hobby. It was a fundamental part of our shared language, a way of navigating the world and our relationship with each other. I was the planner, the cartographer, the one who obsessed over topographical maps, weather patterns, and gear weight. Sierra was the soul of our expeditions. She was the one who could identify a bird by its call from a quarter-mile away, the one who would stop mid-stride, her head cocked, and simply say, "Listen," forcing me to pause my relentless forward momentum and appreciate the profound silence of an old-growth forest. For years, we had dreamed of tackling a significant section of the Ouachita National Recreation Trail. It was a legendary path for serious hikers, known not for the sheer, brutal elevation of the Rockies, but for its own unique and grueling character. The Ouachita Mountains are an ancient, weathered range, one of the few in the United States that runs east to west. This orientation creates a relentless series of long, steep ridges and deep, shadowed valleys. The trail doesn't politely switch back up the slopes, it often assaults them head-on. A punishing climb followed by a burning descent over and over again. It was exactly the kind of beautiful, brutal challenge we craved. We planned for months, poring over trail guides, packing and repacking our bags, and preparing dehydrated meals. This wasn't just a vacation. It was a pilgrimage. We were seeking that rare and precious feeling of being truly untethered from the civilized world, of relying on nothing but our own 2 feet and the contents of our packs. The first 3 days were everything we had hoped for and more. We parked our car at the Talamena Scenic Drive and descended into the embrace of the forest. The air was thick with the scent of pine and damp, loamy earth. The sun, filtered through the dense canopy, dappled the forest floor in shifting patterns of light and shadow. The sounds were a symphony of the wild, the constant, buzzing chorus of cicadas, the rustle of unseen creatures in the undergrowth, the whisper of the wind through the oak and hickory leaves. We fell into the familiar, comforting rhythm of the trail. Wake before dawn, boil water for coffee and oatmeal, break down camp, and walk. We walked for hours, our conversations flowing easily, from profound discussions about our lives back in the city to the simple, contented silence of 2 people perfectly in sync. We saw almost no one. On the first day, we passed a trio of day hikers near the trailhead, and on the second, we exchanged nods with a solitary, bearded man who looked as though he had been part of the forest for decades. After that, nothing. The trail was ours alone. We felt a growing sense of ownership, of having been accepted into this wild place. The solitude was a balm. At night, we'd sit by our small crackling, our muscles aching with a satisfying fatigue, and stare up at a sky so choked with stars it looked like spilled diamonds. The Milky Way was a brilliant, shimmering cloud from horizon to horizon. There was no light pollution, no distant hum of traffic, no sign that the world we had left behind even existed. It was perfect. The morning of the 4th day, however, felt different. We broke camp under a sky that was a flat, washed-out gray. The air was unusually still and heavy, the typical morning breeze absent. Even the cicadas seemed subdued, their ever-present hum reduced to a low, monotonous drone. As we began the day's main ascent, a long, grueling climb up winding stair mountain, a subtle but pervasive quiet fell over the woods. Sierra, who was usually pointing out animal tracks or interesting fungi, was walking with her brow furrowed, her gaze sweeping the trees around us not with curiosity, but with a kind of wariness. "Everything okay?" I asked, pulling up alongside her during a water break. She took a long pull from her hydration pack before answering. "It's just quiet," she said, her voice low. "Too quiet. No birds, no squirrels. It feels like the whole forest is holding its breath." I had felt it too, but had dismissed it as a product of my own fatigue. Hearing her voice it, however, gave the feeling a new and unwelcome weight. We continued our climb in a more subdued silence, the only sounds being the crunch of our boots on the rocky trail and our own labored breathing. The ridge was high and exposed, offering breathtaking views of the endless, rolling waves of green mountains, stretching out in every direction. But the beauty was tainted by that strange, expectant stillness. It felt like we were on a stage, and an unseen audience was waiting for us to play our part. That's when we saw it. We had just crested the highest point of the ridge, and were starting a gentle, winding descent. About 50 yards off the trail, standing alone in a small, unnatural clearing, was a massive, ancient oak tree. It was a true giant, its gnarled branches reaching out like twisted arms, its trunk wider than a car, and hanging from one of its thickest, sturdiest limbs was a single, child's swing. We both stopped dead in our tracks. The sight was so utterly incongruous, so profoundly out of place, that my brain struggled to process it. The swing was simple, made from a weathered wooden plank and 2 lengths of thick, frayed rope that looked as old as the tree itself. There was no house nearby, no crumbling foundation of a long forgotten cabin, no overgrown road or path leading to this spot. It was just the trail, the ancient forest, and this impossible, lonely swing. It swayed gently in a breeze we couldn't feel, a slow, rhythmic, creaking motion that seemed to be the only movement in the entire, silent world. A cold, inexplicable sadness washed over me, a feeling so potent it was almost nauseating. We stood there staring, while the swing continued its silent, ghostly dance in the heart of the empty woods. For a long moment, neither of us spoke. We just stood frozen on the trail. The world shrunk to the sight of that single, swaying swing. The inexplicable sadness it evoked was a physical presence, a heavy cloak that settled over my shoulders. It was Sierra who broke the silence, her voice barely a whisper. "Luna, we should go." My rational mind, the part of me that planned and mapped and calculated, was scrambling for an explanation. A prank. But who would haul a swing out here, miles from any road, for a prank no one might ever see? A memorial. Perhaps, but it felt too active. My feet, however, seemed to agree with Sierra. They felt rooted to the spot, unwilling to move closer. "Just a second," I murmured, my curiosity warring with a primal instinct that screamed at me to turn and run. I have to see." Leaving my pack with Sierra, I took a tentative step off the trail and into the small clearing. The ground here was different. The usual carpet of fallen leaves and forest debris was thin, almost bare, in a nearly perfect circle around the ancient oak. It was as if this small patch of earth was kept perpetually clear. As I drew closer, the gentle creaking of the ropes became audible, a soft, rhythmic complaint of fiber against bark. The air grew colder, the oppressive humidity of the forest dissipating in this one spot. The swing itself was even older than it looked from the trail. The wooden seat was silvered with age, cracked and warped by countless seasons of sun and rain. The ropes were thick, natural fiber, bleached by the sun and frayed in a way that suggested immense age and use. I reached out a hesitant hand, my fingers hovering just inches from the wood. It looked solid, but I had the unnerving feeling that if I touched it, my hand might pass right through. I scanned the ground beneath the swing, my brain still searching for a logical clue. Footprints. A child's, a parent's, anyone's. There was nothing. The dirt was packed hard and smooth, unnaturally so. There were no scuff marks, no impressions. Nothing to indicate that anyone had stood here, pushed this swing, or jumped from it in years. Decades even. The sight of that barren ground was somehow more disturbing than the swing itself. It was a void, a place where the normal rules of the forest didn't apply. Luna, please. Sierra's voice, tight with anxiety, cut through my thoughts. Let's go. Now. I looked back at her. Her face was pale, her eyes wide and fixed on the swing with an expression of pure dread. She was the intuitive one, the one who felt the subtle shifts in the wild, and right now her intuition was screaming. I nodded, taking one last look at the impossible object before retreating back to the safety of the trail. As I shouldered my pack, I glanced back. The swing continued its slow, steady, silent swaying. We didn't speak for the next hour. We just walked, faster than our usual pace, putting as much distance as possible between ourselves and that high, lonely ridge. But the image was burned into my mind. The silence of the forest no longer felt peaceful. It felt menacing. Every shadow seemed to stretch a little too long. Every gust of wind through the leaves sounded like a whisper. The feeling of being watched, which had been a vague premonition on the ridge, was now a certainty. I felt 1,000 unseen eyes on my back. The forest was no longer a neutral wilderness. It was an entity, and it was aware of us. As late afternoon began to bleed into evening, we knew we had to make camp. The thought of spending a night out here, with the memory of the swing so fresh, was terrifying, but hiking in the dark on this terrain was suicidal. We found a small, sheltered hollow a few hundred feet below the main ridge line. On any other day, it would have been a perfect campsite, protected from the wind and relatively flat. Tonight, it felt like a trap. Setting up the tent, I felt exposed, vulnerable, as if we were huddling at the bottom of a great, dark arena while something waited in the stands above. Our usual campfire ritual was a tense, muted affair. We ate our rehydrated chili mac in near silence, the crackle and pop of the flames doing little to dispel the oppressive atmosphere. The stars began to appear, but they no longer looked like spilled diamonds. They looked like cold, distant, indifferent eyes. Maybe it was for a kid from a long time ago. I said, trying to force some normalcy into the evening. Like a homesteader's family from the 1800s or something. And someone maintains it as a memorial. Sierra just stared into the fire, poking at a log with a stick. There were no foundations, Luna. No old stone walls, no collapsed chimneys. Nothing. People didn't build a single house out here. And that ground, it was wrong. She looked up at me, her face illuminated by the flickering firelight. That place wasn't sad. It was hungry. A chill that had nothing to do with the night air snaked its way down my spine. I had no answer for that. We cleaned up and crawled into our tent, shortly after, zipping the flap tight, as if that thin layer of nylon could offer any real protection. We lay in our sleeping bags, sighed. I sighed in the suffocating darkness, each pretending for the other's sake that we might actually sleep. Hours passed. The fire died down to glowing embers. The forest was utterly, profoundly silent. I must have drifted off eventually into a shallow, uneasy sleep filled with dreams of empty swaying swings. But I was jolted awake by a sound. It was a sound so out of place, so fundamentally wrong in the dead of a mountain night, that for a moment, I was sure I was still dreaming. It was the sound of a child's laughter. It wasn't malicious or cruel. It was a happy, joyful, carefree peal of laughter, the sound a child makes when they are having the time of their life. And it was coming from up the slope, from the direction of the ridge. My blood ran cold. I turned my head, and in the faint moonlight filtering through the tent fabric, I could see Sierra's silhouette. She was already sitting bolt upright, her eyes wide with a terror that mirrored my own. Without a word, we both reached for the zipper on the tent door, our movements slow, agonizingly loud in the silence. We crept out into the cool night air. The moon was nearly full, casting a pale, ethereal glow over the forest, painting the world in shades of silver and black. We looked up the steep, wooded slope towards the ridge we had abandoned hours before. And there it was. Through a gap in the trees, we could see it clearly. The swing. And there was a figure on it. It was small, unmistakably a child, silhouetted perfectly against the moonlit sky. The figure was swinging, soaring back and forth, higher and higher, a tiny, dark pendulum against the heavens. And the laughter, that happy, terrible laughter, echoed down the hollow, a sound that belonged to a sunny playground, not a haunted forest at 2 a.m. We were paralyzed, caught between the urge to run screaming into the night and an inexplicable, horrified fascination. We couldn't make out any features, no face, no clothes, just the small, dark shape of a child in motion. We watched. For how long, I don't know. It could have been seconds or an eternity, as the child swung back and forth, their joyous laughter filling the night. Then the motion changed. The swinging slowed, and the figure seemed to become aware of us. It stopped pumping its legs, letting the swing slowly rock to a halt. It stood up on the wooden plank, a tiny, solitary figure balanced on the seat. It turned its head, and we felt its gaze lock onto us from a dark expanse of the woods. It raised a small, shadowy hand, and it waved, a slow, deliberate wave, directly at us, and then it was gone. It didn't jump down, it didn't fade away, it simply ceased to be. One moment, the silhouette was there, and the next, the swing was empty, swaying gently in a breeze that wasn't there, its ropes creaking softly in the absolute, crushing silence that descended once more. The silence that followed the child's disappearance was more profound and terrifying than any sound I have ever heard. It was a physical weight, pressing in on us from all sides, suffocating the very air in our lungs. The gentle, impossible creaking of the empty swing was the only anchor to reality, a sound that proved what we had just seen was not a shared hallucination. We stood there, 2 statues in the moonlight. For how long, I don't know. Time had lost all meaning. My heart was a frantic drum against my ribs, a stark contrast to the dead stillness of the forest. Finally, Sierra grabbed my arm, her grip like a vise. Her touch broke the spell. We scrambled back into the tent, fumbling with the zipper, our movements clumsy and loud. We didn't speak. What was there to say? How do you put words to the absolute certainty that you have just seen a ghost? Sleep was an impossibility. We lay in our sleeping bags, fully clothed, our eyes wide open in the darkness, listening. Every tiny sound from the forest, the rustle of a leaf, the snap of a twig, was magnified 1,000 times, sending fresh waves of adrenaline through our exhausted bodies. The happy, carefree laughter we had heard earlier replayed in my mind, but it was no longer joyful. It was a terrifying echo, a sound stripped of all innocence, a prelude to the silent, knowing wave. Sierra's words from the fireside came back to me with chilling clarity. That place wasn't sad. It was hungry. We were camped in the shadow of that hunger, and I felt a primal certainty that it was aware we were still here. The hours until dawn stretched into an eternity, a long, dark night of the soul, where every second was a battle against the urge to scream. The very first hint of gray on the eastern horizon was our signal. We didn't discuss it. We didn't need to. The plan was a silent, frantic agreement. We burst out of the tent and began to break down camp with a speed and efficiency born of pure terror. We jammed our sleeping bags into their sacks, collapsed the tent poles with trembling hands, and shoved everything into our packs with no regard for organization or care. Our usual morning routine of coffee and oatmeal was forgotten. The only priority was to move. To get away from this hollow, away from the ridge, away from the memory of that waving, spectral form. We shouldered our packs, which felt impossibly heavy, and without a single glance back up the slope, we began to hike. Our journey out was not a hike, it was a retreat. A desperate, headlong flight. Our planned week-long trek was abandoned. Our only goal the distant promise of our parked car and the civilization it represented. We moved with a grim, relentless purpose, our feet pounding the trail, our eyes scanning the woods around us with paranoid intensity. The forest, which only a day before had been a place of beauty and solace, had transformed into a labyrinth of menace. Every gnarled tree looked like a lurking figure. The shadows in the deep valleys seemed to wreath with unseen things. The wind whispering through the pines sounded like it was speaking our names. We were prey, and the entire ancient forest was the predator. We pushed ourselves mercilessly, ignoring the burning in our lungs and the ache in our muscles. We forded streams without bothering to remove our boots, the cold shock of the water a welcome distraction from the fear. We barely paused for water and choked down energy bars as we walked, never stopping for more than a minute. The miles crawled by. At one point, I stumbled on a loose rock and fell hard, scraping my hands and knee. The pain was sharp, but the fear was sharper. Sierra hauled me to my feet, her face a mask of grim determination, and we pressed on without a word. Late in the afternoon of that fifth day, after what felt like a lifetime of fearful hiking, we heard it. A low, distant rumble. A sound so alien to our world of the past few days that it took a moment to identify. It was the sound of a truck, its engine laboring up a distant hill. It was the sound of the outside world. A wave of relief so powerful, it almost brought me to my knees, washed over me. We weren't alone anymore. We were close. Spurred on by this sign of life, we quickened our pace, practically running the last mile of the trail. When we finally broke through the last line of trees and saw our dusty car, parked by the side of the Talamena Scenic Drive, it was like seeing a rescue ship after being lost at sea. It was a symbol of safety, of sanity, of a world where children played on swings in parks, not on lonely, haunted ridges in the dead of night. We threw our packs into the trunk, the sound of the metal slamming shut feeling like a final, definitive barrier against the wilderness we were leaving behind. I fumbled with the keys, my hands still shaking, and the roar of the engine coming to life was the sweetest sound I had ever heard. We drove in silence for the first hour, the windows down, the rush of wind a cleansing force. We descended from the mountains, leaving the endless green ridges behind us in the rearview mirror. With every mile we put between ourselves and the Ouachita National Forest, I could feel the tension in my shoulders begin to ease, the knot of fear in my stomach slowly unclenching. We finally pulled into a brightly lit, sterile looking gas station in a small Arkansas town. The fluorescent lights, the cheerful ping of the door, the smell of gasoline and stale coffee. It all felt wonderfully, beautifully normal. It was only then, sitting in a plastic booth and nursing cups of burnt coffee, that we finally spoke of it. "You saw it too," I said. It wasn't a question. Sierra nodded slowly, her gaze distant. "It waved at us." "I know," I whispered. "We never told anyone, not our parents, not our friends, not a soul. How could we? We went hiking and saw a ghost child on a swing." It sounds like a line from a bad movie, the kind of story you tell around a campfire to scare teenagers. But it wasn't a story. It was real. The shared memory of it is a strange, unspoken bond between us now. We still hike, but something has changed. The wilderness no longer feels like a simple, beautiful escape. We are more cautious, more respectful of the deep, ancient places of the world. We know that there are things out there, in the vast, silent woods, that defy explanation. Things that are older than the trees and carry a hunger that time cannot erase. And sometimes, late at night when the house is quiet, I can still hear the faint, distant echo of a child's laughter, and I see a small, silhouetted hand waving at me from the darkness. My name is Nora Caldwell. Even now, decades later, saying that feels like a necessary anchor to reality, a reminder of who I was before that trip. I am an environmental scientist, a woman who has dedicated her life to the rational, the observable, and the quantifiable aspects of the natural world. I believe in ecosystems, in geological time, in the predictable, beautiful chaos of biology. I do not, as a rule, believe in ghosts or spirits. But the wilderness does not care about our rules, and some places hold memories older and deeper than any science can explain. This is the story of what I and my friends encountered in the heart of the Boundary Waters, Cano area wilderness. There were 4 of us that September, chasing the last vestiges of summer before the Minnesota autumn locked the lakes in ice. We were seasoned enough not to be reckless, but young enough to still feel invincible. Our leader, by unspoken agreement, was Liam. He was a force of nature himself, sturdy, pragmatic, with a map of the northern lakes seemingly etched into his brain. He'd spent every summer of his life paddling these waters, and his quiet confidence was the bedrock of our group. Then there was Chloe, a freelance photographer with an infectious, booming laugh and an eye for the sublime. Her mission was to capture the soul of the Boundary Waters, from the grand sweep of a sunset, over a granite cliff to the delicate lace of a spiderweb beaded with morning dew. Her 2 waterproof Pelican cases, filled with lenses and camera bodies, were the heaviest and most precious cargo we carried. Finally, there was Ben. Quiet, thoughtful Ben. a history student who saw the landscape not just as rock and water, but as a tapestry of human stories. He would paddle for hours in contented silence, only to break it with a fascinating detail about the French. Canadian voyagers who once plied these same routes, or the ancient histories of the Ojibwe who knew this land as home. And then there was me, Nora, the scientist. I was there to document the water, clarity of the more remote lakes, a personal project that blended my passion with my profession. I saw the world in data points and ecological niches, in the symbiotic relationship between the towering white pines and the mycelial networks in the soil beneath our feet. I was the skeptic, the one who explained away strange noises as a foraging bear or an optical illusion as a heat shimmer on the water. We were a balanced group, a perfect four, cornered structure of practicality, art, history, and science. We thought we were prepared for anything. The Boundary Waters Canoe Area Wilderness, for those who have never been, is not simply a park. It is a sprawling, primordial labyrinth of over 1,000 lakes, interconnected by streams, rivers, and rugged trails called portages. It's a place where the modern world truly falls away. There is no cell service, no electricity, no roads. The only sounds are the dip of your paddle, the cry of a loon echoing across the water, and the whisper of wind through the pines. You carry everything you need to survive on your back and in your canoe. To enter the BWCA, to make an agreement with the wild, you respect its power, you follow its rules, and you leave no trace of your passing. For 4 days, we honored that agreement perfectly. Our journey was idyllic, almost unnervingly so. The weather was a gift, with cool, crisp nights giving way to warm, sun-drenched days. The water in the lakes was so clear it felt like we were paddling through liquid air, the rocky bottoms visible 20 feet below. We saw bald eagles soaring on thermals, a family of otters playing on a submerged log, and the hulking shadow of a moose moving through the trees on a distant shore. Each night, we'd sit by the fire, eating our dehydrated meals as if they were gourmet feasts, watching the Milky Way blaze to life in a sky untainted by city lights. Liam would point out constellations. Chloe would show us the day's best photos on her camera's small screen. And Ben would read passages from the journal of a 19th century fur trapper. I would record my data, feeling a deep sense of peace and purpose. We were in a state of grace, utterly content in our beautiful, ordered isolation. It was on the 5th day that the grace was shattered. We were crossing Saganaga Lake, a vast and notoriously treacherous body of water, known for its size and the sudden, violent winds that can sweep across its open expanses. But that morning, it was a mirror. The water was unnaturally calm, a sheet of polished obsidian reflecting the impossible blue of the sky and the dark green of the endless forest lining its shores. The silence was profound, broken only by the rhythmic splash and pull of our paddles. We were in 2 canoes, Lamb with me, and Chloe with Ben, paddling about 30 yards apart. We were in the center of the lake, miles from any shore, suspended between the sky above and the sky reflected below. That's when Chloe saw it first. "What is that?" she asked, her voice cutting through the stillness. She pointed with her paddle. I followed her gaze. In the distance, maybe half a mile away, was a dark shape, a vertical disruption in the perfect horizontal lines of the water and the far shore. It was too tall and thin for an island or a rock outcropping. Probably just a snag, Lamb said, not breaking his rhythm. A dead tree stuck on the bottom. It was the most logical explanation. Saganaga was dotted with them. But as we paddled, the shape didn't behave like a snag. It didn't get wider or change its profile. It remained a stark, vertical line. A man. My scientific mind immediately rejected it. Impossible. The charts Ben and Liam had studied the night before were clear. We were in the deepest part of the lake, over 100 feet of cold, dark water beneath our hulls. No one could be standing there. "It's not a tree," Ben said, his voice low and tight. He had stopped paddling. Chloe had her camera up, her telephoto lens aimed at the figure. We continued to paddle closer, a silent, magnetic pull drawing us forward. The feeling in the air had changed. The peaceful silence now felt heavy, watchful. The initial curiosity was curdling into a cold, creeping dread in the pit of my stomach. At about 200 yards, the details began to resolve. It was impossibly a man. He was large, broad-shouldered, and stood perfectly still, the water ending cleanly at his waist. He was facing us, a statue in the center of the vast lake. "Hello," Liam called out, his voice sounding small and thin in the immense space. "Are you all right?" There was no response. The figure remained motionless. We kept paddling. Slower now, every instinct screaming that we should turn back. But the sheer wrongness of the scene held us captive. At 50 feet, the image was terrifyingly clear, a portrait of anachronism and impossibility. He was an old man with a great, wild beard that flowed down his chest, the color of sun, bleached driftwood. His hair was long and unkempt. He was dressed not in modern gear, but in what looked like traditional buckskin clothing, dark and weathered with age. In one hand, he held a long staff of gnarled wood, its top level with his head. But it was his face that stopped my heart. It was a mask of utter neutrality, his eyes fixed on us without expression, without recognition. He wasn't in distress. He wasn't curious. He was simply there. And he was watching us approach, standing in water that should have been 100 feet over his head. The world seemed to shrink until it contained only the 50 feet of impossible water between our canoes and the silent man. Time itself felt thick, syrupy. My scientific mind, my anchor in a world of cause and effect, was frantically scrambling for purchase and finding none. A submerged rock formation, a sandbar. No, the charts were unequivocal. Refraction of light, a complex mirage. The image was too stable, too detailed, too real. Every logical explanation dissolved into absurdity, leaving only the terrifying truth of what my eyes were seeing. Beside me, Liam's paddle rested across his lap, his knuckles white. The easy confidence had evaporated from his face, replaced by a stony, primal disbelief. He, who knew these lakes better than his own home, was utterly lost. In the other canoe, Chloe, ever the artist, was the first to break the paralysis. I heard the distinct, mechanical click of her camera's shutter. It was a sound of normalcy, of routine, so out of place in the profound strangeness of the moment that it was jarring. She fired off another shot, and another. The whir of her auto-focus motor was a tiny, buzzing insect in the crushing silence. Ben was pale, his eyes wide, fixed on the man's buckskin attire. "Voyager," he whispered, the word barely audible. Or something older. He was seeing a ghost from his history books, a specter walking out of the past and into our present. My gaze was locked on the man's eyes. They were not the eyes of a madman, nor were they vacant. They were ancient, filled with a depth of knowledge that felt geologic in scale. He was looking at us, but also through us, as if we were fleeting phenomena, like mayflies dancing on the surface of his eternal existence. The water lapped gently against his waist, not even seeming to soak the strange, leather-like material of his clothes. He was not cold. He was not wet. He was simply present. Liam found his voice, though it came out as a strained rasp. "Sir, we need to know if you need help. We have a radio. We can call for a ranger." He was clinging to protocol, to the familiar script of wilderness encounters. The man did not answer. He did not blink. Instead, he moved. It was a slow, deliberate motion, imbued with an immense sense of purpose. He raised his right arm, the one holding the gnarled wooden staff. The water streamed from his buckskin sleeve in smooth, unnatural rivulets, leaving the material instantly dry. He lifted the staff until it was pointing directly at the space between our two canoes. And then he smiled. It was the faintest of things, barely perceptible upturn at the corners of his lips, but it was the most terrifying expression I have ever witnessed. It was not a smile of warmth or humor. It was a smile of immense, ancient power, of a being about to demonstrate a fundamental truth of the universe to a group of ignorant children. The moment the staff was level, the world changed. A sound began, not from a specific direction, but from everywhere at once. It was a low hum that vibrated in my teeth and resonated deep in my chest cavity. The perfect glassy surface of the lake, our mirror to the sky, instantly shattered. A line of white water erupted in front of us, as if a submarine were surfacing at high speed. A wind, born from absolute stillness, slammed into us. It was not a natural gust. It felt solid, a physical blow that knocked the breath from my lungs. One moment, there was preternatural calm. The next, a localized, violent tempest raged around our two small boats. The sky, which had been a flawless, cloudless blue, was suddenly dark. I looked up in disbelief. Angry, bruised-looking clouds boiled into existence directly above us, a churning vortex that blotted out the sun. The wind howled, a high, shrieking sound like a predator's scream. Waves, black and menacing, rose up from the placid depths. They were not the rolling swells of a normal storm. They were sharp, chaotic, and violent, seeming to leap up with a malevolent intelligence. Our canoes, which had been our steady transport, were now fragile toys in a bathtub, tossed and spun with brutal force. "Paddle!" Liam roared, his voice nearly lost in the gale. "To the shore, now!" Panic, cold and sharp, lanced through me. The nearest shore was a mile away, a jagged line of pine and rock that seemed impossibly distant. The water, which had been a cool, inviting blue, was now a churning black abyss. It splashed over the gunwales, shockingly cold, soaking us in an instant. I fumbled for my paddle, my hands clumsy with fear. Every time I tried to dig it into the water, a wave would slam into the side of the canoe, threatening to flip us. Liam, in the stern, was a pillar of desperate strength, his paddle a rudder, a brace, a weapon against the water's fury. I risked a glance at the other canoe. It was worse off, caught broadside by a wave. It lifted high on the crest, hanging there for a heart, stopping second before crashing down into the trough. I saw Chloe desperately trying to stow her camera, as Ben paddled with frantic, powerful strokes. Their faces were masks of terror. Through the chaos, through the roaring wind and crashing water, I looked back at the man in the center of the maelstrom, and the sight froze the blood in my veins. He had not moved. The wind that tore at our clothes and threatened to rip the paddles from our hands did not stir a single hair on his head or in his great, gray beard. The waves that threw our canoes about like driftwood broke against his body and simply ceased to exist. the water around him remaining eerily calm. He stood in a perfect circle of peace, the eye of a hurricane he had created. His staff still pointed at us, that faint, terrible smile still on his lips. He was watching our struggle with the detached curiosity of a scientist observing microbes in a petri dish. We were not in a storm. We were being attacked. The thought was so alien, so contrary to every principle of my life, that it brought with it a strange, terrifying clarity. This was not meteorology. This was a conscious act of will, and we were its target. We paddled for our lives, our muscles screaming, our lungs burning. It was a primal, desperate flight, a battle against an enemy we could not comprehend. The wind tore at us, the waves battered us, and the cold water sapped our strength. More than once, I was sure we were going over, that we would be plunged into the black, frigid water to be swallowed by the lake. But somehow, Liam's skill and our sheer terror kept us upright. After an eternity of struggle that could have been 10 minutes or an hour, our canoe scraped against gravel. We had made it. We half fell, half crawled out of the boat, scrambling onto the rocky shore on trembling legs. A moment later, Ben and Chloe's canoe crashed ashore nearby. We collapsed onto the rocks, gasping for air, our bodies shaking uncontrollably from adrenaline and cold. For a moment, we just lay there, the sound of our own ragged breathing, louder than the storm that was, impossibly, already fading. I pushed myself up and looked back at the lake. The wind was gone. The howling had ceased. The angry, black waves were shrinking, softening, melting back into the placid surface. The dark, boiling clouds above were thinning, dissolving like smoke, revealing the serene, indifferent blue sky once more. Within the space of a minute, Saganaga Lake was again a perfect, silent mirror, and the man was gone. There was no ripple, no sign that he had ever been there. The lake was empty. The silence that returned was not the peaceful silence of before. It was a heavy, dead silence, a vacuum left in the wake of an event that had broken the world. We lay on the sharp, unforgiving rocks of the shoreline for a long time, a tableau of shock and exhaustion. The silence that had descended upon the lake was more terrifying than the storm itself. It was a dead, hollow silence, the kind that follows a scream. My own ragged breaths sounded unnervingly loud, a stark contrast to the absolute stillness of the water and air. The sun beat down, warm on my soaked clothes, a grotesque mockery of the idyllic morning we had lost. My body trembled, a deep, cellular tremor that had nothing to do with the cold. It was the vibration of a tuning fork that had been struck against something fundamentally wrong. It was Liam who moved first. He pushed himself into a sitting position, his movements stiff and slow, like an old man's. He stared out at the placid lake, his face a gray, haggard mask. He, our fearless leader, the man who was more at home in this wilderness than anywhere else, looked utterly broken. He had been violated in his own church. What was that? He whispered, not to any of us, but to the lake itself. No one answered. What could we say? My scientific vocabulary was useless, a collection of irrelevant words in the face of what we had witnessed. Meteorology, physics, optics, they were the tools of a different reality. Here on this shore, they were meaningless. Ben was curled on his side, his knees drawn up to his chest, his eyes shut tight as if he could unsee the event. Chloe was fumbling with her pelican case, her hands shaking so badly she could barely work the latches. The camera, she said, her voice a choked whisper. I got pictures. A jolt went through me, a surge of something that felt horribly like hope. Evidence. Data. Something tangible to hold on to in the swirling chaos of the impossible. We all turned to look at her as she finally got the case open and pulled out her camera. The expensive, weather-sealed body was damp, but seemed intact. With trembling fingers, she turned it on and pressed the playback button. We huddled around her, our shoulders touching, a small, frightened herd seeking comfort in proximity. The first image appeared on the small LCD screen. It was a shot of the lake from before, serene and beautiful. Chloe clicked to the next one, and the next. All beautiful, empty landscapes. No, wait. She muttered, her brow furrowed. I know I took them. She scrolled faster. More photos of the lake, the sky, the distant shore. All of them pristine. All of them empty. There was no man. There was no vertical shape in the water. It was as if she had been taking pictures of a perfectly normal day on a perfectly normal lake. They're not there, she said, her voice rising with a frantic edge. They're gone. I took at least 10 shots of him. I saw him in the viewfinder. I know I did. She kept scrolling, a desperate, repetitive motion, but the result was the same. The camera's memory held no record of the man in the water. It had captured the scene, but not the anomaly. It had recorded the world as it should have been, not as it was. The cold dread in my stomach solidified into a block of ice. The entity on the lake had not only commanded wind and the waves, but it had also commanded our technology, erasing its own image from the digital sensor. It had refused to be documented. It refused to become data. That was the moment the last of my scientific rationalism died. There is no physical phenomenon that can selectively delete specific, targeted files from a camera's memory card from a distance of 50 feet. That was not science. That was something else. Something that operated on rules we would never comprehend. We didn't speak of it again. We didn't need to. The empty photos were more terrifying than a clear picture would have been. A picture could be faked, analyzed, debated. This was a direct, irrefutable message. I was never here. You saw nothing. Our trip was over. The remaining 2 days of our planned route were an impossibility. The wilderness was no longer a beautiful scape. It was a prison, and we were terrified of its warden. We packed our gear with a grim, silent efficiency. Every snap of a buckle, every rustle of a pack felt like a gunshot in the oppressive silence. We had to paddle back across Saganaga, the very lake where we had been attacked. The thought was paralyzing, but there was no other way. We loaded the canoes, our movements clumsy, our eyes constantly scanning the water, the shoreline, the trees. The paddle back was the longest, most harrowing journey of my life. The lake remained perfectly calm, the sky a brilliant, indifferent blue. But the beauty was gone. Now, I saw only menace. The dark shadows between the trees were no longer just shadows. They were hiding places. The cry of a loon was not a call of the wild. It was a warning. The water beneath us was not just water. It was a thin membrane separating us from a hostile, unknowable depth. We paddled hard and fast, not speaking, our gazes fixed on the far shore. We didn't stop. We didn't rest. We just paddled, driven by a primal need to escape. We made it to the entry point by nightfall, 2 days ahead of schedule. We hauled our gear out of the canoes and practically ran to the car. The simple act of closing and locking the car doors felt like sealing a tomb, shutting the horror outside. The drive back to civilization was silent. The 4 of us, who had started the trip as a tight, knit group of friends, were now 4 separate islands of trauma, adrift in a shared, unspeakable memory. We tried to talk about it once. A week later, in a brightly lit coffee shop that smelled of roasted beans and steamed milk, we tried to put words to the experience. It was a disaster. Liam, the pragmatist, attempted to frame it as a shared hallucination brought on by fatigue or some unknown atmospheric condition. He sounded hollow, his words a desperate attempt to rebuild in logical walls the man in the lake had demolished. Ben, the historian, spoke of ancient water spirits from Ojibwe lore, the Mishapishu, the powerful underwater panther. He wasn't offering an explanation, merely a historical container for a terror that defied categorization. Chloe, the artist, said nothing at all. She had sold her camera equipment. She said the joy was gone, that when she looked through a lens now, she felt like she was being watched. And me, I, the scientist, had no framework left. I had witnessed an event that was, by all measures of my profession, impossible. It had targeted us, toyed with us, and then erased its own existence from our only physical proof. It broke my career, in a way. I still work as an environmental scientist, but the passion is tempered by a deep, abiding fear. I can no longer look at a pristine landscape without a cold knot of dread forming in my stomach. I can analyze the water. I can count the species. I can measure the ecosystem. But I know with a certainty that chills me to my soul that I am only measuring the surface. Beneath the quantifiable, observable world lies something else. Something ancient, powerful, and utterly indifferent to our existence. We never went back to the boundary waters. The four of us drifted apart. The shared trauma a chasm too wide to bridge with coffee shop conversations. The friendship, like our sense of safety in the world, was another casualty of that day on the lake. I don't know who or what we saw. A ghost, a nature spirit, a being from a dimension that briefly, terrifyingly intersected with our own. I will never know, but I carry the memory every day. I carry the image of his expressionless eyes, the feel of the unnatural wind, and the horror of those empty photographs. And I know that we are trespassers in this world, walking on a thin crust of reality, and that there are things in the deep, quiet places that do not take kindly to being disturbed.